Swallowed Star Chapter 1231 to Chapter 1282. Hearing that the battle outside could very well involve the creator of the huge axe, Luo Feng couldn't stay still any longer. "Teacher, let's hurry and leave," Luo Feng said. At the same time, he turned and looked to the side. Threads of blurry god energy flew out of his body and gathered beside him, forming a human shape. It was a clone. Like the Universe Knights, they could easily use the god energy incarnation technique. Undyings, however, found it hard to use this technique, as their god energy was very weak. If they split too little, they wouldn't even be able to maintain their consciousness. If they split too much, like splitting 50% of their body, it would cause the body's battle strength to be very weak. This resulted in the god energy incarnation technique being rarely seen among the Undyings. However, it was much easier for the Universe Knights to use it. Just like when the Primal Planet opened, many of the Great Alliance's Knights entered, many of them left their incarnations behind. "Alright. Let's leave now." Mountain Passenger didn't hesitate. A few seconds later, a towering green mountain rose into the air and flew high up into the sky. Immediately after, the mountain guest displayed the huge mysterious pattern and activated the hidden space. Then, he was directly teleported out. This secret space. There was only a lake, an island, and a god energy incarnation left. Endless ice layer land. The green mountain appeared once again. So, the green mountain swiftly flew into the distance, completely ignoring any danger. Compared to the other places in the abyss, that secret space is simply paradise. Luo Feng exclaimed, "There's no danger, it's very peaceful. No wonder that absolute being from back then stayed there. And the methods to enter and exit are very profound. I've seen teacher use it before, yet I still can't learn it. When you become the strongest in the universe, you'll be able to learn it." Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. "Right, let me remind you, your god energy incarnation best stay there and study it well. Don't suddenly disperse it. I don't have the time to send you in." "Understood." Luo Feng smiled. With his engraved engravings technique, he might be able to fight against the universe lords. However, compared to the strongest experts in the universe, compared to the ancient existences that were even more terrifying than the strongest experts in the universe, he was still too inexperienced. Since he could study that existence's strongest technique this time, he naturally wouldn't give up so easily. In any case, it's just a divine power incarnation. At most, I'll just live there forever. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "No matter what, I have to study it thoroughly. My secret technique is completely dependent on it." Shwa. 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 As they spoke, the speed of the mountain peak became increasingly faster. It had already broken through 100 times the speed of light and continued to soar upwards. Wow. Luo Feng also noticed the mountain peak's extreme speed. "Teacher, you're advancing at such a high speed that you've broken through the limits of the laws of circulation. It will cause quite a commotion and will be discovered by the strongest experts in the universe." Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Mountain Traveler sat there and leisurely poured himself a cup of fruit wine. "Do I have to fly over slowly? By the time you get there, the battle will have already ended." "But..." Luo Feng was speechless. 100 times the speed of light would probably take a few days. A few days? The battle between the strong was already fast. Even the strongest in the universe would have to fight for half an hour. Of course, this was excluding the chase battles. Some of the strong would chase and flee. It was normal for a chase to take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, when it came to a real battle, the time was usually very short. If he was slow, he wouldn't make it in time. If he was fast, he would be discovered. "Even if I'm discovered, so what?" Mountain Traveler raised his cup and tasted it, praising, Come, this wine is not bad. It was given to me by a good friend from the second reincarnation. Try it." Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. Since his teacher wasn't afraid, what was there for him to worry about? A wine given to me when I made a treasure? I have to try it. Luo Feng walked up. Mountain Traveler's speed rose rapidly. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times the speed of light, 100,000 times the speed of light. Wherever it passed, it was vast and powerful. Luo Feng drank 2 mouthfuls. Rumble. A slight tremor caused Luo Feng's expression to change. I've arrived. Mountain Traveler stood up. With a swipe of his right hand, the surrounding scenery became transparent. The entire mountain was no longer obstructing his vision. Luo Feng looked out. In the distance, he could see an incomparably glaring light. The surrounding raging winds had long dissipated. The lava flow had long stopped flowing. In front of the universe's strongest battle, these disunited universe boats naturally carried energy that was obviously weaker. That powerful ripple caused Luo Feng to tremble. I only felt the tremor when I got here. And teacher felt it when he was in the secret space. Luo Feng understood the difference between himself and the universe's strongest. After which, he didn't think about anything else and looked carefully. He wanted to see clearly if the creator of the huge axe was in the distance. Ah? Mountain Guest exclaimed in shock. One of the two parties fighting is indeed the Holy-Eyed race, the third true lord and the sixth true lord. However, the other is actually Jin Huang. Jin Huang? Luo Feng had heard of him before. Jin Huang, the universe's strongest. His title was the Jin Huang Demon God, also known as the Jin Huang Boy. He was originally one of the 7 pinnacle races of the second reincarnation era. However, due to a special encounter, his life form changed. He looked like a demon child that was carved out of gold. He had a total of 13 arms and could even split into 13 bodies. Even though the Dream Eclipser race only had one strongest warrior in the universe, with the power of the Jin Huang Demon God, the Dream Eclipser race was still one of the pinnacle races of the second reincarnation era. It's Jin Huang? Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the one fighting the God-Eyed race isn't Huge Axe. If because of this matter, Huge Axe and the God-Eyed race fought, even if they won, it would be fine. However, Huge Axe might be injured. At the same time, Luo Feng looked carefully. In the distance, space and time warped. Within that warped space and time, countless shooting stars flashed past. In the center was a huge beast. That beast was tall and majestic, similar to an octopus. A total of 13 tentacles. Looking carefully, one would realize that the entire beast's body was formed from the condensation of weapons. The 13 tentacles swept through space and destroyed everything. Rumble. 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 Countless glaring shooting stars smashed into the beast's body. The beast's 13 tentacles madly danced, smashing away the shooting stars. There were also 2 glaring jade lights. These 2 jade lights were over 1,000,000 km long and incredibly sharp. The 2 moved side by side, piercing through the warped space and time towards the beast. The Jin Huang Demon God. Luo Feng said softly. The third and sixth true lord. These famous existences all had their own signature treasures. The Jin Huang Demon God was unleashing the Jin Huang Beast in battle. It was considered second only to the ultimate treasures, comparable to the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. However, it was obvious, when the Jin Huang Demon God unleashed it, its power was obviously different from the Lord of Five Turbid's Annihilation godly armor. The third true lord was called the Star Constellation True Lord. What he unleashed was the endless shooting stars. It was a domain-type ultimate treasure. It was called the Star Country. The sixth true lord was called the Blue-Eyed True Lord. What he unleashed were 2 jade lights. In truth, it was a very peculiar soul attack ultimate treasure. It was called the Blue-Eyed True Lord. Teacher, this Jin Huang Demon God isn't unleashing an ultimate treasure. He can actually defend against the third and sixth true lord? Luo Feng asked. No. The Mountain Guest shook his head and laughed. Firstly, Jin Huang, it seems like he's only unleashing the Jin Huang Beast. In truth, the Jin Huang Beast has a palace-type ultimate treasure within it. Hence, Jin Huang can easily defend against it. The third and sixth true lord aren't using their full strength either. The Star Country leader is only using a domain-type ultimate treasure to casually attack. The sixth true lord is the main attacker. The Mountain Guest said. And you should know that the third true lord has 2 ultimate treasures. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. The 3 strongest in the universe, the Jin Huang Demon God and the sixth true lord, each had an ultimate treasure. The third true lord had 2 ultimate treasures. This made Luo Feng sigh. In the primal universe, there were still the strongest who didn't have an ultimate treasure. However, the strongest who lived even longer in the first and second reincarnation eras, they had a higher chance of obtaining an ultimate treasure. Because they know that the Jin Huang demon god has a palace-type ultimate treasure. Even if they let them attack, they won't be able to do anything. Hence, they didn't use their full strength. The mountain guest explained. That Jin Huang wasn't willing to be trampled on, hence he unleashed the Jin Huang beast to defend, but the weird thing is, the two god-eyed race's true lords clearly know that the Jin Huang demon god has a palace-type ultimate treasure and can't be killed. Then why don't they give up? They're probably communicating. The mountain guest said. Let me take a look. Rumble, with the green mountain as the center, a blurry black light quickly spread into the distance and quickly rushed into the battlefield. Mountain guest. If you're watching from afar, then so be it. Why, do you want to interfere? A cold roar resounded. Under the mountain guest's guidance. Luo Feng could also feel it with his divine energy. Mountain guest, don't tell me you're going to fight too? Another voice mocked. Sixth True Lord, I'm just curious. Why are the two of you surrounding Jin Huang and attacking him? You know that he has a palace-type ultimate treasure but you can't do anything to him. Why don't you give up? The mountain guest laughed. As for the third True Lord asking me if I'm going to fight, I don't like fighting and killing. I'll just watch from the side. You haven't said why you're bothering him. Humph, this Jin Huang took the godly extermination armor and silver wings. If he doesn't hand over the two treasures, how can we let him leave? That's right, the two of us can't do anything to him, but the other two True Lord ranks of the Holy-Eyed clan are about to arrive. Even if he has the protection of the palace, the four of us can seal him. Blue eyes, star. A loud voice resounded. The two of you are too much. Firstly, the godly extermination armor and silver wings were lost in the abyss. So what if I got them? Secondly, you guys arrogantly blocked my way and asked me, which made me unhappy. That's why I said I got them. However, in reality, I didn't get the godly extermination armor or silver wings. The two of you just didn't believe me. You think we'll believe you? The sixth True Lord roared. Just because I'm here, you think I'll get them? That mountain guest is here too. Maybe he got them too. The loud voice resounded. Even if I said I got them, the two of you would believe me? Mountain guest mocked. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mountain passenger, you are the top master crafting treasures in the universe. See. Why would you need to come here to find the silver wings and armor? If you want them, you can craft them yourself. The third True Lord's voice was casual. And you are a lone traveler. What's the point of coming here? On the contrary, Jin Huang is responsible for an entire race. Sitting mountain passenger immediately smiled. However, demon god Jin Huang was already furious. I said I didn't, but you didn't believe me. His childlike voice became even sharper. Since you don't believe me, I can't be bothered to make you believe me. I, Jin Huang, am afraid of you? I'm afraid of the Holy-Eyed race? Suppressing and sealing me, haha, come on. Everyone knows how powerful the 7 True Lords of the Holy-Eyed race are when they work together. I believe you have the means to suppress and seal me. However, even if you suppress and seal me, you can at most suppress me until this reincarnation is destroyed. When this reincarnation is over, all of you from the first reincarnation era will be destroyed. When that time comes, I will naturally be able to come out again. As for my race, they live in my small universe, they are extremely safe. Jin Huang was obviously going crazy. The strongest in the universe was extremely proud. Being bullied like this, how could he not be angry? No matter how you argue, it's useless. The sixth True Lord said coldly. In the depths of the distorted space-time, countless stars turned into streams of light and smashed toward the golden brilliance beast. Occasionally, there were even 2 beams of jade light that broke through the air. Even if Jin Huang fought with his life on the line, he might be able to escape. However, the suction force of the abyss was shocking. He had to give it his all to escape. If he was constantly attacked by the Star Country, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. As time passed, the two sides continued to fight. Teacher, the treasures weren't taken by Jin Huang. However, the holy-eyed race. Luo Feng frowned. Humph, mountain passenger snorted. You think the holy-eyed race is after the treasures? To their entire race, it's just 2 treasures. Moreover, they aren't the strongest, so what? They are now surrounding Jin Huang and not letting him escape. Jin Huang taking the treasures is just an excuse. What they really want to do is to attack Jin Huang to show that the holy-eyed race is inviolable. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? This phrase appeared in Luo Feng's mind. The first reincarnation era is about to reach its end. The holy-eyed clan was so strong, how could they be willing to be annihilated? He will definitely struggle crazily, and this is just the beginning, Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng thought. Struggle crazily? Teacher, should we wait here? Luo Feng was hesitant. If this continues, it might take a long time until the other 2 true lord ranks arrive, then we'll have 4 true lord ranks. Wait, of course we have to wait. How can we miss such a wonderful event, the mountain traveler said. Luo Feng was worried that the 4 true lord ranks would make a move on teacher mountain traveler. However, how intelligent was his teacher? Of course he could guess that since he dared to come here, he definitely had something to rely on. Luo Feng didn't say anything more. In the 9th abyss. Such powerful fluctuations. The towering giant axe was advancing at high speed. The creator of the giant axe had long sensed the fluctuations, but in order to avoid being discovered, he had been approaching at nearly 100 times the speed of light. The ones fighting should be the strongest in the universe. Although he was not afraid of fighting. But the creator of Great Axe didn't want to be too arrogant. Time flew by. The 2 divine masters besieged the Golden Radiance demonic god while Mountain Traveler watched the battle leisurely from afar. Who? Come out. An angry roar suddenly resounded. It was the 3rd true Lord Star Lord. His voice rumbled and spread in all directions, even passing through the domain of Mountain Guest. It caused Luo Feng and Mountain Guest's eyes to light up as they looked outside in anticipation. Mountain Guest even laughed and said, "Looks like another strong expert has arrived." Interesting, interesting. Hua, the sharp aura caused the stars to fly away. A towering giant axe flew in majestically. Simultaneously, a rough voice resounded, "The Star Lord is indeed powerful. I've heard that among the 7 true lords of the god-eyed race, in terms of strength, the first true lord is number 1, and the 3rd true lord is number 2. You're most proficient in domains. This is the first time we've met, yet you're able to discover me. You're indeed worthy of your reputation." Giant axe. The 6th true lord immediately roared. Giant axe? The 3rd true lord's voice was cold. Good. Ha ha ha, even the giant axe is here. The Golden Radiance demon god laughed loudly. Interesting, interesting. Mountain Traveler laughed too. At this time, the strongest of the 5 great universes were gathered here. The arrival of the giant axe made the other 4 rather happy. Only Luo Feng was shocked and anxious. Why is the creator of the giant axe here? Is it because of me? This is troublesome. Those 2 true lords are extremely powerful and they work together. That Golden Radiance demon god has a palace-type treasure, his defense is the strongest. However, the creator of the giant axe can't hold his ground. Luo Feng was worried. The giant axe was the pillar of humanity. The only true pillar. The ancestor was suppressed forever and couldn't come out. If anything happened to the giant axe, he would be in deep trouble. The 3rd and 6th true lord were indeed happy. They wanted to attack the Golden Radiance demon god, but he had the Black Stone Shrine, making him hard to deal with. Even though they saw Mountain Traveler, even though the Golden Radiance demon god was hard to deal with, Mountain Traveler was even harder. Hence, they didn't even suspect anything, saying that Mountain Traveler couldn't get it. As the saying goes, pick the softest persimmon, the creator of the giant axe was obviously easier to deal with. That was because he didn't have an ultimate treasure. Ha ha ha, giant axe. The 3rd true lord's voice pierced through space and time, the 2 treasures have fallen into the 9th abyss. Only you humans, my god-eyed race and the Purple Moon's sacred land know about this. The first to arrive should be us three. I guessed long ago, the one most likely to get the two treasures was you, Giant Axe. However, I didn't notice you, hence I thought it was the Golden Radiance demon god. I didn't get it. The creator of the Giant Axe said directly. Just because you say you didn't get it? The third true lord said directly, you little primal universe humans dare to go against my god-eyed race. Whether it's to steal the treasures or that human Luo Feng killing Wu Hun, you humans deserve to die and be exterminated. The creator of the Giant Axe's eyes gleamed coldly. Exterminated? If you die, the primal universe humans will naturally be exterminated. The third true lord said coldly, after I kill you, let's see who else dares to go against my god-eyed race. Luo Feng, who was sitting in the mountain, was filled with rage. Wu Hun wanted to kill him, so why couldn't he kill him instead? And that god-eyed race actually wanted to take advantage of the situation to show their might, using the seemingly weak primal universe humans to show their might. He couldn't help but panic, turning to look at Mountain Passenger. Teacher, the creator of the Giant Axe is humanity's only pillar. He cannot fall, please help teacher. I only care about you, as for humanity's rise and fall? It has nothing to do with me. Mountain Passenger shook his head. Luo Feng was stunned. Just watch. The strongest of the universe won't fall so easily. Mountain Passenger said. The two true lord ranks surrounded the Golden Radiance demon god and delayed for so long. However, at this moment, they instantly attacked. Haha, before you wanted to suppress and seal me, now you want to kill Giant Axe. Haha. The Golden Radiance demon god's childish voice was filled with mockery and disdain. With me here, do you think you can succeed? Giant Axe, let's join forces and teach this god-eyed race a good lesson. Let them know that the strongest of the universe aren't so easily bullied. Alright. In the distance, the creator of the Giant Axe with disheveled hair wielded the black Giant Axe. Black light extended from the Giant Axe and covered his entire body, immediately forming a layer of armor. Dong. 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 The sounds resounded one after another, almost like a drumstick hitting one's heart. All the stars that were flying at high speeds all stopped. At the same time, a blurry silhouette emitting a blinding light appeared in midair. He smiled, seeming very benevolent. Countless stars stopped. At this moment, this blurry smiling man seemed like the only true god in the boundless space and time. He then laughed softly, with a thought, the eternal kingdom will appear. Pung! A star split open and swiftly transformed, becoming a four-hoofed horned beast. Pung! Another star split open, instantly transforming into a two-headed snake-type mutant beast. Pung! 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 Countless stars split open, and millions of strange beasts appeared. These countless strange beasts all prostrated themselves, facing the misty man, prostrating themselves before him, letting out hoarse cries. That absolute pressure caused the entire universe space to freeze. Luo Feng watched from afar within the green mountain peak and felt the pressure. At the same time, he recalled the scene in the secret space where trillions of beings knelt within the demon puppet technique. It felt very similar. Even though the move before him was simple, it already had that style. The god-eyed race once obtained a complete ancient inheritance. Hence, their battle style is also that of that powerful civilization. Mountain Passenger said, it's very similar to what you saw before. Of the 7 true lords, the third true lord's strength is indeed number 2. This move alone is impressive. Mountain Passenger exclaimed, with this pressure, that Golden Radiance's movement speed will be extremely slow. It won't be able to join forces with the Giant Axe. The Golden Radiance beast struggled with all its might, wanting to fly. However, its speed was ridiculously slow. It roared anxiously, Giant Axe, this pressure is too terrifying. This is probably the ancient inheritance of the god-eyed race. Be careful. The creator of the Giant Axe wielded the black godly axe. However, the huge blurry figure floated in mid-air and laughed lightly, Giant Axe, this is the second time I've gone all out. The last time was when the 7 true lords joined forces to kill Kong Luo of the second reincarnation. Without an ultimate treasure, you'll definitely die. If an ultimate treasure wasn't used, one wouldn't be able to see it from the surface. Blue-eyed True Lord. The blurry figure said, make your move. Okay. The sixth True Lord's voice resounded. The blurry figure smiled and said softly, Eternal Kingdom, billions of star beasts, combine, Eternal True God. A peculiar music started to seep into one's soul. Two beams of jade light started to shine in the endless space. That was the blue-eyed True Lord's ultimate treasure, the blue-eyed God light. The two beams of light had complicated engravings on them. At the same time, they shot out trillions of light towards the star beasts. True God. True God. True God. Hundreds of millions of strange beasts raised their heads and roared at the same time. Then, with a swoosh, they quickly gathered towards the azure divine light. The trillions of star beasts formed their bodies. The blue-eyed God light was the soul. The ancient technique was the core. It formed an endless majestic beast that stood in midair. It had 9 huge heads, 36 pairs of wings, 108 pairs of claws and 9 different tails. It formed this huge beast. As it stood in midair, the origin laws had long dissipated. The pressure it emitted was even stronger than the strongest warriors of the universe. Silence, complete silence, the golden radiance demon god was silent and no longer struggling. The creator of the giant axe stared hard at the majestic beast. Luo Feng, who was in the stone peak, was shocked and anxious. Mountain Guest too was shocked. Eternal True God. The third True Lord pointed at the creator of the giant axe. Kill him. P.S. Tomorrow is a rest day, Saturday. There will be a new chapter tomorrow night. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 9 heads of the eternal real God were either ferocious, cold, roaring, laughing cunningly, or growling. The eyes of every head were looking in different directions of the surrounding void. Wherever the eyes landed, the universe's space would be completely frozen. Even the power of the strongest expert in the universe would not be able to shatter the frozen space. Pung. 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 The eternal real God stepped on the void and every step caused the void to tremble. 108 pairs of hooves stepped on the void in unison, creating a sound that was incomparably uniform. The surroundings were silent. None of the strongest beings in the universe moved. Even the creator of Giant Axe was holding his divine axe and waiting silently. The huge axe is just a little fellow from the 3rd reincarnation era. He has only been the strongest for a short period of time. If the two of us work together, we might be able to kill him. The 6th True Lord said. The 3rd True Lord laughed mockingly, he doesn't even have an ultimate treasure. He might indeed die under this move. In history, there were very few strongest experts in the universe that died in battle. However, the 3rd True Lord and the 6th True Lord saw the possibility of killing the huge axe. Pung. 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 The eternal real God's body was huge. Although he looked like he was stepping on the void slowly, his speed had already exceeded 100 times the speed of light. Very quickly, he arrived in front of the creator of the huge axe. Yeah. Accompanied by a high-pitched cry that contained a soul attack, the eternal real God instantly exploded. His sharp fangs and hook-like claws grabbed towards the creator of the huge axe. Pa! Everywhere he passed, the extremely condensed space collapsed and completely enveloped the creator of the huge axe. Bam! With a crisp sound, the creator of Giant Axe was sent flying with the axe in his hands. You can actually block it. You do have some ability. The figure of the 3rd True Lord smiled and said, but luck only comes once, next time you'll, as expected of the holy-eyed race. The creator of the giant axe abruptly came to a stop. Beneath his disheveled hair, his eyes were filled with battle intent as he laughed, impressive, this beast True God even has a powerful soul attack. I was caught off guard, and this beast True God managed to gain the upper hand. However, you guys can only gain the upper hand, this is the only time. His voice was rough, but it shocked everyone. He doesn't even put the 3rd and 6th True Lords in his eyes? Mountain Guest exclaimed from afar. Luo Feng slightly relaxed within. Since he dared to say that, it seemed like the life of the great axe creator was no longer in danger. The third true lord and sixth true lord were furious. Arrogant. The sixth true lord roared. What, you want to suppress us from now on? The figure emitting the misty light laughed coldly. I, the true lord of stars, am unstoppable in the cosmic sea. Those who dare to be so arrogant in front of me can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, the sixth true lord and I are teaming up to deal with you, and you dare say that you want to suppress the two of us. Haha. What a joke, what a joke. The 9 heads of the eternal true God roared at the same time and shrouded the great axe creator again. In the distance, the wild giant with disheveled hair let out a loud roar, the 12th. Hua. The divine axe was raised. Suddenly, many great axe images appeared in the surrounding space. Every image was trillions of kilometers wide, almost like a world of its own. A total of 12 giant axe phantoms were scattered in all directions. Under the pressure of these 12 giant axe phantoms, every corner of the extremely condensed universe space began to crack and crack. At this time, each of the 12 giant axes was hundreds of millions of kilometers long. In an instant, the creator of the giant axes seemed to be the core of the universe. Following which, his powerful right arm swung forward, swinging the great axe. Immediately, the 12 great axe images swiftly merged into the great axe, causing the entire great axe to emit an extremely glaring black light. The eternal true God's claws also descended. Rumble space trembled. The creator of the giant axe took a step back, but the eternal real God's 108 pairs of claws took 3 steps back. Complete silence. Even the golden demon god and mountain guest were stunned. The third and sixth true lord were even more in disbelief. Your great axe is a supreme treasure. It's a supreme treasure. The sixth true lord suddenly roared, you actually have a supreme treasure. I just got it not long ago, let me test my axe on you. The great axe creator stood in the air, his messy hair floating in the air, but he had an absolute dominance. Your eternal true God is indeed powerful, but compared to my axe, it's still far from it. The blurry third true lord said slowly, you have a supreme treasure, logically speaking, you shouldn't be able to suppress the eternal true God. This eternal true God was created by me and the sixth true lord working together and combining the power of 2 ultimate treasures, along with the comprehension of the ancient inheritance. You actually have the advantage, your mastery of the axe is impressive, impressive. You are worthy of the sixth true lord and my full strength. Oh, you still haven't used your full strength? Come, I haven't used my full strength either. The great axe creator laughed, his laughter causing the air to tremble. Blue eyes. The third true lord said, make your move. Alright, let this great axe have a look. The sixth true lord was completely enraged. This was a battle to establish dominance. If the two of them working together couldn't even suppress the great axe creator and were destroyed instead, that would be a huge joke. Immediately, the huge eternal true God's body began to emit a blurry green light, countless green lights began to condense into engravings. It caused the entire eternal real God to start changing. Moreover, there were 2 rays of purple light that flew up and those 2 rays of purple flowing light quickly flew into the eternal real God's body. The eternal true God swiftly changed its star hand. Luo Feng watched from afar, shocked as he saw the 2 purple lights fly up. The third true lord, also known as the star true lord. He had 2 supreme treasures. One was the Star Kingdom, and the other was the Star Hand. Of course, the outside world didn't know the names of these 2 treasures. Star Country and Star Hand were the names the third true lord gave to these 2 treasures, hence it was spread around. The third true lord's 2 supreme treasures, the sixth true lord's 1 supreme treasure, they've all been used. Looks like they're really going all out. Mountain Guest put down his wine cup and watched the battle. Real God Xianxia grew another claw on his back and it was extremely thick. He was actually able to stand upright. The large number of claws that were originally densely packed fused together and became only 18 sharp claws. It had 9 heads, and each head was equipped with 2 sharp claws. It was as though there were 9 ferocious gods in one body. Howl, the eternal true God's 9 heads roared even more crazily, its 18 arms were incomparably sharp. Its entire body was covered in a layer of purple armor. 3 supreme treasures. Let's work together, combine our techniques, I don't believe you can suppress it. The third true Lord's voice was cold. The creator of the huge axe in the distance looked at the even more terrifying eternal true God. He only shouted 3 words, 13th. He raised the godly axe. Hua in the boundless spacetime, 13 gigantic axe phantoms appeared. Each of the gigantic axe phantoms was like a world of its own. The gigantic axe phantoms even enveloped the distant third Lord True, sixth Lord True, mountain-sitting guest, and the others. Swing. The godly axe swung out, facing the overwhelming purple fists, claws, and palms. The godly axe met them head-on. Pung. In an instant, the creator of the huge axe retreated. The eternal true God obviously had the upper hand. It made the third true Lord and the sixth true Lord relaxed. Impressive, watch my 14th axe. The creator of the huge axe raised the godly axe again. What, there's a 14th axe? How is this possible? The third true Lord and the sixth true Lord were shocked. The moment the 14 axe images appeared, they were like a puzzle. They were completely integrated. It was as though they covered the entire space, causing the endless space to darken. There was no light. It was pitch black. Along with a loud bang, the surrounding space returned to normal. At that moment, the eternal real God was flying away. The giant axe creator's hair was in a mess, and he shouted, "My 14th chop couldn't even kill this eternal real God. My 15th axe. I just created it, let the eternal true God try it." 15th. The creator of the huge axe shouted. Immediately after, the boundless space and time once again darkened. However, following that, within the boundless darkness, the phantom image of a giant axe, glowing with light, appeared. Strangely, this huge axe image made every warrior present, including the weakest Luo Feng, feel as though it came from another world. He touched it. Mountain Guest stood up fiercely, his eyes filled with shock. Ancestor, huge axe, the human's potential is really. Luo Feng was completely shocked by this move. The giant axe phantom that lit up in the endless darkness was so magical, as if it was in another world. That feeling of strangeness deeply shook Luo Feng's heart. He even felt that this axe could probably destroy an entire universe. Of course, Luo Feng knew this was just an illusion brought on by the power. The demon god was stunned too. Without a sound, the axe struck, the boundless spacetime returned to normal. As for the eternal real God, he disintegrated and turned into a large number of stars, too. Rays of jade light and a pair of purple arm guards. He actually split the 3 treasures apart. The sixth true Lord was shocked. He actually split the eternal true God apart. The huge axe, is this huge axe another ancestor? The third true Lord's heart trembled. He had fought with the ancestor before and was forced to flee back then. The feeling of helplessness in front of the ancestor once again appeared in his heart. Back then, the ancestor had been suppressed by the primal universe, making many experts in the universe rejoice. The strongest in the other universes were all in absolute shock. All of them had mixed feelings, many thoughts floating through their minds. Only Luo Feng, even though he was shocked, was equally excited. I've never seen the creator of the huge axe attack. I didn't expect him to be this strong. This is the fortune of humanity. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. I have always lacked a suitable supreme treasure, always lacked it. The giant axe creator stood in the void, holding the divine axe in his hand as he looked into the distance. It's because I don't have an ultimate treasure that I've been keeping a low profile. I'm afraid that I'll bring disaster to the human race if I shine too brightly. The ancestor has helped me greatly. He was suppressed forever because he hoped that I would lead the human race well. Third true Lord, sixth true Lord, do you two know what angers me the most? The giant axe creator's eyes lit up, and 2 streaks of light shot through the sky as he let out an enraged roar. You're going to destroy the human race. Exterminate the human race. Exterminate the human race. Your holy-eyed race dares to exterminate the human race? When the ancestor is here, you dare to speak? Today, I will let you know the consequences of exterminating the human race. The creator's voice shook as he held the godly axe and roared, 15th. Go. Go. The third true Lord and the sixth true Lord were both shocked and angry. However, they couldn't care less and started to run. The axe swung out, boundless darkness descended and the phantom of the axe glowed brightly. Then, the phantom merged with the godly axe and silently slashed towards the third true lord and the sixth true lord. Rumble countless stars that stood in the way were split apart. Quick! Xianxia, stop him! The sixth true lord panicked, but the third true lord said angrily, his attack can even destroy an eternal real god formed by the fusion of three supreme treasures. How can my domain-type supreme treasure trap him? It can't even affect his speed. Quick, let's escape first. You can't escape. The giant axe flew at high speed and chased after them. Its speed continued to soar, reaching 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times the speed of light. Its speed was extremely fast. Moreover, the giant axe shadows were circling around the flying giant axe, wreaking havoc and destroying the countless meteors that were attacking it time and time again. Even though it was a domain-type supreme treasure, it was difficult for the creator of the giant axe to restrict it. Quick, quick, quick! A palace was flying at high speed. That palace was only a peak-level supreme treasure, but the creator of the giant axe used the supreme treasure, the divine axe, to open a path. Coupled with his own strength, how fast was his speed? He's getting closer. Not good. At over 100,000 times the speed of light, the creator of the giant axe caught up in the blink of an eye. Hiding in the palace? Then let me seal you. The creator of the giant axe reached out with his right hand. His right hand suddenly expanded and turned into a giant hand that was millions of kilometers long. Each of the 5 fingers of the giant hand was surrounded by the shadow of the axe, causing the area around the hand to be shrouded in eerie darkness. Let's split up. There's no way to fight back if you hide in the palace treasure. Even an eternal real god couldn't stop him. This is a palace with a top treasure. Once we are captured, we won't be able to fight back. I'm afraid that we will be thrown into a suppression-type palace and suppressed by him. Blue Eyes, you're not strong enough. You're no match for him. Hurry up and enter my world. Alright. If the other party had a suppression-type treasure and was much stronger, then they naturally couldn't continue to hide. Hua! Hua! The palace disappeared into thin air. A man bathed in purple light stood in the void of space, wearing a suit of purple armor. He glared at the creator of Giant Axe and roared in anger, "Giant Axe, we've already escaped, and you're still chasing us?" If it was just the sixth true lord, he would indeed be in danger of dying. But my Xianxia. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I won't be in danger. Hand over the 3 pinnacle palace-level treasures and the hatred between the Holy-Eyed clan and the humans will be settled. The creator of the Great Axe said in a rough voice, otherwise, I would really be lacking some suitable opponents to train and improve my axe skills. The expression of the third true lord in purple armor became ugly and he went silent for a long time. Alright. My holy-eyed race respects you and will give you 3 treasures. The third true lord said, a top domain-type treasure, a top palace-type treasure and a top soul illusion-type treasure. Xiao. 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 The 3 streaks of light flew towards the creator of the giant axe. The creator of the giant axe reached out and grabbed the 3 treasures. He glanced at them before putting them away. So. The third true lord immediately turned into a streak of light and left. In the distance, Golden Emperor, as well as Mountain Guest and Luo Feng within the Greenstone Peak were all shocked. The holy-eyed race's aura was overwhelming. However, they didn't expect the creator of the giant axe to be so strong, forcing the 2 holy-eyed race true lords to lower their heads and hand over the 3 top treasures. Giant Axe, congratulations! The humans of the primal universe are indeed powerful. The ancestor is powerful, Giant Axe is powerful too. Haha, with the treasures in your hands, Giant Axe, you're actually this powerful. A clear child's voice resounded from the Golden Emperor. Haha. Golden Emperor, please don't leak this news out for now. The creator of the giant axe said from afar. Don't leak? Hee, the holy-eyed race suffered a huge loss. If the news doesn't leak, they probably won't spread it out. They probably want the other powers to suffer as well. Giant Axe, you're really cunning. Alright, I definitely won't leak it out. The Golden Emperor let out a clear laugh. Mountain guest, please don't leak this news too. The creator of the giant axe turned to look in another direction. That's natural. Mountain guest's voice resounded. The creator of the giant axe nodded, after which his body became a blur, becoming a giant axe and swiftly leaving. The Golden Emperor bid farewell to Mountain Guest and left. The Greenstone Peak too headed towards the exit of the abyss. Within the abyss, the Greenstone Peak was moving at high speed. Teacher. Luo Feng was still filled with excitement, at the same time he didn't understand. He first poured some wine for Mountain Guest. Our giant axe creator is powerful, but is he really powerful enough to kill the strongest of the other universe? Haha, of course he can. Mountain Guest sat there, raising his wine cup and smiling. Back then the ancestor roamed the universe sea, the three great rebirth eras, the two sacred lands universe, no one dared to mess with him. Even the strongest of the other universes fled when they saw him from afar. You say, if he only had the upper hand, would he be able to make the strongest of the other universes act like this? Luo Feng realized. Right, if there wasn't any danger to his life, the ancestor wouldn't have made the strongest of the other universes so afraid. Giant Axe's strength is still a distance away from the ancestor back then, but it's already very close. Mountain Guest exclaimed. Can the creator of the giant axe kill the third true lord? Luo Feng asked. He can't. Mountain Guest said directly, the third true lord has two powerful treasures on him, his strength is ranked second out of the 7 true lords. The giant axe can suppress the third true lord, but it can't kill him. That 6th true lord is a little weaker, he only has a soul attack treasure. If he meets the giant axe, he'll very likely be killed. Since he can't be killed, then why did the third true lord lower his head? Luo Feng asked. Haha. Mountain Guest laughed loudly, of course he has to lower his head, this giant axe has always been hiding his strength, never truly unleashing it before. He's already so strong, now that he's unleashed his strength, I believe he'll unleash it again and again to battle with the other strong. Previously, he hadn't erupted, and he hadn't fought against experts of the same level to temper himself. Once he fought against the strongest experts of the other universes, it would definitely be beneficial to him. As long as he took another step forward, he would become another ancestor. Since it's like this, it's better to lower his head earlier, he won't lose out. Luo Feng realized. Right. To be able to train to such a level even without unleashing that axe technique. Once he kills and trains, it's indeed possible to improve. Since it's like this, he only asked for 3 extreme treasures? Luo Feng said, this shouldn't be much to the holly-eyed race. Haha, what kind of race do you think the holly-eyed race is? Mountain Guest shook his head, that's the strongest power of the first reincarnation era. Even compared to the 2 sacred lands universe, they're not much different. Even the third true lord can withstand the giant axe, and that first true lord, even if the giant axe improves, he can at most suppress the first true lord. That first true lord could even withstand the giant axe back then. Once the 7 true lords all join forces, they'll be even more terrifying. Plus the holly-eyed race is about to reach its end, the 7 true lords will naturally go crazy, if they really go against the holly-eyed race, even if he's strong alone. How can the entire human race beat the holly-eyed race? I'm afraid the other universe lords won't even dare to enter the universe sea again. This is a grudge to settle. Taking some benefits won't hurt the holly-eyed race too much. The holly-eyed race doesn't wish to provoke the giant axe. The giant axe is also the future of humanity, he doesn't wish to go all out against the holly-eyed race. Mountain Guest said, hence, this scene happened. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, humanity's giant axe was strong, but the other universe lords were weak. The moment they went all out, for safety's sake, they would be forced to not dare enter the universe sea. If they couldn't even enter the universe sea to train, it would be hard for humanity to produce the 3rd strongest warrior in the universe. Even the strongest warriors in the universe have such a huge difference in power. Luo Feng exclaimed. Only the ancestor is more abnormal and special. From what I see, Giant Axe must have received guidance from the ancestor, that's why he's so strong. Mountain Guest exclaimed, otherwise, just based on their own comprehension, it's not very possible for both of them to be this powerful. Ancestor? Luo Feng nodded within. Even though the ancestor was suppressed forever, he could still communicate with humanity, only he probably only contacted Giant Axe, Primal Chaos and a few others. The greenstone peak entered the crazy swallowing region. Back then Luo Feng was swallowed in, the swallowing strength was even stronger than Giant Axe's attack. If he wanted to fly out now, he had to go against the swallowing strength. Hua Hua the greenstone peak spun, drawing arcs and circles within the abyss as it headed outwards. To leave, one has to resist a portion of the swallowing strength, two has to borrow it. Mountain Guest said, one has to borrow strength, otherwise even the strongest in the universe won't be able to leave. Only then will you be able to leave. The process is very slow, I'm afraid it'll take a few months. In these few months, I'll help you completely repair the Mad Demon Destroyer armor, after which you can continue on your way. Do whatever you need to do. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng said respectfully. After leaving here, he naturally headed towards the black engraved stone pillar to train his willpower. And he had acquired Wu Hun's black item, all the more reason to go there. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The abyss black hole's power was endless. The greenstone peak revolved and gradually moved outwards. It was like a sailboat moving against the current, just that it was trillions of times more mysterious. After all, this swallowing power was simply too strong for the strongest in the universe. They didn't dare to resist it directly. Teacher is repairing the Demon Destroyer armor. Luo Feng stood at the peak of the mountain and gazed down at the vast land. And he's using a portion of his consciousness to control the mountain, loneliness. Luo Feng sat there alone, many thoughts floating within him. During the battle with the huge axe creator, he was extremely excited. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized the difference between him and the strongest in the universe. The strongest in the universe are greatly suppressed in the primal universe. In the universe ocean, they are still suppressed. If they aren't suppressed, the gap between them and the universe lords would be even greater. Luo Feng was very clear on how overbearing the suppression was. In the primal universe, if one didn't fight with the universe lord, then the strongest could do whatever they wanted. Their power would still be overwhelming, and the universe origin laws would respect them. However, the moment one fought with the universe lord, that would change, the universe origin laws wouldn't retreat. Instead, it was a very strong suppression, causing the laws to be unable to do whatever they wanted. Instead, the universe lord could control space and time, causing the strongest to have no advantage in terms of domains. Of course, when he killed the Yuan Ao lord, he followed the universe origin laws, hence he wasn't suppressed. His god energy was equivalent to a perfect life form universe lord's god energy. This was just a small aspect, and there was still the strongest restriction, the upper limit. This was a limit set by the universe origin laws. The strongest in the universe couldn't exceed this limit. The moment they exceeded it, they would be suppressed, just like when the void demon god was shackled by the origin laws back then. The laws disappeared. God energy was restricted. Even the strongest eruption of strength had a limit. Also, after killing a universe lord, they would still be punished and their god body would be heavily injured. With so many restrictions, in the primal universe, the universe lords didn't fear the strongest in the universe. A slightly stronger universe lord didn't need to fear the strongest. In the universe ocean, it was different. In the cosmic sea, there were many small universes and primeval universes. The primeval universe was simply too big, so the origin will of the primeval universe was still the strongest. Even the operation of the laws in the vast cosmic sea was affected by it. However, the other regions of the cosmic sea were outside, so the power and restrictions of the primeval universe's origin source were much weaker. There were only two restrictions. First, when the strongest expert of the universe fights with the Lord of the universe, the operating laws do not retreat. This made it so that the strongest experts in the universe couldn't enforce the law with their words. Secondly, the strength of his divinity power was also suppressed to the level of a Lord of the universe with perfect genes. Just these two. As for how much power he could display by relying on treasures and secret techniques, this allowed the strongest experts of the universe to unleash their full power. There was no upper limit. Furthermore, there was no punishment for killing the master of the universe. Comparatively speaking, the cosmic sea was much less restrictive than the primeval universe. Therefore, on the whole, the strongest experts of the universe were all afraid of the primeval universe origin source. Luo Feng sat at the peak of the mountain, thinking about the strongest warrior of the universe, the primal universe willpower, himself and many other relationships. Luo Feng. A voice resounded. Teacher. Luo Feng turned to look, it was actually Mountain Passenger. He immediately stood up. Teacher, weren't you repairing the Mad Demon Destroyer armor? It's been repaired. Mountain Passenger waved his hand and a black armor flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked shocked at Mountain Passenger. It's only been 2 days. Just a simple repair, how much effort do you think it would take? Mountain Passenger examined Luo Feng. I saw you sitting there earlier, what were you thinking about? I was thinking about the primeval universe willpower. The strongest in the universe. The Universe Lord, and myself. Luo Feng said. Mountain Passenger was shocked when he heard this, falling silent. After a while. Primeval universe origin source. Mountain Passenger exclaimed, his voice filled with complex emotions. Before one becomes the strongest in the universe, one is just a child of the primeval universe. It will protect you. However, the moment one becomes the strongest in the universe, the small universe will leave the primeval universe and live in the cosmic sea. Then the strongest in the universe will be the primeval universe origin source's enemy. Suppression, it has always been suppression. Cycle, every reincarnation era, is the primeval universe origin source's nurturing, birth and destruction of all living things. Mountain Passenger exclaimed, you human ancestors are really powerful, actually what? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Mountain Passenger shook his head, don't ask, can't you enter the virtual universe anytime you want? If you're strong enough and attract the attention of the ancestor, you'll be able to converse with him properly. Maybe, he'll tell you why he did what he did back then. I'm just guessing, I can't be sure. Luo Feng's heart itched, the ancestor dared to provoke the primeval universe origin source back then, daring to do that, he definitely had a purpose. A very heaven-defying purpose. However, even his Primal Chaos City teacher never told him why the ancestor went against the primeval universe origin source. Don't think so much, it's too far away for you. Mountain Passenger smiled at Luo Feng, just think about yourself. Once you become the Universe Lord, with the Star Pagoda in hand, the difference between you and the strongest in the universe will be negligible. Luo Feng shook his head, even if I become the Universe Lord, in terms of techniques, the difference between me and the strongest in the universe will still be huge. Even though he had seen the demon god and ancestor god fight before, that was in the primeval universe and the power wasn't that great. However, this time, the third true lord, sixth true lord and the creator of the huge axe had truly made him feel the huge difference. You're wrong. Mountain Passenger shook his head. Luo Feng looked at his teacher. The Lord of the Universe is unable to create a secret art of such power. However, the engravings on the Star Pagoda represent an extremely high-level technique. Mountain Passenger smiled, this is why the most powerful treasures are so precious. For example, the first level of the Star Pagoda, back then when you activated the first level, the power of the Star Pagoda was very small. However, when you activated the second level, that second level engravings, its profoundness is already comparable to the Universe Lord's strongest technique. You can't create it, but just activating it makes the difficulty much lower. The third level engravings are already comparable to the strongest in the universe. The fourth level engravings, only the strongest in the universe can create such a technique. Like the huge axe, the ancestor, the first true lord etc. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. Right. Just activating the engravings, compared to creating a technique of the same level, indeed had a much lower requirement, and the power was actually just as strong, even with the most powerful treasures as a medium, one could unleash even more power. In the Universe Sea, there's a method to determine one's strength. Mountain Passenger said. Initial Universe Lords, their life genes are 100 times stronger, and they haven't created the technique yet, this is the first level of the Universe Lords. Normal Universe Lords, their life genes are 1,000 times stronger, and they can also create the ultimate technique, the second level. Above that, there's still the third and fourth levels, like our Primal Universe's Star River Lord, your teacher the Primal Chaos City Leader, the 5 Turbid Lord that you dragged to die with you, are all at the 5th level. Universe Lords with the most powerful treasures are at the 6th level. Also the highest level of the Universe Lords. Mountain Passenger smiled. Why is it that with the most powerful treasures, they're one level higher than the Primal Chaos City Leader and the 5 Turbid Lord? It's because the engravings from the most powerful treasures represent a higher level. Luo Feng listened carefully. The 6th level technique, this was the first time he heard of it. A level 6 Universe Lord can match up to the strongest warriors of the universe without the most powerful treasures. Mountain Passenger smiled. Of course, like the creator of the huge axe, even without the most powerful treasures, he could still be stronger than a level 6 Universe Lord. However, I suspect that when Giant Axe used the 15th axe art, he said that he had just created it. My guess is that he obtained the Divine Axe, observed the mysterious patterns of the Divine Axe, and then comprehended them. I'm afraid that he used the mysterious patterns of the Divine Axe to unleash this heaven-defying strike. Mountain Sitting Guest sighed with emotion. That's why he could display such power. Leaving the abyss took close to 3 months. Mountain Passenger also guided Luo Feng, especially as he studied the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. Luo Feng realized that the 5 Turbid Lord's 5 Beast Annihilation was actually a modified move from the 3rd level engravings of the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. Some aboriginals with simple intelligence will also learn to use rocks and sticks as weapons. The difference in intelligence depends on whether or not one knows how to use a weapon. Universe Lords, the strongest warriors of the universe, their weapons are all treasures. Learning to use the treasures, even using the engravings on the treasures to create techniques, hence the famous warriors of the universe will have their own treasures too. Like you call yourself the Milky Way leader, yet the outside world calls you Silver Wing leader. Luo Feng understood too. He started to comprehend the mystical inscriptions on the Star Pagoda, the mystical inscriptions on the insane demon god destroying armor, and the mystical inscriptions on the slaying Wu wings. And his own god energy body was in that secret space studying the strongest engravings left behind by an ancient being that was even more powerful than the ancestor and the creator of the huge axe. There was also the 6 great engravings left behind by the Mountain Sitting Guest. Comparing with each other, this allowed Luo Feng's improvement speed to reach a high speed. The other defensive engravings on the Mad Demon Destroyer armor were all swiftly comprehended. The Golden Right Hand's 3 offensive engravings also swiftly comprehended 2 levels. The 3rd level was also mostly comprehended. He estimated that with a few more months, he would be able to comprehend it. The 3rd level engravings on the right hand of the Mad Demon Destroyer armor isn't as strong as the 3rd level Star Pagoda. However, it has already reached the power of the Universe Lord's strongest techniques. The moment you can use it, I estimate your engravings attainment will almost reach the Universe Lord level. Alright, I'm out of the abyss now. I'm leaving now, don't let this happen again. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng bowed in gratitude. Following which, a green stone peak and a blood-red palace, the Star Pagoda transformed through the blood cloud pearl, flew in 2 different directions within the endless frozen lake's thunder fire. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The battle in the abyss had a huge impact. However, even though the God-Eyed clan suffered losses, they didn't spread the news. Hence, the other powers in the Universe C didn't know that there was another ancestor-like being in the Universe C. As for the battle in the abyss, the final ownership of the Silver Wing and the extermination godly armor had become a mystery, causing countless warriors to wonder who acquired it. Was it the strongest warrior in the universe who acquired it? And then kept it? That would be a waste of a treasure. And in the following days, Luo Feng didn't hear of the creator of the huge axe having any accomplishments. Right, at that level, they would probably fight for treasures or for revenge. Abyss, secret space. Luo Feng, who was dressed in casual clothes, walked on the island. He walked and stopped along the way, looking very relaxed. His consciousness was studying the 6 pictures that the mountain guest left behind. Even though he had only studied for a few days, the 6 pictures were already extremely profound, representing the strongest warriors in the universe. It was enough. for Luo Feng to comprehend a lot. This opportunity is hard to come by. I have to study it well, to increase my attainment in the engravings. The stronger I get, the easier it will be for me to comprehend the origin laws. Luo Feng said softly. Once his engravings reach the Universe Lord level, his origin law comprehension would probably be 10 to 100 times faster. Time passed. The God energy body was training, and Luo Feng was passing danger after danger in the universe boat, heading towards his destination. In the blink of an eye, over 300 years had passed. God-eyed clan, first small universe. White clouds floated and a gentle breeze blew across the land. Five-turbid Lord was on the second level of the shrine, sitting before the railing and looking at the endless land. Five-turbid, five-turbid. A silhouette flew over from the distance and stopped. Five-turbid Lord looked and smiled. It's in Yong. Master of Safety and Yong's incarnation flew to the railing and stood beside Lord of Five-turbid. The God-eyed clan had a total of 7 small universes, because the universe lords were scattered throughout these 7. However, in the other small universes, they all had God energy bodies to maintain communication. And Yong and Luo Feng had some grudges, and Five-turbid Lord had even more. Hence, as they were from the same clan, and Yong and Five-turbid had a good relationship, and now they were even closer. Why do you look so worried? Asked Lord of the Five-turbid. I have news of that Luo Feng. And Yong Emperor said anxiously. Oh? The Five-turbid Lord's eyes gleamed, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ever since Luo Feng dragged him to die with him back then, he had long treated Luo Feng as a true opponent. However, ever since that incident, he had no news of Luo Feng anymore. Even though he used his information network to communicate with the powers of the primeval universe, the response he got was, Luo Feng was very low profile, he didn't make any movements within the human race. So Wu Hun could only endure it. I thought he wouldn't dare to enter the cosmic sea without the silver wings. Tell me, where is he? Lord of Five muddled asked. It's on the Cosmos boat. Master of Anyong said. What? He's on the universe boat? Lord of Five muddled was shocked. He dares to go to the universe boat? Not only does he dare to go to the universe boat, he's even in the inner region, and Yong Emperor said unhappily. He's already entered the depths of the inner region. Ever since the incident with you back then, he's actually entered the universe boat long ago. These few years, he's been roaming the universe boat, it's just that he's been using another identity. Another identity? Lord of Five muddled was even more suspicious. Gold-ripping Lord. And Yong Emperor emphasized. What, it's him? Wu Hun stared wide-eyed. It's actually him, this Luo Feng actually disguised himself and has been roaming the universe boat, but how can he be so strong? The gold-ripping Lord was a universe lord that became famous during a treasure fight in the universe boat over 300 years ago. Before that, no one had seen the gold-ripping Lord. However, since he dared to enter the inner region of the universe boat, naturally that proved his strength. Later on, the gold-ripping Lord himself opened his mouth and said he was called Gold-ripping Lord. Hence, his name spread, and there was such a being in the cosmic sea. This time, it was just a show of strength. In the following 300 years, there were 2 treasure fights, both were small fights. However, it proved that the gold-ripping Lord's strength was barely at the level 4 level. Wu Hun, this time it's in the rippling star ocean. And Yong Emperor said. The rippling star ocean, in terms of danger, isn't any less than the god-destroying stream. And it's even more vast. There are many places where treasures can easily appear. Hence, there are many powers there. And before this, there was a top-level domain treasure that appeared. Naturally, it caused a huge fight. That gold-ripping Lord too intervened. The fight this time was especially intense. Even our Xia Emperor from this reincarnation era fell. His main body, in the end, the gold-ripping Lord actually went crazy. His strength was even stronger, he should be at the pinnacle of level 4. In one fell swoop, he took that treasure. As there were many strong warriors in the rippling star ocean, a universe lord who had personally seen Luo Feng in the pinnacle world, the Snowbarn Emperor from the second reincarnation era was shocked and shouted out that he was Silver Wing leader. Only then did the other warriors realize that the gold-ripping lord was actually Silver Wing leader. And young emperor said and couldn't help but shake his head. His enemy shined so brightly, naturally he was unhappy. The reason Luo Feng could hide his identity was actually very normal. After all, a strong warrior's life energy wouldn't change, but his appearance could easily change. And the energy usually had to be seen with one's own eyes to remember. Or maybe there was a virtual universe to simulate that energy for you to sense. The other powers obviously didn't have virtual universes. In the other reincarnation eras, even with virtual worlds, they couldn't completely simulate the universe lord, the strongest warrior's life energy. This was very hard to achieve. His strength is actually that strong. 5 Hun Hun frowned. The first time he entered the universe ocean, he caused my body to fall. Back then, I had a premonition that this Luo Feng would be my greatest enemy in the future. However, who would have thought that in such a short time? He's actually reached the pinnacle of level 4. What do we do? And young emperor looked at 5 Hun Hun. And young emperor wasn't afraid, he just had a headache. Because of his clone, it was very hard to kill him. However, he had a headache over Luo Feng's current strength. Who would have thought that in a short period of time, without the Silver Wing treasure's support, Luo Feng could still display such strong close combat strength. Depart. 5 Hun Hun emphasized, let's go to the universe boat. But he's already in the rippling star ocean. And young emperor said, the rippling star ocean is deep within the inner region. From the outer region, we'll have to go through many dangerous places to reach the rippling star ocean. That'll take a very long time. By then, who knows where Luo Feng will be. We'll chase this. If we don't chase now, it'll be even harder in the future. 5 Hun Hun emphasized, I'll leave immediately, what about you? Alright, I'll go with you. And young emperor nodded. 5 Hun Hun nodded. 5 Hun didn't mind bringing In Yong along. Because In Yong had a clone, and because of his god body, his survivability was extremely strong. Hence, he was a great helper to deal with Luo Feng. At least in terms of survivability and delaying the enemy, and young emperor was stronger than the archer by a whole level. Luo Feng. 5 Hun Hun's eyes gleamed with killing intent. The moment we catch him, he'll definitely die. And young emperor gritted his teeth. Facing the end of their lives, they could only place their hopes on the strongest of the universe. Hence the universe lords of the first reincarnation couldn't struggle on their own, hence they became even crazier. Time continued to flow, it wouldn't stop because of anyone. In the vast universe sea, primal universe, many small universe, countless life forms were born and countless lives were destroyed. To the strong, it was just a moment of silence, or maybe a lifetime of other life forms. Even though the 5 Hun Lord and an young emperor chased, they were too far away from Luo Feng. Plus they didn't know Luo Feng's future path, naturally to catch up, was extremely difficult. Even if they did, it would take a very long time. However, this very long time, to the 5 Hun Lord who had lived for close to 3 reincarnations, wasn't much. 620 years since Luo Feng entered the universe boat. Virtual universe. Within the palace at the peak of Thunder Island. Black engraved stone pillar. The primal Chaos City leader was shocked. You want to go to the demon pillar to train your willpower? There are many places to train willpower, and there are many closer than the demon pillar. Why are you going there? Luo Feng nodded seriously. There are many places to train willpower, however the closer one gets to the demon pillar, the faster the time flows. This way, I can save even more time. Near the demon pillar, maybe 10,000 years would pass, but only 1 year would pass in the outside world. This way, I have enough time to train my willpower, and also enough time to study the origin laws. Your decisions are getting harder and harder to understand. The primal Chaos City leader exclaimed, however I don't understand your improvement either. Since you're about to reach the demon pillar, I won't say any more. The primal Chaos City leader was indeed exclaiming. His disciple, back in the Ripple Star Ocean battle, Luo Feng's name had skyrocketed. The human race was immediately shocked, even the primal Chaos City leader was shocked. They thought that the low-profile Luo Feng had been hiding because of the loss of the Silver Wing treasure. They didn't expect him to be even more unbelievable. The most shocked were the Primal Chaos City leader, the creator of the huge axe, and a few others. Because they knew Luo Feng hadn't even stepped into the Universe Lord level, not even stepping into the Universe Lord level, and he was already at the pinnacle level? This was simply too unbelievable. Because of this, the Primal Chaos City leader and the creator of the huge axe personally came to spar with Luo Feng in the virtual universe. Only then did they realize that even though Luo Feng's god strength was only 100 times that of a Universe Lord, his techniques however were extremely strong. According to Luo Feng's own simulation of the Demon Destroyer armor in the virtual universe, he unleashed his techniques. He had already fused his strongest techniques. Even the Primal Chaos City leader and the Five-Turbid Lord weren't much stronger than this in terms of techniques. Only then did Luo Feng publicly announce that he was walking the engraving path. Even though he was merely a Universe Lord, he had already created the Universe Lord's strongest techniques. And the third level that allowed him to control the treasures. These few hundred years, because of studying the 6 great engravings and the ancient engravings, especially during the Ripple Star Ocean battle, during the life and death battles, I've gained some insights. Immediately, my engraving's path finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Universe Lord level. I've already created the Universe Lord's strongest technique, gold splitting, and can even control the 3rd level of the Demon Destroyer armor. Activating the 3rd level of the Demon Destroyer armor, even though my god strength is weaker by a level, my strength is at the pinnacle of the level 4. If I step into the Universe Lord level, with my god strength replenished, I'll be at the pinnacle of the level 5. Comparable to the Primal Chaos City leader teacher. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. At the level of the top experts, the difference in divine power was almost negligible. What they valued more was a treasure that suited them and a powerful secret technique. Only Luo Feng, in terms of treasures and techniques etc., was comparable to the pinnacle of Universe Lords. Only his god energy was weaker, hence his strength had dropped by a level. I know you have your own plans. You just lost the Silver Wing treasure, and now you have another armor that's only second to the absolute treasures. You're clearly just a Universe Knight, yet in terms of engravings, you're already at the Universe Lord level. The Primal Chaos City leader shook his head and smiled, after which he instructed, I won't stop you, however you have to be careful. If there's any danger you can't handle, tell me and Huge Axe. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. In the eyes of Huge Axe and the Primal Chaos City leader, he was indeed special. Countless treasures, his strength improving immeasurably? With your current improvement speed, once you truly become a Universe Lord, with some training, you'll be on par with me. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ever since the battle in Rippling Star Ocean a few hundred years ago, Luo Feng's explosion had shocked both him and Huge Axe. First, he personally went to spar with Luo Feng, after which he and Huge Axe went to meet the ancestor and discuss with him. Even though he was suppressed forever, he was still able to unleash the heaven-defying technique of the virtual universe. Naturally, he was able to communicate with Primal Chaos and Huge Axe. The result of that discussion was that both the ancestor and Huge Axe were certain, before Luo Feng's rise, Primal Chaos was the next most likely to become the strongest in the universe, followed by Darkness Lord and Pungong Leader. However now, according to the probability of becoming the strongest in the universe, it would probably be the Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng, Pungong Leader and Darkness Lord, both the ancestor and Huge Axe. These two beings had high hopes for Luo Feng. Since then, the Primal Chaos City leader naturally valued this disciple more and more. If his teacher and disciple all became the strongest in the universe, that would be a great story in the universe. See. One had to know that the ancestor was Primal Chaos teacher, Primal Chaos was Luo Feng's teacher. For 3 of them to become the strongest in the universe? Just thinking about it, the Primal Chaos City leader was filled with anticipation. Anticipating within, the Primal Chaos City leader smiled, and with your comprehension of the universe, once you become a Universe Lord, you'll be able to quickly attempt to become the strongest in the universe. However, regarding this, I don't have any suggestions. After all, every path to become the strongest is different. I'm also searching. Luo Feng was shocked within. Yes. It would not be difficult for him to become a Lord of the Universe. This was because his mastery of mystic arts was at the top, and his comprehension of the laws of nature would be smooth sailing. In addition, he had already comprehended the heart of the beast god. Becoming a beast god in the future would be very easy. However, it was too difficult to become the strongest in the universe, because every strongest person in the universe had to walk a different path. The mysterious pattern school, beast god school, and others, all of them had been walked by their predecessors. They all needed to be abandoned. As long as an ancestor passed by, it would have to be abandoned. In this way, the road was very narrow. Haha, too far away. The Primal Chaos City Master chuckled. To you, it's still too far away. Focus on becoming the master of the universe first. Yes. Luo Feng replied. If there's any trouble or danger, you can tell me, and Great Axe. Now, you no longer just belong to your earth lineage. You belong to yourself. It also belongs to the human race. The Primal Chaos City Master laughed. Go, go. I'm not worried about the black stone pillars. That's the territory of those 3 old fellows. Your disciple understands. I shall leave. Luo Feng immediately left, his silhouette disappearing. The space of the black stone pillars was one of the few areas in the inner region of the spaceship that was free of danger. Of course, the danger of experts killing each other didn't count. Where there were experts, there would be grudges, and where there were grudges, there would be fights. The entire space was held up by 16 black stone pillars that were over 1,000 light-years tall. Besides the regions near the pillars being frozen and unable to teleport, the other regions of the space could still teleport. Also, the black stone pillars were natural ruins. These 16 over 1,000 light-years tall pillars had extremely profound black engravings on them. The level of the engravings, even the strongest warriors of the universe couldn't comprehend them. However, just like the ancient existence's strongest technique Luo Feng saw in the secret space, because he didn't follow the prescribed order, he didn't go from easy to difficult, hence he couldn't understand the black engravings on the stone pillars at all. Every single black stone pillar was filled with power, even more powerful than the strongest treasures. Just the 1,000 light-years length alone was obvious. And to this day, not a single expert had been able to personally touch the black patterned stone pillar. This was because the closer one got to the black patterned stone pillar, the more terrifying the will impact would be. Even the strongest expert in the universe would not be able to reach the black patterned stone pillar. However, no matter what, this was a natural ancient ruin that could be easily seen. The engravings were extremely high level, and there were over 1,000 light-years of stone pillars. There were even 16 of them. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the old fellows. Safety, being able to teleport, fast time flow, ancient ruins, many factors made this place a place for warriors to rest and train in the depths of the universe boat. The mist pervaded the area, with no end in sight. The silver armored Luo Feng used 2 short-distance teleportations and the mist before him became much thinner. This was because within the black patterned stone pillar space, only the highest and lowest point and the surrounding areas had the thickest mist. The 16 black patterned stone pillars in the center had no mist at all. There was another saying, the area where one couldn't teleport had almost no mist at all. Xiao. A silver rainbow light pierced through space. Haha, after spending 620 years, I've finally reached the black stone pillar space. Luo Feng became a rainbow light. His face was filled with smiles. He was extremely happy within. However, Mountain Guest and Primal Chaos City Leader were right. Battle is the best training. After entering the universe boat, I've been through many dangerous places and many life and death battles. This allowed me to finally break through during the Star Ocean battle. Even though he wasn't a universe lord. However, in terms of engravings, he was already at the universe lord level. In the years after the battle in the rippling Star Ocean, he had even created a set of the master of the universe's strongest mystic arts. This was comparable to the strongest mystic arts of the miniaturized universe, and it was an offensive mystic art. Most importantly, he had created it himself, and it had proven his ability. Back then, he used the identity of the master of Gold Split. Later on, after he created this strongest secret technique, he named it Gold Split. Gold splitting was a technique he created himself. However, his strongest technique was the third engraving on the right hand of the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. He named it God Destroyer. Luo Feng turned to look into the distance. Even though he had become a silver rainbow and was flying at high speed, he was still releasing the Snow Fire World. The Snow Fire World was one of the many treasures he had acquired during his time in the universe boat. It was a top-grade domain treasure. It was because of it that many warriors fought over during the Star Ocean battle. I actually met someone from the Great Alliance. Luo Feng smiled. Milky Way leader. A dark green rainbow flew over. Even though it was extremely fast, Luo Feng could clearly see the other party's appearance. He was one of the alien universe lords in the Hong Alliance, Master Swallowhawk. Master Swallowhawk had a high position in the Hong Alliance because he was extremely strong. He was on the same level as the Ice Peak Lord, and he usually roamed the inner reaches of the 3 danger zones. He had many tricks up his sleeves, and was very good at staying alive. He was also very difficult to deal with. I've long heard that Milky Way leader acquired a new domain treasure. It's covered in endless blue flames. The moment my domain discovered it, I suspected it was Milky Way leader. Hence I rushed over and it was indeed you. Haha, to be able to discover our great alliance in the universe boat, I'm really happy. A dark green bird spread its wings, and there were golden feathers on its head. At the same time, it spoke in the human language through voice transmission. Within the Great Alliance, most of the conversations were in human common language. To be able to see Swallow Eagle leader, it's a joyous occasion. Luo Feng said happily. I've long heard about Milky Way leader's matter. The Arrow Master and 5 Turbid Master's clones all fell. After that, Milky Way leader's identity as the gold-ripping master, along the way, you've been constantly improving. I'm afraid I'm no longer your match. Swallow Eagle leader praised. Luo Feng smiled. The other party was talking about his own actions. Moreover, it was an absolute warrior that came to suck up to him. Naturally he was happy. Swallow Eagle leader is too humble. Luo Feng smiled. I wonder why Milky Way leader has come to this black patterned pillar space. Swallow Eagle leader was beside Luo Feng. The two of them became 2 rainbows and flew together. Using their divine energy as a medium, they conversed. I'm here to borrow the black patterned pillars to train my willpower. Luo Feng said directly. Ah? Swallow Eagle leader was shocked. Train willpower? The universe sees 3 great reincarnation eras and 2 sacred land universes. There aren't many who specially come here to train willpower. Most of them are here to rest temporarily. Or to study the engravings on the black patterned pillars. I've been here for quite some time. There are some things I have to tell you, Milky Way leader. Please speak, Swallow Eagle leader. Luo Feng said. The black patterned pillar space is extremely safe. Along with the engravings from the ancient ruins, it's extremely profound. Hence there's always been a group of warriors here. Especially the 3 strongest existences. Master Swallow Eagle said, those 3 existences are the strongest in the universe. Some are solo universe strongest, some are from their own race. They are the first reincarnation era's Beiqi star leader, Blood Orchid primogenitor, and the second reincarnation era's rampaging demon god. This I know. Luo Feng nodded. What I want to tell you is their temperament. Swallow Eagle leader said. Beiqi star leader's temperament is extremely good. As long as you respect him, it's fine. However, the Blood Orchid primogenitor is a plant life form. Wherever it goes, you definitely can't get within 1 million kilometers of it. Otherwise, you'll be in danger of dying. These 2 are still alright. One has a good temperament and the other is extremely evil. Both can be easily dealt with. The most troublesome is the rampaging demon god. Luo Feng nodded. He had heard of the rampaging demon god before. He was a very dangerous and difficult being to deal with. However, the black patterned pillar space was the 3 old bastards' territory. He had to be careful not to offend them. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The rampaging demon god, the strongest warrior of the 2nd reincarnation era. Luo Feng's mind had large amounts of information on the strongest warriors of the 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands. There were differences between the strongest of the universe, some specialized in the soul aspect, some specialized in destroying matter. The difference between having or not having an absolute treasure was huge, and amongst the strongest of the universe, the rampaging demon god was extremely terrifying. Daring to call himself rampaging, one could tell a thing or two. In terms of strength, he could only be considered normal amongst the strongest in the universe. However, it could be said to be terrifying because of that supreme treasure of his. He was a special life form, naturally loving to swallow rocks and metals. He was born with an extremely tough outer shell. It was said that because the outer shell of his divine body was formed from the essence of too many rocks and metals, its toughness had reached an unimaginable level. Coupled with his supreme treasure armor, it was indeed enough to move unhindered in the cosmic sea. That set of armor was a very special armor called the demonic blood sea armor. Other than its normal defensive capabilities, the demonic blood sea armor would cause the surroundings to feel as though they had fallen into a blood sea hell. The rampaging demon god's battle with the strongest of the other universes is only average. However, against us universe lords, he has an absolute advantage. The Swallow Eagle leader said, the moment he goes berserk, his absolute treasure's willpower attacks, even the strongest of the universe would be slightly affected. And us universe lords would instantly be in a daze, unable to resist. Luo Feng nodded seriously. And he's temperamental. The Swallow Eagle leader flew, exclaiming, and he's a lone traveler, completely unafraid of trouble, hence when he meets the rampaging demon god, he has to take a detour. If it wasn't for Planet Beiqi, like me and the other universe lords, I'd have left long ago. The Swallow Eagle leader said, Planet Beiqi's personality is extremely good, plus he's been studying the black engraved pillar for a long time. Whenever he gains something, Planet Beiqi will publicly explain it, allowing us to gain quite a bit. To be willing to teach us the strongest of the universe, there are too few, hence we don't want to leave. Furthermore, wherever Planet Lord Beiqi was, the rampage devil god would give him face. The most despicable thing was that the rampage devil god liked to change his appearance. This was especially true for newcomers. Those who had never seen him before would not be able to sense his life aura. Even after seeing the rampaging demon god's disguise, he still doesn't know who he is and isn't wary of him at all. If he angers the rampaging demon god in the slightest, he might very well die. 2 streaks of light shot through the void of space. As he flew, Luo Feng slowly understood the situation. The black patterned stone pillar space had a total of 16 black patterned stone pillars. Among them, Progenitor Blood Orchid was permanently at the 9th black patterned stone pillar, while Star Lord Beiqi was permanently at the 2nd black patterned stone pillar. As for Rampant Demon God, he did not have a fixed residence. He liked to wander around and disguise his identity. It would be fine if he recognized his aura, but if he did not, it would be dangerous. Up ahead is the 2nd black patterned pillar. It's the place with the most elites in the entire black patterned pillar space. Master Swallow Eagle flapped his wings and flew towards the 2nd demonic pillar at high speed. Luo Feng, who was flying alongside, glanced over. It was so tall that it reached the limits of one's vision and pierced through the fog. The bottom of the black patterned stone pillar also penetrated the endless fog at the bottom. Who? A sea of huge rocks revolved and flew around the black patterned pillars. Just like how the earth revolves around the sun, these huge rocks never seemed to tire as they flew around the black patterned pillars. And amidst the densely packed and endless huge rocks, there were the most eye-catching black structures with exquisite carvings. That was the space room. I've acquired the black item from the 5-turbid lord. However, I don't know which space room this black item corresponds to. Luo Feng thought, there are 16 black patterned pillars here, and around every pillar, there's a space room. Only by getting close to my own space room will I be able to sense it. Looks like I'll have to try each of the 16 black patterned pillars. Flying. Master Swallow Eagle was observing Luo Feng. As he got closer to the 2nd black patterned pillar, the powerful willpower attacks got stronger. Kill. 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 Almost like a trillion armies roaring and roaring. At this point, most new universe lords would have to use all their strength to resist the willpower attacks. However, Master Swallow Eagle noticed that this Luo Feng was actually very calm. He didn't seem to be struggling at all. This Luo Feng, he's only trained for a short period of time. His willpower is also this strong? Master Swallow Eagle was shocked. I've trained for a long time and been training here for a long time. Only then can my willpower reach a peak. Only then can I easily resist it. How can he do it so easily? Master Swallow Eagle. Luo Feng pointed into the distance. In the distance, some of the black patterned pillars were flying on rocks. There were a few strong life forms. With a glance, I can already see many strong warriors. How many experts are there at the second black patterned stone pillar? Close to 100. Master Swallow Eagle said directly. Look, they are all at different distances from the black patterned pillars. Some are far away, some are close. This all depends on each warrior's willpower. The stronger one's willpower is, naturally they can choose to rest closer to the black patterned pillars. The one in the deepest is planet Beichiso. So, two beams of light swiftly flew towards the black patterned pillar. What kind of concept was a height of over 1,000 light years? The entire solar system was tiny compared to it. The closer they got, the more they felt the majesty of the black patterned pillar. That energy that filled the skies made Luo Feng tremble within. It was indeed a treasure recognized as even more special than the most powerful treasures. Till now, not a single strongest warrior in the universe has been able to get close to it and touch it. Milky Way leader. Master Swallow Eagle couldn't help but say. The closer we get, the stronger the willpower attacks. I usually train in the depths. That's close to my limit, hence it's able to train my willpower even more. If you can't handle the Milky Way leader, you have to tell me beforehand. Alright, I want to test myself too. Luo Feng smiled. The two continued to fly in. Master Swallow Eagle was constantly observing Luo Feng. From what he thought, Luo Feng, who had only trained for 10 eras, even if he trained his willpower from birth, how strong could he be? However, Luo Feng's expression was very natural and casual. Obviously he couldn't even reach a point where he had to strain himself, much less reach his limit. Master Swallow Eagle, as we get closer, the time flow is constantly changing. Luo Feng said. The time flow here is already 200 times faster. Where you train your willpower, how much faster is the time flow? The closer we get, the faster the time flow is increasing. Master Swallow Eagle said. Mine is about 1,100 times faster. Like Star Master Bei Qi, even amongst the strongest warriors in the universe, his willpower is extremely terrifying. He's been training here for more than a reincarnation era. According to him, the time flow there is at least 130,000 times faster. Luo Feng was speechless. No wonder even the rampaging demon god had to give Star Master Bei Qi face. This good-tempered and teacher-like being from the first reincarnation era was simply too powerful. Just his willpower alone was terrifying. If he walked the path of illusions, he would be even more terrifying. Even if he unleashed a simple soul attack, with his willpower, it would be extremely powerful. And such a being, his bearing was extraordinary. Even though he was about to reach the end of his life, he was still able to quietly train here. Moreover, he would frequently reveal his own comprehension and was very calm. Master Swallow Eagle? Beside him, the silver-armored black-haired human? That's the silver-winged leader Luo Feng, right? Around the black engraved pillars, a few universe lords noticed Swallow Eagle Emperor and Luo Feng constantly flying in. This made a few universe lords shocked within. To be able to get closer than them, it was obvious his willpower was stronger. They didn't dare believe that Luo Feng, who had only trained for such a short time, would be so strong. Some of them were very strong. Their battle strength was strong, but that didn't mean their willpower was terrifying. After all, within the close to 100 universe lords, only a portion of them trained their willpower for long periods of time. Most of them were just resting here. This was just a safe transit point. That's where I train. Swallow Eagle Emperor flew at high speeds. Very quickly, he landed on a huge boulder. Luo Feng landed on it too. Milky Way leader, you can actually withstand the willpower attack here. Respect. Swallow Eagle Emperor exclaimed. Luo Feng smiled. Luckily, he had experienced the training in the wing space. If it was before he went to the wing space, if he was in this position, he would probably be kneeling on the ground trembling, gritting his teeth and perspiring profusely. And now, he was only feeling the strain. There are still quite a few universe lords ahead. Luo Feng was shocked as he looked into the distance. In the distance, closer to the black patterned pillars, there were indeed a few strong warriors on the boulders. Right, even though there are close to 100 universe lords gathered here, more than half of them are resting here. They aren't purposely training their willpower here. And those that are purposely training their willpower, in terms of willpower, they usually reach the higher levels of the universe lords. Some even reach the pinnacle of the universe lord willpower. Some even break through the bottleneck. In terms of willpower, they can match the strongest of the universe lords. Look. Those 19. About the same distance as the black patterned pillars, these 19 have already reached the limit of the universe lord willpower. To advance further, one has to break through the bottleneck and undergo a qualitative change, reaching a level comparable to the strongest in the universe. Look even deeper, there are 2 other experts that are closer to the black patterned stone pillar than the 19. Other than Planet Master Bei Qi, I can see 2 other experts. Actually, there are a total of 3. These 3 universe lords, their willpower is comparable to the strongest in the universe. These 3 belong to the Sacred Land universe and the first reincarnation era. Swallow Eagle Emperor explained. Luo Feng exclaimed. He was probably on par with the 19, he didn't expect to meet 3 universe lords with willpower comparable to the strongest in the universe within the black patterned pillar space. If he were to look at the entire universe, see? How many would there be? Right, one of the 3 is from the God-Eyed clan. You previously killed the God-Eyed clan's Gujian leader and Wuhan's main body. Your grudge isn't small, you have to be careful. Swallow Eagle Emperor reminded him. What's his name? Luo Feng asked. Holy-Eyed clan. Master Jing Yan. Master Swallow Eagle said solemnly. It's him. Luo Feng's expression changed. P.S. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng was shocked within. This Clear-Eye Lord was comparable to the 5-turbid Lord. If he were to be categorized according to level 6, he would probably be categorized as level 5. The Clear-Eye Lord was the disciple of the God-Eyed race's first true Lord. He specialized in soul attacks and hypnotism, etc. He had the hypnotism treasure, the clear light mirror. In terms of value, it was probably comparable to the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. At least in his hands, he had made a name for himself. In terms of God strength, this Clear-Eye Lord is close to perfection. In terms of willpower, he's comparable to the strongest in the universe. And he has the clear light mirror. Even compared to the strongest in the universe, he's only lacking in techniques. Luo Feng thought, to many warriors, they would rather meet the 5-turbid Lord. They would rather not meet the Clear-Eye Lord. Against the 5-turbid Lord, it's a head-on fight. However, against the Clear-Eye Lord, the moment one gets hit by a soul attack or hypnotism attack, one's consciousness will be trapped and one will be at a disadvantage. Of course, many experts would rather choose between Lord of 5-turbid and Lord of Clear-Eye and fight against Lord of 5-turbid. However, Luo Feng was more willing to fight the Clear-Eye Lord. If the 5-turbid Lord really did battle, he really had no way of dealing with it. Swallow Eagle Leader, I won't disturb your training here. Luo Feng smiled. Milky Way Leader, train your willpower in the black patterned pillar space. If anything happens, you can contact me through the virtual universe, I'll always be here. Swallow Eagle Leader said. Alright. Luo Feng immediately became a silver rainbow and flew towards the black patterned pillars. It's a human, there's actually a human flying over. That's silver armored black-haired, silver-winged leader Luo Feng? He can actually fly here, looks like he's not normal to make such a name for himself. At least his willpower is comparable to mine. As Luo Feng flew closer and closer, a few universe lords began to notice him. The time flow is indeed swiftly rising, 1,500 times, 1,800 times, 2,300 times, 2,800 times. Luo Feng felt the space warp, the space had long solidified and the time flow was terrifyingly fast. When it reached 3,000 times the outside world, Luo Feng finally stopped and landed on a huge flying boulder. The other 19 universe lords were about the same distance. The pressure is huge. Luo Feng stood on a huge boulder, gazing at the distant majestic heaven-reaching demon pillar. The willpower attacks here already make me feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, they didn't lose their composure. No wonder those 19 didn't continue forward. If they did, they might not be able to control their divine bodies and lose their composure. His entire body would tremble, sweat would pour out like syrup, blood would seep out, and all sorts of other signs would appear. His soul would be in unbearable pain, and those were all signs of losing control. Now, it was enough for him to feel incomparably strenuous and pressured. From now on, I'll train my willpower on this huge rock. Luo Feng thought. Primal Universe Human Milky Way leader Luo Feng has appeared in the universe boat's black patterned stone pillar space number 2. Luo Feng has appeared, he's in the black patterned pillar space. It's Silver Wing Overlord. He's here. I just saw him with my own eyes. There were close to 100 universe lords around, and a few dozen had noticed Luo Feng earlier. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Luo Feng had expected this. After all, he was going to train here for a long period of time. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. However, even if he made it public, it wasn't much. His enemies were mainly the Holy-Eyed clan. The other powers wouldn't go to the extent of clashing with him. As for the Holy-Eyed clan, even though the creator of the huge axe's strength hadn't been made public in the Universe C, the third and sixth true lords of the Holy-Eyed clan had suffered a huge loss. How could they not know? Even if they wanted to deal with Luo Feng, only universe lords who had enmity with him would take revenge. As for the strongest warriors of the universe, they probably wouldn't dare to mess around. The power of the huge axe was no joke. The Pure-Eye Lord was dressed in a white robe. His skin was like white jade, and he was standing on a huge rock with his eyes closed. The one-eyed shadow behind him was faintly glowing, and it was constantly resisting the impact of the will. Where he was at, he was much closer to the black patterned stone pillars. If normal universe lords came here, they would probably be knocked unconscious. The Lord of Clear Eye sensed a ripple in the silent space and immediately turned to look. In the distance. That distance was where a few warriors with willpower at the universe lord level resided. However, he felt a silhouette descend from that direction. A human? Clear-Eye Lord frowned. Following that, his eyes gleamed fiercely. However, he quickly retracted it and muttered softly, Silver Wing Leader. He actually dared to come here, he really has guts. Zhu Jian, he has a clone, I can't truly kill him. I can only kill this clone and avenge you. It seemed calm. Clear-Eye Lord's heart was burning with a maddening rage. His killing intent was boiling. Long before he, the Lord of the Clear Eye, became a Lord of the Universe, his childhood friends and family had long died of old age. In the long 3 reincarnation eras, the group of Lords of the Universe from the Holy-Eyed race were of the same race, and they were of the same level. Because of their personalities, they naturally formed small groups, and some even had life and death relationships. Clear-Eye Lord and Zhu Jian's relationship was extremely good and deep. After 3 reincarnations, they were already used to being friends. Zhu Jian's death naturally made him feel bad. However, Luo Feng's movements were a mystery. Sometimes he would appear in the God-destroying stream, sometimes he would appear in the Wavestar Ocean. Occasionally, he would reveal traces of his movements, making it hard for the strong to determine his route. Very good. So, a white light swiftly tore through space and headed towards Luo Feng. It's Clear-Eye Lord. Why is the Lord of Clear Eye flying towards Silverwing Overlord? Is it because of Zhu Jian and Wuhan Leader? Human Luo Feng is in trouble. The other universe lords noticed this scene and observed quietly, none of them intervened. Just as Luo Feng sat cross-legged and meditated, he suddenly saw a white light flying over. Luo Feng frowned. Clear-Eye Lord? The white light maintained 100 times the speed of light as it neared. After a while, it slowed down and formed a curve before landing on the huge rock Luo Feng was on. This huge rock was huge. Luo Feng and the Clear Eye Lord were like ants on earth. Silver Wing Leader. A cold voice resounded. The white-clothed silhouette walked over step by step, every step traversing hundreds of thousands of km, so fast it left behind a series of afterimages. I'm called Milky Way Leader, not Silver Wing Leader. Only then did Luo Feng stand up. He casually looked at the distant white-clothed silhouette. Clear Eye Lord, what business do you have with me? You don't know? Clear Eye Lord seemed very cold as he walked closer. Is it for Zhu Jian and Wu Hun's revenge? Luo Feng asked, or is it for your God Eye clan's face? No matter which, you deserve to die. Clear Eye Lord continued forward coldly, the distance between him and Luo Feng shrunk. His voice pierced through the green light and reached Luo Feng. Deserve to die? Luo Feng laughed. Clear Eye Lord stood still and looked at Luo Feng, being sucked into the abyss and losing the silver wing treasure. I didn't expect you to rise so quickly. It's a pity you're still young. From what I see, you don't seem to be afraid? Luo Feng laughed lightly. Afraid? What a joke, he had the Mad Demon Destroyer armor on him. The material of the armor was special, it could weaken spirit attacks by 1%. If that wasn't enough, his greatest trump card was the Star Pagoda within him. It was an absolute treasure, with it protecting his soul. What did he have to fear? Hence, even though he was shocked by his name, if he had to choose between Wu Hun and Clear Eye Lord, he would rather fight Clear Eye Lord. What confidence! Clear Eye Lord said coldly, then, die. Deep in his bones, Clear Eye Lord was very proud. Suddenly, the one-eyed silhouette behind him expanded, and an ancient mirror floated out of his body, merging with the silhouette. Immediately, the silhouette behind him became more solid, as though a huge eye was staring at Luo Feng from afar, and a formless attack immediately descended upon Luo Feng. Once you die, you'll be clean. Clear Eye Lord waved his hand coldly. Xiao, a white light swiftly broke through space and flew towards Luo Feng, becoming a glaring white beast as it flew. This beast was similar to a white flood dragon, however it had two heads. This two-headed white flood dragon beast tore through the sky and with a low roar, it instantly reached before Luo Feng. The two heads fiercely clasped together, almost like a pair of scissors trying to cut Luo Feng to death. Once hit by my hypnosis, you have no way to resist. Even if your body is strong enough, you can at most attack a few more times. Clear Eye Lord said coldly. This was the reason why many universe lords didn't want to fight him. A terrifying being in the soul aspect was very terrifying. Of course, the moment the soul attack was blocked, there was nothing else he could do. Those that were proficient in soul attacks were usually not strong in material attacks. Lord of Banfu, for example, was only average when it came to physical attacks. Even though Clear Eye Lord was much stronger than Master Banfu, relying on his soul alone, he was able to stand at level 5. However, just his material attacks were at most level 4. However, this was already very powerful. Pung! Standing there like a wooden pillar, Luo Feng suddenly waved his hand fiercely. His right hand became a sharp claw, tearing apart the surrounding space and time. A huge claw, every claw was condensed with gold light, almost like a golden blade. These 5 golden blades formed a huge claw, fiercely clawing at the incoming two-headed white flood dragon beast. With a pained roar, the twin-headed flood dragon's head shattered and collapsed. The exotic beast formed by the treasure's secret technique collapsed, revealing the treasure's appearance. It was an ordinary-looking white long ruler. Rumble, the white ruler was smashed hard into the distant stone ground, causing the stone to tremble. You! Clear Eye Lord was shocked. He couldn't care less and once again unleashed his strongest technique, cleansing samsara. So, Luo Feng however dodged. As a beast god warrior, after comprehending the heart of the beast god, every part of his body could be used as a weapon, using techniques on himself. Luo Feng's movement was terrifyingly fast, almost like a terrifying beast god. In a flash he appeared before Clear Eye Lord. His huge 5-blade-like claws immediately slammed into Clear Eye Lord's head. Clear Eye Lord tried his best to resist, however with a rumble, like a pie, he was smashed into a deep hole in the ground. Just you and you want to kill me? Luo Feng raged, dream on. How can you? Clear Eye Lord flashed out of the hole and retreated. However, he still couldn't believe that his most prided move, cleansing samsara, had actually failed. This was the weakness of a soul warrior. If the opponent was affected by the soul attack, then he would definitely be destroyed. However, if his own soul attack failed, then he would be destroyed instead. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. At this time, the silver armor on Luo Feng's body had become malevolent. There were protrusions on his shoulders, there were blades on his elbows, both his hands had transformed into 5 blades, his entire being was like a blade beast god. Pung! Pung! The Lord of Clear Eye blocked with both hands, causing the rocky ground below to tremble and crack in all directions. Clear Eye, your soul attacks are powerful, however your material attacks are still lacking. Luo Feng's entire body seemed to have become a weapon: elbows, claws, fists, knees, fingers, toes, head. In an instant, he madly attacked, causing the Clear Eye Lord to get hit. However, his god body was strong, he could still withstand it. Ah! The Clear Eye Lord roared unwillingly, Silver Wing Leader. Rumble! The surrounding blurry and endless green lights suddenly glowed brightly, countless green lights wrapped around Luo Feng, trying their best to trap him, immediately causing the raging Luo Feng to slow down. Only then did the Clear Eye Master immediately dodge far away, looking at Luo Feng with a complicated gaze. A punk that had only trained for 10 eras, actually forced the Clear Eye Lord to use a pinnacle domain treasure. This was a humiliation. As an absolute warrior that specialized in the soul, naturally he had his own plans for soul attacks to fail. Just like in the universe ocean, there were some special life forms that didn't have souls. Therefore, the Lord of Clear Eye's domain-type ultimate treasures, palace-type ultimate treasures, and armor were all very powerful. However, the moment he was forced to use them, it meant he couldn't beat the enemy. Being forced by Luo Feng to use his full power, the proud Clear Eye Lord naturally felt frustrated. Domain treasure? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a beast god's ferocity, after which he laughed and sat cross-legged. To be able to force the Clear Eye Lord to use his full power domain treasure, it's my honor. Looks like. Clear Eye Lord, you can't do anything to me. How did you block my soul attack? The Clear Eye Lord couldn't help but ask. Guess? Luo Feng laughed softly. The Clear Eye Lord frowned. According to the information, you have a Masha clansman. Don't tell me your main body is a Masha clansman? Or do you have a special treasure that protects the soul? If it was the Masha clan's clone, then it wouldn't be afraid of any soul attacks. Why should I tell you? Luo Feng immediately closed his eyes, too lazy to care about the Clear Eye Lord. If the Lord of Clear Eye really wanted to escape, and he didn't want to expose the fact that he had killed Wu Yui, he couldn't chase after him. The moment the Wu Slayer wings were revealed, there would be much trouble. The God-eyed clan might think that the creator of the huge axe obtained the wings and gave them to Luo Feng. However, the creator of the huge axe and the primal Chaos City leader knew, the huge axe didn't obtain the wings back then, and the only ones in the 9th Abyss back then were Mountain Passenger, Golden Emperor and a few others. The Golden Radiance Demon God was from the 2nd Reincarnation era, so there was no need to give it to Luo Feng. Then it was very easy to deduce, Luo Feng and Sitting Mountain Passenger are related. Teacher Mountain Passenger doesn't seem to want to make this public, thought Luo Feng to himself. If Master doesn't mind, I would naturally dare to use the Wu Slayer wings. With the Wu Slayer wings' control over spacetime, I wouldn't even have to fear the Lord of the Five Turbid. Luo Feng was very clear, he was different from the time in the God Annihilation stream. Back then his close combat strength was very weak, but now he was already at the pinnacle of level 4. Compared to Wu Hun, only in terms of God strength, he had the advantage in treasures. He had the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. Wu Hun probably didn't have such a good treasure. And with the Wu Slayer wings, if the two fought head-on, the difference wouldn't be that huge. However, just the Clear Eye Lord. Luo Feng looked at the distant Clear Eye Lord who had an ugly expression and closed his eyes. He won't be able to force me to use the Wu Slayer wings. Humph! The Clear Eye Lord snorted angrily and became a beam of light and left. Only after the Clear Eye Lord left did Luo Feng open his eyes, his expression serious. Even though he seemed relaxed earlier, he was indeed relying on the Mad Demon Destroyer armor and the Star Pagoda's dual defense. That cleansing annihilation reincarnation's power was indeed strong. Even after being weakened by the mad demon destroyer armor, it was still majestic, like an unceasing rolling wheel, crushing Luo Feng's soul. If it was a normal soul treasure, it probably wouldn't be able to defend at all. Luckily it was the Star Pagoda. It's actually this strong. Normal warriors don't have the mad demon destroyer armor, they don't have powerful treasures. Luo Feng exclaimed within, it's indeed powerful. Always relying on treasures isn't a solution, I have to quickly train my willpower too. If my willpower reaches the strongest level in the universe, it'll be much easier to defend against soul attacks, and I'll be able to get the white wings. So, after which Luo Feng stood up and became a beam of light, flying outside. He was just sensing and training his willpower. The first thing he had to do now was to find his own space room, including the Swallow Eagle leader. There were over 20 universe lords watching from afar. They all initially thought Luo Feng was at a disadvantage. However, they didn't expect the Clear Eye Lord's technique to be ineffective against Luo Feng, and he was immediately at a disadvantage in close combat. If the most powerful soul attack was ineffective, then he would be at a disadvantage in close combat. That was within the predictions of the universe lords. However, the Swallow Eagle leader and the others couldn't believe that Luo Feng could actually block the soul attack so easily. Was it really because of the Masha clansmen, within the universe boat region, within the endless snow fields? The 5-turbid lord and a young lord walked on the snow fields, not daring to fly at all. The air in this region was extremely dangerous, every step they took them hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The 5-turbid lord frowned and stopped. What's the matter? The young lord asked. The 5-turbid lord's eyes were filled with rage, saying solemnly that Luo Feng has appeared in the black patterned pillar space. Black patterned pillar space? The young ruler was delighted and said, that's right, I remember that Jing Yan is in the black rune stone pillar space. Thinking of Jing Yan, the young ruler felt a deep sense of dread. That was a terrifying existence. Clear Eye has already clashed with Luo Feng. The 5-turbid lord shook his head. It's a pity that Clear Eye couldn't do anything to Luo Feng. His soul attack was easily blocked by Luo Feng, he didn't even react. He could only rely on his domain treasures to suppress Luo Feng, making him unable to fight him in close combat. What? The young lord was shocked. This Luo Feng has a few large clans, maybe he used the Masha clansmen this time. The 5-turbid lord frowned, I can't be bothered with how he blocked the soul attack, that has nothing to do with me, I can use absolute strength to crush him. However, what I'm worried about now is, this Luo Feng left very quickly after the battle, I don't know if he's headed somewhere else. He's still leaving? The young lord stared, just where is this Luo Feng heading to? Who knows? The 5-turbid lord shook his head. The black patterned pillar space, it was vast and peculiar, the 16 black patterned pillars were incredibly tall. Haha, after spending half a month, I've finally found a space room that belongs to me. Luo Feng looked at the distant black structure and couldn't help but laugh. He could already sense it, as he could only sense it at close range, hence these few days, he had indeed been running around the black patterned pillars. 5-turbid. Your black keepsake has landed in my hands. I wonder, what exactly did you leave behind in this secret space room? So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and swiftly flew over. This space room was huge, it was almost the same size as the huge rocks that revolved around the black patterned pillars. When Luo Feng flew before it, he felt how tiny he was. His hand gently touched the wall and easily passed through it. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked and smiled. After which he took a step forward, his entire body passed through the wall and entered the space room. Within it was an independent space. It was majestic and vast. Only the owner of the black keepsake could enter. Other warriors, even the strongest in the universe, couldn't even dream of entering. Over the long years, there hasn't been a single warrior that has been able to destroy the space room. Even the lowest level of the 3 keepsake rooms, the black keepsake space room. It's really huge. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, gazing down at the endless land. The continuous mountain range on the land was shaped very flat. On the smooth stone walls, with a glance, one could see large amounts of engravings and written records etc. So, Luo Feng swiftly descended and landed at the beginning of the countless engravings. There were ancient words on it, he couldn't recognize them at all. These words were different from the universe ship's ancient civilization's words. However, the words themselves were infused with powerful willpower, easily transmitting the information to the viewer. At Luo Feng's level, even a picture could be used to transmit large amounts of information. I, Master Jiu Fan. This black keepsake has been with me for who knows how many generations. The warriors of the past have fallen one by one, and only a few traces can be seen. It really makes me sigh. Hence, I have an idea. I hope that in the future, every owner of this space room will leave behind some information here. At least, even if they die, they'll still be able to let others know. I've already lived for close to 3 reincarnation eras, my limit is near, I'll just wait here quietly. If I die, I'll leave the treasures here, and the later generations can obtain them. Haha, I wonder which later generation will have such luck. Sparrow Spring. Senior Jiu Fan's treasures have reached my hands, and I have to thank Senior Jiu Fan. Before Senior Jiu Fan, there may have been many owners of this space room, but the information is unclear. Hence, I've taken Senior Jiu Fan as the first owner. Then I'll be the second owner. If I really have no hope of passing the limit, before I do, I'll leave the treasures here. This is the diagram of the techniques I've comprehended. On the vast smooth stone walls, there were large amounts of engravings. Every engraving represented every owner of this space. Tongyu Master, the 193rd owner of this space. The previous seniors didn't leave anything behind, haha. However, when exploring the 3 great danger zones, the most troublesome thing is that there are many unknown areas, dangers unknown. Hence I have an idea, every owner of this space will leave behind their own map of the 3 great danger zones, and every generation will make detailed additions. And this map will always be here. I believe that after countless generations, the map will become more and more detailed. This will be the fortune of us owners of this space room. I'll leave behind my map of the 3 great danger zones. Along the smooth stone walls, the many generations of space owners wrote, following one's gaze. It actually continued on and on, almost without an end. Haha, younger generation, cry, I've destroyed all the maps of the 3 great danger zones. Remember, I'm the Assassin Master. The 1928th owner of this space. I didn't leave any treasures behind, haha. As time went on, more and more were recorded. Later on, more and more space owners continued to leave their own maps. Along the way, there may have been some disruptions, but most of them still chose to leave behind their own maps. This was already a tradition. Amongst them, there were many strong warriors who left behind their own proudest techniques and maps. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of space owners. Luo Feng looked quietly, almost as though he could see the changes of the space owners, the strong warriors from the rebirth era. Only after countless years had passed, everything had dissipated in the cosmic sea, leaving behind only a few traces. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The smooth rock walls stretched as far as the eye could see. Luo Feng walked step by step, studying the stone carvings left on the walls. Even if a space owner represents an entire era, it's far exceeded 10,000 eras. It's far more than 10,000 reincarnation eras. What's more, there are many warriors who have lived for close to 3 reincarnation eras, and with the previous space owner dead, the black item left behind, it'll probably take a long time before the next owner obtains it. Luo Feng thought. They all studied it. And many of the warriors left behind their own ultimate techniques and drawings. Obviously these were the ones they spent the most effort on, and were the result of their blood, sweat, and tears. Even though his attainment in the engravings had reached the Universe Lord level, and these techniques were mostly left behind by the Universe Lords, only a few were left behind by the strongest of the universe, it was still an eye-opener for him. Techniques could actually be created like this? There was such a technique? Luo Feng walked along the walls, studying and studying along the way. Every time he saw a new engraving, he would rather stop and study it. Wind Valley Spirit, the 20,293rd space owner. I've studied the past space owners, including myself. There were a total of 9 strongest warriors in the universe. Just like them, Before my time comes, I too will choose to attempt the reincarnation. Every time I attempt, I'll risk it. This time I'm going to attempt the reincarnation, it's filled with danger. When I was adventuring in Flow Mountain, I acquired an armor, its power was extremely strong, second only to the strongest treasures. It's called the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. I will leave this crazy demon god vanquishing armor and some other supreme treasures that I have no use for here for my descendants. As for the maps of the 3 great danger grounds, I've enriched them once again. This black item space, not mentioning anything else, just the maps left behind by the past warriors have enriched themselves. Even though there have been over 10 instances where the space owners have destroyed the maps, most of the space owners have enriched their maps. I hope the later generations can continue to enrich their maps. I, Wuhan Leader, the 20,294th space owner. Senior Wind Valley Spirits treasures, I've luckily acquired them, I'm very grateful, I've enriched the maps too, and left behind a few treasures that I have no use for here. Out of all the techniques I've created, the strongest is the 5 Beast Annihilation. Below were the techniques and drawings. He saw that this was the last one. Treasures? Luo Feng immediately rushed into the sky, flying above the entire mountain range, surveying the entire space. Wuhan left treasures here? Luo Feng looked carefully. Rise. A pair of silver wings suddenly appeared on Luo Feng's back. With a surge of his divine energy, he activated the engravings on Wu Slayer's wings. A blurry golden light immediately spread out. Even though the entire space was huge, it didn't exceed the Golden Country's scanning range. In an instant, it enveloped the entire independent space. With a single thought, he inspected the entire independent space. Where's the treasure? Luo Feng shook his head, the entire space, other than a map, there's nothing else. This Lord of 5 Turbid seems to have taken away all the treasures. After which he moved his feet and arrived at the distant mountain peak. On the mountain peak there was a half-translucent black crystal pillar. The entire pillar was emitting a faint glow. Luo Feng knew, according to the records of the previous space owners, this crystal pillar was the item that carried the map. It contained the map of the 3 great forbidden grounds. Although a lot of inheritance was lost in the middle, it was already a collection of maps of nearly 900 space owners. After each generation of space owner looked at it and memorized it, they would generally enrich the map they knew. Even though Wu Hun left behind his last words, he was still far from the end of his life, hence he wasn't in a rush to leave the treasures here? Luo Feng guessed, and the truth was indeed so. That Lord of 5 Turbid indeed had a plan. In the last few days of his life, he left most of the treasures here. As for now, he was still far from leaving the treasures. Forget about the treasures, this map is indeed precious. Luo Feng walked over step by step, the wind howled, Luo Feng walked against it, very quickly arriving before the black crystal pillar. A thread of his divine energy seeped in. An incomparably vast 3D map appeared in his mind. The 3D maps were Flowing Mountain, Universe Boat and Pinnacle World. What a rich and detailed map. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. The collection of maps of close to 900 space owners is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that within the inheritance of over 20,000 space owners, 10 of them destroyed the maps, damn it, otherwise the map would be much more detailed. Xianxia was powerful. However, the Universe Boat map left behind by Xianxia, compared to the map in the black crystal pillar, was obviously much simpler. However, even though there were close to 900 space owners with rich maps, of these close to 900 space owners, only one was the strongest, the Wind Valley Spirit. Hence the inner region was extremely detailed, however the core region was very blurry and unclear, only a few places were recorded. I'll add my own map too. Luo Feng didn't hide anything, swiftly adding more. He also recorded the maps of the 3 great forbidden lands that he had seen and learned about into the string picture that he had obtained. Standing at the peak of the mountain range, Luo Feng held the silk map in his hand, swiftly memorizing it. Only after finishing in one breath did he carefully look at the 3 maps within the silk map. This? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, he couldn't help but hold his breath. The more he looked the more excited he got, even his hands couldn't help but tremble. Ha ha ha. Wuhan, oh Wuhan, you've really treated me well, giving me the Mad Demon Destroyer armor and this black token. Luo Feng laughed out loud, extremely excited. I've been worrying about how to get Xianxia's treasures. Xianxia's treasures were placed in the green token space. It's at the border of the universe boat's core region. It's extremely dangerous there. Even now, I don't have any confidence in getting there. However, you gave me this black token. It allowed me to obtain an even richer map. Luo Feng was very excited. At this time he understood why the warriors of the universe placed so much importance on maps. To be able to record the many routes within the 3 danger zones, with detailed records of every region's dangers, it was simply too important. He didn't even have any confidence in getting Xianxia's treasures before. And this map from close to 900 space owners had very few records of the core region, however it had a large number of routes within the inner region. Compared to Xianxia's map of the inner reaches, it was far superior. The green token space is the deepest part of the inner region, the border of the core region. As you go, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. However, the new map is extremely detailed. From here to the green token space, there's definitely a safer route. Luo Feng didn't dare go before, because with his star pagoda and silver wings, he was afraid of getting stuck in some danger zone and not being able to get out. Did he have to ask for help from Mountain Traveler? He wasn't that shameless. If he were to ask his teacher for everything, that would be too much. Now that he had a more detailed map, he had confidence in going there. He indeed really needed treasures, because the white wings he was determined to get were damaged. He needed to swallow precious materials or even treasures to recover. Those 6 perfect pairs of wings were an extremely terrifying treasure. In fact, in his opinion, there weren't many supreme treasures that could compare to it. I've got the map. Then I'll immediately set off towards the green token space. Luo Feng nodded. I only need to leave a Masha clansman here to train my willpower. Anyway, there's a total of 16 black patterned pillars, one of which is occupied by the Blood Orchid primogenitor. No other warriors are willing to go there. The other black patterned pillar is Planet Bay Cheese. There's a large number of idle universe lords there. As for me, I can totally choose another black patterned pillar. I'll train alone, and there's no way to scan the surroundings of the black patterned pillars. It'll save me some trouble. Following which Luo Feng smiled, becoming a beam of light and leaving an arc in mid-air, he flew to the back of the smooth stone wall. The 20293 owner of the space was Fenggu Spirit, the strongest warrior in the universe. He left behind the insane demon destroyer armor and other treasures. The 20294 owner of the space was the 5-turbid lord. Haha, Luo Feng stood before the wall and suddenly laughed. After which, he pointed with his right hand and a golden light appeared, piercing into the wall and wantonly began to write in human language. However, with his powerful willpower infused within, even those who didn't know how to read would be able to understand the meaning behind it. I, Milky Way leader, the 20,295 owner of the space. I've killed the previous owner, the 5-turbid lord's original body, and acquired his insane demon destroyer armor and the black item. Hence it's a pity I didn't give him the chance to store his treasures here. Luo Feng waved his finger and the golden light carved the words, after which he suddenly stopped. I'll just write half of it. Luo Feng muttered softly, I've only lived for 10 eras, I'm so far away from the next reincarnation era. I'll leave this message for when the time comes. Ha ha ha, the previous owner Fenggu Spirit acquired the insane demon destroyer armor but never used it, leaving it behind. It was acquired by the previous owner Wu Hun. And now I've acquired it again. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng smiled and put down his finger. Looking at the words, he sighed softly, I, Luo Feng, don't know how far I can go. Am I going to fall to the point of 3 reincarnations and leave my last words here? After which he laughed. Other warriors may feel sad and narcissistic, but he himself had only trained for 10 eras. Who would dare say what he would accomplish in the future? Let's see if I, Luo Feng, will perish in the cosmic seas river of history, or create a sacred land universe, an eternal existence. Along with the laughter, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew into the distance, very quickly reaching the end of the space and exiting it. Flying out of the secret room, ahead was the majestic and endless, piercing through the thick mist of the black engraved stone pillars. That second black engraved stone pillar has planet leader Bei Qi and many other warriors around it. There's a lot of them. This 11th black engraved stone pillar is quiet, there's not a single warrior around. Luo Feng didn't waste any time, becoming a silver beam of light and swiftly flying towards the 11th black engraved stone pillar, getting closer and closer. After a while, he landed on a huge boulder that was eternally revolving around the black engraved stone pillar. This huge boulder that was flying at high speed was as majestic as a continent, every crease on it was like a valley or a peak. Luo Feng stood before a valley and a boulder appeared in his hand, it was the Masha clansman. Following which Luo Feng casually threw it and the boulder swiftly fell into the depths of the valley. The Masha clansman can't be seen with the naked eye, domain treasures can't detect it either. I can peacefully train my willpower here. Luo Feng thought. No one will be able to detect it. When my Masha clansman disintegrates itself, that will be the moment my willpower reaches the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng anticipated silently, following which he flew away from the huge boulder and swiftly left the black engraved stone pillar space, heading deeper into the universe boat. This chapter ended. Luo Feng hadn't been in the cosmic sea for long. After experiencing some training, his wings were starting to grow, however it was obviously still far from being fully developed. Tomorrow he would stop writing for a day, Saturday and Sunday will be swapped. The day after tomorrow he would start a new chapter, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. After leaving the black patterned pillar space, Luo Feng continued to head deeper into the universe boat. The environment was naturally even worse and more dangerous. Compared to the warriors dying from the battles, it was the natural dangers of the 3 great danger zones that was the true killer of the universe lords. Even though some of the dangerous zones had been proven to be dangerous, there would still occasionally be unexpected situations. Accidents. Within the 3 great danger zones, accidents could happen at any time. Howl a dark green gale swept through the endless space and time. Under the freezing cold of this gale, the endless space and time had long solidified without a single ripple. Its coldness was enough to freeze the bodies of the universe lords into pieces. If it brushed past the bodies of the universe lords, it would be like a knife slicing through their bodies. A blood-red light passed through the heavy winds and advanced at high speed. The deeper I go into the universe boat, the more dangerous it gets. There are even many places where one has to ride the palace treasures. I believe those that can make it this far, all have the pinnacle palace treasures. Luo Feng was in the warm and comfortable core control room of the Star Tower. He sat on the soft sofa and in front of him was an exquisite tea set. This was specially prepared by his wife Xianxia for Luo Feng. The tea leaves were naturally the best. The amber-colored tea in the teacup was steaming hot. Even universe lords, even though my strength is comparable to the Ice Peak leader, I still have to stay within the Star Pagoda. Luo Feng held the teacup. Along the way, we've passed many dangerous places. It's very normal. The wild winds, cold currents, flying rocks, these can easily destroy the pinnacle palace treasures. The pinnacle palace treasures were things that even the strongest of the universe couldn't destroy with a full-powered attack. However, the natural environment within the universe boat was able to reach this level. And this was only the inner region. Of course it was the depths of the inner region. The black patterned pillar space was actually considered a boundary. Before the black patterned pillar space, the danger was slightly lesser. However, after the black patterned pillar space, it was obviously even more terrifying. And this is just the inner region. The natural environment already exceeds the full-powered attack of the strongest of the universe. If it's the core area, how terrifying would it be? Just a slight ripple of energy and it would far exceed the strongest of the universe. Luo Feng thought. No wonder the core area, even the strongest of the universe with the strongest treasures can fall. Fortunately, I have a map. Luo Feng rejoiced even more. Back when he acquired the black token space, that black token space actually had a rich map of the previous owners of the space. Originally, from the black patterned pillar space to the green token space, even with Luo Feng's Star Pagoda, he didn't dare go. However, with the detailed map, he could choose another route and he dared to go. This map is extremely important. I believe that the other existences in the human race urgently need it as well. If everyone in the human race has this map, I'm afraid that the number of treasures we obtain will increase greatly. Luo Feng nodded. Immediately, the consciousness of the endless dark ocean in the primal universe entered the virtual universe. Of Luo Feng's current clones and body, the ocean clone was permanently stationed in the Milky Way galaxy, occasionally heading to the ancestral god Sek's Purple Thorn Island to receive its inheritance. On the other hand, the divine incarnation remained in the hidden space of the ninth abyss to study the sigils. On the other hand, the Masha clansman turned into a rock in the black stone pillar space to train his will. There were countless life forms in the universe, but as long as they could think, they would naturally have a will. The black stone pillar, to date, not a single warrior had been able to touch it. That was because its willpower was too strong. No warrior, no matter what life form it was able to touch it. Right now, the Masha clansman was in a vast rock. It was extremely huge. Different regions of the huge rock had different time flows. The entire rock was in a region where time flowed 3,000 to 3,120 times faster. Normally, when the Masha clansman trained his willpower, under such pressure, studying the engravings and origin laws, the efficiency was obviously much lower. It was only 10% of normal. However, as time flowed much faster there, hence, studying the engravings and origin laws was much more efficient than outside. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island Peak. Teacher. Luo Feng stood in the chaos energy flow and shouted. At the end of the distant energy flow, a golden-robed silhouette walked over. Luo Feng was originally smiling, however with one look, his expression changed. He could clearly see that the energy flow around the approaching golden silhouette was changing. There was a strange scene of life being born from the creation of the world, there was a scene of the destruction of the world. Many scenes were fading. Luo Feng. The primal chaos city leader walked over. His gaze seemed even more distant. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed. Congratulations, teacher. He wasn't an idiot, naturally he could tell that the primal chaos city leader had broken through. The primal chaos city leader smiled. It's just a slight breakthrough, however I'm still a little away from being the strongest in the universe. However this time I've already felt the boundary. The path I'm walking on, I can succeed. As long as I make it, I'll become the strongest in the universe. Congratulations, teacher, congratulations, teacher. Luo Feng was overjoyed. To become the strongest in the universe, the hardest thing was to find a path that no other warrior has walked before. Many warriors had decided to walk this path, another path. However, some paths weren't really the path to the pinnacle, it could be a path of death. And the primal chaos city leader was already extremely strong. Now that he had broken through, he could already feel the boundary. This feeling of reaching the pinnacle was extremely accurate. The final step, no one knows how long it will take. If this reincarnation era ends and he hasn't crossed it, then he will never be able to cross it. Then we will never be able to cross over. The primal chaos city master sighed. Luo Feng nodded. Only the primal universe could nurture the strongest in the universe. You've come to find me, what's the matter? The primal chaos city leader asked. Good news. Luo Feng smiled. What good news? The primal chaos city leader smiled too. Luo Feng didn't speak much, pointing at the space before him. With a thought, immediately the surrounding chaos energy began to evolve, forming a huge ship, a broken mountain peak, a huge mountain range with countless waterfalls. At the same time, large amounts of scenes appeared within the three, incomparably detailed scenes. Map? The primal chaos city leader looked shocked at Luo Feng. Maps of the three great danger grounds? I'll send it to teacher now, please look carefully. Luo Feng didn't try to be mysterious anymore. After all, the three great maps were extremely detailed, with large amounts of words explaining etc. Just by himself, even 3 to 5 days wouldn't be enough to complete it. After a while, after receiving the map, the primal chaos city leader carefully looked at it. He was no longer surprised, but shocked. The level of detail of this map was simply too exaggerated. It far surpassed humanity's current map of the three great danger grounds, and this level of detail even made the primal chaos city leader shudder. Such a detailed map? The two sacred land universe maps, I'm afraid they're only this much. The Primal Chaos City leader was obviously very excited. Luo Feng, where did you get this map from? Such a priceless map, no one would simply leave it around. And without enough strength, one wouldn't dare to carry it around with them. Luo Feng smiled. Your disciple was in the universe boat's inner region. I got lucky and found a black token. After which I reached the black engraved stone pillar space and entered the black token's corresponding secret room space. Within that space I found the map. Black token? The Primal Chaos City leader asked curiously. Black tokens aren't that valuable. Every time a warrior from the reincarnation era falls, there would be a few black tokens scattered everywhere. You getting lucky and finding one is normal. However, the black token's independent space, it's a normal space, how could it have such a valuable map? It's like this. Luo Feng exclaimed that independent space has a continuous mountain range. The mountain range's walls were actually shaved off by a warrior from tens of thousands of reincarnations before, or even before that. After which, he left behind words and engravings etc. on it, hence the successive space owners all went to enrich the map. Even though there were over 10 space owners who intentionally destroyed the map, when I got it, there were still close to 900 space owners who went to enrich the map. Hence, the map of the 3 great danger zones is so detailed. The Primal Chaos City leader was speechless, following which he laughed. Ha ha ha, my human race is luck. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and nodded. That's right, every space owner is about to reach the end of their lifespan. Since their race is about to be destroyed, leaving behind a map before their lifespan is normal. It's been like this for generations. This black token's independent space, just this alone makes it incomparably valuable. The past generations that obtained it were all considered lucky. Go, quickly follow me to see Huge Axe. Your contribution this time is simply too huge. The Primal Chaos City leader said, no matter what, the race has to thank you. With such a detailed map of the 3 great danger zones, our human race can easily obtain many treasures. Our human race's strength will continue to grow in the years to come. I don't need it. Luo Feng said, I'll pass the map to my teacher, he can pass it to Huge Axe. That's good too. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Then this disciple will leave. Luo Feng left and vanished. The Primal Chaos City leader watched as Luo Feng's silhouette vanished, sighing within. His disciple Luo Feng was simply extraordinary, his strength improving rapidly, bringing benefits to his race time and time again. Just like the rise of the original ancestor, the founder of the Huge Axe, there were also many shocking events. Every rise of a strong warrior was a legend. My disciple's experiences are also legendary. Looks like he has a high chance of standing amongst the strongest in the future. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled, after which he went to see the creator of Huge Axe. In front of the simple shrine. The heavens have blessed us humans, the heavens have blessed us humans. Ha ha ha, this map of the 3 great danger zones, with this map, even in the entire universe see, I'm afraid only a few powers can match up to us humans. The creator of Huge Axe laughed loudly. After the universe boat incident, I didn't have much luck. Hence I left the universe boat and returned to the Pinnacle World. Pinnacle World is where my luck is. Back then, after the fall of the Yuanao Lord, the map was split. I was troubled by the lack of it before. With this map as a supplement, it's much easier for me in the Pinnacle World. Primal Chaos. Huge Axe said directly, this time Luo Feng's contribution is huge. Let's set it at 20,000 contribution points. Alright. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. You work hard too, take another step and enter the ranks of the strongest in the universe. Huge Axe exclaimed, when that time comes, our human race will naturally become even stronger. When that time comes, with your help, maybe I can try to think of a way to save the ancestor. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. He knew about this too, the ancestor had been suppressed for eternity, to come out again, how hard would that be? However, as long as one's strength was sufficient, nothing was impossible. P.S. The new chapter, The Strongest That Fell, has begun. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the depths of the inner region of the universe vessel, there was a vast expanse of black mud as far as the eye could see. It was as though the entire place was a black swamp. High up in the sky was a boundless sea of lava. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, large amounts of lava fell from the sky. In the process of falling, they rapidly froze and turned into black rocks. After that, they gradually softened, and flowed slowly like black mercury, forming this black swamp. Above the sea of lava. Below the black swamp. This was the infamous ice fire region. Because in the depths of the Cosmos Boat's inner area, there were too many similar dangerous places. There were millions of them. Hence, the names were very random. However, one should not underestimate these dangerous places just because of their simple names. Goo goo goo, in one area of the black swamp, bubbles suddenly appeared. Following which, more and more bubbles appeared, causing some of the black swamp to fly up. Hua hua hua, circles of huge ripples appeared in this area of the black swamp, and then spread out in all directions. The commotion became bigger and bigger. Hong. 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 That region of the black swamp began to tremble. Such a great disturbance left everyone horrified. About 10 light years away from that area, there was an incomparably small and elegant pointed palace floating in the air. In this elegant and firm palace, there were 3 experts. Behind the 3 of them, there was a one-eyed shadow. Obviously, they were experts from the Holy-Eyed clan. Although the environment of the ice fire region is harsh and extremely dangerous, there are traces of danger. It is a rare good place in the inner area of the Cosmos Boat. A tall golden-armored Holy-Eyed clan man laughed. Although there are very few treasures that appear, when they do, they are all at the level of peak domain palaces. Ing Ai, you and your wife have been waiting here for a long time. I am really envious. It is a good place. However, a good place has many forces eyeing it. A short Holy-Eyed clan man sneered. The 2 Holy-Eyed clan Cosmos are free and unfettered. However, the other forces from our first reincarnation era. There are also a few forces that have experts guarding here. Jin Feng, if you are really envious, why don't we exchange? Jin Feng, how about we, husband and wife, exchange the area that you and your brother are stationed in? The lady from the Holy-Eyed clan, who had a pleasant voice and was wearing a loose black robe, laughed. The Master of Shadow Cloud and the Master of Voodoo Venom were 2 of the strongest in the Holy-Eyed clan. Furthermore, they were husband and wife, so they usually moved together. One was good at close combat, while the other was good at soul attacks. The 2 of them teamed up to traverse the vast cosmic sea, and it was rare for them to meet a worthy opponent. The 2 of them were also very famous. The 2 of them stayed in the flame ice region for a long time. No, no. The golden-armored tall man shook his head. In the entire Cosmos ship inner region, our Holy-Eyed clan doesn't know many good places. Our brothers spent a lot of effort to be qualified to guard that place. Although the number of treasures that appear there might not be as many as yours, it's safer there. Cowardly and afraid of death. The Master of Shadow Armageddon sneered. Really? The woman was about to speak, but she couldn't help but frown. The Lord of Shadow Cloud's eyes lit up as well, and he carefully sensed it. That direction. That's it. The Lord of Shadow Dust and the Lord of Voodoo Chi turned to look in the same direction at the same time. The husband and wife pair exchanged a glance, and they both understood that there was a commotion, and it wasn't a small one at that. Jin Feng, do you want to go? Asked the Lord of Shadow Dust. Congratulations, it seems like we're going to gain something, said the golden-armored man. Go, of course I want to go. Both of you can sense that our Holy-Eyed clan isn't the only one guarding this place. The 2 of you might not be able to handle it. I have to help. If you can help, I'll give you benefits. If you can't, then there's no benefit, said the Lord of Voodoo Chi directly. Let's make this clear first. Of course. The golden-armored man nodded. Then let's go. Let's go. Whoosh, the palace with a pointed roof immediately transformed into a jade-green rainbow light, advancing in the void between the endless scorching lava sea and the ice-cold, dangerous black swamp below. In another part of the void in the flame ice region, there was a pyramid-shaped building flying. Inside the pagoda, a bald man held a cup of wine and drank leisurely. At the same time, his gaze passed through the palace's treasure and looked outside. He was enjoying the harsh environment outside. Eh? The bald man frowned. There's a special commotion. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? I'm so lucky. I'm just on my way back and I actually met such a good thing. Let's go take a look. Whoosh, the pyramid swiftly headed in the direction it sensed. A small blood light was traveling at 100 times the speed of light within the flame ice region. Core space. Luo Feng sat there, his gaze looking outside. In his hand was a cup of steaming green tea, engravings could be seen within his eyes. A very small commotion immediately radiated outwards. Luo Feng's eyes immediately regained their clarity. A special commotion. Luo Feng muttered softly. In such a dangerous place like the flame ice region, space and time were extremely stable. It was very hard to cause the frozen space to tremble and have any commotion. The strongest warrior in the universe using his strength to break through? A treasure has appeared? A calamity has descended on the flame ice region? Luo Feng muttered softly. The higher probability is that a treasure has appeared. I, Luo Feng, have been in the universe boat for close to 1,000 years. Other than killing the 5-turbid lord and getting the mad demon destroyer armor, the only treasure I've truly discovered, the most valuable is that top-grade domain treasure Snow Fire World. I haven't even seen a pinnacle palace before. It's about time I find a better treasure. Luo Feng thought. Anything that appeared in the inner region was definitely a top-grade treasure. The treasures he had encountered were the top-grade domain treasures. In the inner region, they were indeed inconspicuous. In such a harsh environment like the flame ice region, top-grade domain treasures wouldn't be able to survive. They would immediately be destroyed by the natural environment. Let's go take a look. So, Luo Feng followed his senses and controlled the star pagoda to swiftly fly over. The flame ice region was vast and vast. One could only teleport at the edge. Luo Feng was already deep in and could only continue flying. After flying for about a month. Luo Feng frowned. He had been maintaining the domain treasure Snow Fire World. However, it had touched another domain outside. It was an extremely cold domain. Are you Milky Way leader Luo Feng? A god energy communicated through the domain and into the Snow Fire World. It's me. You are. Luo Feng didn't recognize him. I'm Dear Bug. The god energy communicated. Dear Bug Lord, to be able to meet the Dear Bug Lord here, it's really my luck. Luo Feng immediately replied. He was shocked within. Before, he couldn't recognize the Dear Bug Lord from his domain. However, now he knew. The Dear Bug Lord was a warrior from the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe, and an absolute warrior. The Dear Bug Lord was an extremely ancient being. He was one of the pinnacle beings in the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe. If the universe lords were categorized according to the 6 levels, he would be a level 6 universe lord, because he had a supreme treasure called the Deer Worm Divine Armor. Luo Feng was shocked within. The Dear Bug Lord had always been a lone wolf. He loved to take risks. In the Universe C, adventurers usually died quickly. However, the Dear Bug Lord had the support of the Purple Moon Sacred Land universe. His own strength was extremely strong. His treasure was also a protection type. Hence, even though he had passed through many dangerous areas, he still lived until now. You also noticed the disturbance, right? Lord of the Dear Bug asked. Right. Luo Feng nodded. I'm heading there. Me too. Since we have the same destination, let's go together? The Dear Bug Lord said. All right. Luo Feng was straightforward. So, a blood-red light and a gold light both flew at high speeds. After flying for another 3 days. Luo Feng's gaze pierced through the star tower and looked at the distant endless black swamp. The scene was shocking. A huge ship slowly emerged from the black swamp. This ship was completely black, and there was a large amount of black liquid slowly dripping from its surface, dripping into the black swamp below. The entire ship was constantly emerging, causing the swamp region to churn. Large amounts of black liquid flowed outwards, causing the entire area to tremble. And at this time in mid-air, other than the blood-colored tower and pyramid, there was also a palace with a pointed roof. Is that the Shadow Shaman? A majestic voice resounded through the domain. Shadow Shaman, Luo Feng looked at the distant palace in mid-air, quickly confirming that it was the Shadow Cloud Lord and the Shaman Lord. Right, it's me and the Shadow Cloud Lord. I didn't expect the Deer Bug Lord to be here too. Is the Deer Bug Lord here in the Fire Ice region too? A clear voice resounded. The one beside him, from the domain, should be the Milky Way Lord. It's me. Luo Feng's voice resounded. The Milky Way Lord is actually together with the Deer Bug Lord, that's rare. The Shaman Lord said. We bumped into each other and our destination is the same, naturally we came together. Luo Feng said. Aren't you happy to see us? Hee hee. I'm actually very happy. It's just on the way back and I bumped into this tomb boat. Haha, it's really my fortune. The Deer Bug Lord's voice resounded. Humph, a cold snort resounded. Luo Feng couldn't care less about anything else. He was shocked as he looked at the old ship slowly emerging from the endless swamp. The entire ship seemed to exceed 10 billion kilometers. Before, just from its appearance, with Luo Feng's knowledge, he didn't recognize what it was. However, he thought that to be able to emerge from the black swamp, it had to at least be a pinnacle palace treasure. It's actually the tomb boat. Luo Feng was shocked within. Within the human race, there were many legends regarding the tomb boat. However, there was very little detailed information about it. The tomb was a legendary place within the universe boat's inner region. According to some ancient records, the tomb should be where the strong warriors of the universe boat that had fallen countless eras were buried. Of course, even though many warriors had entered before, no one had ever seen the corpses. There too were treasures left behind by the ancient beings that had fallen there. There were also ancient ruins left behind. Naturally it was a place where the strong desired to enter. However, the tomb area, would they allow the younger generation to casually enter? Even the strongest of the universe couldn't force their way in. The tomb boat would be able to enter. This is the legendary tomb boat? Luo Feng carefully looked at the floating ancient ship. P.S. Updated here. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The towering black ship continued to float upwards, causing the entire black swamp to tremble. Compared to the black ship, Luo Feng and his group seemed incomparably small. Whether in terms of size or energy, it was the same. Every universe lord present, if they didn't have treasures, the moment they fell into the swamp, they would die without a doubt. Their full-strength attacks couldn't even shake the swamp. However, this black ship easily caused a large area of the swamp to tremble. How do we steal the treasures? I've never heard of it. Luo Feng's mind flashed with many thoughts. Even though there were many legends about the tomb boat, humanity had never obtained one before. In the entire universe sea, there were close to 100 powers, probably only the 2 sacred lands had obtained one. Naturally they didn't know how to steal it. Life imprint? It shouldn't be. If it could, the Deer Bug Lord and the God-eyed clan's Shadow Cloud Lord and Shaman Lord wouldn't be so calm. Deer Bug Lord. Luo Feng suddenly communicated, this time only to the Deer Bug Lord, not letting the Shadow Cloud Lord and Shaman Lord know. Milky Way Lord. The Deer Bug Lord replied. I'm not knowledgeable, I don't know much about this tomb boat. Even though I've heard of its legends, I don't know much about it. I wonder if the Deer Bug Lord can tell me about it. Luo Feng asked. Of all the warriors present, the Deer Bug Lord from the Purple Moon's sacred land probably knew the most. Ha ha ha, why should I tell you? The Deer Bug Lord asked. Luo Feng laughed, not caring. If you can't tell me, it's fine. I'll see how the Deer Bug Lord, Shadow Cloud Lord and Shaman Lord act. I'll just follow you. You really want to know? The Deer Bug Lord suddenly said. Of course. Luo Feng said. It's fine to tell you, I have one condition. The Deer Bug Lord said, our Purple Moon sacred land shouldn't have any other warriors in the Fire Ice region. When the tomb boat is completely revealed, it probably won't take long. To summon the others would be too late. I'm the strongest, I'm afraid I'll become everyone's target. You'll temporarily listen to me, how about that? If you agree, I'll tell you the detailed information about the tomb boat. If you don't, then forget it. I agree. Luo Feng didn't hesitate. However, I'll listen to you on the outside. However, in front of treasures, don't blame me. In the face of treasures, it will naturally depend on one's strength, Lord of Deer Insect replied. All right. Luo Feng replied. He also knew why Lord of the Deer Bug was afraid of the other forces. Although Lord of the Stag Insect had a supreme treasure, it was a supreme armor. Although it was strong in defense, it did not have much of an advantage in a head-on battle. Moreover, in a fight between powerhouses, such as a battle between a Tier 5 and a Tier 4 Universe Lord, the Tier 4 Universe Lord would at most be at a disadvantage. Killing the Universe Lord would be impossible. Unless it was absolute restraint. For example, the Lord of Clear Eye's soul attack could instantly render his opponent defenseless. Such absolute suppression might have a miraculous effect. Some peak rank 5 existences could even survive a fight with the strongest experts in the universe. Not to mention, his opponent was merely a rank 6 Universe Lord. The strength that the Deer Bug Lord could unleash was only comparable to the strongest warriors of the universe in the Primal Universe. Even though he had the absolute advantage, to kill anyone here, even Luo Feng, would be extremely difficult. Since you agree, Lord of Deer Bug said directly, I'll tell you the information about the tomb boat. The tomb boat was a tool used by a group of ancient beings in the universe boat countless eras ago. Of course, that ancient civilization was extremely powerful. For example, the black patterned pillars they created, the entire universe boat, none of our current universe ocean warriors can even touch them. Lord of Deer Bug explained. Luo Feng agreed too. That civilization was indeed very powerful. Even from the many clues, many treasures and even the strongest treasures were all left behind by that civilization. Just from the words and the treasures being exactly the same as that civilization's words, one could deduce many things. Just like the large amounts of special items within the universe boat, the black patterned pillars, blood sea plate, tomb boat etc., they are all unable to be recognized by life imprinting methods. I don't dare speak about the black patterned pillars and blood sea plate, but the tomb boat is more like a tool, not a treasure. For example, if you hide within the tomb boat, and the warriors from the outside attack, the strong attacks, even though a portion of it will be dissipated by the tomb boat, there will still be a strong force of impact transmitted within. Meaning to say, the tomb boat won't be like the palace treasures that can almost perfectly withstand the force of impact. However, it is a natural treasure that can withstand soul attacks. Due to the special material, the godly energy cannot pierce through it. Lord of Deer Bug said. Its defense is only due to the special material. You want to recognize it as your owner? You have to enter the tomb boat and find its control core. Lord of Deer Bug said. Control core? Luo Feng said. There are many tomb boats within the universe boat, however only one will appear every once in a while. And every tomb boat's control core is different. Lord of Deer Bug said, hence, don't even think of finding out from me, because even I don't know. Luo Feng understood that the other party definitely knew some information regarding the control core. However, such a secret that involved treasures, why would he reveal it so easily? To enter the tomb boat, there's no other way but to wait for it to open the cabin door. Lord of Deer Bug said, if it doesn't open itself, then no one can forcefully break it open. Then how long do we have to wait? Luo Feng asked. Very quickly, as soon as it's completely born, it'll normally open itself. Of course, there's also the possibility of a sudden delay. Lord Stag Bug sighed. In the records of my holy land, there was once a tomb ship that didn't open after it was completely born. After more than 300 eras, the most powerful expert in refining supreme treasures in the universe used a secret technique to activate the tomb ship, causing it to open on its own. Crafting treasure? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. To be able to craft treasures, one must have an extremely deep understanding of that civilization. Lord of Deer Bug said, the treasures left behind by that civilization, other warriors might not be able to understand them, but those craftsmen could carefully study them and discover their secrets. There's another piece of information regarding the tomb boat. You should have heard of it before. One tomb boat can bring 36 warriors into the tomb. 36. Luo Feng only knew that the tomb boat could bring powerful warriors into the tomb. Only once, when one drives the tomb boat, after entering the tomb boat will leave and can no longer be controlled. Lord of Deerbug said, hence even if one obtains the tomb boat, one has to carefully consider whether or not to enter the tomb. The moment one enters the tomb boat will be gone. The tomb boat slowly appeared from the black swamp, its speed was slow, and the commotion continued. Very quickly, it attracted a palace-type treasure. It was a power from the first reincarnation era, the ancestral god sect. One reincarnation era after another, no matter which reincarnation era, there was always the ancestral god sect. In the primeval universe, the ancestral god sect was usually very strong. However, once the primeval universe was destroyed and entered the next reincarnation, these warriors of the ancestral god sect, who were forced to live in small universes, would be much weaker without the protection of the universe's origin energy. Their unity would be greatly reduced, and they would be very loose. Haha, the Holy-Eyed Race's Lord of Shadow Dust, Lord of Voodoo? Purple Moon Sacred Lands Lord of Deerbug? The First Ancestral God Sect's Lord of Lujiao? Human Milky Way Leader? An arrogant voice resounded. This is, the tomb boat? Rumble, a pale light that had just arrived immediately streaked across the sky and rushed towards the tomb boat. Luo Feng, Lord of Deerbug, Lord of Shadow Dust, and the others all sneered as they watched this happen. The pale light landed on the tomb boat and searched for a place that wasn't contaminated by the black swamp. It tried its best to imprint a life mark on it, but it was obviously unsuccessful. The bone race is just stupid. A cold sneer passed through the domain and resounded throughout time and space. We are all watching from afar, and none of us are going to recognize it as its owner. Can't you guess that it can't recognize you as its owner? And you're still fighting to recognize it as its owner as if you're courting death. What a joke. The Holy-Eyed Race is just an idiot. The other experts didn't say anything, so why are you all grumbling? Of course, I know that this tomb boat can't recognize its owner, but we still have to try again. Who knows if different tomb boats will be different? That sharp voice naturally contained a sense of madness. And who knows if your Holy-Eyed Race has tried to recognize me as its owner? What he said was right. The first to arrive was the Holy-Eyed Race. They had indeed carefully studied the tomb boat that had appeared and tried to recognize it as its owner. After all, the Holy-Eyed Race was only from the first reincarnation era. Their understanding of the tomb boat was still far from the two sacred lands cosmos. Stupid bone race, stop quibbling. The cold voice continued. Arrogant Holy-Eyed Race. The sharp voice also sneered. The other forces present didn't make a sound. The Bone Race and the Holy-Eyed Race were both peak clans in the first reincarnation era. Although the Bone Race was weaker than the Holy-Eyed Race, they were natural enemies of the Holy-Eyed Race. The talents of their clansmen were mutually restrained. In the past 3 reincarnation eras, they had never stopped fighting. To be able to maintain such strength under the suppression of the Holy-Eyed Race, the Bone Race's strength could be imagined. Time passed, another half a month had passed and no new forces had arrived. Now it was the Holy-Eyed Race, Bone Race, First Ancestor God Sect, Purple Moon Sacred Land and humans, these 5 forces. Luo Feng only knew that he was alone. As for the other forces? Everyone was in the palace treasure. As for how many strong warriors were in the palace treasure? No one knew. Maybe there were a few Bone Race members who seemed to be alone. Perhaps there were more than 2 experts in the Holy-Eyed clan. Before the battle, it was hard to say. Rumble the tomb boat finally floated completely. The bottom of the boat left the black swamp and floated in the air. At the same time, the entire boat began to shake. The cabin door is about to open. He, move. Lord Deerbug communicated to Luo Feng. Whoosh. Whoosh, Luo Feng's blood-red tower followed Lord Deerbug's pyramid and immediately flew towards the majestic tomb boat at high speed. Quick. Watch Lord Deerbug closely. He knows the most. Follow. When the other forces saw Lord Deerbug and Luo Feng rush over, they couldn't care less and immediately ignited their god powers. All of them activated the palace treasure to the extreme and their speed quickly rose to 100 times the speed of light. They became beams of light and flew towards the tomb boat. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, Lord Stag Bug, the Holy-Eyed Race, the Bone Race, and the Ancestral God Religion, the 5 of them became 5 beams of light and flew through space towards the tomb boat. Rumble, the ancient ship floating above the black swamp, began to tremble. Following that, a door gradually appeared on one side of the wall. The door slowly rose, and the passage grew larger and larger. Over there. The cabin door of the tomb boat has opened. Hurry up and enter. The 5 beams of light changed their flight paths and rushed straight towards the passage with the door in the distance. Lord Stag Bug, you are the strongest and most familiar with the tomb boat. I think you should be the last to enter. Maniacal laughter resounded, and at the same time, gray-golden shadows swept toward the Lord of the Stag Bug wantonly. In midair, the countless gray-golden shadows converged and turned into a huge, unadorned machete. Lord Stag Bug, you already have a powerful treasure. Why are you still fighting with us? A cold voice belonging to the first ancestral god religion resounded. In an instant, countless butterflies of all colors appeared in the air and flew madly towards Lord Stag Bug. Lord Stag Bug, the Bone Race and the Holy-Eyed Race, who had always been at odds with each other, also attacked Lord Stag Bug. Yet none of them attacked Luo Feng. Obviously, Lord Stag Bug was too much of a threat to them. He was the strongest and most knowledgeable about the tomb boat. If they did not work together to stop him, the tomb boat would definitely fall into Lord Stag Bug's hands. None of the universe lords present were fools. They naturally knew what to do. The huge void cleaver, the countless drunken dream butterflies, the white whirlwind, under these attacks, the pyramid that was originally flying at high speed instantly disappeared. A mutated beast appeared in midair. It had a body covered in black scales. It was huge, and its entire body seemed to be a weapon. The joints of its hundreds of claws all had sharp hooks, and its tail was similar to a scorpion's. However, its tail had close to 1,000 segments, and each segment had a strange green ring. The moment the beast appeared, Luo Feng felt his heart tremble. The only normal part of the beast was its head, which looked like a deer. Deer worm. Luo Feng thought. Lord of the Deer Bug could transform into a heaven-defying mutated beast with the help of a supreme treasure. After obtaining the supreme treasure, he changed his title to Lord of the Deer Bug, and this mutated beast was named Deer Bug. Hiss the stag sprinted through the void at high speed. At the same time, its gentle head let out a roar that caused the void to tremble. The void trembled, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared, spreading in all directions. The gigantic void machete, the countless drunken dream butterflies, the white whirlwinds, were all destroyed by this roar. Inhi, follow me. Deerbug flew over, and at the same time, a divine voice transmission was transmitted over. Alright, Luo Feng was speechless, but his speed didn't decrease. Lu Chong is going crazy. He's using a supreme treasure as soon as he arrived. Stop him. If we can't stop him, we definitely won't be able to obtain the tomb boat. Slow him down. Milky Way Overlord, aren't you going to help stop Lord Deerworm? If we let him go in first, I'm afraid we won't get any treasures. Milky Way Overlord, let's stop Deerworm first. 2 transmissions requested Luo Feng to act. Luo Feng didn't care at all. Milky Way Overlord, don't tell me you think you can obtain the tomb boat by following Lord Deerworm? You'll regret it later. You guys really talk a lot of nonsense. Luo Feng's voice resounded. If you regret it, attack me if you have the guts. A few cold snorts could be heard. The Holy-Eyed Race, first ancestral god religion and Bone Race didn't care about Luo Feng at all. At this time, they wouldn't split a portion of their strength to deal with Luo Feng. Their greatest enemy was Lord Deerworm. The 3 of them used their domains to unleash heavy attacks, madly surrounding and attacking Lord Deerworm. One had to know that those who dared to roam the inner regions were usually rank 5 universe lords. Very few of them were rank 4 universe lords with extremely strong survival abilities. At this time, the 3 of them were attacking together. That beast Deerworm sprinted through space and let out roars. The sound waves were incredibly powerful. However, with the Holy-Eyed Race, first ancestral god religion and Bone Race all unleashing their attacks, Lord Deerworm's speed obviously slowed down. So. Lord Stagbug slowed down, and the blood-colored streak of light that was following closely behind him instantly overtook him. It was Luo Feng. Don't worry about Milky Way. He doesn't even know the layout of the tomb boat. As long as we block Lord Deerworm, there won't be any problems. Humph. Humph. Lord Deerworm didn't ask for Luo Feng's help. Instead, he broke through the attacks again and rushed towards the door. Even though the distance was far, how fast were Luo Feng and the others? A blood-red stream of light instantly rushed into the entrance of the gate. Following closely behind, Lord Deerworm, Holy-Eyed Race, Bone Race and First Ancestral God Religion, who were fighting each other, rushed through the door almost simultaneously. It was very safe inside the tomb boat. All the powerful warriors had their pinnacle palace treasures. Those who could make it to the Fire Ice region had at least one pinnacle palace treasure. Luo Feng, who was the first to rush in, looked around. After rushing through the door, they quickly arrived at an incomparably huge and spacious plaza. Or a large hall. In short, this huge plaza had a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. There was nothing in the spacious plaza, only the extremely smooth ground. That was all. And at the edge of the plaza, there were many passageways leading in different directions. This made Luo Feng suspicious. He didn't know which direction to choose. If he chose wrongly, then he would waste a lot of time. If he wasted that time, the other powerful warriors would have found the control core and recognized him as their master. Milky Way, follow me. Lord Deerworm suddenly said. So. Lord Deerworm immediately flew into the distance. Luo Feng's eyes lit up and he followed closely. On the Holy-Eyed Race's side, only two Universe Lords appeared, Lord of Shadow Dust and Lord of Voodoo Venom. Only one from the First Ancestral God Religion appeared, Lord Lu Jiao. Only one from the Bone Race appeared, Lord of Black Sea. As Lord Deerworm and Luo Feng moved, the four of them instinctively chased after them. Keep an eye on Lord Deerworm. He knows where to go. Keep Deerworm busy. Don't let Milky Way take advantage of him. Immediately, the four Universe Lords chasing behind immediately unleashed their attacks. Some were soul attacks, some were long-range weapon attacks, and some were domain attacks. In an instant, the four behind and the two in front exchanged blows at lightning speed. They were all advancing at high speed. This Deerworm wants me to attract some of the opponent's attacks. Luo Feng chased and looked at Deerworm ahead as he thought to himself. However, if I team up with the Holy-Eyed Race, Bone Race, and First Ancestral God Religion, I'm the weakest compared to those three. Even if I can hold Lord Deerworm back, how can I compete with those three when it comes to fighting for treasures? But if I follow Deerworm and he attracts most of the firepower, maybe I can take advantage of the chaos. Luo Feng chased from behind. Everyone present had their own plans. Along the internal passageway of the tomb boat, 6 silhouettes advanced at high speed. Lord Deerworm was indeed the target of everyone. His speed had obviously slowed down, and he was now shoulder to shoulder with Luo Feng. Milky Way, if I'm stopped, you'll have a huge advantage. Deerworm glanced at Luo Feng and said. I'm being attacked now too. Luo Feng was like a beast god. His movements were swift and fierce, his right claw whistling, the four chasing behind were powerful. However, if they were only obstructing him from afar, and they weren't going all out against Luo Feng, why would Luo Feng care? That's it. Lord Deerworm suddenly rushed forward. With a rumble, one of the horns on his head smashed into one of the walls of the revolving passageway. Rumble, the diagrams on the wall immediately caved in. Following which, a huge gate descended from the top of the passageway, rumbling as it landed on the ground. The four silhouettes rushed over. Seeing this huge gate, they were immediately enraged. Damn it. I've said it before. Deerworm is the most dangerous. Nether Ocean Leader, you idiot, you still split your attention to attack Milky Way? That Milky Way doesn't even know anything about this. Why would Deerworm tell him such a crucial secret? Hence, by stopping Deerworm, even if we let Milky Way go, he won't be able to find us within a short period of time. You trash from the Holy-Eyed Race only knows how to talk after the fact. Why didn't you say anything when I attacked Luo Feng earlier? Alright. Let's hurry and find another path. This is a tomb boat, there are many paths within the boat. There won't just be one path leading to one place. Let's hurry. If we're too slow, Deerworm might use some other method to close the path. The female master of the Holy-Eyed clan kicked the gate unwillingly. Rumble the gate didn't budge. However, Deerworm Lord took 3 steps back. Let's go. Deerworm Lord turned and brought the Shadow Cloud Lord to swiftly find another path. Deerworm Lord and Luo Feng continued to fly. Deerworm Lord is indeed powerful. Respect. Luo Feng said. I've studied the 2 tomb boats before. Is it strange that I know of them? Deerworm Lord smiled and glanced at Luo Feng. At this time, he had already returned to his original appearance, a bald man. He said directly, Milky Way, I pulled you before. One was because I had one less enemy. You were the only one I could pull. 2 was to give him another opponent. However now, you're of no use. Luo Feng was shocked. Actually, he had already been very careful when the gate had closed. Because there were no external enemies. The chances of Deerworm Lord acting against him were very high. And his opponent's strength was obviously beyond his own. Relax, I've roamed the universe sea for so long. I'm not like those madmen from the first universe era. Deerworm Lord said leisurely. The tomb boat is very valuable. Just by itself, even though it's weaker than the palace treasures. It's still better than any of the pinnacle palace treasures. And you can rely on it to enter the tomb. Its value is even higher than the wonders. It's extremely close to an absolute treasure. They're crazy. However, I'm not crazy. Because in my long lifespan, the most interesting part is taking risks. The most important part is the process. As long as you work hard, failure doesn't matter. Deerworm Lord was very relaxed. Simultaneously, he became a beam of light and followed the winding path. Luo Feng didn't care about him. Failure didn't matter, didn't care, if his race could exist forever, he too could exist forever. Then he too could be this carefree. I've guessed correctly. Ahead is the core room. The control core should be inside. Deerworm Lord glanced at Luo Feng. He communicated, let's see our strength. Who gets the control core? P.S. Updated. Suddenly thinking, tomorrow is my birthday. Haha, my mood is great. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Alright. Luo Feng didn't waste any time, maintaining his high speed and becoming a beam of light. After a turn, there was a huge exquisite door ahead. The entire door was golden green, it was filled with a sense of nobility. It would only make countless living beings feel superior, their hearts trembling and not daring to enter. Luo Feng and the Deer Bug Lord's willpower was extremely firm, they pushed the door at almost the same time. Rumble, the door opened. Control room. Pushing open the door and entering was a majestic, vast, and magnificent hall. There were many ornaments placed on the floor of the hall, and there were also some ornaments hanging on the walls. Rumble. The moment Luo Feng entered, his divine body shot out a large amount of divine power threads without hesitation, madly rushing in all directions of the great hall. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Even though I, Luo Feng, can't recognize the control core, it's very safe inside this tomb boat. There's no damage from the outside environment. Then, I can brand my life imprint on everything and instantly verify it once. I don't even need to know which is the control core, because all the items, I'll try to recognize the owner. Luo Feng looked at the distant Deer Bug Lord. The moment the Deer Bug Lord entered, he was trying to identify the control core. Suddenly seeing Luo Feng disperse so much God energy, he couldn't help but be shocked. Milky Way leader, why are you scattering so much God energy? What do you think? Luo Feng smiled, my knowledge can't compare to yours, hence I can only use such a stupid method. This is the tomb boat, you think the way to recognize the owner is just to imprint a life imprint? So simple? The Deer Bug Lord mocked, haha, I didn't tell you before, the true method to recognize the core. Luo Feng's expression changed. Right. Even the strongest treasure's owner recognition process was very complicated. The tomb boat's core recognition process was probably a little complicated too. Do you know why I'm roping you in? Apart from the two reasons I mentioned earlier, the third reason is those fellows from the first cycle are more knowledgeable. Perhaps some of them know how to control the core and make it recognize its owner, Lord of Deerbug said mockingly. They are my biggest enemies. Come, if you have the ability to find the control core, I won't interfere. As he spoke, the Deerbug Lord swiftly scanned the area. As expected, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Luo Feng thought everything was within his expectations. Since it's hard to find him, then. Luo Feng quickly made his decision. Most of his attention was placed on the Deerbug Lord, carefully observing its expressions and other things to determine his target. Lord Stagbug had a mocking smile on his face as he leisurely searched for the control core. Soon, he had checked everything in the control room. This caused Lord Stagbug's expression to change slightly. He carefully checked every item in the hall, and his expression changed drastically. Impossible. How could it not be? Why isn't the control core in the control room? Impossible. Lord of the Stagbug revealed an expression of anger. It was as if all of his plans had been for naught, making him feel very uncomfortable. After all, the value of the tomb boat was already close to that of a supreme treasure. Just the fact that it was indestructible meant that it was second only to the most powerful treasures in the palace. In addition, it could enter the tomb. Even Lord of the Stagbug had only obtained one treasure that was better than the graveyard boat, his Stagbug divine armor. One tomb boat was about to be in his hands, and now it was gone. How could he not be angry? Lord of the Stagbug, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Luo Feng laughed softly. The control core might not be in the control room. What do you know? Lord of the Stagbug snorted coldly. The control room is where the owner of the tomb boat resides. That ancient civilization has a very strict hierarchy. This control room is where the owner resides, and it's incomparably noble. Other warriors wouldn't dare barge in. You can see it from the door earlier, and the control core is always in the control room. This is the norm. Norm? And how many tomb boats have you seen? Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, HM? Luo Feng's expression changed slightly as he turned to look at the door behind him. Lord of the Stagbug also turned to look. Rumble. 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 4 beams of light rushed through the door at almost the same time. Humph, Lord of the Stagbug's expression changed. Ha ha ha, Lord of the Stagbug, aren't you trying to stop us? However, this is a huge ship after all. There are many passageways, and there's more than one that leads to the core room. Lord of the Sea of the Bone Race laughed mockingly. And from the looks of it, Lord of the Stagbug hasn't gotten the control core. Lord of the Voodoo Domain said. Hurry and find it. Lord of Shadow Cloud said. Lord Lugio didn't say a word as he swiftly began to search for the control core. Humph, Lord of the Voodoo Domain snorted coldly and suddenly waved his arm. Immediately, countless drops of golden blood sprayed in midair. The drops of golden blood separated and landed on every part of the hall. Holy-eyed race, no wonder you're from the holy-eyed race. You even know such a method of verification. Lord of the Voodoo Domain snorted. You think only your Sacred Land universe knows this? Lord of the Voodoo Domain laughed coldly. Following which, his expression changed. How could there not be? After all, the holy-eyed race was the #1 power in the 3 reincarnation eras. Compared to the 2 Sacred Land universes, they were extremely close. In terms of the masters of the universe, the holy-eyed race was weak. However, in terms of the strongest in the universe, the holy-eyed race was actually stronger than the 2 Sacred Land universes. The information gathered by the holy-eyed race in the past 3 reincarnation eras was indeed very rich, and they knew a lot. The drop of blood was one of the ways to verify the control core. Once it was verified, it could be recognized as the master. The process of recognizing the master was more complicated. No. There's no control core. Lord of Shadow Cloud was shocked too. How could this be? Don't tell me Lord of the Voodoo Domain has it? Lord of the Sea of Fear's eyes burned with madness. If I had it, would I still be standing here like a fool? Lord of the Deer Bug laughed coldly. That's weird. How could there be no control core? The 6 experts spread out in the hall, and they were all confused for a moment. Rumble of formless energy suddenly descended. Lord of the Voodoo Domain, Luo Feng, Lord of Shadow Cloud, Lord of the Voodoo Domain, Lord Lujiu, the 6 of them turned at the same time to look ahead. Above the control room's hall was an ancient throne. At this moment, the formless energy gathered on the throne and gradually formed a blurry silhouette that finally became clear. It was a seemingly ordinary human man. 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, 2 hands, 2 legs, black eyes, yellow skin, and green hair. He looks very human. He also looks like the most ordinary member of the Purple Moon Sacred Land. There's no pressure at all. Luo Feng and the others looked at the blurry silhouette in shock. The green-haired human man sitting on the throne wore a simple patterned armor. At first glance, the armor looked like an endless surging river. He looked down with a cold gaze and said, "My name is Duandong River Wu." This made Luo Feng and the others shocked. Wu. Wu is an extremely honorable title in the ancient civilization. To have the word Wu at the end of one's name, one's status must be extraordinary. Lord of Shadow Cloud was very serious. I know a little, but only a little. Don't say it. If the ancient civilization warriors find out, I'm afraid they'll laugh at you. Lord of the Voodoo Domain sneered at him. Humph. Lord of Shadow Cloud stared coldly at Lord of the Voodoo Domain. The green-haired man on the throne didn't seem to notice the situation below. He continued coldly, "Juniors from the endless reincarnations, when you see me, I've already fallen in countless reincarnations. Back when I followed the general on this final adventure, I knew that the chances of survival weren't high. Indeed, this path is the most difficult one. Even the most powerful ships, even the most valiant and powerful experts, still failed. When I expected to fail, I didn't want my inheritance to end. I, Duandong River Wu. I'm the 192nd Duandong River. And the only inheritor. The generations of ancestors have all died in battle. In my hands, who knows how long it's been. If I were to die, the inheritance would end in my hands. I've let down my ancestors. This tomb boat has been modified by me. It's different from the normal tomb boats. Within this tomb boat, there are many more dangerous areas of inheritance. I can die. However, the inheritance of the Duandong River cannot end. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Otherwise, once you step on this path, it'll be even more dangerous. Especially at the end, when you come into contact with the true inheritance of my Duandong River, only the inheritor will survive. Otherwise, none of you will be able to receive the inheritance and all of you will die. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with a trace of the inheritance. If it's not the Duandong River, other beings that covet my inheritance will die. Make your choice, juniors. The voice dissipated, and so did the figure on the throne. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. The eyes of the 6 present were filled with madness, excitement, worry, and many other emotions. Inheritance, the true inheritance. Why were the 7 true Lord ranks of the Holy-Eyed race so powerful? It was because the Holy-Eyed race had obtained a complete inheritance in an ancient site that allowed the 7 true Lord ranks to unleash unparalleled power when they joined forces. Therefore, in the cosmic sea, the most precious thing was undoubtedly this complete inheritance that could be cultivated from low to high, and the inheritance this time was the inheritance of the Duandong River. From the sound of it, this Duandong River should be one of the most powerful lineages in the ancient civilization. Every lineage only had one successor. His name had the word Wu in it, and he could even modify a tomb boat. And from his tone, he even followed the general on this journey. So the so-called general should be the general of the universe boat? His status should also be extremely high. Obviously, the inheritance of the Duandong River was extremely precious. Even if this Duandong River died, he would leave the inheritance behind. An ancient inheritance that had an endless history. There might even be ancestors that were stronger than this Duandong River. Therefore, one could not judge this inheritance based on the strength of the Duandong River Wu. Perhaps this inheritance was even more profound, but this Duandong River had not cultivated to it. No matter what, in short, the inheritance of the Duandong River was definitely the most precious inheritance. But once one stepped on this path, the outcome would be terrifying. Once one touched a trace of the inheritance, either accept the complete inheritance, or die. P.S. Here's the first chapter. Today's my birthday, I've seen everyone's comments. Thank you, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The voice of Duandong Rivers was seemed to be echoing faintly in the great hall of the control room, making the great hall even more silent. Dear Bug Lord, Lujiu, Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Puppet Lord, Scarlet Ocean Lord and Luo Feng, their eyes were filled with struggle and madness. Go or not? I come from the sacred land universe, an eternal being that will never fall. If I go, there's the danger of falling. If I don't go, I'll miss out on this opportunity. Dear Bug Lord struggled. Just how strong was that ancient civilization? The Shadow Cloud Lord squinted, the one eye behind him flickered too, obviously his emotions were fluctuating intensely, to be able to create a universe boat. Like the black engraved stone pillar and the large amount of items, it's just one of the items in the universe boat. This inheritance from Duandong Wu, even in the ancient civilization, is unique. What a noble inheritance, however such an inheritance, one can only imagine the difficulty. Chance, the only chance, the only chance. The Scarlet Ocean Lord's eyes were filled with madness, give me a chance. This time, Lu Jiu's perfect face was filled with hesitation. Everyone present was struggling. Luo Feng too was struggling. His entire body's god energy surged uncontrollably, causing ripples in the surroundings. This time, he thought it would be a fight for the tomb boat, but who would have thought? This tomb boat was just a bonus. The more important thing was that it contained an extremely powerful inheritance from the ancient civilization. The inheritance moved the heart. However, there was the danger of falling too. Luo Feng understood too that even though he had a clone and could use the ancient civilization's methods, since he dared to say those who covet his inheritance would die, then the punishment definitely wouldn't be as simple as dealing with a clone. Should I go? I, Luo Feng, have only trained for 10 eras. Even without this encounter, I believe with my strength, becoming a universe lord would be a piece of cake. After that, becoming the strongest in the universe, there's hope. Luo Feng thought, however, the moment I accept this inheritance, it'll be a true risk. Should I take the risk? Luo Feng hesitated. I only have a guarantee of becoming a universe lord. And I have no idea how to become the strongest in the universe. So what if I become the strongest in the universe? Luo Feng thought, to truly be eternal, I have to succeed in the reincarnation. It's a pity that over the countless eras in the cosmic sea, who has succeeded? It's only those 2 sacred lands. Luo Feng's mind thought back to the Black Token Room's independent space. He saw the information left behind on the smooth cliff wall by the previous space masters. The first, the second, the third, from the 9 Mortal Lord to 5 Chaos Lord and Luo Feng. There had been a total of 20,295 masters of the realm. No one knew how many masters there were before the Lord of Jiufan. Just from this alone, one could tell how many reincarnation eras it had gone through. In the endless reincarnation era, how many people with heaven-defying talent are there? But only 2 sacred land universes. In every reincarnation era, there are dozens of strongest experts in the universe. Tens of thousands of reincarnation eras and even longer. Just how many experts were there in the universe? Who can be eternal? Luo Feng looked up and stared at the throne in the palace. His eyes were filled with passion. This is a chance encounter. That incomparably powerful ancient civilization has an extremely powerful inheritance. According to my judgment, Duandong River Wu's position in the universe boat is at the very top. Even in the ancient civilization, this opportunity is very precious. With this inheritance, I can see further, higher than the strongest in the universe. With the guidance of this inheritance, I can walk even higher. Just as everyone in the palace was struggling with their thoughts, suddenly, an energy appeared. Master Jin Feng, since you want to come out, I'll let you. What you choose is up to you. The master of Shaman Chi coldly said. A golden-armored man from the Divine-Eyed clan appeared beside him. It was the master of the Golden Square, who had been hiding in the supreme treasure of the palace. Although he did not come out, he had clearly seen and heard everything that had happened outside. Naturally, he could no longer endure it. Rumble, beside him, another figure appeared. It was a tall and evil figure that was completely red. It looked like it was formed from blood bones. It was the Bone Clan warrior. Scarlet Mantis, this is a matter of life and death. I won't stop you. The Scarlet Sea Master said directly. Yes. The Scarlet Mantis Master nodded. You all have helpers. The Lugio Master waved his hand. Beside him, a tall and burly man with 8 arms appeared. His body was like stone. He said in a low rumbling voice, Lugio, if you say go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't go either. The Rock Giant Master? Wherever the Lugio Master is, the Rock Giant Master will be there. The Shaman-Gu Lord sneered. Dear Bug, do you have helpers? Inhe, do you have helpers? The God-eyed race, Bone Clan, and the first ancestor god sect all had helpers. However, they were just hiding from one helper. Actually, this was normal. In the depths of the inner region, unless one was extremely confident like the deer bug, they usually moved in pairs. For example, the Scarlet Mantis Master and the Scarlet Sea Master moved together. The Shadow Dust Master and the Shaman-Gu Lord moved together. The Lugio Master and the Rock Giant Master moved together. And the Jin Feng Master just happened to run into this matter. I've always moved alone in the cosmic sea. The deer bug said directly. I don't have any helpers either. Luo Feng shook his head. Haha, 3 from the God-eyed race, 2 from the Bone Clan, 2 from the first ancestor god sect, Inhe and I, a total of 9. The deer bug laughed. This choice isn't easy. However, such an opportunity is hard to come by. Even in the Purple Moon Sacred Land, I've never heard of such a mysterious inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but they're probably left behind by the ordinary warriors in the universe ship. However, they obviously can't compare to this Duandong River Wu. And once those ordinary warriors die, even if they leave behind some danger, it won't be a threat to me. But this Duandong River Wu, since he dared to say such words, I'm afraid that even if he perished, the methods he left behind can deal with the strongest experts of the universe. Lord Stagbug's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone, think carefully. Just as everyone was struggling within. On the throne in the main hall, energy gathered, forming a green-haired silhouette. It was Duandong River. Have you thought it through? Duandong River stood up and walked down, looking at the 9 silhouettes below. And Luo Feng, the deer bug lord and the others all understood, this was probably just some sort of AI left behind by Duandong River. As for Duandong River himself, he had died long ago. Rise! Duandong River pointed at the floor of the main hall and roared softly. Rumble! The main hall immediately began to rise. A huge round stone slab floated up, revealing a deep hole. That deep hole, with a glance, it was a patch of red. Occasionally there were red energy waves twisting about. If you're willing to accept the inheritance, go down. Duandong River said directly. I'll choose you according to my Duandong River's method of choosing my inheritors. As you pass the tests, you'll gradually come into contact with the inheritance. The moment you do, it'll be a life and death crisis. If you successfully accept the inheritance, you'll live. If you can't completely accept it, just a little bit, you'll die. If you're afraid now, you can leave immediately. The gate is open, it won't close. You can even invite your clansmen and friends to try. The more the better, this way there'll be a higher chance of a new Duandong River. Duandong River's gaze swept past the 9 silhouettes. Make your choice. Following that, his silhouette dissipated like dust, turning into nothingness. The round stone slab floated high up, revealing the endless red tunnel below. To enter or not to enter? I'm nearing the end of my life, yet I get such a chance. The Scarlet Flame Lord said solemnly. With the ancient civilization's methods, even though I'm in the first reincarnation era, I can still become the strongest in the universe, even passing through reincarnation. Even the ancient civilization can't break through the restrictions. Then, the moment I receive the inheritance, I can guide the strongest in the bone race universe. As long as one of them succeeds, the third sacred land universe will be born. Haha. Hua, a crimson stream of light flashed past in an arc and flew directly into the deep passageway, disappearing without a trace. This is my only chance before my death, how can I miss it? Lord Lujiu smiled, becoming a beam of light and flying into Lujiu. A low and thick voice resounded. If you go there, I'll go there. The rock giant lord followed without hesitation, becoming a beam of light and flying into shadow dust. Shaman. The couple exchanged glances and laughed. Go. Go. They entered together. Haha. The gold square lord laughed loudly. If I'm going to die, I'll just die earlier. After a while, the first universe era's warriors all entered, leaving only the deer bug lord and Luo Feng outside. Are you going? The deer bug lord looked at Luo Feng. What about you? Luo Feng asked. The deer bug lord's gaze was distant, saying softly, so what if it's eternal? My life's passion lies in adventuring, my clan's absence doesn't affect me at all. The sacred land universe is eternal. This inheritance is hard to come by in the endless eras, if I miss it, I'll regret it. This adventure may be my biggest one, but if I go, dying in it will be worth it. Haha. I'll go first. The deer bug lord became a beam of light and flew in. Only Luo Feng was left in the entire palace. Even if I die, as I'm a universe knight, I still have a chance to revive. The price of reviving me may be huge, but I can afford it. Luo Feng looked at the red abyss. I originally wanted to let the golden-horned beast bring the star pagoda and leave, but the moment I really die, the star pagoda will become an ownerless object, floating within the universe ship, being sucked into some dangerous areas. Or even taken away by other powers. Then I'll bring the star pagoda and enter it together. With it, I'll have more confidence in dealing with the many dangers. I'll bet everything on it, just this once. If I succeed, my humanity will be eternal. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and rushed into the red abyss. Looking at the red comments, Tomato was very touched. Thank you brothers for your support, with your support, I'll have endless power. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Flying into the red waves, he felt the time and space warp, as though he was flying in a universe pathway. Hua, his eyes gleamed. Ahead was a palace shrouded in white mist. The material of the palace was the same as the pathways and cabins of the tomb boat, dark gray. At this moment, there were 8 masters of the universe in the hall, including the Lord of Deer Bug, the Lord of Shadow Dust, the Lord of the Dark Sea, and the Lord of Lujiu. They also turned their heads to look. So. Luo Feng immediately flew over. Milky Way Lord, you've only trained for a dozen eras, it's incomparably short and you're here too. Deer Bug Lord laughed. We were just discussing whether or not Milky Way would come, if I were you, and from the primal universe, I'm still 2 more eras away from the end of my lifespan, I can still live for a long time. You've trained for such a short time and your accomplishments are already so high, there's no need for you to fight with us. Actually, you can leave now. The Master of Shadow Dust had a very kind expression on his face. Since I'm here, I won't leave. Luo Feng said indifferently. Humph, even if you come, you'll die. Scarlet. Ocean Lord stared coldly at Luo Feng. Since this junior wants to die, there's no need to care about him. Scarlet Mantis Lord said coldly. The Bone Race was a crazy and cold race, they would only unite within their own race, they were extremely hostile to outsiders. Especially towards this Luo Feng who had trained for a dozen eras and had such accomplishments, he felt a sense of jealousy. Actually, the Shadow Dust Lord, Shaman Lord, Scarlet Mantis Lord and the others who chose to come and take the risk to obtain the inheritance were actually the most hostile towards Luo Feng. They were very clear, choosing an inheritor, one would usually focus on speed of improvement, comprehension, etc. Training for a dozen eras or close to 3 eras, there wasn't much of a difference in accomplishments. Who would Duandong he choose? Was there a need to say? They could only hope that Duandong He's technique was unable to determine how long the warriors here had lived. However, against Duandong He, they only felt that he was deep and unfathomable, hence they had no confidence and wished for Luo Feng to leave early. When Luo Feng and the other 9 were in the misty palace, mocking each other, suddenly a formless energy began to gather beside them. It was the green-haired Duandonghe. All 9 are here. Duandonghe's gaze swept over the 9 powerhouses and he nodded. Then let the first round of elimination begin. Filter? The Deer Bug Lord, Shadow Cloud Lord, Luo Feng and the others all tensed up. No one dared to say they could pass the selection. Rise. East Duanha pointed towards the floor of the palace. The ground suddenly parted, and a strange machine began to gradually emerge from it. This was an instrument similar to a Rubik's Cube. It was dark red in color, and its surface was covered with many mysterious law runes. The mysteriousness of these runes made all the powerhouses present feel dizzy and unable to understand them. A door suddenly appeared on the Rubik's Cube. One goes in, and one is selected. Duandonghe said directly, only one can enter at a time. Let's begin. The 9 experts looked at each other. Who would go first? This strange and unpredictable Rubik's Cube looked quite dangerous. For a moment, none of the experts present were willing to be the first to enter. You, go in. Duandonghe pointed at Lord of the Deer Bug. This is just the beginning of the selection. Lord of the Deer Bug will definitely make it. Right, how would this be difficult for Lord of the Deer Bug? The other masters of the universe from the first reincarnation era instantly relaxed, and they even started to tease him. Lord Stag Bug, on the other hand, smiled faintly and did not say much. He directly walked towards the Rubik's Cube, took a step, and entered it. Following which the door of the Rubik's Cube closed. The engravings on the surface of the Rubik's Cube began to light up. Rumble of powerful energy rippled within the Rubik's Cube, causing the entire Rubik's Cube to turn from dark red to a glaring white. Just what is happening inside? Luo Feng was nervous within. Selection, just what was being selected? Everything was unknown. Lord of the Deer Bug didn't make any sound inside. Maybe he was howling in pain, but the sound couldn't be heard. Anyway, because they couldn't enter the Rubik's Cube, everyone was anxious. After a while, the door opened. A silhouette walked out from the Rubik's Cube. It was Lord of the Deer Bug, and his expression was one of confusion. Even the other 8 didn't understand. It seemed like something had happened to Lord of the Deer Bug that entered, hence his expression. First selection, qualified. Duandonghe glanced at Lord of the Deer Bug. Lord of the Deer Bug immediately revealed a look of glee. Lord of the Deer Bug, just what is inside? Lord Lujio said. Congratulations Lord of the Deer Bug, I wonder what is inside. Lord Shaman said too. Only these 2 ladies spoke up at this time. You'll know once you enter. Lord of the Deer Bug stood aside after saying that. He had already passed this baffling selection anyway, naturally he was leisurely standing aside. Next? Duandonghe's gaze swept across the remaining 8. I'll do it. Lord of the Black Ocean's eyes gleamed fiercely, he immediately took a big step forward. Seeing a warrior take the initiative, Duandonghe stood there and didn't say much, watching silently. Lord of the Black Ocean walked to the door of the Rubik's Cube. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped in. The door closed. Following which the engravings on the surface of the Rubik's Cube lit up again, Luo Feng and the others waited silently. Just what was happening inside? After a while, the door opened and Lord of the Black Ocean too walked out with a face full of confusion. Duandonghe looked at the Master of the Black Sea, and there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes. He said coldly, "You don't qualify." The hearts of the other experts trembled. Incompatible? No, I don't. Why? Why am I not suitable? The Master of the Dark Sea grew anxious. He could not help but say, I've only lived for 3 reincarnation eras. That Lord of the Stag Insect has lived much longer than me. He is only slightly stronger than me because he has a supreme treasure. Why do I not fit the criteria? This was an opportunity for the bone race, and the Master of the Dark Sea was unwilling to give it up. Shut up! Duandonghe shouted. Next? Duandonghe looked at the other 7. Just now, the only one who had taken the initiative, the Master of the Dark Sea, did not meet the criteria. This made the other 7 cautious, not daring to take the initiative. You. Duandonghe pointed at Lord Liujiu. Master Liujiu was qualified, the rock giant lord didn't fit, the master of Shadow Cloud was a match, the master of the voodoo cages was a match, the master of the metal cube was in line, the master of the dark sea did not fit the description, the master of the scarlet centipede didn't fit. You. Duandonghe was the last to point at Luo Feng. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Because ever since the master of the dark sea took the initiative and failed, the other warriors were all pointed at by Duandonghe. Luo Feng held his breath and walked towards the Rubik's Cube device, stepping through the door and entering. Inside the device, there was an independent void. Luo Feng floated in space and surveyed his surroundings. There was no exit. Rumble 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 warped engravings appeared in the space. The dazzling white engravings instantly covered the entire space. Waves of peculiar and unpredictable energy were born and permeated towards Luo Feng. Even with the Star Pagoda guarding his soul, even with the Mad Demon Destroyer armor protecting his body, it was useless. The peculiar and unpredictable energy tunneled into his body. At this moment, it was as though all of his secrets were exposed. The formless and peculiar energy continued to drill into his divine body, into every bit of his divine power, causing him to become one with Luo Feng. After a while, the twisting engravings in space began to dissipate, and only then did the peculiar energy dissipate completely. Ka. A door appeared in the space in front of him. Only then did Luo Feng step out of the door and into the hall outside. Everything that happened in the Rubik's Cube device just now still filled Luo Feng with doubts. You, fit. Duandonghe nodded and revealed a smile. Smile? That's not right. There's a problem. The expressions of the Lord of Deerworm, the Lord of Shadow Dust, the Lord of Voodoo Chi, and the others, who had passed the first round of selection, changed slightly. This was because this was the first time Duandong River's King Wu had smiled since the beginning. Based on the judgment of the various powerhouses, Duandong River was originally a very cold person. The illusion he left behind was definitely consistent with his original personality. You. Duandonghe pointed at the Lord of the Dark Sea, the Scarlet Bear Lord, and the Giant Rock Lord. The 3 of you, leave quickly. If you don't leave, only death awaits you. The Lord of the Dark Sea and the Scarlet Bear Lord glanced at each other. They were unwilling. The Bone Clan was completely annihilated just like that. The Giant Rock Lord, the Stone Special Life Form, also looked at Lord Liujiu and said in a low voice, Liujiu, the Giant Rock Lord can no longer protect you. Be careful. Lord Duandonghe, can you tell us why neither of us passed? The Lord of the Dark Sea couldn't help but ask. You are not of my race and yet you want to inherit the inheritance of my Duandonghe lineage? Dream on. Scram. Duandonghe said coldly. Race? Luo Feng, the Lord of the Deerworm Lord, and the others were all shocked. If one were to judge strictly, the 6 experts that passed weren't from the same race. In fact, not all of them were flesh and blood life forms. For example, Lord Liujiu was a plant life form, but she still passed. Race, the Lord of the Dark Sea and the Scarlet Bear Lord trembled. If this was the reason, then they would be in deep trouble. This meant that they had failed. Even if the other experts of the Bone Clan came, they would fail as well. Hurry up and scram. Duandonghe's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's go. The Lord of the Dark Sea and the Scarlet Bear Lord gritted their teeth and immediately transformed into beams of light. The Giant Rock Lord was also reluctant to bid farewell to Master Liujiu, before he charged out and flew into the scarlet light. Following the crimson stream of light, time and space flowed, and the 3 of them quickly arrived at the control room. Humph. The Master of the Black Sea lowered his head and looked at the deep, crimson passage, gritting his teeth. If that's the reason, doesn't it mean that none of the Bone Race can succeed? Since that's the case, we, the Bone Race, will spread the news and let all the major forces know. Let a large number of experts rush over. We, the Bone Race, cannot succeed, and we cannot let the Holy-Eyed race succeed easily. After all, 3 of the 6 people inside were from the Holy-Eyed race. How could the Bone Race allow the Holy-Eyed race to succeed? In the hall of dense fog palace, Duandong gazed at the remaining 6 and said, "Those that aren't of my race naturally don't have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance. However, this is only the simplest screening, and also the safest screening. However, there will be life and death dangers down there. If you are afraid now, you can still retreat. P.S. Tomato summons recommendation tickets, free recommendation tickets, everyone has them. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation." The Deer Bug Emperor, the 3 universe lords of the God-Eyed clan, Lu Jiao and Luo Feng, the 6 of them were all silent, none of them retreating. What a joke. Maybe they would think a lot when they made their decision, but the moment they decided, why would they retreat? Ever since they stepped on the path of the strong, the danger of death had never been far from them. They might not be willing to die, but none of them feared death. For the ancient civilization's powerful inheritance, they would rather risk it all. "All right." Duandong he nodded, "Then follow me." Duandong he turned and headed towards the other side door of the misty palace. While the door automatically opened and Duandong he walked in. The Deer Bug Emperor, Luo Feng, Shadow Cloud Emperor and the others were curious about where he was going, but they all followed. Following behind Duandong he, following the wide pathway for a while, the path ahead was completely blocked by a sluice gate. Duandong he walked to the gate before stopping. "In a while, the gate will open, only then will you be able to continue following this pathway." Duandong he's gaze swept across the 6, "As long as the 6 of you are able to follow this pathway in a straight line, until you reach the next palace, you'll have passed the most basic screening and can begin to interact with the inheritance." Inheritance, Luo Feng, the Deer Bug Emperor, Shadow Cloud Emperor and the others all shuddered, their eyes gleaming. As long as they followed this pathway and reached the next palace? That would count as passing the screening and beginning to interact with the inheritance. Even though they were excited within, the 6 of them understood that Duandong he's inheritance was very strong, hence the screening definitely wouldn't be simple, which also meant, this pathway was probably the true death pathway. There was a high chance that one of them would fall in this pathway, hence they had to give it their all. "The 6 of you. In this pathway, you can use weapons, you can use any techniques." Duandong he said slowly, "As long as you reach the next palace, it's fine. Rise." Duandong he turned to look at the sluice gate and pointed. While the heavy and wide sluice gate slowly rose, revealing a wide and deep pathway with no end in sight. This made the Deer Bug Emperor, Luo Feng, Lu Jiao, and the others crease their eyebrows. Just what dangers lay within this death pathway? Just what method did Duandong he from the ancient civilization use to screen them? If they couldn't pass the screening, they would be in danger of dying. The first round of screening was the easiest. All they had to do was stand on the Rubik's Cube for a while. If they didn't pass, they could leave immediately. You. The 5 of you, go in." Duandong pointed at 5 experts. "Us? Me? The 5 of us will go in together?" There was an uproar. Lord Stagbug, Lord Lu Jiao, Lord Shadow Dust, Lord Wu Qi, and Lord Jin Feng were all stunned. Just now, Broken East River had pointed at the 5 of them, telling them to enter together. Then what about him? The Shadow Cloud Lord couldn't help but point at Luo Feng, this Milky Way leader Luo Feng. The Deer Bug Lord and the other 3 started to feel uneasy. They had no way of doubting the decision to change the Duandong River. However, during the Rubik's Cube examination earlier, the Duandong River actually revealed a slight smile because of Luo Feng, that made them suspicious. In addition, among them, Luo Feng's training time was the shortest. A mere 10 eras, how short was that? "The 5 of you will go in together." "He will go alone," Duandong said coldly. "What, you don't want to go in? Then leave, at least you can leave alive. If you don't, the 5 of you will quickly go in. Those who don't go in will be eliminated." The Deer Bug Lord, Lu Jiao, and the God-Eyed race, the 3 universe lords exchanged glances and glanced at Luo Feng. "Go. Go." The 5 silhouettes entered the pathway simultaneously. While the heavy and wide sluice gate slammed down, sealing the entire pathway once again. On this side of the gate, only Duandong River and Luo Feng were left. The moment you enter, there's no chance of retreating. Duandong River glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Within, many thoughts floated. The other 5 entering together? Entering alone, why was it special? Did Duandong River really see him differently, or was there a special danger waiting for him? Would it be a blessing or a curse within the pathway? The Deer Bug Lord, Lujiao, and the God-Eyed Race, the 3 Universe Lords looked at the sluice gate behind them, their expressions changed. The situation isn't good. The Shadow Cloud Lord's voice was sharp, his eyes gleaming fiercely. If the inheritor is chosen, he's only trained for 10 eras and he's already this high, or even 3 reincarnation eras. As long as he's not an idiot, he'll choose this Luo Feng. I suspect that the strange machine from before didn't just detect his bloodline and life characteristics, it could very well have detected how long he's lived. The other 5 were shocked. Yes. No one knew what that strange machine could detect. It definitely detected something special. The Shadow Cloud Lord laughed coldly. Otherwise, why would Duandong River smile so rarely? He was obviously very satisfied with Luo Feng. Why was he satisfied? From what I see, it must have detected that Luo Feng has only lived for 10 eras, and his training time is very short. An absolute genius with such a short training time is unbelievable even in our 3 reincarnation eras. Even in the ancient civilization, he would be an absolute genius. Such an absolute genius inheriting his inheritance, of course he would be satisfied. Hence, he would treat him differently. Right. That's very possible. They all spoke out, even the Deer Bug Lord nodded. They all had high positions and were very clear that there was no way for them to be completely fair when choosing disciples. The moment they really liked a disciple, they would treat him differently. However, what can we do? Right now with the 5 of us passing through the tunnel, even if we want to harm Luo Feng, we can't do it. The Gold-Side Lord shook his head. I'm afraid that Duandong River thinks the same way, hence he separated us from him. Even if we have other ideas, we can't do it. Let's go. The Deer Bug Lord shook his head. Don't think about it. This is Duandong River's inheritance, we can only follow his wishes. If there's a chance, we'll deal with Luo Feng. Right now there's no chance, we can only try first. This tunnel of death, we might not be able to make it through. Anything can be used in the tunnel of death. Dear Bug Lord, you have an absolute treasure, your chances are much higher. The Deer Bug Lord didn't waste any more words and flew forward. Lujiao too became a beam of light and flew forward. The 3 from the God-Eyed clan exchanged glances and nodded, continuing forward. The only advantage the God-Eyed clan had was, the 3 of them were of one mind. With the 3 of them working together, even if the Deer Bug Lord was there, they wouldn't care. On the other side of the door, Luo Feng could roughly guess that with Duandong River's actions, the other 5 Universe Lords had already started to target him and treat him as their enemy, treating him as the biggest threat to the inheritance. Rumble. A strong ripple came from the other side of the door, causing Luo Feng to turn and look. However, all he could see was the heavy door. Following which energy ripples came one after another, obviously a life and death crisis was occurring in the depths of the tunnel of death. Lord Duandong River, why did I separate from the 5 of them? Luo Feng suddenly asked. Duandong River stood there with his eyes closed, his entire being was like a piece of ice emitting cold air. Only after hearing Luo Feng's words did he open his eyes. Just do it, don't ask me why I'm doing this. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. If you leave now, you can still leave alive. Finishing his words, he closed his eyes again. Luo Feng could only bear with it. The bone race was the pinnacle race of the first cycle. Within the vast universe C, there were a total of 4 small universe. Within the first small universe, 4 majestic silhouettes were scattered in 4 different directions, facing each other in mid-air. They were the 4 demon lords of the bone race. This is what Mahai and I experienced personally. It is indeed a very terrifying inheritance, an inheritance of a super warrior from the ancient civilization called Duandong River Wu. This Duandong River Wu, according to my guess, He's probably a great existence from before the endless reincarnation when the universe ship was still intact, second only to the so-called generals. His inheritance is definitely not to be underestimated. And from the description, this Duandong River inheritance in the ancient civilization only has one inheritor per generation. The Scarlet Mantis Lord stood respectfully in mid-air, speaking to the four majestic silhouettes. Mahai? One of the majestic silhouettes spoke. Is that so? The Scarlet Mantis Lord also said respectfully, yes, that is indeed the case. However, the two of us were eliminated in the first round of selection because we are not of the same race, so we do not have the qualifications to receive the inheritance. Scarlet Mantis, recreate part of your memories of what you two experienced. The four high and mighty demon lords of the bone race were also very serious. This matter sounded very serious and extraordinary. Yes. The Scarlet Mantis Lord replied respectfully. Immediately, a 3D projection appeared in mid-air, playing the scene from when they charged into the tomb ship together to when the Duandong River appeared in the hall and said those words. This caused the four demon lords to become excited. Next was the inheritance, but that sentence from the Duandong River, you are not of the same race, and you want to inherit the inheritance of my Duandong River? Wishful thinking. Scram. This caused the hearts of the four demon lords to turn cold. Damn it. Such an opportunity, and there are actually 3 of them from the holy-eyed race. None of us can enter. Damn it. The 4 demon lords also let out angry roars. They were obviously very angry. Spread this news to the 3 great reincarnation ages, the 2 sacred lands of the cosmos, all of them. A hoarse voice roared, let the entire cosmos see no, let all the experts rush over. We must be in chaos, let the tomb ship fall into chaos, and even destroy the inheritance of the Duandong River. In short, only with chaos will our bone race have a chance. Even if there is no chance, we can destroy the holy-eyed race's chance. The hatred between the holy-eyed race and bone race is endless, we cannot let them take advantage of us like this. Spread it. The other 3 demon lords also roared angrily. All of them were extremely angry, and without hesitation, they immediately began to spread this news to all the powers in the Cosmos Sea. Deep within the inner region of the universe ship, the Icefire region. Inside the tomb ship. Luo Feng stood at the side of the door, constantly feeling the waves of energy coming from the depths, but he had no idea what was happening inside. Duandong River suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, 1 dead, there are still 4 left. Luo Feng was shocked, and could not help but look at the Duandong River. 1 dead, ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The 5 universe lords inside were all extremely strong. The 3 from the Holly clan were of one mind, the deer bug leader had a powerful treasure on him, and the Lujiu leader was a plant life form that was the hardest to kill. Luo Feng looked at Duandong he was still standing there with his eyes closed, causing Luo Feng to give up on asking, it would be a waste of time. Another one has died. Duandong he suddenly said, there's still 3 left. Luo Feng's heart trembled. This life and death corridor was too dangerous, how powerful were the universe lords that dared to enter the depths of the inner region? Even the strongest of the universe wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 had fallen. The deer bug leader is the strongest, the 3 from the Holly clan are of one mind, the Lujiu leader is also a level 5 universe lord and a plant life form. Compared to these 3, I'm actually the weakest. Right now 2 of them are already dead, if I go in? Luo Feng frowned, he began to worry within. In the realm of fire ice, at the door of the grey boat. The Lord of the Frightful Sea, the Lord of the Scarlet Bear, and the Lord of the Rock Giant stood at the entrance of the cabin. The Lord of the Frightful Sea and the Lord of the Scarlet Bear had sent their avatars to report, and the Lord of the Rock Giant had sent his avatar to report to his forces. No, the Rock Giant leader's huge body trembled. Lujiu. The Rock Giant leader suddenly howled, that crazy howl was filled with pain. Pung, he knelt down heavily, his knee smashing into the thick floor of the tomb boat. Both his hands grabbed the sides of the floor, letting out unwilling howls, weird howls, some resounding, some shrill, some hysterical, it caused the rock giant leader's body to tremble and distort. The Lord of the Dark Sea and the Lord of the Crimson Bear were shocked. They looked at the hysterical Lord of the Rock Giant and exchanged a glance. Looks like Lu Jiu leader has fallen. He probably has fallen. It's said that wherever there's Lu Jiu, there's also the rock giant leader. The rock giant leader has been following Lu Jiu for countless years, close to 3 reincarnations. Looks like his feelings for her are indeed deep. The moment Lord Lu Jiu fell, the giant rock lord went crazy. On the other hand, the other two were rejoicing in their misfortune. They couldn't accept the inheritance, but so what if they did? He still died in the end. Ah! The rock giant lord let out a frenzied roar. It waved its 8 arms and punched the ground heavily. Pung 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 pung. The heavy impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. However, the floor of the tomb boat was extremely sturdy. Even the strongest experts in the universe couldn't damage it, let alone the fist of the rock giant lord. The crazy heavy punches caused the surface of the 8 fists to begin to crack. Inheritance. Despicable inheritance. It's all because of this despicable inheritance that I'll kill you. Revenge, revenge, revenge. The rock giant lord howled in pain. I want to destroy this inheritance. I want to destroy it. Kill the inheritor. Kill it. East River, it's all you, it's you, it's you. I want your inheritance to end, to avenge Liu Jiu. Following that, the rock giant lord turned around abruptly and rushed towards the tomb boat's control room. Crazy. Rock life form, his head can't even think straight. He's starting to go crazy. The Howling Ocean Lord and Scarlet Mantis Lord laughed coldly as they watched. After a while, the rock giant lord's huge silhouette walked back. I can't get through, I can't get through. The rock giant lord shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and pain. I said before, I'll always follow you, my time is almost up, yet you've fallen before me. Liu Jiu, the rock giant lord slumped down in the corner of the cabin entrance. His entire body slumped there, leaning against the wall, not making a sound. The Howling Ocean Lord and Scarlet Mantis Lord were filled with fear. They walked further away into the large hall of the plaza, not daring to get close to the rock giant lord. Outside the door of the corridor, Luo Feng stood there quietly, feeling the energy ripples. Suddenly, the energy ripples stopped. Luo Feng's heart tightened. Duandong, he who had his eyes closed all this while opened them and nodded, not bad, only 2 died. After which he turned to look at Luo Feng, you, go in. Following his voice, the huge and thick gate that had been closed rumbled and rose once again, revealing a dark corridor. There was not a single silhouette at the end of the corridor. This made Luo Feng even more fearful. 2 of the 5 that moved together had died. Would it be a blessing or a curse for him to move alone? Either give up or advance. Duandong, he glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced at Duandong, he and flew in without hesitation. Rumble. Behind him, the huge door slammed shut, it was already closed. There's no more chance to retreat. Luo Feng glanced at the door behind him and looked up at the dark corridor. I want to see just what's in this life and death corridor, to actually make 2 of the 5 fall. So, he became a beam of light and swiftly advanced. The corridor was deep, occasionally narrowing and occasionally widening. After flying for a while, it got darker and darker. Within the dark and hazy corridor, with Luo Feng's vision, he could see everything clearly. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, suddenly stopping and floating in midair. Not too far away lay a tall silhouette. He had a human-like body, large amounts of fur grew from his head and neck, almost like a lion, his neck thick and strong. His eyes were slightly closed, the surface of his body was covered in a layer of black armor. When Luo Feng appeared, that tall silhouette suddenly sat up and opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed with a red light as he stared at Luo Feng. What you have to do is to survive under Kuei Luo's hands. A cold voice resounded in his ears. Luo Feng immediately recognized that it was Duandong's voice. Don't hide in the palaces or other treasures, that will only mean you've been eliminated and you have to fight. Other than hiding in the palaces or treasures, you can use any other weapon. 2 of the 5 from before have fallen under Kuei Luo's hands, I hope you can survive. Rumble. That tall silhouette fiercely stood up, his body was over 100 kilometers tall, his cold eyes emitted an endless killing aura. This corridor was about 6,000 kilometers wide, it was enough for battle. I have to fight? Luo Feng slowly descended, looking at the mysterious being called Kui Luo. Duandong, he calls it Kui Luo? For it to be able to survive for countless eras until now, it shouldn't be a life form. How'll die? The monster Kui Luo roared and rushed over. Shua. It became a beam of light and arrived before Luo Feng. And Luo Feng followed closely behind. This monster Kui Luo left behind by Duandong, he was actually able to kill 2 universe lords. Luo Feng naturally didn't dare be careless. The moment he arrived, he went all out, immediately entering the beast god heart state and rushing forward. Simultaneously his strongest right hand became a huge 5 golden blade and waved. Almost like 5 blades slashing at the same time. Crazy Demon Destroyer Armor's 3rd level. Destroyer. Pung, the monster Kui Luo's head was slashed viciously, its entire body was like a sandbag as it spun and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground, causing the entire corridor to tremble. The shocked Luo Feng didn't immediately follow up with another attack. What? This? Luo Feng was stunned. This is the level of power that can kill 2 universe lords? What a joke, those 5 were all extraordinary. To kill 2 of them, one had to at least have the strength of the universe's strongest warrior. And he was only level 4, hence the moment he arrived, Luo Feng had already made his plans. The moment he arrived, he used his ultimate move. And following the clash's force, he borrowed the force to immediately retreat. Using the first move to determine the opponent's strength, he could make a detailed plan. However, the truth was, against his own claw, the monster Kui Luo was immediately trampled. It had no strength to resist. Luo Feng, who was about to borrow the force to retreat, could only freeze in midair. What's going on? Why is it so weak? Receiving my claw earlier, the strength it displayed, I'm afraid even a universe lord can trample it. Luo Feng was suspicious, after which he didn't hesitate and rushed towards Kui Luo. The monster Kui Luo roared and stood up, once again roaring, die, die, die. Pung, the lightning-fast claw was terrifyingly fast, the monster Kui Luo couldn't block it at all, it was immediately clawed at the neck, causing the monster Kui Luo's entire body to rumble as it was smashed face first into the ground. What's going on? Luo Feng's 2 legs, infused with the strongest gold-splitting technique, became 2 glaring golden glows, continuously kicking the back of the monster Kui Luo's head, causing its face to once again kiss the ground twice, emitting rumbling sounds. How the monster Kui Luo's thick hands grabbed the ground, immediately flipping and standing up. Luo Feng watched from mid-air, frowning, its body is quite strong, my attacks actually didn't leave a single mark on it, however, its strength is too weak. Even though he didn't understand why, but since the opponent was weak, then he would ruthlessly trample on it. Luo Feng became a beam of light and immediately arrived beside the monster Kui Luo. The monster Kui Luo roared and waved its fists, however it was immediately grabbed by Luo Feng and smashed into the ground. Pung! 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 The continuous trampling caused the monster Kui Luo to sometimes lie on the ground, and sometimes get kicked into the corridor wall, after which the hair on its head was grabbed by Luo Feng and smashed into the wall above. In an instant, Luo Feng was as fast as lightning, repeatedly trampling on the monster Kui Luo. Even though he was trampling on it, Luo Feng remained vigilant at all times, preparing himself for the possibility of the monster exploding at any time. Its strength is rising. Obviously rising. Luo Feng gradually felt something amiss as he trampled on it. He felt the monster Kui Luo's display of strength, from the high-level night level constantly rising, level 2 Universe Lord, level 3 Universe Lord, level 4 Universe Lord, its strength continued to rise as time went by. Luo Feng, who was initially very happy and relaxed from trampling on it, found it harder and harder. Especially at this time, when the monster Kui Luo reached the level 5 Universe Lord level, Luo Feng and the monster Kui Luo were evenly matched. However, the monster Kui Luo's strength was still rising. Pung! Luo Feng tumbled and smashed into the corridor wall, immediately vanishing. Rumble! The monster Kui Luo's terrifying leg smashed into the wall. It's already level 5. Luo Feng was extremely haggard. If it continues to rise, wouldn't it be level 6, the strongest warrior in the universe? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The monster Kilo didn't know any techniques, it completely relied on its speed and strength to attack. As the saying goes, using strength to break through, when one's strength reaches a certain level, even the laws would have to retreat. The monster Kilo already had such a feeling, its fist caused the frozen space to warp, becoming a glaring beam of light. Even the slightest ripple from the fist could easily destroy the entire solar system. Pung! A huge golden claw slapped the fist from the side. A terrifying force exploded. It's even stronger. Luo Feng followed the force and immediately flipped, only stumbling a little, almost like a phantom. He crashed into the wall of the corridor. The force of the impact was immediately absorbed into the wall. Rumble! A glaring heavy kick landed on Luo Feng's chest, sending him back to the wall. The strong force of the kick caused his entire body to tremble. So, Luo Feng gritted his teeth and dodging far away. Simultaneously, the golden horned beast's god energy immediately entered his body, allowing his earth body to recover to its peak condition. This monster Kilo, his strength is rising too quickly, it's probably close to level 6. Luo Feng felt his head hurt. Even with the Mad Demon Destroyer armor, he was only at the pinnacle of level 4, against a normal level 5 Universe Lord. He could still fight, at most he would be at a disadvantage. However, right now, the monster Kilo was even more terrifying than the Lord of 5 Turbid. He was completely being trampled on. In such a short period of time, it's already used up 8% of my god body. I can't let this go on. Luo Feng looked at the monster Kilo that turned and roared. With a flash it arrived before him with unbelievable speed, immediately roaring. Shua, the glaring silver-white wings suddenly appeared on his back. Simultaneously a strong god energy activated, a blurry and thin golden light emanated, immediately covering an area of close to 1 million kilometers. An incomparably strong binding force immediately acted on the monster Kilo, causing its speed to decrease. Luo Feng's 4 wings flapped, retreating rapidly. Broken East River only said not to use palace treasures. Luo Feng's silver wings expanded, feeling excited within. Wuxia, it's been a long time since we've fought together. How the monster Kilo seemed to be very angry, letting out a sky-shaking roar. One roar caused the space to tremble and warp, forming a visible shockwave that swept towards Luo Feng. In the distance, Luo Feng didn't move at all, allowing the shockwaves to crash into his body and dissipate. Boom! The monster, Kilo, burst forth with speed and attacked once more. I have the Wu-slaying wings in my hands. I am not someone to be trifled with. Luo Feng's silver wings flapped, and his figure immediately became unpredictable. He flashed through many afterimages as he madly engaged in close combat with that monster, Kilo. With the support of the Golden Country, Luo Feng's strongest technique, God Slayer, could completely reach the higher level of the 5th level. Even if he were to clash head-on with Kilo, the difference wouldn't be too big. For a time, the two of them fought in close combat again. The monster, Kilo, was rampaging. Luo Feng's afterimages were everywhere. Pung! Luo Feng's entire body tumbled and flew away, his 4 wings closing and covering his entire body. Its strength is still increasing. Top 6th tier? Or the strongest in the universe? Luo Feng couldn't judge for a while. He felt that even the Golden Country's effect on that monster, Kilo, was getting weaker and weaker. Kilo's punches and kicks were already starting to make Luo Feng's heart tremble. Ravage. Even with the Golden Country's restriction, Kilo's explosive speed still far exceeded Luo Feng's. Luo Feng didn't even have time to dodge before another punch landed on his chest. Kilo's attack power made Luo Feng's heart tremble. Every time, he had to use the Wu-slaying wings to cover his body to block its punches and kicks. Pung! 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 There was no way to block it. He couldn't even escape. He couldn't even block it. Luo Feng had completely become a sandbag, being ravaged by that monster. The Golden Country's restriction was like a layer of air. To the monster, it was negligible. His strength has definitely risen to the strongest level in the universe, And the strongest in the universe have to rely on treasures to unleash such power, yet he's relying on his body. Luo Feng completely wrapped his silver wings around his body, bitterly enduring time and time again. If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. Don't tell me I have to enter the Star Tower? The Star Tower can definitely easily block its attacks, but the moment I enter it, I'll be eliminated. Endure. 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 While Luo Feng was being ravaged to the point of unbearable pain, he was completely like a sandbag that was being kicked, and smashed. The monster, Kailo, suddenly calmed down, causing Luo Feng, who was kicked away to crash into the wall, to immediately push himself up with his hands, floating in mid-air, looking suspiciously at the monster. Why did you stop? Rumble. The monster sat down on his butt, before lying down and closing his eyes. You've passed, continue forward. A cold voice resounded in his ears. It was the voice of the Duandong River. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He'd finally made it through. With lingering fear, he looked at the unmoving monster Kailo, before swiftly flying forward. The passage was sometimes wide and sometimes narrow. After a while, he saw a sluice gate. As Luo Feng flew closer, the gate had already opened. Luo Feng looked at the three silhouettes on the other side of the gate. You actually made it out alive. The Shaman Lord was shocked. Milky Way leader, you alone, you actually managed to escape from that monster alive. The Shadow Cloud Lord laughed coldly. Respect. The Deer Bug Lord however revealed a smile. Luo Feng looked at the three before him. The three that survived were the three of them. Looks like the ones that died were the Gold Square Lord and Lujiu Lord. He didn't expect even the plant life form Lujiu Lord to fall. The five of you moved together. How did two of you die? Luo Feng was shocked. That monster wasn't that powerful. The Shadow Cloud Lord laughed coldly. Of course the one you met wasn't that powerful. If you met the same one as us, you would have died without a doubt. What did you guys meet? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Beside, the Deer Bug Lord said, the monster Kui Luo we met was still alright at the start. It only had the strength of a level 4 Universe Lord. However, as the battle went on, its strength continued to rise, very quickly becoming stronger than any of us. It reached the strongest level of the universe, and it's still rising. I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than any of the strongest I've ever met. One punch from him was enough to damage our bodies. Lujiu Lord's dodging ability wasn't enough. He was immediately destroyed. He didn't even have time to retrieve his palace treasure to save his life. The Gold Square Lord and Shadow Shaman worked together. It's a pity their coordination wasn't good enough. They were destroyed too. The Deer Bug Lord sighed. Luckily that crazy state only lasted for a moment. If it went on, the two of them would have died without a doubt. Humph! Shadow Cloud and Shaman snorted coldly. Luo Feng was shocked within. Not right. The monster Kui Luo they met was stronger than them, and it seemed like the monster they met was at the level 4 Universe Lord level. And the monster Kui Luo he met was only at the level of a high-level knight. In the end, it only reached the strongest level of the universe and ended quickly. There's only the four of you left. A silhouette formed beside. It was Duandonghe. The Deer Bug Lord, Luo Feng, Shadow Cloud Lord and Shaman Lord all looked over. Duandonghe coldly said, this is just a small test of your strength, and two of you have already fallen. This is only the beginning of the corridor. You must reach the end of the corridor and reach the next hall. Only then will you be able to touch the inheritance. Continue forward. Duandonghe pointed ahead. This corridor was incomparably deep and serene. Luo Feng, the Deer Bug Lord and the Shadow Shaman couple were shocked within. This was only the beginning. Let's go. The four of them could only nervously continue flying forward, however their flying speed was obviously much slower than before. Luo Feng suddenly frowned. Virtual Universe, Hujack's Shrine. The moment Luo Feng appeared, he saw the stone table before the shrine with Universe Lord sitting on both sides. Luo Feng. Hujax looked over. Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City Lord also spoke. We just received news regarding Duandonghe's inheritance. This news was sent to us by the Bone Race during the first cycle. They also said that you are one of the 6 people currently exploring Duandonghe's inheritance. What's going on with Duandonghe's inheritance? Huge Axe creator asked. The other human warriors all looked at Luo Feng, obviously filled with anticipation and anxiety. Even though they received some news from the bone race, they obviously didn't know much, or maybe they didn't make it 100% public. You'll know once you see it. Luo Feng pointed to mid-air, completely projecting the memories he had experienced, from when they flew into the Toon boat, to when they saw Duandong He in the control room of the Toon boat, the Rubik's Cube device, the Monster Kilos battle. Everything was played once. Of course the scene where he used the Wu slaying wings was deleted before it was played. Immediately, the seated human race's highest-level warriors were silent. Luo Feng nodded. This is the situation. Duandong He's inheritance, this ancient civilization's powerful inheritance, is an opportunity, but also extremely dangerous. It's destined that there's only one inheritor. Even the few of us have all failed. This is just the beginning, and there's only 4 left. This is our human race's chance. I should explore it. Luo Feng looked at Huge Axe and the Primal Chaos City Lord. Huge Axe and the Primal Chaos City Lord nodded. Yes. If there was anyone present who was most suited to explore, Huge Axe and the Primal Chaos City Lord were very clear. It was Luo Feng. Because Luo Feng was a universe knight, even if he died, he could revive. Even though he would lose his treasures if he died, his origin laws, techniques, willpower etc. would still be there. His strength would quickly recover. Luo Feng, continue to accept the inheritance, don't be distracted by us. Huge Axe ordered. If we humans have any arrangements, we'll inform you later. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, after which he vanished under the watchful eyes of many warriors. And at this time, the news also caused a huge uproar in the Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe, East Emperor Sacred Land Universe and the close to 100 powers of the 3 great rebirth eras. This storm was destined to become more and more intense, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the vast universe C, there were only 2 Sacred Land Universes that could surpass the reincarnation cycle. Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe and East Emperor Sacred Land Universe. In terms of history, strength, depth of resources, naturally it was the East Emperor Sacred Land Universe that had existed for a very long time. East Emperor Sacred Land Universe, within it was the Endless God World. The Endless God World gathered 90% of the Undyings, 99% of the Universe Knights, all the Universe Lords, the strongest warriors of the universe. The entire Endless God World was beautiful, peaceful. There were all sorts of civilizations and buildings, all sorts of rare plants and flowers could be seen everywhere. Ong. Quang. Wu. Shu. 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 In the center of the Endless God World, there was a majestic green tree that pierced through the entire God World, constantly emitting sounds that spread in all directions. The tree was ancient and verdant, towering straight into the sky. It was surrounded by a large number of vines that looked like they were carved from jade. As the wind blew, the vines swayed slightly, emitting a sound that intoxicated the soul. There were many people sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree. At a glance, there was no end to them. It was a sea of people. Rumble. The entire tree suddenly shook, emitting a dazzling green light. Rumble. Following which it transformed into endless red light. Rumble. The majestic tree once again emitted endless black light. Rumble. Then it transformed into endless blue light. Rumble. Finally, there was a dazzling gold light. Following which the entire ancient tree began to revolve around it, 5 layers of light, dazzling and resplendent. In an instant the entire God world could see it. Primogenitor tree. The primogenitor tree is glowing 5 colors. The primogenitor is about to appear. The primogenitor is about to appear. Primogenitor. The countless god spirits, undyings, universe knights, and even universe lords who were sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree, when they saw the 5-colored rings of light from the primogenitor tree and the large amounts of energy flow around it, they couldn't help but be shocked and excited. Some undyings even started crying out loud, some kneeling down and trembling in excitement. Primogenitor, East Emperor Sacred Land Universe, it had existed for a very long time. The primogenitor East Emperor was an unparalleled being in the hearts of the entire Sacred Land Universe. Yet over the countless years, the primogenitor East Emperor seemed to not exist, rarely appearing. Even many universe lords who had lived through many reincarnations never personally saw the primogenitor East Emperor. There was no need to even mention the cosmic sea outside. In the cosmic sea outside, no expert had ever seen the two sacred grounds universe primogenitors. That was why the progenitor was known as the strongest person in the cosmic sea. However, compared to the two sacred lands universe primogenitors who had long since transcended reincarnation, the progenitors were naturally inferior. But no one had ever seen him before. Even within the cosmos of the two sacred lands, meeting their primogenitor was incomparably difficult. As for the ancient East deity, he rarely appeared. Every time he did, the primogenitor tree would shine with five-colored light. The primogenitor is about to appear. Progenitor. The masters of the universe in their respective palaces were all shocked and excited. It's been 82 reincarnations since I was born, and I've never seen the primogenitor. The primogenitor has finally appeared. One of the lords of the universe was so excited that he didn't even care about his disciples and teleported towards the primogenitor tree. The last time I saw the primogenitor was 119 reincarnations ago. Primogenitor has appeared. Madness, the entire endless God world sank into a state of madness. As the living beings of the most ancient sacred grounds of the universe, they had a pride that was ingrained in their bones. They even faintly looked down on the purple moon sacred lands. And from the size of the sacred lands cosmos, one could see that their East deity primogenitor was probably even stronger than the purple moon primogenitor. They were absolutely proud, and at the same time, they worshipped the East deity primogenitor. Beams of light appeared, gathering under the primogenitor tree. Experts floated in the air. Those who dared to do so were the masters of the universe or the strongest experts in the universe. At a glance, one could see that there were close to 1,000 experts in the air, scattered around the primogenitor tree. They were all incomparably respectful, silently waiting for their supreme primogenitor. Ong. Kwang. Wu. Shu. Shu. Zai. That inexplicable sound suddenly rang out. Every expert present was intoxicated by this sound, including the few strongest experts in the universe. Amidst the strange music, an incomparably dazzling figure appeared out of nowhere in the sky. He wore a robe with countless green branches and leaves, emitting a boundless hazy green light. The green light contained a dense vitality. Under the cover of the endless green light, the hundreds of millions of experts kneeling and waiting below felt incomparably comfortable. Even those who were injured or had their divine bodies damaged instantly recovered. Hua, all living beings, be it the undying or the strongest of the universe, woke up at the same time, and respectfully called out in unison, "Primogenitor!" Silence. All living beings looked passionately at the East deity primogenitor. East deity looked down. His entire body seemed blurry under the endless green light. Even the strongest of the universe and the hundreds of masters of the universe felt an invisible pressure. I heard that within the universe boat of the three great forbidden grounds of the cosmos sea, there is an inheritance called the Broken East River Wu inheritance. Is there one? East deity said slowly. Yes. The hundreds of masters of the universe and the strongest of the universe said in unison. They had just received the news, but nothing that happened within the sacred land universe could be hidden from East deity. The inheritance of Duandong River's Wu Kingdom is also a top-notch inheritance in that powerful ancient civilization. I order. North True Star Lord, you will personally escort 20 masters of the universe, 200 masters of the universe, and 2,000 undying to the universe boat as fast as possible, and send them on a journey to obtain the inheritance. East deity ordered. Yes. A white-robed man walked up and said respectfully. North True Star Lord, an ancient being, as the strongest in the universe, naturally he had become the strongest in the primal universe era. He was from the same era as the East deity primogenitor. It was just that his small universe had long since decayed, and he could only live on the sacred land universe. Are there any volunteers? East deity looked down. Only one can accept the inheritance, the others will be in danger. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. Almost instantly, the large amounts of masters and undying below all shouted out. There weren't many masters of the universe in mid-air, and those who volunteered numbered in the tens. Let the elders discuss and decide on the list. East deity looked down and said. Slowly, we must decide on it as fast as possible and head to the universe boat. 20 masters of the universe, 200 masters of the universe, and 2,000 undying will try together. That broken East River inheritance, our East deity universe must obtain it. I need it. Yes. Everyone spoke in unison, their voices filled with excitement. East deity needed it, this made the countless experts below even more fervent. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, North True Star Lord sat on a glaring black ball, traveling at high speed in the universe sea. I haven't entered the universe sea for more than 10 reincarnation eras. Since I've appeared, I will definitely let our East deity universe obtain this inheritance. On the same day, when the news reached the Purple Moon Sanctuary cosmos, the equally mysterious ancestor Purple Moon finally appeared and issued an order to obtain the inheritance of Duandong River. Yes. Yes, primogenitor. This inheritance will definitely belong to our Purple Moon sacred lands. The dear Bug Lord is already there, we have the greatest advantage. Let's go. Following the primogenitor's orders, 1,500 undying, 150 masters of the universe and 15 universe lords will all rush over. The strongest of the universe will naturally be fast. The god-eyed race, whose strength was close to the 2 sacred lands, was even crazier. The 7 true Lord clones gathered together. This is our only chance. Our time is up. We must obtain this inheritance. The complete inheritance we obtained back then compared to Broken East River, is obviously much weaker. Moreover, based on the reports of Ing Ai, Wu Qi, and the others, the abilities that Duandongha is capable of utilizing after perishing for countless years are already so terrifying, and we're able to discern a thing or two. I suspect that not only the universe lords can accept the inheritance, maybe even the universe sovereigns and the strongest of the universe can accept it. The 7 true Lord clones gathered in the air and discussed. I'm willing to go. Even if I meet danger, I have the palace and the strongest of the universe. He's also the strongest in the universe. I don't believe that Duandong he left behind a technique that can kill me. The 7th true Lord said. I'll go with old 7. The 1st true Lord nodded. 1st true Lord. Teacher. 1st true Lord, how can you go? Even if you fail this time, the reincarnation journey will depend on you. God-eye, don't be rash. Instantly, there was an uproar. The 1st true Lord was the strongest in the entire god-eyed race. If he took the risk and died, it wouldn't be good. In terms of strength, I'm weaker than the ancestor. Even compared to the creator of huge acts, I'm probably on par. The 1st true Lord sighed, but in the reincarnation journey, only the universe primogenitor of the 2 sacred lands succeeded. I can't even surpass the ancestor and huge acts. It's too difficult to succeed. This might be the last chance of the god-eyed race. No matter what, God-eye, you can't be rash. Old 7 and I will go. Just send more universe lords and universe sovereigns will do. Alright, old 2, old 7, I'll depend on you this time. Very quickly, everything was arranged. The god-eyed race sent the 2nd true Lord and the 7th true Lord to lead 20 universe lords and 100 universe sovereigns to the universe boat. To the god-eyed race, this was already going all out. The various forces were indeed going crazy, especially in the 1st reincarnation era. They were already at the end of their lifespan, so they naturally went crazy. The 2nd reincarnation era and the primeval universe were also envious. As the saying goes, if one doesn't worry about the future, there would be immediate worries. If they missed this opportunity, the broken East River's inheritance might not appear again in the next few reincarnation eras. If the various forces knew that the universe primogenitor of the 2 sacred lands had appeared and given the order, the close to 100 forces from the 3 reincarnation eras would probably be even crazier. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The outside world was in a frenzy, however the Toon Boat's life and death pathway was silent. Dear Bug Lord, Luo Feng, the Shadow Dust Lord and the Shaman Puppet Lord flew in the pathway, their speed was slower and more careful. And when Luo Feng received the news from the clan, the Deer Bug Lord, the Shadow Dust Lord and the Shaman Puppet Lord received the news earlier, they knew of the importance of the clan. The Purple Moon Ancestor personally appeared, personally speaking with the Deer Bug Lord. What kind of honor was that? At this time, the Deer Bug Lord was simply the biggest hero of the Purple Moon's sacred land universe. The 7 true lords even solemnly requested the Shadow Dust Lord and Shaman Puppet Lord to give it their all, after which the 2nd and 7th true lords would lead many universe lords over. Fight. Fight for a chance of survival. The Shadow Shaman couple went mad. The Purple Moon Ancestor actually appeared personally. This is probably the most glorious moment of my life, I will definitely give it my all. The Deer Bug Lord went mad too. Our human race is weak, our warriors are limited, we can't compete with them in numbers, then let's see Luo Feng's ability. Luo Feng too was filled with pride. The 4 flew, occasionally their gazes would meet, filled with fighting spirit. As they flew forward, the pathway got wider and brighter. Gradually, the 2 sides of the pathway began to appear stone pillars. Every pillar had a cube, pyramid or polygonal silhouette, basically every pillar had a silhouette on it. The pillars on the left all had their silhouettes condensed, containing over 10,000 different ripples. The pillars on the right had their silhouettes loosened, barely forming a skeleton. The left had a total of 123 pillars. The right had a total of 10,080 pillars. This is? As they flew, Luo Feng, the Deer Bug Lord, the Shadow Dust Lord and the Shaman Lord all had suspicious looks on their faces as they flew slowly. At the same time, they carefully observed the 3D silhouettes on the pillars. These silhouettes were all incomparably huge and contained huge amounts of energy ripples. Furthermore, the 3D shadows on the top of the 123 stone pillars on the left and the 3D shadows on the top of the 123 stone pillars on the right were exactly the same. The silhouettes on the left were complete. Like the Great Wall of China. The silhouettes on the right were just skeletons, almost like the bricks of the Great Wall had been removed, shaking and crumbling. There's only 123 on the left, but so many on the right. Luo Feng thought to himself as he flew. Each 3D phantom had a large number of different colors and emitted thousands of rays of light. For a time, the entire corridor was magnificent, like a fairyland. Luo Feng and the other 3 continued forward, quickly reaching the end. It was the right side of the 10080 stone pillar. The light condensed into a human silhouette. It was Duandong River. My lord. The Master of Shadow Cloud and the Master of Voodoo Chi were the first to bow respectfully. The Deer Bug Lord and Luo Feng followed suit and bowed. Duandongha, however, turned a blind eye to them. His gaze landed on the 3-dimensional shadows supported by the stone pillars in front of him. He sighed with emotion. Do you see them? Sir, there are a total of 123 3-dimensional shadows on the left, and 10,080 3-dimensional shadows on the right. Among them, the one on the left was perfect and flawless, and seemed to contain a profound secret art. The ones on the right are all incomplete, the Lord of Shadow and Cloud said. Lord of the Stag Bug also said, the first 123 figures on the right coincide with the 123 figures on the left. Right. Duandongha looked at the dazzling images that emitted thousands of rays of light. His eyes were misty as he said softly, this is my hometown, which is also the most popular form of entertainment in my civilization. It's also a method to train one's comprehension. Any large power or special inheritance, etc., would usually bring it out to test the candidate's comprehension. It's called Emperor Shi's Game. Emperor Shi's Game? Luo Feng, Deer Bug Lord, Shadow Cloud Lord and Voodoo Chi Lord all listened carefully. The Emperor Rhino game was created by an ancient and powerful existence, Emperor Rhino, before he died. Emperor Rhino's life could be said to be tragic. He was a true hero, but in the end. However, the Emperor Rhino game made him remembered by all the experts of our civilization. Of course, his strength was much stronger than mine. Duandongha. After he fell, this game was created. Back then, countless warriors treated it as a form of entertainment. However, later on, they discovered that it had extremely high requirements for comprehension. And frequently studying the game can also raise one's comprehension. In our civilization, from a newborn child to an absolute being, they all love to play this game. Emperor Shi's game has a total of 10,081 games. Duandonghe. The right side has a total of 10,080 games. As for the 10081 game, it has no games. And the left side is the perfect solution. Complete the first 123 games and that's the solution. Luo Feng and the others nodded. Studying the first 123 games, you should be able to study the basic mysteries of the rules. Duandonghe. If you can't even comprehend the basic mysteries, then your comprehension is simply too low. After you've comprehended the rules, you can begin solving the games. Solve the 124th game on the right side, 125th game, solve them one by one. I'll give you a longer period of time. Do your best to solve the games. When the time is up, if you haven't even reached my requirements, you'll be eliminated. Duandonghe said directly, of course, this elimination will only result in death. Luo Feng and the others were shocked. Death? Of course you haven't truly touched the inheritance yet. Duandonghe. Only when you've reached my requirements and reached the next hall will you be able to touch the inheritance. If you haven't touched the inheritance, naturally your souls won't be destroyed. I'll only destroy your bodies. If you have bodies, you can still survive. Duandonghe said directly, however after you begin to touch the inheritance, other than one person who has a chance of inheriting it, the rest will all have their souls destroyed. Look ahead. Duandonghe pointed ahead, rise. Rumble. 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 Rumble, the ground in the middle of the pathway shook and began to split apart. Immediately 4 rainbow pillars appeared. These 4 pillars belong to the 4 of you. Duandonghe looked at Luo Feng, Dear Bug Lord and the others, the moment you've comprehended the rules, you can begin solving the game, 124th game. Complete the game, use your God energy to draw it out and send it into the pillar. The moment you succeed, the pillar will alert you. If you fail, the pillar won't have any reaction. Go. Even though the time is long, it's limited. If within the limited time, which one of you can solve 6,000 games? You will immediately receive my Duandonghe inheritance. Of course, solving 6,000 games, your future is destined to be limitless, your future achievements will be even stronger than mine. However, I believe none of you will be able to do it. Within the limited time, the one who solves the most games will have more benefits during the inheritance. Duandonghe's gaze swept past Luo Feng and the others, after which he vanished. Duandonghe vanished. Within this wide pathway, there were 123 3D images on the left and 10080 on the right. Luo Feng, Dear Bug Lord, Shadow Cloud Lord and Shaman Lord all felt a formless pressure. Game? Entertainment? The Shadow Cloud Lord said softly, I didn't expect that Duandonghe would use a game from the ancient civilization to test us. Fool. Dear Bug Lord said coldly, you still think it's a game? Haven't you heard that from the ancient civilization, from the juniors to the strongest beings, they all love this Emperor Shi game? And as long as we can solve the 6,000th game, our future achievements will be even higher than Duandonghe's Wu. That also means, passing the reincarnation will be easy. The Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Lord and Luo Feng's hearts were burning. Passing the reincarnation, to be able to allow one's race to exist for eternity, what kind of glory was that? Allowing humanity to exist for eternity. Luo Feng thought. The Deer Bug Lord was similarly burning, even the Purple Moon ancestor values it so much, he's long surpassed the reincarnation, and his strength is incredibly profound. Even he values this inheritance is obviously very important. I want to see this. Emperor Shi game, just how powerful it is, I don't believe I can't solve the 6,000th game. Everyone present was burning within. The Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Lord and Deer Bug Lord all considered themselves universe lords. Their consciousness revolved extremely quickly, incomparably terrifying, able to think of countless things in a second. Naturally they had confidence. Luo Feng too had confidence. My attainment in the engravings is extremely high. These engravings and the Emperor Shi game are both 3D games. Just from looking at it earlier, I can see the many engravings. Luo Feng thought, the two probably have similarities, and ever since I left the black patterned pillar space for hundreds of years, my consciousness has been comprehending the laws and studying the techniques. The time flow has been sped up by 3,000 times, my attainment in techniques is much higher now. Purple Moon Sacred Land Universe. Ancestor. Lord Stagbug's clone faced the endless sky and said respectfully, I'm trying to understand the ancient civilization's method of testing one's perception, Emperor Rhino's game. I need to solve enough puzzles in a limited time, so I need a space with an extremely fast time flow. Everything that happened within the Sacred Land universe, the Purple Moon ancestor knew. Emperor Shi game? A gentle voice resounded, I know of the Emperor Shi game, it's extremely profound, you have to go all out. I'll send your body to the time realm. The time realm can maintain 10,000 times faster time flow. Your body will observe from the universe boat, your consciousness will stay there to study. The Shaman Lord and Shadow Cloud Lord too went to ask the first true Lord. And within the small universe, one could also open up a space with extremely fast time flow. Their avatars were also arranged to be among them. Quick, your serene sea clone, quickly head to the small universe of the creator of the huge axe. The ancestor has been suppressed forever, causing the primal universe to be unable to maintain perfect time flow. Within the universe, we can open up a space that can maintain 10,000 times faster time flow. The moment he found out about Luo Feng's situation, the primal Chaos City leader didn't care much, personally bringing Luo Feng's new ocean body and heading towards the creator's universe. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The tomb boat, within the quiet walkway, the 3D silhouettes glowed with all sorts of colors. Luo Feng, the Deer Bug Lord, the Shaman Lord and the Shadow Cloud Lord began to walk towards the 3D silhouettes, standing before the pillars, their eyes gleaming, their god energy seeping into the silhouettes and studying them. Even though I've trained longer than them, my consciousness's movement speed is much faster than theirs. The Deer Bug Lord thought. The Shadow Shaman couple and Luo Feng, even though they didn't speak, the invisible intense competition between them was incomparably intense. Because they were the first batch to receive the inheritance. The ones with the highest chance were the four of them. Huge Axe Creator's small universe, one of the independent worlds. Around a piece of land, there were endless whirlwinds and black energy flows, almost like they could destroy the world. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the peak of a mountain, looking at the distant whirlwinds. His finger however pointed into space, threads of god energy seeping in, swiftly drawing an incomparably complex 3D silhouette in midair. What a complex Emperor Rhino game. I've studied it for a while, yet I'm still confused. What are the basic rules of this Emperor Rhino game? Ever since he was young, Luo Feng had never played games so wholeheartedly. Back on Earth, his goal was to change his parents' lives, and after becoming a fighter, he never let himself slack off. Who would want to stand at the pinnacle of the primal universe, instead starting to study the most popular game of the ancient civilization? Towards this most popular game of the ancient civilization, Luo Feng was filled with curiosity. After all, this was a game that could test one's comprehension, or even raise one's comprehension. Just what are the rules? Luo Feng carefully studied. Even though he had only just begun studying the tomb boat, in truth, with 10,000 times time acceleration, he had already studied for over a day. With his consciousness calculating speed, even if it was a universe ship, he could swiftly study every single part of it. However, he couldn't even find the most basic rules of the game. A total of 123 puzzles, 123 puzzles, 123 puzzles, they all correspond to each other. Light, form, Luo Feng continued to study. Luo Feng sat there and studied for a total of 3 years, his mouth muttering and his god energy practicing. So these are the rules of the game. Luo Feng finally smiled. Emperor Rhino game. A 3D game layout, similar to a complex engraving. 1. Divided into 10,081 basic elements. 2. Each basic element on each line can only appear once in each miniature 3D image. 3. Every basic element will cause the miniature three-dimensional map to change. As a result, the miniature 3D drawings had an almost endless variety of styles. The miniature 3D images in each array must not be exactly the same. 4, 5, 9. The final solution to the puzzle will form a three-dimensional illusory image. Strands of divine power will form a perfect cycle of energy. It will exist eternally, unbreakable and imperishable. 9 rules of the game. It was extremely complicated. According to the degree of complexity, even the consciousness of the Lord of the Universe could not forcibly remember the location of every fundamental element. Countless fundamental elements formed a miniature three-dimensional image, countless miniature three-dimensional images formed a miniature three-dimensional image, countless miniature three-dimensional images formed a medium-sized three-dimensional image, countless medium-sized three-dimensional images finally formed a three-dimensional image. Even the masters of the universe could not forcibly memorize something. He had to understand the intricacies of this game. It was just like how one had to truly understand the profoundness of a secret technique before they could be used, because the complexity of the technique had already surpassed the limits of memorizing it. Unbelievable. Luo Feng was shocked. Such complicated laws, and every game formed is actually so perfect that it can't be broken or destroyed, not consuming a single bit of energy? It's unbelievable, even my miniature universe engraved picture can't achieve a perfect energy cycle. Powerful. Emperor Shi's first game, in terms of profoundness, can't even compare to the miniature universe engraved picture. However, to be able to achieve an unbreakable and eternal energy cycle, only then can it be called perfect. Emperor Shi, no wonder he was respected by Duandonghe. He was actually able to create such a mysterious and unpredictable game. Luo Feng was excited. The moment he understood the rules, it was obviously much easier to study the Emperor Shi game. Immediately, he felt the shocking attraction of the game. Luo Feng was immediately immersed in it. Interesting. There was a challenge. There was a sense of achievement. Luo Feng was even more impressed with Emperor Shi. He was actually able to create such a game. Under the premise of knowing the rules, this game had an extremely high requirement for one's consciousness. Probably only an undying or above could truly immerse themselves in it, and those with lower strength wouldn't be able to truly study it. That Duandong, he said, in the ancient civilization, from the juniors to the absolute beings, they all liked to play games. Don't tell me, the juniors from the ancient civilization can become undying? Luo Feng had this thought, after which he didn't think anymore and began to immerse himself in studying the Emperor Shi game. The Deer Bug Lord, Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Lord and Luo Feng all stood there, looking at the 3D images. Shadow Cloud, I've discovered the rules. The Shaman Lord communicated. What rules? The Shadow Cloud Lord was overjoyed. This despicable Emperor Shi game, under 10,000 times time acceleration, I've studied it for so long and still haven't figured out the rules. The rules are. The Shaman Lord swiftly informed. Right, haha, so it's like that. Why did I feel that my summary before wasn't able to fully explain the wonders of these 3D images? So this is the rules. The miniature 3D images are actually so complicated. The Shadow Cloud Lord was overjoyed. Shaman Lord, we both know the rules, I wonder if Deer Bug and Een he have comprehended them. The couple looked at Luo Feng and the Deer Bug Lord. The Deer Bug Lord and Luo Feng stood there like statues, unmoving. Don't worry about it. The two of us can communicate, comprehend and imprint each other's designs. We'll have a much better advantage than them. The Shaman Lord said. When the second true Lord and the others arrive, we'll have a higher chance of winning. The Shadow Cloud Lord was also filled with anticipation. The 3 great reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands. Almost all the powers and warriors were heading towards the universe boat. The first to arrive was actually the weaker Skybell clan from the first reincarnation era. Rumble. It far surpassed 100,000 times the speed of light. A blur wreaked havoc in the Icefire region, advancing with terrifying speed and quickly nearing the tomb boat. This caused the Bone Race's Nether Sea Lord, Scarlet Mantis Lord and Giant Rock Lord, who were guarding the tomb boat's cabin, to look into the distance with fear in their hearts. It's the strongest in the universe. The 3 of them had a common understanding. Hua, the blur rapidly decelerated, but it still stopped at the cabin door domineeringly, scaring the Nether Sea Lord, Scarlet Mantis Lord and Giant Rock Lord into retreating. Shadow Bell Demon Lord? The Nether Sea Lord, Scarlet Mantis Lord and Giant Rock Lord all looked outside. In the air above the cabin door, a black bell shadow floated. After that, the black bell shadow dissipated, revealing a strange old man with a head full of long hair and billions of small black bells. This old man even had small bells on his eyebrows, skin, and hair. While flying, faint bell chimes could be heard. This was the unique characteristic of the Skybell clan. Shadow Bell Demon Lord. The Nether Sea Lord and the other two bowed respectfully. Haha, Bone Race, I have to thank you for passing on the information. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord laughed. I just happened to be in the depths of the universe boat's inner region, so I immediately found 3 of my clan's experts in the inner region and rushed over. 3 auras appeared out of nowhere. The 3 Skybell clan experts appeared at the cabin door. Quickly head to the control room. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord ordered and looked at the Nether Sea Lord. Your bone race should know how to get there, right? I know. The Nether Sea Lord said, this is the map. A strand of god power flew out of his body and rapidly constructed a complicated map in midair, directly outlining the route to the control room's core hall. This route was simple to begin with just a slight outline, one could easily understand it. Very good. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord nodded in satisfaction. Then go. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord looked at the 3 Skybell clan lords of the universe and said in a low voice, the hope of my Skybell clan rests on you. Yes. We will use all our strength until we die. The 3 universe lords were similarly excited. Immediately, they transformed into 3 streams of light and rapidly flew towards the control room's hall. Half a year later. At the cabin door of the tomb boat. Shadow Bell Demon Lord, you actually dare to block this cabin door and not let us in. Does your Skybell clan want to have a bloody war with our number 1 ancestor god religion? Scram. Shadow Bell Demon Lord. Outside the cabin door, there were already 6 universe lords gathered. They were originally in a dangerous place not far from the Flame Ice region and had immediately rushed over after hearing the news. However, for the sake of his clansmen, the Shadow Bell Demon Lord naturally allowed the other experts to enter as late as possible. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord stood there coldly, completely ignoring them. Boom, a dazzling and powerful aura suddenly tore through spacetime and directly broke through the void. This caused the expression of the Shadow Bell Demon Lord, who was blocking the cabin door, to change drastically as he looked into the distance. Such a powerful aura. Which universe's strongest expert is this? I have never seen him before. Pung. A stream of light directly rushed into the cabin door. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord was so frightened that he did not dare to resist. He could completely determine that the palace treasure that the other party was controlling was a supreme treasure. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a powerful aura spread out. A white-robed elder with some vines and green leaves around his body descended. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he glanced at the Shadow Bell Demon Lord. You are. The Shadow Bell Demon Lord frowned. East the Arch-Sacred Ground Universe? The white-robed elder couldn't even be bothered to look at the Shadow Bell Demon Lord. With a wave of his hand, a dense cluster of silhouettes appeared in the spacious cabin passage. 20 Universe Lords, 200 Universe Supremacies, 2,000 Undyings. Go, obtain the inheritance for our East the Arch-Sacred Ground Universe. The white-robed elder ordered. Yes. The grandiose 2,000 experts all rushed in. In order to be on good terms with the East the Arch-Sacred Ground, the Bone Race had long given them a simple map of the tomb boat. I, Beijing, have already passed over 10 reincarnation eras and have yet to roam the Universe Sea. The white-robed elder glanced at the Shadow Bell Demon Lord and the others and said coldly, since Purple Moon's sacred ground and the other powers have yet to arrive, then they can forget about entering. Boom. The white-robed elder waved his hand. A black glaring huge ball immediately blocked the cabin door. With me, Beijing, here, let's see who else can enter. The white-robed elder took a step forward and merged into the black glaring ball. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Tomb boat, in the life and death corridor. There were 6 silhouettes scattered and observing the Emperor Rhino games. There's movement? Luo Feng frowned and looked outside. He could faintly feel waves of energy coming from the other end of the corridor. He guessed that it was the place where he had fought with the monster, Quiro. The ripples from this battle were noticed by the Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Lord, Deer Bug Lord and the 2 Universe Lords from the Skybell clan. Everyone's expressions were ugly. Could it be that another expert has come? Luo Feng muttered to himself, that Duandong River Gate has been open all this time. He didn't even kill the Bone Clan and others that were eliminated at the start, instead letting them go. He's obviously spreading the news to get more warriors to come. The more candidates there were, the higher the chances of a warrior that could receive the inheritance would be. Luo Feng naturally understood why Duandong River was doing this. However, he still felt the pressure. This Emperor Rhino game is really deep. Even though less than a year has passed here, I've already studied for thousands of years in the huge Axe universe. Luo Feng sighed, after thousands of years of studying, I'm still in the pondering stage. Right now, I can only finish the 119th game in an instant within this crystal pillar. From the first to the 10,081 games, the requirements for comprehension were getting more and more exaggerated. Even though he had already concluded the rules and completely solved the first to 123rd game, it was still very difficult to completely understand and instantly set up the game. Luo Feng only felt himself improving after comprehending the first 100 games. That was a type of improvement in comprehension. When he thought about the game, his consciousness was more multidimensional. After a while, rumble. A strong ripple traveled over. A large number of silhouettes flew over. Luo Feng and the others couldn't help but turn to look. Their expressions changed. So many. This many. How can there be so many? Luo Feng and the others were all shocked. With a glance, there were probably hundreds of them in the blurry crowd. And these hundreds of silhouettes all looked similar. Most of them had green leaves and vines around them. Obviously they were from the same race. Only a few were clearly different. Almost all of them are from the East Emperor Sacred Land universe. Only 3 are from other races. The Shadow Cloud Lord's expression changed. The East Emperor Sacred Land universe actually sent so many. Look, it's not just the Master of the Universe. There are even Universe Knights and Undyings. Master Shaman said that Monster Kilo from before was extremely terrifying, but even Universe Knights and Undyings came back alive. I'm afraid that Monster Kilo also looks at the level of the person who enters. Yes. This news is very important. Before, the clan only brought a few more Universe Knights to gamble, but didn't bring any Undyings. This news has to be sent to the clan. In terms of Undyings, my God, clan has plenty of them. The incarnations of the Shadow Wizard couple immediately began to report the news to the clan. Unfortunately, the 2nd and 7th True Lords sent by the Holy-Eyed race had already set off. Quite a lot of people have come this time. A cold voice rang out. Luo Feng turned to glance, the distant light condensed into a silhouette. Duandong River. Luo Feng only glanced once before ignoring it. This was because every time a newcomer came, Duandongha would come out and give an explanation. Previously, when the 2 Universe Lords of the Heavenly Bell race had arrived, Duandong he had explained the same thing. Luo Feng would occasionally pay attention to his surroundings. However, this didn't affect his comprehension speed at all. He, the Deer Bug Emperor, the Shadow Wizard couple, as the earliest batch, they had the advantage. Even if there were exceptional ones later on, as long as one of the 4 reached the requirements first, they would naturally be the first to receive the inheritance. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Before, when I planned out the first 100 games, I felt enlightened and improved quite a bit. Now that I've comprehended the first 123 games, I'll just have to wait for the next 124 games. Luo Feng glanced at the distant 124th game, after which he focused on the crystal pillar before him and began trying to solve it. Even though he had comprehended the first 123 games, as the solutions were already made public, there wasn't any difficulty at all, he just had to comprehend it. This was his first real attempt. It wasn't like before, when he looked at the results and comprehended it. Instead, he looked at the end of the game and tried to solve it. It was obviously very uncomfortable. Once Twice, Luo Feng tried to plan out the game, even though he didn't have much confidence in the basic elements, he was just relying on his feelings. As time passed, Luo Feng's mind became clearer and clearer. In an instant, his mind went from over 10,000 dimensions to drawing and combining them, swiftly confirming the basic elements one by one. In this first attempt, he immediately gained new experience from his previous comprehension. A full half a month passed. When a cone-shaped three-dimensional silhouette formed within the crystal pillar, no one outside could see it. The three-dimensional silhouette was incredibly perfect, floating without any god energy dissipating. 124th game, perfect solution. A ripple was transmitted into Luo Feng's consciousness. Luo Feng immediately rejoiced within. Finally, he succeeded in his first attempt, continue to the 125th game. Time passed. After the warriors of the East Emperor's Sacred Land universe arrived, Luo Feng and the others felt the ripples of many absolute warriors battling outside. Since it was from outside, it should be the strongest warriors of the universe. 5th month since the warriors of the East Emperor's Sacred Land arrived. Rumble. 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 The terrifying ripples spread within the tomb boat, weakening layer by layer. At this point, even the Undying studying the Shi Emperor game in the life and death corridor could feel it. Like Luo Feng, Dear Bug Lord and the others, their senses were naturally much stronger. Damn East Emperor universe. Dear Bug Lord's eyes flashed with rage. He looked coldly at the distant universe lords, knights and undyings of the East Emperor's Sacred Land. That North True Star Lord actually blocked the door, the cabin door. Humph, doesn't that North True Star Lord rely on his many treasures to be so arrogant? The three great reincarnation eras knew very little about the North True Star Lord. However, Dear Bug Lord, who had lived for a long time, knew him very well. The Lord of the North True Star was extremely old and was one of the few strongest experts in the East the Arch Sacred Ground Cosmos. This was because the East the Arch Sacred Ground Cosmos had existed for too long and had obtained numerous ancient inheritances. Even though the North True Star Lord didn't have a small universe anymore, with his ancient inheritance, his battle strength was still considered high amongst the strongest in the universe. And this time, the East Emperor's Sacred Land went all out. Even the strongest of the other universe lent him treasures, allowing him to bring a total of 4 treasures. They were the palace type, domain type, close range, and long range treasures. The moment he blocked the door, the warriors of the Purple Moon's Sacred Land arrived and were actually unable to rush in. Damn. Dear Bug Lord snorted angrily. After which, he didn't think anymore and focused on studying the techniques. The battle outside never stopped. Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land were really going all out. However, both sides were well prepared. And North True Star Lord arrived first, blocking the cabin door, leaving them helpless. This time, North True Star Lord was able to arrive first. Firstly, he had the attack treasures to open the way. Secondly, they had a more detailed map of the universe boat and took a closer route. And Purple Moon Sacred Land and the God Eye race arrived not too far apart, only 3 days apart. On the 3rd day of the battle between Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land. North True. Scram. North True, you think you alone can stop the 3 of us? Scram. Eternal True God. Go, get him out of the way. At the cabin door, Purple Moon Sacred Land and the God Eye race teamed up. The 3 strongest warriors of the universe surrounded and attacked North True Star Lord. The strongest of the God Eye race, however, they all had their own small universe. The power they could unleash was not normal. Plus the 2nd and 7th True Lord were proficient in combination techniques. Even though North True Star Lord wasn't afraid, he could only hold on for a while before being sent flying. Luo Feng and the hundreds of warriors were immersed in studying the Rhino Emperor game. Of course the fastest were naturally Luo Feng, the Deer Bug Emperor and the others. Even though some of the universe knights and undyings had come over, their speed was obviously much slower. Especially the undyings, even though they were told the rules by their race's universe lords, they still didn't understand. Rumble. 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 From the monster Kuei Luo, waves of energy rippled over. Luo Feng understood. This time it would probably be another huge batch. With so many coming, at most only one will receive the inheritance. Luo Feng exclaimed. It was madness, the races were all going crazy. After a while, a grand formation of hundreds of silhouettes flew over. Of these hundreds of silhouettes, with a glance, most of them were undyings from the Purple Moon's sacred land. And in terms of universe supremacies and universe lords, Purple Moon's sacred land cosmos was equal to the Holy-Eyed race, and also equal to the East Emperor sacred land cosmos, and even had two less. However, if Lord Deerworm was added in, Purple Moon's sacred land would have a slight advantage. This is the most basic rule. The Deer Bug Lord glanced and immediately began to inform the others. A blurry light began to gather. The light condensed into a green-haired man. His eyes were as calm as the sea as he glanced at the thousands of candidates on the field. Latecomers, this is the final test before you head to the next hall. It is a test of your comprehension. This is my hometown, the most widely spread game. It can't even be treated as a game, but as an important aid in training. It can test and raise one's comprehension. It's called the Rhino Emperor game. Duandong, he slowly described it. Begin. Within a limited amount of time, those who solve the game and reach my minimum requirements will be allowed to enter the next palace. Duandong coldly swept his eyes over. Don't underestimate this Emperor Rhino game. Of the first four, up until now, only a human has perfectly solved the 124th game. The other three are too slow. If this continues, Duandong, he shook his head and laughed coldly before vanishing. The moment those words were spoken, the God-Eye race, Purple Moon Sacred Land, East Emperor Sacred Land and the other powers, over 1,000 candidates all looked at Luo Feng simultaneously. Luo Feng's expression changed too. Damn Duandong, this is too vicious. He actually said such words. Attack this human. Make him unable to fully comprehend. Attack. Attack this human. Deer Bug Lord and the Ying couple stood coldly in the distance without making a sound. However, the God-Eye race, Purple Moon Sacred Land, and East Emperor Sacred Land all sent 2 or 3 universe lords simultaneously to attack Luo Feng. Even though Duandong allowed them to comprehend, he didn't say killing was forbidden during that time. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Holy-Eyed race, Purple Moon Sacred Land, and East Emperor Sacred Land, a total of 8 universe lords made their moves at the same time. Their divine powers burned, transforming into roaring mutated beasts, huge axes that could slice through everything, or countless threads that intertwined. All sorts of attacks enveloped Luo Feng. Damn bunch of trash. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and immediately shook his body. Hua, the mad demon destroyer armor expanded fiercely and swiftly formed a beast god, a huge horned lizard. Just like Yin Tuo's golden sulphone armor and 5 turbid lords' mad demon destroyer armor, they could all instantly form a beast god. And his own body hid within the beast god's body. Normally, a beast god armor that could expand outwards was worth even more than a pinnacle palace treasure. How the horned lizard roared, allowing the 8 attacks to slam into its body. However, it wasn't damaged at all. God-Eyed Clan, Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land, you guys are actually shameless to this extent. The horned lizard roared. Shameless? What a joke. Our lifespan is almost up. This precious Duandong River inheritance is our only chance of survival. For this inheritance, anything we do isn't considered shameless. Immediately, a God-Eyed Clan warrior laughed coldly. Luo Feng, you humans also want this inheritance? A weak race with just 1 universe warrior. A 3-faced 8-armed old man from the Purple Moon Sacred Land laughed coldly. What a joke. The horned lizard looked coldly at him. Weak, they probably didn't know the strength of the creator of the huge axe. You think just because you have an armor treasure, you can ignore us? A gloomy expert from the Holy-Eyed Clan sneered. Everyone, let's kill the one who poses the greatest threat. Alright. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him unable to focus on studying Emperor Shi's situation. Immediately, the 8 universe lords continued to surround and attack. Last time, they stood far away and only used their god energy to attack. Hence, the power wasn't that great. However, this time, these universe lords were mostly level 5 or at least level 4. All of them attacked, either soul attacks or close combat attacks. Howl the horned lizard roared. A bunch of trash. You don't even dare to study fairly. What's fair? Weak humans, the weak have no right to talk about fairness. Haha, what a joke. As they sneered, they wantonly attacked the one-horned lizard. Boom, the lizard tumbled and smashed into the wall, even hitting one of the pillars with a 3D silhouette, causing it to shake violently. However, these pillars were indestructible. This made the 8 universe lords even more reckless. Under their combined attacks, Luo Feng didn't even have a chance to retaliate. The crazy demon god exterminating armor can transform into a beast god, and its defense is extremely strong. It's comparable to a peak-grade palace treasure, but its combat strength is still at the 4th rank. Of the 8 of them, 6 are clearly stronger than me. Only 2 are on par with me. The worst part is that those 2 didn't fight me one-on-one. Instead, they surrounded me. Luo Feng was exasperated. He used his burning divine energy to maintain the stability of the horned lizard. Even though it was struggling and dodging, it was still being ravaged. In this kind of battle, he had to constantly maintain the stability of the one-horned lizard, which caused him to be distracted. The efficiency of his comprehension immediately dropped. Damn it. East Duanha is just going to watch this happen. Luo Feng was furious, yet he didn't understand what Duanha was planning. That Duanha's words from before were basically to make him the target of everyone. His short training time was publicly acknowledged in the Universe C, and he was one of the first batch to enter the inheritance. During the Magic Cube, Duanha already saw him in a new light, and during the Rhino Emperor game, he was also the first to solve the 124th set. Many factors, God Eye Clan, Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land, how could they watch Luo Feng get the inheritance? Naturally they would be ruthless. Howl the horned lizard let out a furious roar. His 4 hooves stomped fiercely, immediately leaving a blur and rushing towards the group of Undyings in the corridor. Not good. Everyone dodge. The Undyings were shocked. A Universe Lord level battle would affect them? Actually, from the start of the battle till now, no one had fallen. Because no one knew of Duanha's rules, since it was a candidate selection, from Duanha's point of view, he probably didn't want to see a massacre amongst the candidates. Hence, the 8 Universe Lords attacking Luo Feng wisely controlled their energies, preventing the ripples from reaching the Undyings. However now, Luo Feng had rushed into a large group of Undyings. The moment they started fighting, no matter how much they tried to control their energies, just a slight ripple would be enough to kill an Undying. Pung! A glaring heavy hammer seemed to fill the entire land and skies, smashing onto the back of the horned lizard, causing its 4 hooves to bend. A formless ripple spread out. The Undyings that had fled earlier, 2 unlucky ones were still caught in it, almost like dust blown away by the wind, they immediately dissipated, destroyed. Dead. The horned lizard turned to look. An Undying has died. The 8 Universe Lords attacking Luo Feng were stunned too. They stopped to look. Even the Shadow Cloud Lord, Shaman Lord and Deer Bug Lord looked over, filled with anticipation. Ever since the large group of warriors had arrived, the 3 of them hadn't interfered in dealing with Luo Feng. Because the 3 of them were highly valued by the God Eye Clan and Purple Moon Sacred Land, they had the highest hopes of inheriting the inheritance. The 2 powers naturally didn't want them to take the risk. There was a short period of silence. The horned lizard and the 8 Universe Lords were all watching to see if the 2 Undyings' deaths would cause any commotion in Duanha. Chi. Suddenly, the stone pillars with the 3D images on them, the 123 on the left and the 123 on the right, simultaneously shot out black and white threads. A total of 246 threads instantly condensed in midair, forming a thread of light that was like a swimming snake with intelligence. It immediately swept towards the Universe Lord of the East Emperor Universe who had smashed Luo Feng with his hammer. The speed of the light was extremely fast. It had already exceeded 100 times the speed of light, exceeding the limits of the origin laws. Shwa! All the warriors felt a powerful ripple. An unwilling roar. That tall and sturdy Universe Lord wielding the God Hammer was immediately destroyed, leaving only a few treasures on the ground. Hundreds of threads wrapped around the hammers, armors, and other treasures. With a swoosh, they were sent to the nearest stone pillar with a three-dimensional shadow. The hammers, armors, and other treasures disappeared into the stone pillar. The entire corridor was silent. After a long time, the Mist Lord is dead? Mist Lord, East Emperor Sacred Land Universe's Mist Lord. All the warriors present were completely shocked. Even Luo Feng felt his heart go cold. It was too terrifying. They originally thought that even if Duanhe wanted to punish them, it would be the subordinates of the monstrous Kuei Luo. However, the stone pillars in this corridor actually had techniques within them. They were actually still activated even after countless eras of time. One strike, killing the Mist Lord, a special life form of the East Emperor Sacred Land Universe. He was originally proficient in trapping enemies, plus he was originally a mist life form. Even after condensing into human form, killing him was still extremely difficult. Because he had cultivated the secret technique for countless reincarnation eras, this fog creature was able to unleash the most powerful and unyielding attack. In terms of strength, he was definitely comparable to the Primal Chaos City leader. In terms of life preservation, he was even stronger than the Primal Chaos City leader. Just like that, he had lived for an incomparably long time, an existence that could dominate the universe, an existence that even the strongest of the universe would find hard to kill. He was actually destroyed in one strike? Too terrifying. This is too terrifying. The Mist Lord was destroyed just like that. A portion of the weaker Undying's eyes were filled with fear. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief within. Duanhe was indeed powerful, however this lightning-fast method should be able to shock these bastards. However, Duanhe was too vicious, instantly killing him and taking away the treasures. Before, when we surrounded this human Milky Way, Lord Duanhe didn't stop us at all. And it was because we affected the Undyings that the Mist Lord died. The god-eyed race man said coldly, hence as long as we don't affect the surrounding warriors, we'll be fine. Right, we fought for so long before and he didn't stop us, and he didn't even punish us. Let's do it. Our three powers have a huge advantage now. We definitely can't let this Luo Feng acquire the inheritance. We'll first tie him down. As for our three sides, it'll depend on our own abilities. I suggest, all the Undyings and Universe Knights, temporarily enter the palace treasures. The man said directly, since the rules are known, they can familiarize themselves with the battle, let them study within the palace treasures first. Otherwise we'll affect them. Alright. Agreed. God-eyed race, Purple Moon Sacred Land, East Emperor Sacred Land, these three powers didn't hesitate, all had Universe Lords act, keeping their own knights and Undyings into the palace treasures. Luo Feng's single-horned lizard stood there, looking at the seven silhouettes. Mist Lord is already dead. Don't tell me you all want to die too? The lizard roared softly. Mist Lord only died in his original body, he still has his clones. A man from the East Deity Sacred Grounds Cosmos, whose divine body was surrounded by vines and green leaves, sneered. All of us who attacked you have the ability to clone ourselves. As long as we can destroy you and make you unable to inherit, so what if we die in our original bodies? Right, as long as this human dies, even if we die, it's worth it. I came here with no intentions of acquiring the inheritance, as long as we can get rid of the obstruction to our race, even if we die, it's worth it. These seven Universe Lords were all prepared to die. Even if they really died, they would be willing, much less in the corridors, even if it was just their original bodies, as long as they had clones, they could still survive. Weak humans, stop dreaming, this inheritance, you won't be able to get it. The seven silhouettes simultaneously surrounded the lizard. They had long prepared, even if they didn't study the Shi Emperor game, they had to delay and destroy this human, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the tomb boat's life and death pathway stood many majestic silhouettes. They were either plant life forms, flesh and blood life forms or rock life forms. Their appearances were all different, their armor and robes were different too. Of which the God-eyed clan, Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land were the three strongest powers. Each of them had over 10 Universe Lords. There were also a few scattered Lords of the Universe who had been very close to the blazing ice realm from the start. That was why they had arrived so early. Even though they were strong, they didn't dare interfere with the three powers dealing with the human Luo Feng. Pitiful human. What an unlucky bastard. That human he studied the Rhino Emperor game and performed a little faster, that Duandong River would have said it out loud. If the two of us can comprehend the Emperor Rhino's game quickly, will it be made public? Would we be surrounded too? Even if we can solve it, we can hide our strength first and not demonstrate it in the crystal pillar. After a while, when there are more warriors here, it won't be too late to demonstrate then. When that time comes, there will be more warriors from our clan. Even though they saw Luo Feng being surrounded, they didn't feel any pity. Because deep in their hearts, they too desired the inheritance. Getting rid of Luo Feng, who they had the most hope of getting it, was actually a good thing. Damn bastard. The lizard's claws clashed with the huge millstone. At the same time, its tail swung fiercely and became a glaring arc. Like a blade slicing through the air, it sliced towards one of the God-eyed clan's one-eyed life forms. At this time, even though the ones attacking Luo Feng belonged to the three powers, not all of them were from their own clans. The Lord of Mist that was killed by the East Breaking River through the secret arts contained in the stone pillars was also a special life form. Some of the stronger powers would have their own subordinates. Like the Primal Universe humans, they formed the Great Alliance and had a few Universe Lords as their subordinates. If the Primal Universe was destroyed in the future, then Luo Feng's human race would naturally enter a small universe. When that time comes, there would be a smaller space for the subordinates. At least the Universe Lords would be able to continue living. These Universe Lords, naturally had lower statuses than the main race. Usually, they would be the ones in the most dangerous situations. Just like this time, more than half of the people attacking Luo Feng were the subordinates of the three powers. Even though they were subordinates, their strength was still the real deal. You're quite good at struggling. Your armor isn't bad. You lost the silver wings, but you actually obtained a good armor. But what's the use of struggling? Even if you don't die fighting us with all your might, how much effort will you have left in that Emperor Shi's game? Give up and quit as soon as possible. The 7 Universe Lords surrounding Luo Feng had an overwhelming advantage. After all, Luo Feng's god energy was weaker. Even though his techniques and other aspects weren't lacking, he could barely match up to the weakest of the 7 Universe Lords. The moment he was surrounded, he could only be trampled on. He completely relied on the beast god form of the Mad Demon Destroyer armor. His defense was extremely strong, allowing him to hold on. No. Luo Feng, who was fighting within the horned lizard's body at lightning speed, felt anxious. This can't go on. I need to maintain the beast god's existence at all times, and it consumes too much divine energy. If I stay here for too long, it will consume a lot of my divine body's energy. In the cosmic sea, the replenishment of my divine power is slow. What's more, even if I don't have to worry about my divine power being depleted, if I continue fighting like this, the efficiency of my research on Emperor Rhino's game will greatly decrease. I can't care anymore. Luo Feng grit his teeth. Because there were large amounts of Universe Lords present, and even 2 of the universe's strongest. Hence, he didn't want to take out the Star Pagoda. However, at this point, he had no other choice. Studying the Emperor Shi's game was the most important thing. The horned lizard that was surrounded fled pitifully under the attacks of the 7 Universe Lords. Suddenly, rumble. A blood-colored pagoda suddenly emerged from within the horned lizard's body. The lizard swiftly disintegrated and entered the blood-colored pagoda. This blood-colored pagoda sat within the corridor and didn't move at all. The palace treasure. He actually hid within the palace treasure. He really thinks we have no way of dealing with him. Foolish punk, hiding within the palace treasure, that's truly courting death. The 7 Universe Lords stood around the blood-colored pagoda, looking at it in the center. They exchanged glances and laughed. Who will act? Who will act? This chance, you do it. It's still better for you to do it. Your sealing treasure is an absolute treasure amongst the pinnacle treasures. You have more confidence in sealing him. The conversations outside, Luo Feng, who was within the Star Pagoda, naturally heard them clearly. Luo Feng didn't dare to relax within the control room of the Star Pagoda. He carefully observed the outside world and listened to the conversations outside. Seeing the Universe Lords discussing, Luo Feng couldn't help but sneer. What a joke, sealing. Trying to seal me? Even if it's a supreme-grade supreme treasure among supreme treasures, it's impossible for it to seal a supreme sealing treasure. Outside world. Wind Wraith Lord laughed loudly. All right, leave it to me. With my treasures, unless his palace is also an absolute treasure, he'll be able to escape my seal. Otherwise, he won't be able to escape, the moment he's sealed. At this point, Wind Wraith Lord didn't continue, as he was afraid of being attacked by Duandong River. The moment he was sealed, Luo Feng wouldn't even have the chance to touch the crystal pillar, much less receive the inheritance. Because of the shockwaves earlier, 2 Undyings had died, leading to the death of the Mist Lord. Wind Wraith Lord was also worried that by sealing Luo Feng wouldn't have any chance to receive the inheritance, leading to him being killed. If he was killed after sealing Luo Feng, it was fine, but if he spoke too much before sealing, provoking Duandong River to kill him, that would be a waste. Human. Wind Wraith Lord raised his palm, immediately a glaring 3-colored pillar floated, he sneered at the blood-colored star pagoda. Seal. The Lord of Wind Gloom combusted his godly power to activate his supreme treasure, causing the tricolored pillar to fly over and hover above the blood-colored star tower. A hole appeared beneath the pillar, and a formless and powerful suction force was exerted on the star tower as it began to devour everything in a frenzy. Rumbled a strong swallowing energy acted on the star pagoda, causing it to tremble slightly. Wind Wraith Lord saw the star pagoda tremble but didn't leave the ground, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Seal. Just a little more. Wind Wraith Lord, your sealing treasure swallowing energy isn't enough. Give it a little more, go all out." The 6 Universe Lords beside urged anxiously. Wind Wraith Lord turned angrily and roared, "I've gone all out the moment I started, so what if it's just a little? This human's treasure is also an extreme treasure, it can actually resist it. Which of you have a better one? Come try." "I'll do it." A cold man with a single eye behind him said. Luo Feng leisurely looked at the outside world. What a joke, to make the star pagoda unable to break free and get swallowed, unless the opponent used an extreme treasure too. Otherwise, both of them were sealing treasures, how could an extreme treasure be able to seal his own star pagoda? The sealing failed. Even the Lords of the Universe would only think that their blood-colored towers were top-grade treasures. Not many would dare to think that they were supreme treasures. Seeing the Universe Lords fail one by one, Luo Feng didn't dare get careless, these bastards probably had other methods other than sealing. The tens of warriors from the God-Eyed clan, Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land were all anxious. The 7 Universe Lords that surrounded Luo Feng earlier had no other choice but to borrow treasures from the other warriors, however, none of them succeeded. This human's body is full of treasures, his armor is a treasure, this pagoda treasure is probably a rare extreme treasure too. To swallow it, we'll probably have to use an extreme treasure. Right. Looks like we can only rely on the strongest of the universe to make a move. Right, only the strongest of the universe have such methods. God-Eyed clan, among the 3 of us, only your God-Eyed clan has the strongest of the universe here. We'll have to depend on your God-Eyed clan. All of them frowned. Even the Lord of Deers and Bugs, the Lord of Shadow Dust, and the Lord of Voodoo Chi had noticed this. 2 true lords, we have no other way, I'm afraid only a true lord can deal with this Luo Feng. The Shadow Cloud Lord communicated. Amongst the many warriors present, there were indeed the strongest, the God-Eyed clan's 2nd and 7th true lords. This time the God-Eyed clan came to explore, other than the Universe Lords and Knights, there were also the adventuring 2nd and 7th true lords. However, after the 2 of them arrived, they remained silent and obediently comprehended their, not interfering in this matter at all. At this time even the Universe Lords of the 3 large powers had no other way, the only hope was these 2 true lords. Shadow Cloud, Shaman, we've just arrived. That Duandong he has long instructed us not to attack the other candidates. If either of us attacks, we'll definitely die. The 2nd true lord explained. Ah. The Shadow Shaman couple were shocked. Simultaneously, the 2nd true lord communicated to the 3 large powers and the Universe Lords, informing them of the situation. Then what do we do now? Watch Luo Feng acquire the inheritance. Dear Lord communicated. East Emperor Sacred Land and Purple Moon Sacred Land were pressuring and urging them. The 2nd and 7th true lords exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. I have the absolute treasure Ice Cliff Castle, and it has the ability to seal. The seventh true lord grit his teeth and communicated, however, for this absolute treasure to recognize an owner, it has a high requirement of willpower. If it's a universe lord, then it has to be the strongest in the universe. Your two sacred lands, the universe lords have all lived for extremely long. There are probably a few with willpower that have reached the strongest in the universe. You guys can randomly pick one and let him temporarily recognize the absolute treasure and let him seal Luo Feng. Then who will act? Purple Moon Sacred Land and East Emperor Sacred Land hesitated. Because the person who acted had a high chance of dying. My God-eyed clan has already taken out an absolute treasure. Do you still want to send a warrior? The seventh true lord communicated angrily. He was forced into a corner, otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to take out an absolute treasure. And he was prepared. The moment he sealed Luo Feng, he would immediately retrieve the absolute treasure to prevent Duan Donghe from taking it. Alright, my East Emperor Sacred Land will do it. Very quickly, a universe lord stood out. Very good. The seventh true lord communicated, with an absolute treasure making a move, unless the human Milky Way also has an absolute treasure, otherwise, he won't be able to escape. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The master of the universe who had stepped forward was called Master Huang Wang. He was a member of the East, the Arch Sacred Grounds universe. However, he had the ability to split himself. In addition, when he had been observing Emperor Shi's game and conversing with the other members of his race, he had realized that his speed of enlightenment had slowed down significantly. Hence, he was willing to step forward and make some contributions to his race. Seventh True Lord, that Ice Cliff Castle. Master Huangfu stood by the side, waiting for seventh True Lord to take out his ultimate treasure. The dozens of masters of the universe present were also watching this scene. Haha, you're giving it to me just like that? Do you think my holy-eyed race is stupid? The seventh True Lord laughed as he glanced at the master of the royal reed. After all, this is a supreme treasure. If you take it and the broken East River can't take it away, what should you do if you refuse to return it? Hence, I have a suggestion. Your East deity sacred ground should take out an ultimate treasure or some pinnacle treasures for me to use. After we deal with that human He, we can exchange for the treasure. If that ultimate treasure is taken away by East Breaking River, will you still return it? Master Huangfu said coldly. Those pinnacle treasures are useless in my hands. Seventh True Lord shook his head and transmitted, his voice ringing in the minds of every expert. An ultimate treasure that is in danger of being taken away by East Breaking River. Can't we use so many pinnacle treasures as collateral? Moreover, in this inheritance, all of us are in danger of dying, especially the strongest experts of our universe. Because we don't have clones, if we are killed, we will die completely. Do you think I will swallow it? How precious is my Ice Cliff Castle? Whether you choose or not, it's up to you. Seventh True Lord laughed coldly. If you don't have sincerity, I will directly ask you for the ultimate treasure. The East deity sacred ground had more than 10 masters of the universe, and the quality of this selection was obviously very high. They were the absolute elites of the East deity sacred ground. Just among these masters of the universe that came, there were actually 2 who had ultimate treasures. Purple Moon Sacred Ground also had 2 masters of the universe with ultimate treasures, including Lord Deerworm. It was just that seventh True Lord's ultimate treasure was in danger of being lost. The East deity sacred ground naturally would not be willing to use it as collateral. Alright, let's do it. We agree. The Celestial-eyed race and the East the Arch sacred ground quickly made the exchange. The Celestial-eyed race picked and chose 8 peak-grade supreme-grade items. 3 of them were even comparable to the crazy demon god destroying armor. This showed the foundation of the East the Arch sacred ground. This is the Ice Cliff Castle. The seventh True Lord waved his hand. An ice mountain floated in midair, and beside the cliff of the ice mountain was an exquisite fortress. This ice cliff fortress could be called a work of art. The ice mountain was crystal clear, and the fortress was magnificent, emitting an endless chill. The master of the royal reed master's eyes were blazing as he nodded slightly and immediately tried to recognize him as his master. In the corridor, the star tower that looked like a crimson tower stood there quietly, not moving at all. In the control room, Luo Feng had been carefully observing the outside world. However, as the warriors outside intentionally communicated through their god energy, Luo Feng didn't know what they were planning. However, when they all took out their treasures, even the seventh true lord took out the Icecliff Castle. Luo Feng immediately guessed. Icecliff Castle? The treasure of the seventh true lord? Luo Feng's expression changed slightly and his pupils contracted. Looks like they want to use a powerful treasure like the palace to take away my star tower. A supreme treasure against a supreme treasure. Who was stronger, who had the advantage? Without comparing, it was hard to deduce. The star tower's power is tyrannical. Back then in the primal universe for so long, no one was able to take it away. Luo Feng thought, however, that was only in the primal universe. The star tower has never competed with the Icecliff Castle before. If he can take it away, then I'm finished. If he can't, even though I'll be fine, the star tower will be exposed. Even the Icecliff Castle can't take it away, everyone will know. This blood-colored tower is definitely an absolute treasure. Thoughts swiftly flashed through Luo Feng's mind. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Luo Feng frowned, thinking urgently. Whether or not he could take it away, it wouldn't be good for him. Luo Feng's gaze looked outside, thinking swiftly. Luo Feng's gaze suddenly landed on the crystal and stone pillars, his eyes gleaming. All right, let's do that. Just as the master of the Imperial Reed Castle recognized the Icecliff Castle, the blood-colored tower that had been quiet all this while suddenly flew above a crystal pillar with a swoosh. The base of the blood-colored tower caved in, and then it suddenly fell down, directly embedding the crystal pillar within. And the blood-colored tower swiftly grew taller. With a pung, it smashed into the roof of the corridor. The base embedded the crystal pillar within and the roof was against the corridor wall. Haha, you think this will work? The master of the Royal Reed Palace held the Icecliff Castle in his hand and laughed. He threw the Icecliff Castle in his hand and ignited his divine power. Suddenly, the entire Icecliff Castle began to float, diagonally facing the blood-colored tower. Rumble the Icecliff Castle immediately produced an unbelievable powerful swallowing energy, directly affecting the star tower, causing the blood-colored tower to buzz and shake. However, even though it seemed like it almost succeeded, it was obviously still lacking. How can this be? The Emperor raged, looking at the seventh true lord. It's impossible that it can't be swallowed, unless he too has an absolute treasure. The seventh true lord frowned and shook his head. No. The cold god-eyed man frowned and suddenly spoke. It's not an absolute treasure, it's that human he who suddenly moved his treasure and embedded it with the crystal pillar. Everyone don't forget, that pillar was left behind by Duandong River and is completely connected to the tomb boat. To swallow this human seal, it has to break the pillar. Ah, this has never happened before. How can this be? They were all stunned. Within the control room of the Star Tower, Luo Feng laughed. The Star Tower was originally a sealing treasure. Hence, the base of the tower could split open a huge hole to swallow everything. And with the blood cloud pearl's effect, it could change its shape. At this time the base of the Star Tower was stuck to the crystal pillar. Hence, even if the Star Tower wasn't an absolute treasure, for the opponent to take it away, he had to separate it from the pillar. Or, the base of the Star Tower would shatter. Or, the pillar would shatter. Or, it would be swallowed along with the pillar. However, obviously, the stone and crystal pillars left behind by Duandong River were all indestructible, unshakable, and extremely stable. This sort of thing rarely happens. Luo Feng said softly, when other warriors are swallowed, they can only rely on their god energy to resist. If they hide within their palaces, they can only rely on their own treasures to resist. The reason why it's like this is because it's very rare to encounter an object that even an absolute treasure can't move. And these objects are very rare even in the three great danger grounds. That was indeed the case. In the three great danger grounds, many places like magma, wind, lake etc., when swallowed, didn't even have anything to cling to. Actually, it was the same logic as a normal person being hugged by a tornado. Only when the tree breaks or the person's arm loosens would they be swept away. And to some absolute warriors, they were too strong and had nothing to cling to, even in the three great danger grounds. Objects that even the strongest warriors in the universe couldn't destroy or move were very rare. Tomb boat? Black patterned pillars? These were extremely rare. Like the black patterned pillars, they couldn't even get close. As for Peak World and Flow Mountain, most of them were natural environments. Some rocks etc. could be easily broken by attacks. Naturally they couldn't be embedded. Hence, there were very few objects that could allow a warrior to cling to them. However, Luo Feng and the others were currently within the tomb boat. The tomb boat, even normal ground, could withstand the attacks of the strongest warriors in the universe. Those stone and crystal pillars were personally left behind by Duandong He for the inheritance tests. They were even more indestructible. Such a thing was almost impossible to encounter. However, coincidentally, they were within the tomb boat, and coincidentally, a powerful warrior was using a palace treasure to absorb it. Hence, such a thing happened. The warriors present weren't fools, they couldn't believe it at first, however they quickly understood the intricacies within. Damn. Lucky bastard. Even though the treasure is strong, just the swallowing energy alone can't break the crystal pillar. And it's even more impossible for it to break a pinnacle treasure. Looks like there's really no other way. Ah, that human Milky Way is clinging to that crystal pillar, it's his own crystal pillar. Even if he hides in there forever, he can still display the Emperor Shi within the pillar. Many warriors immediately understood the intricacies, they all gritted their teeth, incomparably furious, but what could they do? Sigh. There's no way to deal with him once and for all. Emperor Reed Master, return the Ice Cliff Castle to me. The seventh true lord spoke. Emperor Reed Master hesitated, he exchanged glances with the other warriors, finally exchanging treasures with the seventh true lord, taking back the treasures from the East Emperor's sacred land. With things reaching such a stage, the three great powers were all furious. There's no other way, we can only use the stupid method. Attack it. Material attacks, soul attacks. Attack after attack, this is only a pinnacle palace treasure. Maybe it's better against material attacks, but it definitely can't defend against soul attacks. With his soul attacked, I don't believe he can still calmly study the Emperor Shi game. We might even kill him with our souls. Alright. Attack together. Immediately the seven universe lords attacked Luo Feng again, however at this time Luo Feng was hiding within the star pagoda, like an unmoving target, allowing them to attack him. Ah. Soul attacks can't penetrate at all, his palace treasure is very special, it should be made of special materials, the holified god energy can't penetrate, able to block all soul attacks. Very quickly, the seven universe lords realized this. There were some materials that could block the holified god energy. Like the Calamity armor, it could weaken all soul attacks by 10%. Demon Destroyer armor, it could weaken all soul attacks by 1%. Like the tomb boat, it could completely block all soul attacks. Star Pagoda, even the strongest treasures. If placed within the body, it could protect the soul. And if placed outside, the body could hide within. Then the Star Pagoda could easily block all soul attacks. As for material attacks, some of the impact force was transmitted inside, but no supreme treasure could completely block the impact force. However, under the protection of a supreme treasure, material attacks could not break through the treasure, so the impact force was negligible. This treasure can actually block soul attacks. It really is an extreme treasure, second only to the strongest. Damn it. Then let's use the material attacks. It's just a pinnacle treasure, under the impact, I don't believe he can calm down and study the Emperor Shi game. The seven universe lords were enraged and had no other choice, they could only angrily use their treasures to attack the Star Pagoda again and again, like blacksmiths hammering and hacking with their treasures, smashing the Star Pagoda, causing it to tremble time and time again. Of course, the trembling was faked. The previous tremors from being swallowed were all faked. These attacks to the absolute treasure Star Pagoda weren't even enough to scratch an itch. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Let's fight, let's fight. Luo Feng sat leisurely within the control room. He could easily see the frenzied attacks of the 7 universe lords outside. However, the absolute treasure star pagoda was simply too powerful. The impact it could truly cause Luo Feng's divine energy to feel was weakened to a negligible level. With Luo Feng's strength, he could totally not be distracted at all. I don't even need to go out, I can use my god energy to permeate the crystal pillar and practice the Emperor Rhino game. Luo Feng smiled, I don't even need to use my god energy to study the game. Virtual universe. Within a single plane, fog swirled around it. There were many stone pillars, and there were also 3-dimensional images on the stone pillars. The left row had a total of 123 pillars, and the right row had a total of 10,080. This Emperor Rhino game, the complete solution and 10,080 game pieces, I've long copied them into the virtual universe. Luo Feng appeared in the center of the pillars, smiling, I can totally focus on studying, no matter what the 3 powers do, it has nothing to do with me. These solutions and endings of the Emperor Shi game, it wasn't because Luo Feng had long predicted he would be surrounded and attacked, it was because the Primal Chaos City leader and the creator of Huge Axe knew about the Emperor Shi game, and immediately let Luo Feng simulate it in the virtual universe. Obviously the Primal Chaos City leader, Huge Axe, and even the other warriors of humanity were very curious about it. The Emperor Rhino game was the most popular game of the ancient civilizations, it was also a form of training. How could Huge Axe and Primal Chaos not be curious? Hence Luo Feng naturally copied it into the virtual universe. He only needed to copy one, with the power of the virtual universe, he could naturally copy more, allowing every universe lord to study it. The Emperor Rhino game is too profound, I need to continue studying it. Luo Feng thought. His consciousness in the virtual universe was only in charge of observation. The true study was in the creator of Huge Axe's small universe. Time flowed like water. Cosmos boat, at the cabin door of the grave boat. Purple Moon Sacred Land, East Emperor Sacred Land, you guys don't even have to worry about your lifespans, yet you still want to steal this inheritance? Just you two, do you think you can stop our entire first reincarnation era? Not just our first reincarnation era, I believe the other 2 great eras too want to enter. 2 old bastards, get lost. Get lost. To destroy the hope of our race, I don't care if you are a holy land or not. Everyone, attack together. The battle outside the cabin door was already going crazy. Facing the end of their lifespan, why would they care about the holy lands? In front of their lifespan, the strongest experts of the 2 holy lands actually dared to join hands to block the cabin door. Wasn't this courting death? Immediately, the 2 strongest experts of the universe and dozens of universe lords joined forces to attack. It was just that the strongest experts of the 2 sacred lands had supreme treasures, so they were unable to break through it for a while. You can obstruct us for a while, but do you think you can obstruct us for much longer? When the other forces arrive, you won't be able to stop them. Damn it, damn it. Bastard holy land. Damn it. The experts from the other forces from the first reincarnation era who were stuck outside became even more furious. One must know that the Holy-Eyed clan was merely one of the forces from the first reincarnation era. One-on-one, the sacred lands of the universe were very powerful. However, if compared to the reincarnation era, even if it was the weakest primeval universe era, it would still require the 2 sacred lands to work together. As for the first reincarnation era, there were tens of the strongest in the universe. In terms of strength, even if the 2 sacred lands were combined and multiplied, they would still be far from being a match. Not to mention that this was the era of the 3 great reincarnations. The 2 old fellows from the Purple Moon Sacred Ground and the East the Arch Sacred Ground forcibly blocked the way for more than a year. Following which, the 7 strongest martial artists of the universe led the mighty masters of the universe and charged in. These 7 strongest of the universe quickly helped the 2 sacred lands to stop the newcomers. However, in just half a year, the last batch of 20 strongest of the universe led large numbers of universe lords, sages and undyings to kill their way in. They charged in majestically. Duandong River's selection was obviously much more ruthless, if Luo Feng and the others were to be said to have eliminated half of them back then. That was because there were simply too many candidates. The elimination rate of universe lords and universe venerables had reached 80%. The elimination rate of undyings was as high as 99%. The elites of the 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands were gathered in the life and death corridor of the tomb boat. The Purple Moon Sacred Ground had 11 universe lords. The East Deity Sacred Ground had 14 masters of the universe. In the entire first reincarnation era, there were a total of 6 strongest experts and 126 lords of the universe. In the entire second reincarnation era, there was 1 strongest expert in the universe and 32 lords of the universe. The Primal Universe era had 21 universe lords. From the number of warriors, one could see the determination of the first reincarnation era. Almost every power had sent their elites over. Against the numbers and strength of the first reincarnation era, even the 2 sacred lands could only lower their heads and hide. They no longer had any advantage. The reason why there weren't many strongest warriors in the universe, it was mostly because of the 2 sacred lands. The 2 sacred lands had arranged for universe lords, universe knights and undyings, but they didn't arrange for the strongest warriors to enter. This was seen by the 3 reincarnation eras. They also understood that in terms of strength and knowledge, the 3 reincarnation eras couldn't compare to the 2 sacred lands. The 2 sacred lands, which had always been very special in the past, had sent in large numbers. Obviously this inheritance was very important. Secondly, the fact that the sacred lands didn't arrange for the strongest warriors meant that the strongest warriors wouldn't be of much use here. Hence, other than the 2 strongest warriors from the God-eyed race, the other powers weren't so blind anymore. Only the first reincarnation era that was driven crazy by the time limit sent a total of 6. The second reincarnation era only sent 1, and it was a lone wolf. The Primal Universe era didn't even send a single strongest warrior. Rumble. Rumble. More than a dozen lords of the universe brandished supreme treasures used for close-quarters combat and roared as they attacked the blood-colored tower. Boom after boom, the entire life and death corridor trembled. What's going on? Who are the universe lords attacking? The tower that's being attacked belongs to the Primal Universe Lord. Milky Way Lord. Rumor has it that Milky Way Lord has the highest chance of receiving the inheritance, hence the various powers are trying their best to affect his comprehension. The Undyings communicated amongst themselves. There were simply too many Undyings present. Like the first reincarnation era, almost every power brought thousands to tens of thousands of Undyings. Even the God-eyed race sent another batch of Undyings over. This resulted in the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 sacred lands Undyings candidates. Even after filtering, they still neared 100,000. The total number of universe lords was close to 3,000. The number of universe lords was close to 200. This was the current situation within the life and death corridor. Human Milky Way, even you want to receive the inheritance? Attack. This bastard. The various powers would occasionally send their warriors to attack, almost as though Luo Feng had become their punching bag. Anyone would dare to attack. Within the Star Pagoda, Luo Feng opened his eyes and sneered as he looked outside. Go on, when I receive the inheritance you'll all be stunned. However, Duandong River seems like he really wants to pick a good inheritor, actually sending so many candidates, even my Great Alliance has sent so many. The Primal Universe era was the weakest this time, plus they sent very few warriors, hence they all worked together. Humans, bug race, demon race, automaton race, crystal race, prison race, space beast alliance, ancestral god sect, all the powers of the Primal Universe allied together, sending out a large number of experts, especially the Undyings, over 100,000, all of them charged over. However, after going through the selection process. After filtering, those that were able to enter Emperor Shi's game were much lesser, of which the Great Alliance had 1 Universe Lord Pungong Master, 9 Universe Lords and 102 Undyings. How pitiful. The Milky Way leader has become everyone's target. It's a pity we have no choice. The 21 Universe Lords of the Primal Universe gathered together. Pungong Master saw the other reincarnation eras and the 2 sacred lands frequently attacking Luo Feng. His expression was ugly, yet he had no choice. And the Bug Clan, Demon Clan, Prison Clan, even though they spoke nicely, they were probably gloating within. They weren't willing to see the humans grow stronger, No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Luo Feng continued to quietly study the Emperor Shi game. Time flowed like water, year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, close to 500 years had passed. He originally thought that the test of the Emperor Shi game wouldn't be too long, however the truth proved that it was, and the difficulty of the game made the elites of the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 sacred lands truly feel it. 999th game solved successfully. Virtual universe, independent space. Luo Feng stood before the 1000th game's 3D image, carefully studying it. These close to 500 years, as the game was solved one after another, the amount of time Luo Feng took to solve each game kept increasing, getting slower and slower. He actually spent close to 500 years before perfectly solving the 999th game, 1000th game, so difficult. Luo Feng had a feeling that this 1000th game would be a bottleneck. Luo Feng. Within the virtual universe, when Luo Feng was studying the 1000th game's 3D image, a white-robed man was standing not too far away. This white-robed man's eyes were like jade, faintly containing the mysteries of the entire universe. He had a smile on his face, almost like he was on a vacation, leisurely and carefree. Indeed worthy of being Luo Feng. The white-robed man observed from afar, however Luo Feng's eyes could see in this direction, yet it was as though he couldn't see. In the virtual universe, even the creator of the huge axe couldn't do it. Only the creator of the virtual universe, the ancestor. Only the ancestor could do it. Even before Luo Feng didn't feel anything. His training time is extremely short, his willpower is extremely strong. The white-robed man complimented softly, he's walking the engraving school again. It could be that it's similar to the Emperor Shi game, otherwise, even the huge axe's speed wouldn't be so far behind him. Humanities. Strong warriors also studied the Emperor Shi game through the virtual universe. The ancestor, naturally he knew of their progress. He was shocked to find that Luo Feng's comprehension speed far surpassed any of the universe lords. Even the huge axe couldn't compare to Luo Feng, from the inheritance. Undying, Knight, Universe Lord, the strongest of the universe, these 4 levels, their foundations are completely different, their comprehension speeds are fundamentally different. I reckon the selection test requirements are different too. The white-robed man nodded. Luo Feng is only a universe knight, the requirements shouldn't be high, yet he can still comprehend so quickly, it's no wonder he was targeted by Broken East River. Engraving school, the white-robed man shook his head. Emperor Shi game? Interesting. Huge Axe's research and deduction are obviously much weaker, he's too stupid, only loving the axe. The white-robed man shook his head, otherwise, the universe's strongest wouldn't have such a comprehension speed as Luo Feng's. Emperor Shi game, it's indeed interesting. The white-robed man walked beside Luo Feng, who sat crossed-legged didn't seem to notice at all. If I was only a universe knight, I wouldn't be able to match up to this Luo Feng. The white-robed man shook his head. His foundations were extremely high. In terms of strength, even the huge axe couldn't compare to him. Even after being suppressed for countless years, his body had become even stronger, it was just that he couldn't leave. This 2000th game, how do I solve it? The white-robed man walked to the front of the 2000th round and frowned slightly. He was originally a genius with unfathomable talent, and the virtual universe had to maintain the requirements of countless living beings every day. In terms of deducing secret techniques, he was much more heaven-defying and proficient in them. Emperor Shi? What kind of being is this, to be able to create such an unbelievable thing? The white-robed man stood beside Luo Feng, quietly studying. The time flow around him was maintained at 10,000 times. As the creator of the virtual universe, he could indeed make time flow 10,000 times in a small area. Luo Feng and the ancestor were adjacent, however Luo Feng himself didn't even know there was an ancestor beside him. In the tomb boat, in the corridor of life and death, there were tens of thousands of stone pillars with 3-dimensional shadows on them. At the same time, there was a large number of crystal pillars, each corresponding to a candidate. Many experts were silently comprehending. Of course there were 10 universe lords attacking the blood-colored tower, disrupting Luo Feng's training. Actually, as time went on, even though Luo Feng and the others had entered a year or two earlier, as the Emperor Shi game had lasted for over 500 years, they didn't have much of an advantage. they didn't think Luo Feng had much hope. It was just that after attacking for too long, most universe lords who were tired of studying would attack Luo Feng. Ding! Dong! A sound resounded, almost as though it resounded within every warrior's heart. What's going on? Duandong River. Look, Duandong River. From the strongest warriors of the universe to the Undyings, the close to 100,000 candidates all looked over. In mid-air, the light condensed into a silhouette. It was the green-haired Duandong He. He gazed below, his gaze landing on the blood-colored tower. His voice resounded, "Candidate, the human Milky Way has reached the requirements to solve the game." Ah. What? That human Milky Way leader has reached the requirements? Everyone was shocked. If at the start they treated Luo Feng as a huge threat, after over 500 years of study, they didn't think of him as much of a threat anymore. They didn't believe that after so many people, none of them could catch up to him. Silence. Duandong He's gaze swept. There was silence. Duandong He looked at the blood-colored tower. "Milky Way, come out." Duandong He said. Shua, the blood-colored tower vanished. A silver-armored black-haired Luo Feng stood there, bowing. "Lord Duandong He. That's the human Milky Way leader." Milky Way leader? The Undyings all stared wide-eyed at the distant glaring silhouette. Luo Feng himself understood why Duandong He appeared, because he had just solved the 1000th game. The reason why he was the first to succeed. One was because his study speed was indeed fast, two was because he was a universe knight. He guessed that different levels of strength would have different requirements. Milky Way. Duandong He gazed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng slightly bowed, not caring about the envious and jealous warriors from the other powers. Even though you've reached the requirements, there's still a long time before the test. Continue studying. Duandong He said, the more you study and solve, the more benefits you'll get from the inheritance in the future. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Focus on studying, no one can hurt you. Duandong He pointed. Hua, the crystal pillar beside Luo Feng suddenly let out a misty half-sphere of light, almost like a huge misty palace. It enveloped Luo Feng. The entire palace was golden color, on it countless engravings flowed. Just the power it emitted was enough to make all the warriors here tremble. Whoever dares to attack the human Milky Way. Duandong He's gaze swept around, will be eliminated and killed. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Kill. The moment Duandong He's words were spoken, the three great reincarnation eras and two sacred lands gathered in the life and death corridor all felt their hearts tremble. Other than Great Alliance, the other warriors all felt anxiety, rage, unwillingness, and many other emotions. Originally, the long period of research had made them think that Luo Feng, who was 1 or 2 years ahead, wasn't much of a threat. However, they didn't expect, the first to reach the requirement was actually Luo Feng. Big trouble. This is bad. That damned human, damned, the ancestor has long ordered us to disregard everything and take the inheritance. The warriors were all filled with rage and anxiety. Purple Moon Sacred Lands group of universe lords were communicating. Deerbug frowned and communicated, I have no choice. From the start, this Duandong He has been treating Luo Feng very well. And now he's the first to reach the requirement to solve the Shi Emperor game. As the saying goes, the faster the faster the faster. If this continues, his advantage will only get bigger and bigger. When that happens, our chances of getting the inheritance will be even smaller. Deerbug leader, why don't we kill this Luo Feng? Right, Deerbug leader, we'll kill him. Even if we're killed by Duandong He, we have to kill Luo Feng and destroy humanity's chance. Deerbug leader communicated, don't be anxious. Not only are we anxious about this, the East Emperor Sacred Land is too. The most anxious are the first reincarnation eras. They're at the end of their lifespans. If Luo Feng takes the inheritance, it's equivalent to destroying their first reincarnation era's chance of transcending. They'll make a move. What's more, from what I see, it'll be very hard to break through that palace. The large powers all communicated and pondered. Duandong He however gazed coldly at them and continued, the human Milky Way already has my secret technique protecting it. Even if you attack, you won't be able to break it and hurt him. Hence, it's best not to send yourself to death. There's still a long time to study the Xianxia game. Work hard, the more you solve, the higher your chances of getting the inheritance. Whoever can solve 6,000 games will immediately receive my Duandong He's inheritance. Duandong He gazed below. Everyone was calm, because regarding the 6,000 games, Duandong He would mention it when every batch of candidates entered. At the start, the newcomers were still very excited. However, once they truly studied it, they would realize, to solve 6,000 games, that was incredibly difficult and unbelievable. It was simply a dream. 6,000 rounds? How hard is that? I've only comprehended the 1,005th round. The second true lord sighed. Old 7 is stuck at the 1,000th round. Every 1,000 rounds was a leap in profundity. The 1,001st to 2,000th rounds were probably even more profound. I don't even know what the bottom line is. I've comprehended 1,005 rounds, which is already the highest in my holy-eyed clan, but I still haven't reached the bottom line of Duandong River. However, that Luo Feng has reached the requirements, don't tell me he's comprehended even more than me? Or could it be that the requirements for the master of the universe and the strongest expert in the universe are different? Second Lord True guessed. Duandong He looked at Luo Feng, saying, Human Milky Way, your current solution has merely reached my bottom line, continue working hard. The more puzzles solved, the better. Yes, Lord Duandong He. Luo Feng bowed. Duandong He nodded. Hua. Then, it disappeared. The entire life and death corridor was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing it. Luo Feng scanned his surroundings. With a glance he saw many warriors looking at him with hatred, killing intent etc. He couldn't help but smile. Want to kill me? Come at me, I definitely won't retaliate. Just like before, no matter how you attack, I won't retaliate. Damn. Arrogant. Trash. Many powers gritted their teeth, however there was nothing they could do. They dared to attack before, but now. Duandong He had clearly said that the moment they attacked, they would be eliminated. And Duandong He even said confidently that the light protection, the warriors here had no way to break it. Haha. Luo Feng laughed. His gaze swept past the universe lords that had attacked him before, the provocation in his eyes was obvious. This made the universe lords even more furious, however they understood that Luo Feng did it on purpose. If they attacked, they would fall into his trap. Wantonly attacking me before, now they're afraid. Luo Feng shook his head. Under the gazes of the close to 100,000 beings from the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 sacred lands, he exclaimed, What a joke, my time is precious, I can't be bothered to waste it on you all. I'll continue my study, this inheritance is something I have to get. After which, Luo Feng sat cross-legged and studied. A blurry golden palace enveloped Luo Feng, almost like a huge canopy. The warriors from the various races, especially from the first reincarnation era and the 2 sacred lands, all approached the palace and carefully sensed it. They all felt an energy that made them tremble. Without a doubt, this protection was extremely terrifying. These universe lords had already lost their confidence before even attacking. They were anxious and furious within, yet they couldn't do anything about it. This made them hate Luo Feng even more. Stealing my race's chance to transcend the reincarnation, damn it. Damn it. They all stared fiercely at Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced around and grinned, closing his eyes as he couldn't be bothered to look. He had long become the target of everyone's attention. Ever since Duandong He had shown respect for him, the other powers had surrounded and attacked him. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to care anymore. In front of a true opportunity, one had to move forward bravely and not retreat. There was no need to care much. This inheritance, I, Luo Feng, will definitely get it. You all are angry? You all threaten, so be it. What's there to be afraid of? I'll instead use all my strength and speed to study the Xianxia game. I have to get this inheritance. Virtual universe. Mist shrouded the area. Stone pillars held up a 3D image. Luo Feng stood before the 1001st 3D image and pondered. Not too far away, the white-robed man was watching the 2001st game. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, ha ha ha. You didn't even tell us about such a joyous occasion. Not too far away, a few silhouettes appeared. It was the creator of the huge axe, the primal chaos city leader and the other human warriors, along with the darkness emperor, ice peak leader, Yuho leader, dragon leader etc. All of them were filled with joy. Luo Feng stood up to welcome them. We've just found out. The creator of the huge axe laughed loudly, his voice clear. You actually reached Duandong He's requirement, you're the first to do so. As the saying goes, the faster, the longer you take, the greater your advantage. This inheritance, you have the highest chance of getting it. Don't worry about anything else now, don't worry about the threats from the other powers. At most, our human race will remain in the primal universe. Haha, as long as we have this inheritance, our human race will have a high chance of surpassing the two sacred lands. I've never heard of the two sacred lands placing so much importance on a single inheritance. Right. Primal Chaos nodded, don't worry about anything else, just focus on getting the inheritance. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng nodded and smiled, even if they want to disturb me now, they can't do anything about it. Good, 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 we won't disturb you any longer. Continue to comprehend. Giant Axe said directly. We're only here to congratulate you. The Darkness Emperor had a rare smile on his face, this is humanity's greatest opportunity. This opportunity is hard to come by even in the hundreds and thousands of reincarnations. Missing it would be the greatest sin. It's up to you. Yuho leader shouted. The Ice Peak leader encouraged him from the side. The group of warriors chatted with Luo Feng, however, including Luo Feng, they didn't notice the white-robed man standing not too far away. The human race can only rely on themselves to fight for everything, and I can only watch from the side. The white-robed man shook his head and sighed. Over the countless years, he had watched the human race meet with danger, yet there was nothing he could do, because he was eternally suppressed, unable to leave. Because of this, even though the ancestor often went everywhere, even during the human race meetings and Great Alliance meetings, no one knew he was there. Virtual universe, he was the master of the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe, there was nothing he couldn't do. Luo Feng, work hard. The white-robed man said softly. No matter how powerful he was, that battle with the primal universe source energy had given him many insights. Eternally suppressed, he had grown even stronger. The current him had 100% confidence in even entering the reincarnation cycle. However, it was too late, eternally suppressed, he couldn't do anything. Primal universe, I won't willingly lower my head. I won't. Even if there's only a sliver of chance, I'll fight to the end. The white-robed man's eyes gleamed with a terrifying gleam, after which he turned to look at the Rhino Emperor game and studied it. Time passed, the Tombboat's life and death corridor was very peaceful. The various powers gathered here, studying the Rhino Emperor game. Ever since Luo Feng met the requirements of the Duandong River, he naturally felt much more relaxed. He too decided to change his study method. In the past 500 years, he had been immersed in studying, however the more he studied the Rhino Emperor game, the more he realized the similarities between it and the techniques. Luo Feng had been working hard before, hence he didn't dare to try. However now, he decided to spend 80% of his time studying the Rhino Emperor game and 20% of his time studying the techniques within the Ninth Abyss. Techniques, Rhino Emperor game, he compared them, one had to know. From the Ninth Abyss to the black patterned pillar space, he spent a few hundred years. From the black patterned pillar space to the ice flame region, he spent a few hundred years too, especially the black patterned pillar space where time flowed more than 3,000 times faster, hence he had been studying the patterns for a very long time. Even his beast god path had been trained to the 7th level and was close to completion. The beast god path Luo Feng had even stopped, he didn't dare continue training. Because if he did, he would reach completion. The moment he reached completion, he might even cross over and become the Universe Lord. He had to acquire the white wings. He had to have the identity of a Universe Knight, he had to accept the Duandong River inheritance. The identity of a Universe Knight would be even more beneficial, hence the origin laws. Luo Feng had stopped training long ago. His technique attainment had long reached the pinnacle of the Universe Lord level. He had created a total of 6 of the strongest techniques, and was close to creating the fusion of the strongest techniques. 80% of my time studying the Rhino Emperor game, 20% of my time studying the techniques. Maybe, comparing them, my study speed will be faster. Luo Feng thought, and I have to occasionally take some time to train my willpower. My willpower hasn't broken through to the strongest in the universe yet. If my willpower evolves to the next level, I'll be able to study the techniques even faster. Today is Monday, asking for recommendation votes. Free recommendation votes. Everyone has ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. All of the pinnacle warriors of the vast universe C were very clear on the importance of the strong inheritances from the ancient civilizations. They silently hoped that their own warriors in the life and death corridor would be able to quickly reach the requirements to solve the Xi Emperor game. Universe Boat, Tomb Boat of the Ice Fire region, within the life and death corridor. This place was now the most important silent battlefield of the universe C. The inheritance of Duandong River would probably decide which power could break free from the reincarnation, deciding which side could become the next sacred land universe. Luo Feng only has a temporary advantage. We still have a chance. Right, as long as we reach the minimum requirement to solve the Xi Emperor game within a certain period of time, then we'll have a chance to receive the inheritance. We have to get the chance. Our race's ability to break free from the reincarnation all depends on this. Even if we die, we'll definitely get the chance. Everyone was already going crazy. They didn't dare hope to receive the inheritance in the short term. They were hoping to reach the minimum requirement to solve the Xi Emperor game and get the chance to receive the inheritance. As long as there was a chance, then anything was possible. Ding. Dong. Within the silent life and death corridor, that familiar sound resounded again. All of the Undyings, Universe Knights, Universe Lords, the strongest warriors of the universe, including Luo Feng who was enveloped in the Light Palace, all looked up. In midair the light condensed into a silhouette. Duandong River. Duandong River has appeared again. The last time Duandong River appeared was when the human Milky Way met the requirement. Now it's the same sound and the same scene. Don't tell me it's me? I'm the fastest to comprehend the Xi Emperor game in my race. I've already solved 820 games. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Luo Feng frowned as he watched. He had already met the requirement, there couldn't be a need for it to appear for him, right? Candidate East Emperor Sacred Land Jade Blood has already met the requirement. Duandong River gazed below, his gaze landing on the distant silhouette. It was a seemingly handsome man from the Sacred Land camp. His body was wrapped in vines and leaves. At this time he couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. All the warriors present looked over. Luo Feng too observed this unknown warrior called Jade Blood from the Sacred Land. With a glance, he couldn't help but frown. He is a Universe Knight? I'm a Universe Knight. The second person who fulfilled the requirements is also a Universe Knight. Looking from afar, he could roughly determine the other party's strength from his position. East Emperor Sacred Land's Universe Lord was at the front, the Universe Knights were slightly behind and the Undyings were protected at the back. And judging from his god power, Jade Blood's god power wasn't that strong, it was only 1,000 times the genetic level of a Universe Knight. With such godly power, he was definitely a Universe Venerable. A Universe Supreme? After the human Milky Way, the second person to meet the requirements is actually a Universe Venerable? There are 7 of the strongest people in the universe, and nearly 200 Universe Lords present. It's one thing for the Milky Way Overlord to succeed. After all, he's an absolute genius Universe Lord. But a universe supremacy actually succeeded. How could this be? An uproar broke out. Hua Duandong he pointed from afar and immediately the crystal pillar beside the Blood Jade Knight let out a blurry silhouette, almost like a blurry palace enveloping the Blood Jade Knight. The entire palace was golden, similar to Luo Feng's, protecting the Blood Jade Knight. Continue studying. Duandong he smiled. The more you study, the more benefits you'll get. Focus on studying, with my technique's protection, no one will be able to hurt you. The rules have long been set. Duandong he gazed at all the warriors present. Those who meet the requirements will receive my protection, whoever dares to attack will be eliminated. Jade blood, continue working hard. Duandong he encouraged. Yes, Lord Duandong he. That blood Jade Knight replied respectfully. Hua Duandong he immediately dispersed. We actually let a Universe Knight take the lead. The God-eyed race's second true lord was infuriated. Don't tell me he solved it faster than me? A Universe Knight is in the lead. All sorts of angry voices could be heard. And the warriors of the East Emperor's sacred land were all excited, encouraging him. That Blood Jade Knight too nodded excitedly, even glancing at Luo Feng from afar, obviously wanting to compete with him. Luo Feng glanced and thought, I'm the first to meet the requirements, so I have the advantage. And choosing a successor would definitely look at many aspects. That Duandong he seems to want to choose many candidates. I have to solve more puzzles. The more puzzles I solve, according to Duandong he, the higher my chances of receiving the inheritance. It was a heavy pressure. Humanity's hopes were all on him, and he already had such a huge advantage. Naturally he couldn't relax. Universe C, East Emperor Sacred Land Universe. Jade Blood? Jade Blood has actually reached the requirements? Our East Emperor Sacred Land has sent out a large number of Universe Lords, Knights and Undyings. In terms of comprehension, the fastest should be Yuzan. Yuzan has already solved his 1200th puzzle, yet he still hasn't reached Duandong he's requirements. Jade Blood has just finished his 1000th puzzle and is deemed to have reached the requirements. Within a palace gathered hundreds of Universe Lords and the strongest warriors of the universe. When a hazy figure glowing with green light appeared in the air of the hall. Ancestor! Ancestor! All the warriors in the palace bowed respectfully. The blurry green silhouette gazed below and said slowly, from the looks of it, Duandong he's inheritance has different requirements for different strength levels. Let our race's Undying and Universe Paragons work harder. The more people who meet the requirements, the higher the chances of our East Emperor Sacred Ground obtaining the inheritance of Duandong River. Yes. Yes. All of them acknowledged. The green silhouette immediately dispersed. The group of warriors who had lived for who knew how long all glanced at each other, shocked within. The East Emperor Ancestor had only appeared once in a very long time. However, the first time he had publicly sent a large number of warriors to fight for the inheritance was fine. Now he had even appeared directly in their palace. From this, one could see how much importance he placed on this inheritance. Even though Jade Blood Knight is just a knight, he's a quasi-universe lord. His willpower is even at the strongest level in the universe, his puzzles and comprehension are extremely fast. If we had known earlier, we would have sent more quasi-universe lords over. Right. If we had known earlier, we would have indeed sent more quasi-universe lords. Quasi-universe lords referred to some special universe venerables. For example, the East Emperor Sacred Land Universe had existed for a very long time. Even if a reincarnation era gave birth to 10 Universe Lords, there would probably be over 10,000 Universe Lords. However, the truth was that there were only a few hundred Universe Lords. Why was that? Because of the Sacred Land Universe's endurance. Just like a piece of land, it could only grow a certain amount of plants. If there were too many plants, the land would not be able to bear it. And a small universe could not give birth to the strongest of the universe. At most, it could give birth to a Universe Lord. And the number of Universe Lords a small universe could bear was limited. Each Universe Lord was a huge burden to the small universe. Once it reached a certain limit, it could not increase anymore, or else it would cause harm to the Sacred Land Universe itself. Hence, some of them had already reached perfection in the laws and could enter the ranks of Universe Lords at any time. However, they could not obtain any god power from the Sacred Land Universe's origin source, and could not improve at all. They were forced to be stuck in the ranks of Universe Lords. These quasi-Universe Lords, the moment other Universe Lords from their race perished, it would lessen the pressure on the Sacred Land Universe. With a few more slots, they would be picked to swiftly become Universe Lords. They too had lived for a long time, some had lived over 100 reincarnation eras or even longer. Their willpower was naturally very strong. Luo Feng's 800th year of studying the Shi Emperor game. Ding. Dong. Like a drop of water falling into a deep pool, Duandong he appeared once again, immediately everyone was anticipating. Second reincarnation era bug clan Shuiyu has reached the requirements. Duandong he gazed below, his gaze landing on a bug clan candidate. What? Undying? Just one undying. Even an undying has reached the requirements? Everyone was shocked. After the primal universe human Een He and the East Emperor Sacred Land Jade Blood, the third was actually an undying from the second reincarnation era bug clan. Rise. Duandong he pointed at Shuiyu. Immediately the crystal pillar emitted a blurry silhouette and the palace enveloped Shuiyu. That palace was also golden in color. As time passed, one after another, the candidates reached the requirements, and the various powers quickly understood, different levels of strength had different requirements. Just like the 7 strongest who comprehended extremely quickly, none of them reached the requirements. From this, one could see the mysteries behind it. The first was Luo Feng, the second was a universe knight, the third was an undying, the fourth was an undying, the fifth was a universe lord. The East Emperor Sacred Land was especially pleased. Since then, the East Emperor Sacred Land already had 2 who reached the requirements. This was already the 1100th year of Luo Feng's inheritance. The 6th was a universe knight, the 7th was a universe lord. It was someone Luo Feng was familiar with. Dear Bug Leader. This level 6 universe lord had finally reached the requirements. This was already the 1200th year of Luo Feng's inheritance. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, close to 3,000 years had passed. Within the life and death corridor, many golden silhouettes enveloped the candidates. At this time, there were already a total of 62 candidates who had reached the requirements. Actually, since the 2000th year, the candidates who had reached the requirements had entered a huge era. Like Worker Pung who had already reached the requirements. On the contrary, the 7 strongest of the universe didn't even succeed. Ding. Dong. Duandong River appeared once again. At this time, it was very normal for it to appear. Everyone just looked up to see which side had reached the requirements. First reincarnation era demon Lord Luo Bu has reached the requirements. Duandong River said. The 7 strongest of the universe in the life and death corridor all trembled. My God. Finally, the strongest of the universe has reached the requirements. Nearly 100,000 experts turned to look at him. How bitter. It was too pitiful. Finally, one succeeded. The 7 strongest of the universe were all excited and sad. Close to 3,000 years. All of them who were weaker than them had reached the requirements. However, the 7 of them had risked their lives and none of them had reached the requirements. This made them think that there was no hope for the strongest of the universe. Finally, Luo Bu of the 7 finally succeeded. He was ranked 63. The minimum requirement to become the strongest of the universe is actually solving 2,000 puzzles. Luo Bu felt extremely conflicted. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. 64th place, 65th place. The other candidates in the life and death corridor may have been slower in comprehending the Emperor Rhino game, however as time went on, the number of people who reached the requirements was increasing at a shocking rate. The many golden palaces within the life and death corridor were scattered everywhere, there were already a lot of them. The time given to solve the Emperor Rhino game is actually so long. From this, it looks like the Duandong River still needs more candidates. There are already close to 70 of them. Right, the inheritors can't just consider their comprehension, they have to consider other aspects too. Hence Luo Feng, who has an advantage in this aspect, isn't a problem. Our East Emperor Sacred Land already has 9 who have reached the requirements. As time goes on, our East Emperor Sacred Land's advantage will be even greater. The candidates in the life and death corridor would occasionally discuss amongst themselves. After all, studying the Emperor Rhino game was extremely difficult, it was almost like being attacked by the soul. Hence according to one's willpower, they would usually pause after a long or short period of time. Within the virtual universe, there are already 69 candidates who have reached the requirements. The Primal Chaos City leader had a rare sense of anxiety. And as time goes on, I believe there will be more candidates. According to this development, Luo Feng's advantage will get smaller and smaller. What do we do? For our human race to obtain the inheritance, our chances are dropping. The 8 lords of the universe and the creator of the giant axe were gathered together. These 8 lords of the universe were the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Void Gold, the Lord of Desolate Mirror, the Lord of Green East, and other high-level leaders of the human race. Even though they were either in the pinnacle world or the universe boat, not going to the tomb boat, they were still worried about it. Everyone knew, the inheritance this time was a silent war. This war would decide who could break free from the reincarnation, and which side the third sacred land universe would be on. Don't be anxious. The huge axe creator laughed loudly. There's no point in us being anxious about this, let Luo Feng focus on his study. As for us, let's take the risk and split our thoughts. Don't tell me we'll just keep watching their inheritances for 10,000 years or even longer? But, alright, all of you return. The huge axe creator waved his hand. In the independent plane, fog lingered, and there were many three-dimensional shadows on the stone pillars. Luo Feng and the white-robed ancestor were both here. Of course Luo Feng himself didn't even know that the ancestor was here. This 2000th round is really tough. Luo Feng stood in front of the 3D image of the 2000th round. It had been 3,000 years. During this long period of time, the other candidates had all reached the requirements, causing him to feel the pressure. He was starting to understand Duandong's thoughts. Obviously, Duandong he didn't want to place all his bets on him for now. This time's legacy. Since I've long taken the lead, I have to expand my advantage and get this inheritance. Luo Feng's determination was huge. And ever since I've been studying the techniques, Emperor Shi's game, imprinting each other, my study speed has obviously increased by a lot. Luo Feng thought. Ever since he solved the 1000th Go puzzle. Then, he began to research new methods. He would spend 80% of his time studying Emperor Shi's game, 20% studying the secret arts of the Ninth Abyss, and occasionally training his will. It was true, just like what he felt before, this technique and Emperor Shi's game did indeed have similarities, allowing Luo Feng to comprehend and improve after imprinting each other. The first 1000 rounds took 500 years. According to normal speed, to solve the 2000th round, it should have taken 10 times that amount of time, or even longer. However, after spending 500 years and 5 times that amount of time, he was about to solve the 2000th round. Looks like, this Luo Feng. The white-robed man not far away glanced over and nodded, he should be solving the 2000th round soon. If he can solve it, with his comprehension and foundation, creating the strongest fusion technique shouldn't be a hard thing. Powerful. The white-robed man complimented within. Maybe the many candidates in the life and death corridor weren't too clear. However, after studying Emperor Shi's game for 3,000 years, with 10,000 times acceleration, that would be 30 million years, he knew much more. Emperor Shi's game, it had extremely high requirements for comprehension. It had extremely high requirements for deduction. Anyway, to be able to study Emperor Shi's game deeper, then comprehending the origin laws, studying them, creating techniques etc. wouldn't be hard. Even though it seemed like the candidates were all breaking through and meeting the requirements, as that was only the first bottleneck. The Undying's bottleneck, the 500th round, the Universe Knight's bottleneck, the 1000th round, the Universe Lord's bottleneck, the 1500th round, the Universe Strongest's bottleneck, the 2000th round. As long as one's talent is high, spending enough time to break through the first bottleneck isn't hard. Just like the Universe Strongest, all of them can walk their own unique path and open up a small universe. Their comprehension is extremely high. As long as they have enough time, all of them can solve the 2000th round. The white-robed man was very clear on this. However, this is just the first bottleneck. The second bottleneck will require 10 times or even 10 times more time. Even after that, no matter how much time they spend, they won't be able to break through. For example, a Universe Lord studying the 1998 round, he was unable to solve it, even after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years, even a reincarnation era, he still wouldn't be able to solve it. Because that was his limit. Unless his foundation and comprehension had some fundamental changes. This Luo Feng easily broke through the first bottleneck and is now at the second. The white-robed man nodded. And his speed is so fast, obviously this is far from his limit. It's true. He indeed has a high chance of becoming the universe's strongest. If he obtains the Duandong River's inheritance this time, the chances of him transcending the reincarnation are extremely high. The white-robed man couldn't help but smile. These few years, he had been studying the Shi Emperor game here. Hence, he had seen all of Luo Feng's movements. He also knew which silhouette Luo Feng frequently studied. Hence he was very clear of Luo Feng's improvement speed. Luo Feng had already received the inheritance for over 3,000 years. The life and death corridor was silent. Many golden silhouettes were scattered everywhere, and there was an even larger sea of candidates surrounding these silhouettes. These golden silhouettes represented those who had reached the requirements. Ding! Dong! A familiar sound resounding within every warrior's heart. All the warriors looked up. It should be the 70th, I wonder who the 70th is. It should be our primal universe, it can't always be the first reincarnation era and the two sacred lands. It's time for our second reincarnation era. They all thought within. Obviously the two sacred lands and the first reincarnation era were the majority of the candidates who had reached the requirements. The second reincarnation era and the primal universe were at a disadvantage, much less. I'm very happy. Duandong's voice resounded. All the powerhouses were shocked. Even a few who were distracted with studying the Emperor Rhino's game temporarily stopped and looked up. Happy? Duandong was happy? He had never seen such a thing before. Duandong smiled in mid-air, gazing below. The blur of close to 100,000 warriors from every race were waiting. Duandong smiled, the human Milky Way has broken through the second bottleneck, reaching a new level. Hua, an uproar. They all turned to look at the Milky Way leader Luo Feng that had been forgotten all these years. Rise. Duandong pointed. Immediately, a crystal pillar rose up from the ground beside Luo Feng. When it completely rose up, its surface began to emit a glaring red light. The misty red light merged with the golden palace from before, causing the entire palace to be dyed in two colors, gold and red. The golden red palace enveloped Luo Feng. Luo Feng himself was shocked. Those who reached the requirements would actually be treated differently? Right, he had just solved the 2000th game, however, Luo Feng was shocked. The other powers were even more shocked. It was hard to understand. They had thought that after reaching the requirements, it would be the same. However, from the looks of it, it was completely different. I've said it before. Duandong looked at the shocked expressions of the candidates below. The more you solve the Shi Emperor game, the greater the benefits, and the greater the benefits during the inheritance. You've all broken through your first bottleneck. That means you've reached my bottom line. Of course, this is only the bottom line. If you can't even reach it, naturally you have no right to advance. And breaking through the second bottleneck, just like the human Milky Way. Duandong said, hence even the candidates can be split into 4 levels. I'll randomly choose 4 names, the outer circle candidates, elite candidates, core candidates and inheritors. Those who reached the requirements before can only be considered the outer circle. Like the human Milky Way, they're considered the elite. The next level, the core. The next level, is directly the inheritor. There's no need to compete, they'll receive my inheritance immediately. Duandong's gaze looked at the 7 strongest warriors of the universe. The 7 of you have all nurtured your own small universe. The stronger you are, the higher your bottleneck will be. To you, as long as you can solve the 6000th game, you'll receive the inheritance. Of course, I estimate that those of you who want to break through the 4th bottleneck and become an inheritor within my time limit, or directly solve the 6000th game has a very, very low chance. Hence you have to work even harder. The more you solve, the higher the level, the higher the chances of receiving the inheritance will be. For example, right now, the human Milky Way's chances of receiving the inheritance are 10 to 100 times higher than yours. Unless you two break through the second bottleneck. Work hard. Silence reigned. All the warriors present understood, so it was like this. The number of games solved really did have a huge difference. Even when solving to a certain level, one could directly receive the inheritance. The other warriors were considered to have failed the elimination. 1 St bottleneck. Second bottleneck. Third bottleneck. Fourth bottleneck. If one couldn't even break through the first bottleneck, then he would be eliminated, and eliminated meant being killed. This made the others anxious. Especially after knowing that Luo Feng had broken through the second bottleneck, they were even more anxious. Second bottleneck? Luo Feng swiftly suppressed his excitement and thought calmly, the first bottleneck is at the 1000th game, the second is at the 2000th game, don't tell me the third is at the 3000th game? Which means, breaking through the 4000th game will make me an inheritor. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Primal Universe Human Yan Chun reached the requirements. East Emperor Sacred Land Ziwei Kai reached the requirements. Duandong he stood at the front of the pathway, he actually stayed there for a long time without dispersing. Because the number of those that reached the first bottleneck had already entered an explosive growth stage, in the blink of an eye, it broke past 100, and the numbers continued to rise. As for the first bottleneck, Luo Feng didn't care about them at all, focusing on his own methods to study the Emperor Shi game. Time passed. On the 3900th year since Luo Feng received the inheritance, the first bottleneck broke through at the fastest rate, after which it gradually slowed down. From the 5200th year onwards, there was actually no one that broke through the first bottleneck. This is your limit? Duandong he shook his head indifferently. 298 that broke through the first bottleneck? Luo Feng who was within the palace opened his eyes, nodding within. The Emperor Shi game didn't mean that the more time spent, the more breakthroughs one could solve. Many of the Undyings present had limited potential, some even universe lords would never be able to break through. Breaking through the first bottleneck was extremely difficult. At this time, of the 298 that had reached the first bottleneck, 7 of them had all reached it. All of the universe lords had reached it. A small number of Undyings and a portion of the knights had reached the requirements. Of course only Luo Feng alone had reached the second bottleneck. Duandong his gaze turned. East Emperor Sacred Land Blood Jade. Duandong he looked over, smiling and nodding, you've already broken through the second bottleneck, looks like the ones with the highest chance of receiving my inheritance are you and that human he, you have to work hard, don't slack off. Yes, Lord Duandong he. Blood Jade bowed. Simultaneously, a crystal pillar began to rise from the ground beside him, it glowed and formed a red palace and a gold palace, the gold and red light shrouded the area. Compared to Luo Feng's gold and red palace in the distance, it shone brightly. Luo Feng frowned. Blood Jade. Luo Feng muttered. Blood Jade. Luo Feng muttered. Blood Jade, our East Emperor Sacred Land is counting on you. The universe lords of the East Emperor Sacred Land were all excited, as long as it was their side, no matter who received the inheritance, it meant the entire Sacred Land received the inheritance. Venerable Bloodjade also smiled faintly at the crowd. The inheritance this time was a great opportunity to change his destiny. Before this, he could only be considered ordinary in the East, the Arch-Sacred Land, which was filled with experts. He was one of the quasi-masters of the universe. This was because the East, the Arch-Sacred Land's universe had a limit to its capacity. With so many masters of the universe around, a group of quasi-masters of the universe like them could not break through at all. They could not obtain the resources of the Sacred Land's universe to break through. Advancing from a paragon to a lord of the universe required an astonishing amount of divine power. Without the supply of source energy, it was impossible. He, the Blood Jade Venerable. From such an awkward status as a quasi-master of the universe, he suddenly became the most dazzling figure in the entire East, the Arch-Sacred Ground. His status even surpassed that of any master of the universe and the strongest expert in the universe. Even the founder of the East, the Arch-Sacred Ground met him personally and even told him, solving the Emperor Shi's game also proves your potential. Even if you don't obtain the inheritance this time, you will receive the best grooming from our sacred ground in the future. You don't have to feel pressured. Just do your best. If you perform well this time, its potential is limitless. No matter the price, I'll make you the strongest person in the universe. I'll even let you transcend samsara. The East deity progenitor's promise had long since ignited Venerable Blood Jade's desire. He was excited. The passion that had been dormant for who knows how long, once again ignited. He felt as though he had returned to his youth when he was constantly fighting for his life, filled with fighting spirit. Become the strongest in the universe? Isn't it only the primal universe that can nurture the strongest in the universe? Does the progenitor have a way? That's right. The reason why Duandong he left behind this lineage of inheritance was naturally because he wanted the later generations to continuously cultivate and improve. If they couldn't even become the strongest in the universe, it would be too ridiculous. If the ancient civilization had such methods, the primogenitor might have been able to do it even if he paid a huge price. Blood Jade Venerable understood, this was his greatest opportunity. An opportunity to make a comeback, even if he failed, as long as he proved his potential, proved that his potential was extremely high, then the East deity progenitor would reverse time and space to revive him and groom him. Success. Then what about Luo Feng? I've been dormant for countless years, not even having the right to enter the cosmic sea. I've been mediocre, waiting for this opportunity. A true opportunity to make a comeback, I'll grab it with all my might. Blood Jade Venerable seemed indifferent on the surface, but his heart was in a frenzied state. This opportunity, he grabbed it with all his might like a drowning man, igniting his passion, igniting his life force, all his intelligence and potential exploded at this moment. Within the black patterned pillar space. The majestic black patterned stone pillar pierced into the depths of the endless clouds at the highest point. The entire black patterned stone pillar emitted a boundless crushing will, as if hundreds of millions of blood-stained black armored soldiers were charging over, roaring. This was where Luo Feng trained his willpower. The Masha clansmen had always been here, and there were no other warriors around. After all, there were 16 black patterned pillars in the space. Almost all the warriors were around the second black patterned pillar, listening to Bei Qi's explanations. Hence Luo Feng's place was rather deserted. A stone even left the huge boulder and floated in mid-air, slowly flying towards the black patterned pillar, flying extremely slowly. Kill! 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 Endless roars. The willpower attacks were like tidal waves, each wave stronger than the last, madly crushing Luo Feng's willpower. Normally when studying the Emperor Shi game or techniques, the Masha clansman would fly to a slightly further boulder, even retreating to the edge of the boulder, causing the willpower attacks to be minimal, not affecting his training. And when training his willpower, he would try his best to get close to his limit. Training his willpower at his limit, there was no way to train at all. How the boulder began to change shape, becoming a naked man, his skin had complicated space engravings. If the Masha clan's clone was killed under special circumstances, it would revert to its true form. At this moment, there would be spatial runes on its skin. The true form was the easiest form for the Masha clan's clone. Under the extreme pressure, it had reached a critical point. The Masha clansman couldn't help but revert to his original form. Just a little more. Just a little more. Luo Feng's willpower roared. Roaring, he had a feeling, he was about to break through his limit. Just a little more, he was unprecedentedly close to breaking through. Break through. Luo Feng's willpower roared. Rumble. Just like a bolt of lightning, almost like the endless chaos world had instantly transformed into the universe, trillions of stars, countless life forms. At this moment, Luo Feng's willpower was cheering and jumping. It was like a fish in the ocean, a bird flying in the sky. It was also like a dragon trapped in the shallows finally struggling out of the shallows, flying above the 9 heavens and roaming freely. An incomparably strong willpower emanated from the naked Masha clansman. Ha ha ha. The Masha clansman swiftly formed a black robe on his body, laughing happily. Advance. So, the Masha clansman swiftly advanced, rushing towards the black engraved stone pillar, constantly challenging his new limit. As he got closer, the time flow continued to explode, faster and faster, 12,000 times? When Luo Feng felt the time flow reach 12,000 times, he felt it was extremely taxing, it was almost his limit. I heard the strongest willpower training planet leader Bei Qi has a time flow of 130,000 times. There's really always someone stronger. There's always someone stronger. Luo Feng smiled. After which he flew back, flying until he reached a place where the time flow was 6,000 times faster before stopping. The willpower pressure here, to Luo Feng, it was like a gentle breeze. It only made him feel comfortable, it didn't affect his training at all. My willpower has evolved. A strong willpower controlling consciousness, deducing and thinking speed will greatly increase. My research on the Emperor Shi game will definitely be faster. Luo Feng was secretly delighted. Willpower as commander. Consciousness as commander of many generals. God energy as soldier, the transformation of willpower, whether it was training or battle, it had great benefits. At least to the current Luo Feng. 1. After his willpower breakthrough from the Duandong River inheritance, he had more confidence, his chances of obtaining the inheritance were higher. 2. His willpower had finally broken through to the strongest in the universe, that heaven-defying white feather had a chance to recognize him as its owner. Haha, willpower breakthrough, it's like a dragon rising to the skies. Luo Feng was extremely happy within. Since he had already broken through, Luo Feng spent all his energy on the Emperor Shi game and techniques, temporarily stopping his willpower training. Awesome. He could obviously feel that while studying the Emperor Shi game, he could instantly analyze and comprehend from many different angles. Many inspirations surged within him. His efficiency had obviously risen greatly, and the further he went, the more he felt the connection between the strongest techniques of the Ninth Abyss and the Emperor Shi game. Reflecting on each other, his research speed soared. Virtual universe. The white-robed man was shocked as he turned to look at the not-too-distant Luo Feng. How long has he been studying the Emperor Shi game? He spent 3,000 years to solve the 2,000th game, it hasn't even been 11,000 years and he's actually starting to solve the 3,000th game. The ancestor was shocked. Because every 1,000 games was a new threshold, the difficulty would rise exponentially. The first 2,000 games took 3,000 years. The ancestor estimated that Luo Feng being able to solve the 3,000th game within 30,000 years was already not bad, his potential was limitless, he didn't expect 3000th game. Luo Feng stood before the 3D image, quietly watching. The ocean clone in the huge Axe universe was fully focused on studying and solving. In an instant, his entire being entered an absolute peak state of comprehension. Trillions of thoughts flashed through his mind, many inspirations clashed, many difficult problems were solved one by one. Even the gains from studying the strongest techniques of the Ninth Abyss could be used as a reference. Actually, Luo Feng himself felt that if he were to create his own techniques, with his current level of skill in the engraving system, it wouldn't be hard for him to create the strongest techniques. It was just that he didn't have the time to spend on them. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, a smile appearing on his face. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The moment there were over 10,000 people, it was like a sea of people. And within the life and death pathway gathered close to 100,000 warriors of the universe C. With a glance, it was indeed densely packed, and they were all discussing, after the human Milky Way leader and Jade Blood leader, the one to break through the second bottleneck is actually the Water Song leader. This is too. An unremarkable universe lord from the second reincarnation era actually managed to catch up. Shui Song, his potential is extraordinary. The first reincarnation era and the two sacred lands will definitely be mad. Especially the first reincarnation era, it would be strange if they didn't go mad. The top three are the Primal Universe, the East Emperor Sacred Land Universe and the second reincarnation era. They have the most number of candidates from the first reincarnation era, yet none of the top three. The various races were all exclaiming. Done. Luo Feng smiled as he stood before the crystal pillar. He had just perfectly solved the 3,000th game within the pillar. The moment he succeeded, Luo Feng looked up into the distance. Duandong River should have appeared by now. Hua hua hua, countless green lights condensed in midair. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and it even caused one's soul to feel like it was about to freeze, causing all the warriors to shiver and look up. All they could see were countless green lights in midair, almost like snowflakes. What's going on? Something big is going to happen. The countless green lights that were like snowflakes suddenly madly rushed towards Luo Feng. Rumble. The ground behind Luo Feng suddenly split open and another crystal pillar appeared. In an instant, Luo Feng was surrounded by 3 large pillars. Countless green lights swiftly condensed and formed a palace above Luo Feng's head. Gold, red and green, the 3-colored palaces were incredibly dazzling. At this time, Luo Feng was like the emperor of the close to 100,000 warriors of the universe C. What? No. The 7th true lord of the Holy-Eyed clan roared furiously. His eyes were filled with fear. The chance to transcend reincarnation belongs to the Holy-Eyed clan. It belongs to the Holy-Eyed clan. This. A huge beast from the first reincarnation cried out in pain, howling, "You want to wipe out my Yan Beast clan? You want to deprive me of my last chance? I can't accept it, I can't accept it." Despair. Almost all the experts from the first round of reincarnation were in despair. They were the majority of the candidates, and they were also the ones who were most eager to obtain the inheritance. If they lost the opportunity to obtain the inheritance, they would really die. They were unwilling to die, unwilling to see their entire race disappear in the cycle of reincarnation. They struggled, they fought with everything they had. For this, they were willing to do anything. Even if they humiliated Luo Feng at the beginning and attacked him wantonly to affect him. But fate had played a big joke on them. They all understood the scene before them. Luo Feng had already broken through the 3rd bottleneck. One had to know that there were 4 bottlenecks in total. If one could break through the 4th bottleneck, one would directly obtain the inheritance, and there would not even be a need to compete for it. On the other hand, the 3rd inheritance represented the identity of a core candidate. Compared to him, the possibility of those outer candidates who had only broken through the 1st bottleneck was almost negligible. He. A white silhouette condensed in mid-air, turning into a dazzling Duandonghe, who was wearing a gorgeous white armor. At this moment, East Duanhe didn't have that cold and lonely feeling. Instead, it was very dazzling. A great era has passed. Duandonghe closed his eyes, tears already flowing down. Silence reigned. All the warriors present looked up at Duandonghe. A great era has passed. Duandonghe sighed softly. Even with the small universe time acceleration, the limit is only 10,000 times. You've actually broken through the 3rd bottleneck. I didn't expect that on this path of no return, when I was forced to walk this path, I would still be able to find a younger generation like you. What? The expressions of the other races changed greatly. Was Duandonghe going to directly give Luo Feng the inheritance? This was definitely not possible. I've let down my ancestors. Duandonghe closed his eyes, his entire body trembling, his expression filled with pain, after which he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Feng. I've let them down. It was me that caused Duandonghe to fall into a state of destruction. My Duandonghe was incomparably noble, incomparably strong, with countless generations of glory, standing at the most dazzling peak. However, I caused my entire bloodline to fall into a state of destruction. I'm a sinner. But I had no choice. Duandonghe looked at Luo Feng. Your talent and comprehension isn't any lower than mine. No matter what, at least the inheritors I can find this time won't be weaker than me. In just one era, you've already broken through the 3rd bottleneck. Congratulations, He. Duandonghe looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng held his breath. If you can directly break through the 4th bottleneck, Duandonghe's gaze swept, eliminate and kill them one by one to congratulate you on receiving the inheritance. The close to 100,000 warriors present were all shocked. Kill them all? Didn't he say before that he could continue if he reached the requirements? However, from the looks of it, Duandonghe obviously wasn't a good person. The moment he found an inheritor, all the other candidates would be useless. 3 eras. Duandonghe looked at Luo Feng. This Xiao Emperor game will take a total of 3 eras. Within these 3 eras, if you can break through the 4th bottleneck, even if I die, I won't have to disappoint my ancestors. Remember, within these 3 eras, Duandonghe said, and his figure vanished. The entire walkway was silent. Countless warriors looked at Luo Feng with gazes of jealousy and madness, worship and shock, venomous hatred. 3 eras? Luo Feng closed his eyes and continued to study the Xiao Emperor game with all his might. years passed. Every few thousand years in the walkway, only one warrior would break through the second bottleneck with great difficulty. As for those that broke through the first bottleneck, there were no more. Obviously, the large number of Undyings and Universe Knights that couldn't break through had already reached their limits. No matter how much time they were given, they wouldn't be able to break through. Blood Jade Knight. He was second only to Luo Feng in breaking through the second bottleneck. Water Song Leader. He was ranked third, Deer Bug Leader. His eruption made Purple Moon's sacred land look forward to it. Shuiyu. The only Undying, Yuzan Leader. Another hope of the East Emperor sacred land. Shaman Master. She actually broke through the second bottleneck too. This was definitely a surprise. The God-eyed race didn't expect the Shaman Master to break through before the end of the 3 eras. This was an unexpected surprise. It made the entire God-eyed race so excited they wanted to cry. The Shaman Master, a woman, actually became the greatest hope of the God-eyed race. Time passed. 28,000 years, 28,500 years, 29,000 years. As they neared the end of the 3 eras, everyone was anxious and worried that Luo Feng wouldn't really break through the 4th bottleneck. He definitely can't succeed. He definitely can't. If he succeeds, all hope will be gone. He can't. I'd rather die than let Luo Feng fall. Give our race hope. The last bit of hope, don't cut off our race's last bit of hope. They all prayed silently. There were even universe lords that went mad and attacked Luo Feng. In the end, with just a slight tremble from the 3-colored palace, they were immediately destroyed and turned to dust. Virtual Universe. The white-robed man looked at Luo Feng, truly shocked. Luo Feng's improvement speed was too terrifying. This time when he solved Emperor Shi's situation, he saw Luo Feng's speed getting faster and faster, his comprehension constantly rising, his talent improving at a terrifying speed. Just like a piece of scrap metal swiftly transforming into steel, he couldn't believe a strong warrior's transformation could actually reach such a level, especially at the final stages. Luo Feng was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, continuously solving problems. His comprehension shocked even the ancestor. His training time before was short, and this time he studied for 30,000 years, under 10,000 times time acceleration. That's close to 30,000 eras. Is it because he's been studying for long enough? The ancestor thought, no, in the past, who knows how many warriors have trained for even longer, but they've never been this ridiculous. Don't tell me the Earth race's soul is special? And Luo Feng is Earth's most dazzling? The ancestor thought. The Earth race was a very special race. Their mental state and willpower were extremely good. The moment they comprehended, they broke through extremely quickly. Mountain Guest's modification of Earth has caused a portion of our human race to change, producing the Earth race. The ancestor frowned, looking at the primal universe, even looking at the entire universe. See, the only ones I can't see through, other than the 2 sacred lands ancestors who have never appeared in the universe. See, is this Mountain Guest. Mountain Guest, just what is his plan? Everything about Luo Feng is related to him. He even nurtured the Flaming Emperor and Puti before. The ancestor pondered. He was the creator of the virtual universe. The virtual universe enveloped the entire primal universe. Its mysteries weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. The ancestor knew many mysteries, however there were still many he didn't understand. Mountain Guest was one he couldn't see through. Luo Feng was completely immersed in the world of Emperor Shi's game and techniques. If one were to say that he was still a novice when he first started studying it, as time passed, his willpower was tempered, his comprehension rose through the research. Due to many reasons, Luo Feng became obsessed with studying the Emperor Shi's game. That feeling of instantly analyzing from trillions of angles, comprehending, breaking, almost like the thrill of the universe's mysteries being broken through one by one. And his own potential, under such training, was like an unpolished jade, slowly beginning to shine. 3,890 games. Luo Feng paused for a moment, feeling the time, frowning. It's almost 3 eras, I don't have enough time? However, so what if I don't have enough time? The Emperor Shi's game is extremely beneficial to me. Even if I truly touch the inheritance, I have confidence in obtaining it. Luo Feng had confidence from the bottom of his heart. Close to 3 eras of training, whether it was his willpower or his undetectable comprehension, they had all reached a terrifying level. East Emperor Sacred Land Jade Blood, breaking through the third bottleneck. Countless green lights descended, incomparably dazzling. Duandong he personally descended. My inheritor, I'm afraid only you can compete with Yin He. The other candidates, unless they undergo continuous transformations. Duandong he looked at Blood Jade Blood Knight, work hard, don't give up so easily. Yes. Blood Jade Blood Knight said respectfully. He looked at Luo Feng, his eyes filled with an incomparably terrifying glow. That was an absolute madness. He was giving it his all, the only chance in the endless eras. He grabbed it tightly, he wouldn't relax at all, giving it his all, burning with passion. Before the third era arrived, he finally solved the 3000th game. Jade Blood? Luo Feng glanced at him, competing with me? 3 eras had finally ended. Luo Feng had finally solved his 3911th game. This was already an exceptional performance, after all he had spent over an era to break through the third bottleneck. To break through the fourth bottleneck within 2 eras was indeed too difficult. 3 eras have arrived, Emperor Shi's game selection has ended, 292 who broke through the first bottleneck. 5 who broke through the second bottleneck, 2 who broke through the third bottleneck. Duandong he gazed below and said slowly. We came later than Yin He and the others, we should still have time. Right, give us some more time. The warriors below immediately shouted. Indeed, some of the latecomers were later than Luo Feng by half a year, or even 1 or 2 years. Duandong he looked below, saying coldly, even if I give you another era, I'm afraid none of you will be able to break through the first bottleneck. Even if you do, what use do I have for you? This inheritance, Yin He and Jade Blood are the most important. The 5 that broke through the second bottleneck have a slight chance, the rest are just there to make up the numbers. As for you all, you haven't even broken through the first bottleneck. According to the rules, all of you, go and die. Duandong he waved his hand. Hua, the crystal pillars in the entire corridor of life and death burst forth with golden light. The golden light could form palaces, but it could also attack. Hua, countless spots of light attacked the experts. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 experts were instantly annihilated and turned into dust. Only the last 300 lucky survivors were left. And even though the survivors were shocked at that power, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Emperor Shi's game, it had finally ended. The next step was to begin touching the inheritance. The legendary Duandong he's inheritance. You all continue forward. At the next great hall, you'll be able to touch the inheritance. Duandong he gazed at Luo Feng and the other 299 candidates, following which he pointed into the distance, only to hear rumbling sounds. In the distance, the originally closed sluice gate had already risen, even Luo Feng could see the hall from where he was. Let's go. Duandong he himself became a beam of light, immediately flashing and arriving at the distant hall. Luo Feng, Jade Blood Knight, Deer Bug Lord, Shaman Lord, Water Song Lord, Shui Yu, Yozan Lord, along with the 7 strongest warriors of the universe, along with a large number of other candidates that broke through the first bottleneck, all flew towards the hall. Virtual universe. The illusions of the stone pillars were there. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, he had already stopped his comprehension. As he was about to touch the inheritance, he didn't dare be distracted. Third *****. The white-robed man stood before a stone pillar, smiling and nodding, at least before the third *****. I've solved it. 6002. The white-robed man laughed softly, shaking his head. Emperor Shi's game has ended. Tomato, please give me a recommendation vote, a free recommendation vote ***, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Comment vote, your support is my biggest motivation. In the pitch-black ancient palace hall, only the 9 crystal balls inlaid on the top of the hall emitted a faint light, illuminating the entire hall. When the vast crowd of 299 experts flew into the hall, Duandonghe was already seated on the throne in the hall, a smile on his face as he looked down. Since you've already passed through the corridor and arrived here, you can begin to come into contact with the true legacy. Inheritance? Interact with the inheritance? Everyone knew that only one could obtain the complete inheritance, but as long as they could obtain a portion of the inheritance and transmit the information back before dying, it would be worth it. After obtaining a portion of the inheritance, there might be a way to transcend reincarnation. Once I discover the method, I will immediately self-destruct and die. I have a clone so I can continue living, but if I am attacked by this Duandongha, I'm afraid I will definitely die. This was especially so for the experts who had broken through the first bottleneck. Of the 299 present, 2 had broken through the third bottleneck, and 5 had broken through the second bottleneck. This time, how could it be their turn to break through the first bottleneck? Being able to obtain some information and immediately escape when the situation was bad was the way to go. Looking at the experts of the various races below, seemingly unable to wait any longer, Duandongha, who was seated on the throne, continued, "Don't be anxious. Logically speaking, you all should be able to come into contact with the legacy." Ask? Everyone's heart tightened. At the same time, they were cursing this Duandongha for being too troublesome, asking at this time? Forget about the other candidates, I want to ask the 7 strongest experts of the cosmos. Duandongha looked at the 7 strongest experts below. Of the 7 strongest experts, 6 were from the first reincarnation era, and 1 was from the second reincarnation era. This time, they were at a disadvantage, and their performance in the Emperor Rhino game could be considered miserable. If you answer incorrectly, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to interact with the inheritance. Duandongha said. The 7 strongest experts of the cosmos were shocked. How could this be? It's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but because my Duandongha lineage has special requirements for your respective cosmos. Duandongha sighed, once a cosmos is born, its form is fixed, and your future path will be limited. If your miniature cosmos structure doesn't meet my requirements, then you won't have the qualifications to accept the inheritance. Ah. Miniature cosmos structure? The 7 strongest experts of the cosmos were astonished. The other universe lords and universe venerables are weak and have yet to nurture a small cosmos. Broken East River. That's why they're fine. Those who obtain the inheritance of my Broken East River will naturally receive pointers and know how the universe should be constructed once it is born. But the 7 of you are already fixed. Now, let me ask you. What is the structure of your universe? Duandongha asked directly. The strongest experts of the 7 great cosmoses hesitated. All of them wanted to know what Duandongha wanted the structure of the universe to look like. Then, they could just fabricate fake information. However, Duandongha was not stupid and would not say anything, which made it hard for them to fabricate fake information. At the same time, the other 292 powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the unlucky one was the universe's strongest powerhouse. No wonder the 2 holy lands didn't even send their strongest experts. It seemed like, although this Broken East River lineage could allow the strongest experts of the universe to become inheritors, the requirements were extremely high, and there were special requirements for the structure of the small universe. And the strongest warriors of the 2 sacred lands don't even have a small universe, what's there to talk about? Luo Feng realized. I see. The inheritance actually has requirements for the small universe. The universe lords, the universe knights and the undyings all had their eyes opened wide. They weren't in any danger from this. Instead, they were all very interested in watching. They wanted to know what the structure of the small universe was about. Speak. Duandongha frowned. What are you hesitating for? You, be the first to speak. Duandongha pointed at Laobu. Laobu hesitated for a moment, after which he gritted his teeth and said, back when I broke through from the universe lord to become the strongest in the universe, I opened up gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light. 8 great planes, connecting them to the universe origin laws, stabilizing the entire small universe. Normal method. Duandongha sneered, shaking his head. Next. His gaze landed on the second true lord. Laobu from before had a huge change in expression, after which he shook his head and sighed. Looks like it wouldn't work. The second true lord became nervous and worried. The second true lord hesitated for a moment, immediately making up a lie. I opened up 10,081 small universe spaces, every one of them connecting to the universe origin laws, becoming an energy space. And these 10,081 spaces also formed space engravings, forming the shape of a sword. Just that? Duandonghe looked at the second true lord. The second true lord was obviously making up a lie. Hearing Duandonghe's question, he felt that there was a chance, replying, "Of course not, I also opened up another 10,081 small universe spaces, forming time engravings, also forming the shape of a sword. Time and space grinds against each other. What nonsense, if you did that, your small universe would have long been in a state of internal strife." Duandonghe laughed involuntarily, next. Haha, instantly, some experts couldn't help but laugh. The second true lord looked around angrily. He was indeed making things up, creating a structure purely out of his imagination. After all, when the universe was first formed, the internal structure of the universe was very cautious, no one dared to mess around. Although there were many ideas, they were all very cautious. When I became the strongest expert in the universe, the God Nation turned into a small universe. Its internal structure was split into 8 boundary worlds and 2 core worlds. The structure of the world was very stable. Although it's stable, it's very hard to break through. Duandonghe shook his head, next. These experts were all thinking hard. They didn't care about the true structure of their own universe, they were just making up lies to meet Duandonghe's requirements. Next. Haha, interesting, are you sure your universe is like this? Mediocre. Duandonghe listened to the replies of the experts and evaluated them one by one. When the seventh true lord finished speaking, Duandonghe shook his head and said, "Indeed, without the guidance of a stronger expert, trying to guess the structure of the universe through pure guesswork isn't very likely. The 7 of you can't inherit my Duandonghe lineage. Your potential is too low. If you could solve 6,000 puzzles, my Duandonghe lineage would be willing to pay a huge price. However, your puzzles are average and your potential is low. You definitely don't have the qualifications to inherit my Duandonghe lineage." The 7 experts glanced at each other, all of them helpless. Tragedy. This time they came to accept the inheritance was a huge tragedy. Emperor Shi's puzzles were solved and now they were discriminated against, not even having the chance to come into contact with the inheritance. The other 292 experts from the various races were calm as well. Even the experts from the first reincarnation era might not have the qualifications to enter, but they could still face it calmly. After all, this wasn't targeting one side, but rather, all the strongest experts in the universe didn't have the qualifications to enter. I didn't expect the small universe structure to be so profound. Luo Feng thought, right, in the primal universe, those who can become the strongest are already at the pinnacle. Each small universe structure, who can say which is better? Only the ancient civilizations that gave birth to even stronger absolute beings would know clearly, in the later stages, which universe structure is better. This was the inheritance, it was the accumulated experience of countless ancestors over the generations, a path that led to the pinnacle. For this path, the ancestors had paid an unimaginable price, hence the value of every pinnacle inheritance was immeasurable. It was normal that the ancestors of the 2 sacred lands were moved by it. The 7 of you don't have the qualifications to enter. Duandonghe sat in his throne and gazed below. Other than the 7 of you, all the other candidates from the God-eyed clan don't have the qualifications to enter either, and all of them will die. God-eyed clan? Luo Feng was shocked. What? Dear Bug Lord was shocked too. The God-eyed clan doesn't have the qualifications to enter? Blood Jade Lord was curious. That's impossible. The Shaman Lord's expression changed greatly. The entire God-eyed clan, 2nd True Lord, 7th True Lord, Shaman Lord, along with the Shadow Cloud Lord and Nightmare Lord who broke through the first bottleneck were all shocked. Rumble. The 7th True Lord immediately flipped his hand and took out the ultimate treasure. Icecliff Castle. He himself immediately entered the castle and it swiftly expanded. On the ice-cold crystal mountain peak, the castle was very elegant and exquisite. At this time, the 7th True Lord communicated anxiously, "Hurry and enter." Immediately, the 2nd True Lord and the Shaman Lord didn't have time to be shocked and immediately entered the castle. Although it took a long time to describe, in fact, in an instant, the Holy-Eyed clan, including the two strongest experts in the universe, had a total of 28 candidates entered the Icecliff Castle. A Icecliff Castle that emitted cold air landed on the ground, after which an angry voice sounded, "Lord Duandongha, why is it that my Holy-Eyed clan is not qualified to enter, and even have to die? Why are we treated differently? If Lord Duandongha really doesn't want my Holy-Eyed clan to accept the inheritance, why didn't you tell my Holy-Eyed clan directly at the start of the test?" It was just like how he had treated the bone race. He had said that the bone race did not have the right to receive the inheritance. If you had said so earlier, my Holy-Eyed clan wouldn't have had to come in. The Holy-Eyed clan was indeed furious to the point of going crazy. But no matter how angry they were, they knew that it was not too late to fight after hiding in the Icecliff Castle. After all, with the ability of the strongest person in the universe to activate the ultimate treasure palace, even if it was Duandonghe had already fallen. A fallen Duandonghe would not be able to do anything to them. That's right, Lord Duandongha, why are you treating him differently? You gave us hope, yet made us despair. In the end, he said that we were not qualified and that we all had to die. Voices rang out one after another. It was obvious that the Holy-Eyed clan was furious. Duandongha sat on the throne and looked down. "This is a request from a friend of mine. I owe him something, so I naturally agreed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Request? The warriors of the Holy-Eyed clan in Icecliff Castle were all so angry they wanted to eat the flesh of that friend from Duandonghe, drink his blood and gnaw on his bones. Hate. The Holy-Eyed clan's 7 small cosmos, first small cosmos. The 7 true lords gathered together and observed the progress of Duandonghe's inheritance. They were jealous of Luo Feng and Blood Red Knight's brilliance. They were unhappy that their clan didn't have any good candidates. They were also happy that the Shaman Gu leader broke through the second bottleneck. Just as their hearts were trembling from the opportunity to transcend reincarnation, Duandonghe actually said that the God-eyed race didn't have the right and all of them had to die. This instantly stunned the 7 true lord ranks. A blow to the head, despair. The 7 true lords were filled with despair and rage. Why did he cut off our Holy-Eyed clan's chance to escape the reincarnation? Why? Why was it so unfair? Why, now they knew, it was actually a request from Duandonghe's friend. It was this friend's request that caused their Holy-Eyed clan to lose their chance. Even the elites of the 2 great cosmos had to die. Who? Just who is it? This Duandonghe's friend, just who is it? The first true lord let out a furious roar. In an instant, the entire first small cosmos changed color and trembled. Who was it that cut off our chance? Who was it? The other true lords too were filled with pain and rage. The 28 Holy-Eyed clan's candidates within Icecliff Castle felt despair, rage, grievance, unwillingness. Lord Duandonghe. The second true lord's voice resounded. Even though he was angry, he was still rational. This inheritance, our Holy-Eyed clan did as you requested. We fought against that monster Kue Luo and solved the Shi Emperor situation. Yet now, just because of someone's request, you want to wipe out our entire Holy-Eyed clan? Duandonghe gazed down at the Icecliff Castle and said coldly, "Wiping you all out is just a small matter. Is there no way to turn this around?" The second true lord asked unwillingly. Laughable. Duandonghe laughed. Hearing this laugh, the second true lord finally gave up and roared, "Duandonghe, you old bastard who's died so many times, you want to wipe out our Holy-Eyed clan? It won't be that easy. I want to see how capable a dead guy like you can be." The 7th true lord's voice also sounded, "Duandonghe, who is your friend? Who wants to destroy my Holy-Eyed clan? Who is it? Who is it?" Another few angry voices sounded. They really wanted to know which bastard had caused their Holy-Eyed clan to fall into such a hopeless situation. "Don't worry." East Duanha looked down. "I will let you know." Then, he pointed into the distance. One of the walls of the hall suddenly split open, revealing a passageway. The experts from the other forces of the cosmic sea looked over. They all wanted to know who it was that caused the Holy-Eyed clan to fall into such a predicament. Luo Feng also looked at the pathway. He could vaguely see a blurry silhouette slowly walking out. He had golden scales, standing upright like a human, a pair of golden wings on his back, 9 pairs of eyes sweeping over. No one dared to look him in the eye. It's him? Luo Feng was shocked at the warrior that appeared, Thundercloak Demon God? The Thundercloak Fiend Celestial was the strongest expert in the universe who traveled alone in the second Samsara era. He could only be considered ordinary among the strongest experts in the universe because he did not have a supreme treasure. And the treasure that made him famous, the lightning robe, was a treasure similar to the crazy demon god vanquishing armor. In the cosmic sea, he was considered an extremely low-profile one. Thundercloak? It's him? Duandong's friend, Thundercloak Demon God? It wasn't just Luo Feng that was shocked. The East Emperor's Sacred Land, Purple Moon's Sacred Land and the other 3 reincarnation eras were all shocked. This low-profile Thundercloak Demon God, who had almost no news about him, was actually involved in this matter. Thundercloak? You were the one who made Duandong he cut off our holy-eyed clan's chance, and even wanted to destroy us? The second true lord still couldn't believe it. Thundercloak? It's you? The 7th true lord couldn't believe it too. Thundercloak Demon God walked out from the pathway. His expression was sometimes ferocious, and sometimes he laughed silently. He seemed to be unable to control himself as he raised his head and laughed silently for a while, before gritting his teeth and trembling. Right, it's me, Thundercloak, it's me who instigated all of this. I was the one who cut off your holy-eyed clan's chance, I was the one who wanted to destroy you all. The 2nd true lord, the 7th true lord, haha, over 10 universe lords, haha. Thundercloak Demon God's voice was trembling. Damn it. The 7th true lord roared. Thundercloak Demon God, you deserve to die. The 2nd true lord roared too. The ice cliff castle below the main hall made many noises. Thundercloak Demon God stood there and laughed coldly at the ice cliff castle. Deserve to die? I deserve to die? You all deserve to die. All of you holy-eyed clan deserve to die. Damn holy-eyed clan. In order to obtain the supreme treasure, the 7 true lord ranks ganged up on me and Kong Luo. How ruthless. Kong Luo died, and I had to flee. Thundercloak Demon God gritted his teeth. Kong Luo and I are indeed easy to bully. We are not strong enough and we don't have any supreme treasure. Yes, we are easy to bully, your holy-eyed clan is powerful. In the entire cosmic sea, you are the only force that can match up to the 2 sacred lands. How can a person like me, who doesn't even have a supreme treasure, fight against you all? In front of your holy-eyed clan, I am weak and weak. What am I? Thundercloak shook his head and laughed crazily. You didn't expect this, right? This time, you fell into my hands. Thundercloak Demon God stared at the ice cliff castle, his eyes burning with flames. I didn't expect that a weak Thundercloak Demon God like me could make your holy-eyed clan suffer such a huge loss. Why would Duandong River listen to you? A hoarse voice came from the ice cliff castle. Because I am the first to enter the grey boat. Thundercloak Demon God laughed coldly. Complete silence. Luo Feng and the others were shocked. They were actually not the first to enter the grey boat. It was actually this Thundercloak Demon God? However, from the looks of it, it should be so. They and the other powerful warriors had just arrived in this hall, while Thundercloak Demon God had been here long ago and had even become friends with Duandong River. Thundercloak Demon God laughed loudly. You all thought that the grey boat would be here? The grey boat actually appeared. In the core area of the universe boat. The core area is a place that even the strongest warriors of the universe don't dare to barge into. They only dare to stay in familiar areas. When the grey boat appeared, none of you knew. If I wasn't the strongest in the universe, I wouldn't have been able to receive the inheritance. When would it have been your turn? That's why I made a deal with Duandong River. Honestly speaking, you all have to thank me. Thundercloak Demon God's gaze swept and landed on Luo Feng, especially you, human Milky Way, you have to thank me even more. Luo Feng smiled. Thundercloak Demon God laughed too. I have to thank you too. I have to thank you for performing the best and having the highest potential. And not letting the holy-eyed clan snatch first place. The ice cliff castle was silent. They indeed didn't expect that a weak and harmless Thundercloak demon god, who didn't even have a powerful treasure, could actually make the Holy-Eyed clan suffer such a huge loss. Normally, even the Lord of Five Turbid, the Lord of Shadow Dust and the Lord of Shaman Venom would dare to clash head-on with the Thundercloak demon god. At most, they would be at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, they understood that the situation was really bad. Thundercloak demon god said softly, "I'll let your Holy-Eyed clan have a chance to enter. I'll let you all be ecstatic. And then, when you all are at your most excited, I'll make you all despair." Thundercloak demon god laughed coldly, "If your Holy-Eyed clan had someone who could be ranked first in solving the Emperor Shi's game, then I'd have a headache. After all, Duandong River definitely wouldn't let me kill the one with the highest potential. However, your Holy-Eyed clan is useless, so you're all destined to fall. Aren't you afraid that our Holy-Eyed clan has someone with the highest potential and is ranked first? Then wouldn't you want to harm our Holy-Eyed clan and help us instead?" Within the Icecliff Castle, Second True Lord laughed coldly. "Haha, firstly, I don't believe that your Holy-Eyed clan will be ranked first out of the 3 reincarnation ages and 2 sacred lands." Thundercloak demon god sneered, "Secondly, I'm already prepared. If your Holy-Eyed clan is really lucky to have such an expert with limitless potential, I'd rather die myself and drag him down with me." Thundercloak demon god turned to look at Duandong River above and bowed slightly, "Lord Duandong River, please forgive me for being disrespectful." "I can understand." Duandong River nodded slightly. "Lord Duandong River, I've kept this hatred in my heart for too long. I've finally said it." Thundercloak demon god laughed, "Lord Duandong River, you can take action against them." "Alright." Duandong River nodded. Take action. Within the Icecliff Castle, the 28 experts of the Holy-Eyed clan instantly became nervous. "Thundercloak, you want to kill us? I want to see if this old fellow from the reincarnation age who has died countless times has the ability to kill us." Second True Lord roared. "You'll know very soon." Thundercloak demon god's eyes were filled with pity as he sneered, "Furthermore, after you die, your supreme treasure will belong to me. Come, let me see how strong this dead guy is." The Second True Lord and the Seventh True Lord roared. Boom, the Icecliff Castle suddenly turned into a stream of light, bringing with it boundless power as it smashed towards Thundercloak demon god. "Freeze!" Duandongha looked downwards and pointed into the distance. While the walls and floor of the entire hall immediately started to emit countless golden inscriptions. Countless golden threads condensed in midair and surged towards the Icecliff Castle. They were like silk wrapping around the Icecliff Castle layer by layer, binding the Icecliff Castle. Boom! The Icecliff Castle struggled crazily, causing the surrounding void to tremble. However, countless golden threads were binding it, causing the Icecliff Castle to be unable to break free. "It can only bind and not kill." A voice came from within the Icecliff Castle. "Ultimate treasure, it's after all an ultimate treasure. What a joke." Duandong River looked down and lightly pointed at the ground. Instantly, the ground split apart and a deep abyss appeared. A terrifying aura spread out from the abyss. The Icecliff Castle was being bound by countless golden threads as it was forcefully dragged towards the entrance of the abyss. Although the secret technique left behind in this hall is unable to kill you, the other dangerous places that I've left behind in my inheritance are able to kill you. Ultimate treasure? What a joke. In my hometown, there's no such thing as an ultimate treasure. Duandong River shook his head and sneered. Hua, the Icecliff Castle struggled crazily as the Second True Lord and Seventh True Lord roared furiously. However, it was still dragged into the abyss by countless golden threads. Pa! The ground that had split apart instantly closed and everything returned to normal. Times, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Icecliff Castle was dragged into the abyss, just the energy emanating from it made Luo Feng feel fear within. This ancient civilization that has been gone for who knows how many reincarnation eras, their methods are indeed powerful. Indeed a civilization that can create a universe boat. Just Duandong River's modification of the tomb boat is able to make it so terrifying. The more than 200 experts in the hall were listening carefully, trying to determine the fate of the holy-eyed clan within the Ice Cliff Castle from the sound. After all, it's an absolute treasure palace, it's hard to die in there. Haven't you heard, back at Duandong River's home, in that ancient civilization, there's no such thing as an absolute treasure. Countless treasures contain words from that civilization. Obviously these are the countless treasures left behind by that ancient civilization. Since Duandong River dares to say it, then it must have some confidence. There's no such thing as an absolute treasure? What does that mean? A few warriors couldn't help but discuss. Luo Feng too had countless thoughts in his mind. Right. That ancient civilization was incomparably strong. They had beings much stronger than the strongest in the universe. Even the two sacred lands' ancestors might not be able to compare to the pinnacle beings of the ancient civilization. Once one's vision was higher, one's view of the weapons would naturally be different. Just from his own experience in the wing space, he knew, even the absolute treasures had differences in strength. In the eyes of the weak, unable to unleash the full power of the absolute treasures, naturally it was hard to determine which was stronger or weaker. However, in the hands of the sacred land's ancestors, in Duandong River, even more terrifying beings, naturally they could determine the strength of these treasures. Hence, in the ancient civilization, there was no such thing as an absolute treasure. As for the so-called absolute treasures, the ancient civilization probably had even clearer classifications. However, those classifications didn't mean much to him, because in this era, the strongest were the strongest in the universe. As for the two sacred lands' ancestors, they had never left the sacred land universe before. The powers of the outside world all suspected if these two ancestors were still alive. Killer Wu wings, there were originally 6 pairs of wings. Luo Feng nodded within. According to the memories of the winged spirit, it should be 2 absolute warriors battling, causing the Killer Wu's wings to be damaged. For such an unbelievable treasure like the Killer Wu's wings to be reduced to such a state, just how terrifying were those 2 absolute warriors? They were probably also warriors from the ancient civilization. Compared to the ancient civilization, after the endless reincarnation era, their strength had clearly deteriorated greatly. They were far from being able to compare to that civilization. Right as Luo Feng was thinking about the ancient civilization, imagining how powerful it was and guessing why it disappeared in the river of time, while the floor of the hall split open once more. This time it was at the location where it had split open earlier, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Xiao! 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 3 streams of light flew out and floated in front of the Thundercloak Fiend Celestial. The 3 items were an ice cliff castle the size of a fist that looked like an ice jade sculpture, a strange mutated beast sculpture, and a resplendent tricolored bead. According to your classification of the 3 treasures, 2 of them are supreme treasures, and the last one is quite special. Although it's not a supreme treasure, I think it's quite suitable for you. Duandonghe looked down and smiled. Lei, take it. The lightning cloak fiend celestial looked at the 3 treasures in front of him in a daze, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. These 3 treasures, Ice Cliff Castle? Isn't that the true God world? Illusionary heartbeat? The 200+ warriors beside, especially the 5 strongest of the universe, could tell with a glance, and they were all envious. However, following which, they all broke out in a commotion. Ah, 3 treasures, the god-eyed race is dead? The 2nd and 7th true lord were both in the Ice Cliff Castle, they're both dead? Those universe lords could still self-destruct earlier, relying on their clones to survive. However, the 2nd and 7th true lord didn't have clones. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't have been able to. The 2 strongest of the universe, they both had absolute treasures on them, they were actually killed just like that? This is simply, that ancient civilization is too terrifying. The 200+ warriors were all speechless. To them, the absolute treasure palace was an absolute safe place. Unless one risked their lives and charged into another small universe, or went to the core area, or went through reincarnation etc., otherwise, there was no way to break through the protection of the absolute treasure palace and kill the beings within. Vision, with Duandonghe's vision, he naturally knew that no treasure was absolutely invincible. In his eyes, the Ice Cliff Castle, he quickly determined the power and weakness of the Ice Cliff Castle. The other 200+ warriors in the hall were both shocked and envious. After all, it was 2 treasures and an illusionary heart bead. The illusionary heart bead was a special treasure, suitable for casting illusionary attacks, and also had the ability to guard the soul. It was an extremely powerful treasure in the aspect of the soul, and the thunder god was naturally suitable for casting illusions. You can easily recognize the illusionary heart bead as your master. Duandongha looked down and said directly, as for the remaining 2 supreme treasures, the Ice Cliff Castle, as long as your willpower is strong enough, you will be able to recognize it as your master. Only in the true God world, it is extremely difficult to recognize a master. Go back and think about it carefully. The thunder god nodded excitedly. He was also very straightforward, and immediately recognized the illusionary heart bead as his master. The illusionary heart bead and the Ice Cliff Castle were indeed accomplished in one go. Haha, although I have many peak-level treasures, the only truly special treasure is the thunder robe. The thunder god sighed. I've always been fighting in close combat, and I never had a good treasure for my illusionary abilities. Now that I have the illusionary heart bead, my offensive means are much stronger. And with the protection of the Ice Cliff Castle, the Holy-Eyed Clan. The thunder god's 9 pairs of eyes flashed with a fierce light. This made the other 200+ warriors sigh. The pitiful Holy-Eyed Clan. Once the thunder god became stronger, how could he let the Holy-Eyed Clan off when he left? Thank you, Lord Duandongha. The thunder god bowed gratefully. The matter is settled. In the hall, Duandongha nodded slightly from his throne. You can leave now. As for the other candidates, Duandongha's gaze swept across the other 200+ warriors. We are about to come into contact with the inheritance. Once we come into contact with the inheritance, those who fail will definitely die. Moreover, their souls will be annihilated, and many of their avatars will perish. My lineage requires souls to cultivate, so I have chosen those with souls. Naturally, I have methods to deal with souls. The 200+ warriors were shocked. That's right. It was true. The rock giant lord, bone race, and other lifeforms that were eliminated by the magic cube didn't have souls. As for the other rock lifeforms and plant lifeforms that could enter, they were rather special as they had souls. The ones that have broken through the 3rd bottleneck are only Yin He and Bai Shui. Duandongha looked down and said coldly, the 2 of them have the most hope. And the 4 that have broken through the 2nd bottleneck also have a sliver of hope. As for the ones that have broken through the 1st bottleneck, unless you are able to explode your potential in a short period of time, you are just there to make up the numbers. Now, Lei Yi and the other 5 strongest experts of the universe. I will send them off. If any of you have decided to give up, make your decision quickly. This is your last chance. Duandongha's voice reverberated in the hall. The hall was silent. From the start of the inheritance, Duandongha had been giving the candidates the chance to give up. As long as they didn't come into contact with the inheritance, everything would be fine. And now that they were about to come into contact with the inheritance, this was their last chance to survive. Even the 2nd and 7th true lords hiding in the Ice Cliff Castle were done for. No one dared to have any hope. I quit. I quit. I quit. Very quickly, many warriors stood out to quit. Like the primal universe human leader Pungong who broke through the 1st bottleneck, a knight and an undying all chose to quit. All of you quit. To be able to break through the 1st bottleneck, your potential is extraordinary. Going to the inheritance is suicide. Our race already has Luo Feng, there's no point in you going. The huge axe creator in the virtual universe said directly, as for Pungong, he's one of the pillars of our race, there's no need for him to die. Yes. You quit. As for the other warriors of our race, let them go. Remember, bring back the treasures, losing so many treasures is a huge blow to our race. Yes. The other warriors of our sacred land will all go, we have to get enough information on the inheritance. You can quit and bring back the treasures. Yes. The various powers were swiftly making arrangements. Due to various reasons, be it bringing back the treasures, or feeling pity for the strong and unwilling to be cannon fodder, anyway, the number of people leaving the hall was soaring. After a while, within the hazy hull of the tomb boat, there were only 236 who had decided to continue with the inheritance, the other 10 had all decided to leave. You all hurry and leave. Duandong, he pointed into the distance. Rumble, the door of the pathway opened. Return the way we came. Duandong, he ordered. The 6 strongest warriors of the universe, including Lei Yi, the universe lords, a small number of universe knights, undyings, swiftly flew into the passageway and soon disappeared. Rumble, the gate closed again. The 236 experts in the hall had all made up their minds. They would rather die. They had to send back a portion of the information. Luo Feng looked around, admiring them within. Of the 236 present, 235 of them were destined to die. And the ones with the highest hopes of surviving were Luo Feng and Blood Red Knight. As for the others, they were all here to take the risk. Especially those who broke through the first bottleneck, it was basically suicide. Every race was able to rise and stand within their own reincarnation era. This was all because the strong of the race were willing to stand up at the most crucial moment. Actually, the strong had climbed up step by step from the bottom, experiencing countless life and death situations. They had long been indifferent to death, the only thing they had to know was whether it was worth it or not. For the race to transcend the reincarnation and become eternal beings, even death was worth it. You all have no way out. Duandong, he stood up. It's destined that only one can receive my Duandong, his inheritance. Follow me. Duandong, he turned to look at the throne. Rumble, the throne and the stone wall behind it suddenly split open. Countless sounds of waterfalls and flowers wafted over, there were even bird cries and beast roars. That was a vast independent space. This is my Duandong, his inheritance space. Duandong, his gaze was distant as he said slowly, almost all the strong warriors have received their inheritances in here. I too, am the same. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. At the cabin door of the tomb boat. East, the Arch Sacred Grounds, North, True Star Lord and the other strong martial artists who were waiting at the cabin door saw Lei Yi, Devil God, Mobu, and the other candidates retreating. They were shocked to hear a cold voice, all of you, leave the tomb boat quickly. The cabin door of the tomb boat is about to close. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance to leave again. The cabin door is about to close? Only one person can survive the inheritance, and that is the next Duandong River. The others are all dead. It seems like even the escape route is sealed. Go. The Northern True Star Lord and a large group of existences hurriedly flew out. The moment the majestic group of nearly 100 experts flew out of the cabin door, the door instantly slammed shut. The entire tomb boat no longer had an exit. This caused the nearly 100 experts who flew out to look back at the cabin door, all of them sighing incessantly. Lei Yi, Demon God, I'm impressed. Lei Yi, Demon God, I didn't expect the inheritance to be guided by you. You even caused the Holy-Eyed race to suffer such a huge loss. Haha, the Holy-Eyed race must hate you. The other experts present all looked at Lei Yi, Demon God. They did not have any animosity towards Lei Yi, Demon God. Firstly, if not for Lei Yi, Demon God, when would they have discovered the inheritance of Duandong River? Secondly, Lei Yi, Demon God was only targeting the Holy-Eyed race. He had helped them by having one less enemy. Moreover, Lei Yi, Demon God had the Ice Cliff Castle. It was too difficult to kill him. Moreover, once he refined the true God world, Lei Yi, Demon God would definitely become one of the most difficult experts in the universe to deal with. Moreover, he was a lone ranger. Everyone was naturally willing to befriend him. What I want is for them to hate me. The more they hate me, the happier I am. Lei Yi, Demon God grunted. After becoming the strongest expert in the universe, I still have to suffer the humiliation of the Holy-Eyed race. Even my only friend, Kong Luo, was killed by them. In this life, I have no race. I have no other desires. I only wish for the Holy-Eyed race to regret what they have done. I want them to suffer unbearably and even exterminate their race. This caused the other experts to exchange glances with each other, and they were secretly shocked. How much hatred was there? The pitiful Holy-Eyed race, dear true lords, when the Ice Cliff Castle was drawn into the abyss, the second true lord immediately felt that something was wrong and ordered all of us to self-destruct. Hence the Undyings, Universe Knights, and Universe Lords with clones all self-destructed to escape. Master Voodoo respectfully reported to the 5 True Lord clones. That abyss is extremely powerful. It should also contain illusory attacks. The 2nd True Lord and the 7th True Lord both had a hard time dealing with it and couldn't take it anymore, so we immediately self-destructed. One by one, the survivors described the situation. The faces of the other 5 True Lords were extremely ugly. They already knew the details. This was the best chance for their holy-eyed clan to transcend reincarnation. However, they did not expect the thunder-robed demon god to appear midway. Not only did he cut off their chance, he even caused the death of the 2nd True Lord and the 7th True Lord. They were 2 of the strongest experts in the universe and they had 2 extremely important treasures. The 7 True Lord ranks had their own way of fighting together. Now that 2 of them were gone, even if the remaining 5 joined forces, their power would be greatly reduced. Damn it! The 6th True Lord's eyes were ice cold. Thunder-robed demon god, damn that thunder-robed demon god, he destroyed the hope of our holy-eyed clan. He should have killed him at all costs. The 5th True Lord gritted his teeth and roared. Back then, who knew that the thunder-robed demon god would be so lucky and find the tomb boat first? The 3rd True Lord said hoarsely, a thunder-robed demon god without any treasures and with average strength, didn't he keep a low profile after the matter? It was purely his luck, otherwise, how would this have happened? Damn it! He destroyed the greatest hope of our holy-eyed clan and even caused the 7th True Lord and the others. 2nd and 7th True Lord. The 1st True Lord murmured slowly with a pained expression. If our holy-eyed clan has no hope of transcending reincarnation, we will drag the thunder-robed demon god down with us. The 5th True Lord gritted his teeth and raged. Calm down. The 1st True Lord opened his eyes and shook his head, let's leave revenge until the end. Our time is near, our clan has to fight for a chance of survival and transcend reincarnation. That's our biggest goal. If we can't transcend reincarnation, our holy-eyed clan's glory will disappear forever. I'm afraid after a few more reincarnations, no one will know about our holy-eyed clan. While the holy-eyed clan was in pain, the East Emperor Sacred Land and the Primal Universe humans were all anticipating. The East Emperor Sacred Land's ancient ancestor personally chatted with Blood Jade Knight and Lord Yozin. Obviously he was filled with anticipation. The Huge Axe creator and Primal Chaos City leader also met Luo Feng. The Purple Moon Sacred Land's Purple Moon ancestor met Deer Bug Lord. The various powers were all anticipating. The responsibility of their clans was placed on the candidates, causing them to be incomparably excited. Since they had already decided to interact with the inheritance, it was equivalent to a path of death. After all, the ones with the highest hopes were Luo Feng and Blood Jade Knight. The other warriors would definitely die. What they had to do was to try their best to send a message back to their clans before they died. Passing the reincarnation is very difficult. Even the ancestor back then didn't have any confidence in passing it. And I'm still a distance away from the ancestor back then, much less passing the reincarnation. The Huge Axe creator looked at Luo Feng. Who knows how many reincarnation eras have passed? There's only a total of 2 Sacred Land universes. The difficulty of passing the reincarnation is unimaginable. Even though I, the Huge Axe, am extremely confident, I don't dare say I can pass it within 3 reincarnation eras. And this chance is the greatest chance for our human race. And you are also the candidate with the highest chance. Our human race has climbed up step by step from being weak. Under the leadership of the ancestor, we rose from the primal universe's strongest race, becoming one of the pinnacle races. Our human race has experienced countless wars with other races. We've faced the danger of being wiped out multiple times, until the ancestor rose. Until now, our human race has grown strong. Countless human descendants can freely roam the virtual universe, using large amounts of resources to train. Even many races have become our vassals. Our human race is the strongest race. At least we have the strongest heart. We're never satisfied with being weak. Our human race is also never satisfied with being destroyed in the river of time. The Huge Axe creator looked at Luo Feng. Our human race wants to be eternal, even stronger than the 2 Sacred Lands. We can even reach the ancient civilization level and create an even more glorious and powerful civilization. And this time is a chance. Every warrior's rise has a crucial turning point. And for a race to rise, there's also a crucial turning point. Your encounter this time is the crucial turning point of our human race's fate. There are two paths at the turning point. Which path humanity's fate will enter will depend on you. The huge axe creator looked at Luo Feng, filled with anticipation. Luo Feng nodded seriously. I'll give it my all. The cries of birds and the roars of strange beasts could be heard. This was a paradise filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Looking from afar, some birds could be seen spreading their wings and flying as if they were showing off their feathers. Wherever they passed, they would leave behind some fiery rainbows or some gorgeous colorful lights, and in the distance, there were beast silhouettes in the wild grass, or even further away in the lake, occasionally revealing the tip of an iceberg. This is the inheritance space. Duandong, he stood in mid-air, his gaze distant. This is where the past generations of Duandong he received the inheritance. The warriors of the various races floated behind. The entrance that appeared when they entered was already sealed shut, obviously there was no way out. However, Luo Feng and the others couldn't care less. They were all filled with anticipation for the inheritance they were about to receive. At the same time, they were shocked. If this inheritance space really was where the past generations of Duandong he received the inheritance, then it had existed for far too long. It's said to be the inheritance space. Duandong, he exclaimed. However, it can absorb energy. It can absorb all energy, including the chaos energy within the universe C. It can maintain the stability of the space and sustain the life within. Even though Luo Feng and the others were shocked, they quickly calmed down. Because, they were used to it. Even though normal warriors, including the strongest in the universe, had no way of directly absorbing the chaos energy, only the small universe or primal universe could absorb the chaos energy and transform it into their own. However, these laws didn't apply to the ancient civilizations. Like the universe boat, like this inheritance space, they could all exist for extremely long periods of time. Even the small universe could only exist for 3 reincarnations. This inheritance space, however, existed for countless reincarnations. Right now, you are about to touch the inheritance. Duandong, he pointed into the distance. Look. Luo Feng and the others all looked over. Doors of light suddenly rose from the vast wasteland in the distance. Each door of light had a picture on it, and if one looked closely at the picture, one could vaguely see an expert controlling millions of golden lights to attack the scene in the distance. Looking at the other pictures would reveal other scenes. My Duandong he's inheritors over the years, some close combat, some long-range attacks, some weapon crafting, some controlling machines. It pretty much encompasses everything from my home world. Duandong, he pointed into the distance. There are a total of 820 entrances in the distance. After entering, one can obtain different basic inheritances. Every entrance can only have one person enter to receive the inheritance. Inhe goes first, Jade Blood goes second, go on. Duandong, he said directly. This is only the basic inheritance, to verify if you are suitable for my Duandong he. When the final inheritor is decided, only then will the final inheritor have the right to receive the true core inheritance. This is also the inheritance that only Duandong he of every generation has the right to know. Begin to choose. Duandong, he ordered. Looking at Luo Feng, Inhe, you choose. Yes, Lord Duandong he. Luo Feng bowed slightly. After which he became a resplendent beam of light and flew through the sky, heading towards the 820 entrances, ****, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The glowing space entrances floated in rows, a total of 820 of them. This is just the basic inheritance, and there's actually so many. Luo Feng's body solidified. Floating in mid-air, his gaze swept past the many doors of light, carefully studying and understanding the inheritance each entrance represented. Basic inheritance, to Duandong River, it wasn't that important. Even if it was spread outside, it wouldn't matter, hence they used it for the last round of selection. However, the basic inheritances of the ancient civilization were fine. To Luo Feng and the other powers of the universe C, they were different. After all, the ancient civilization was simply too strong. It's mainly split into close combat, long-range attack, treasure crafting, machinery and miscellaneous. Luo Feng's gaze swept past, categorizing the controlling of life forms and other peculiar battle techniques as miscellaneous. Close combat, long-range attack, treasure crafting, they were all very simple. The machinery, however, was controlling machinery, on a smaller scale, like Earth's use of firearms etc., on a larger scale, like the entire universe boat was considered a battleship, it was also considered machinery. Hence when the machinery was developed to the extreme, it was extremely strong too. Duandong River had many strong warriors, some with long lifespans had other hobbies, leaving behind some mechanical basic inheritances was very normal. Right now it's time to select the inheritors. Luo Feng carefully observed every door of light, hence I have to choose what I'm good at. If I choose something I don't understand at all, I'm afraid just getting started will take a long time. The basic inheritances are just the appetizers. Duandong River's core inheritances, that's the real feast. Luo Feng's gaze landed on a glowing space entrance. There were some pictures on it. Looking carefully, one could see a blurry human silhouette wielding a blade, wantonly slaughtering. This was obviously a close combat inheritance that used the blade. This is it. Luo Feng nodded within. Blade, he had been training in blade techniques since he was young, after which he used the blood shadow blade. Along the way, even when he killed Wu Yue, he used his blade techniques. Later on, the series of golden light, misty light, gold splitting etc. were all blade techniques. Through the engraving school's research, he mainly created blade techniques. His own blade research, even in the entire cosmic sea, was definitely at the top. Lord Duandonghe. I've already chosen. Luo Feng turned around and looked into the distance as he said respectfully, it's the one behind me. As he said that, Luo Feng was already standing outside the entrance of the blade inheritance. Many of the more than 200 experts behind Duandonghe revealed a trace of unwillingness. Because, they also wanted to choose the saber inheritance. Among the strong warriors in the universe, close combat was the majority, and the blade was definitely one of the major categories. Many of these 200 strong warriors were good at using the blade, and they all wanted to choose the inheritance of the blade. Unfortunately, each basic inheritance could only be accepted by one person, so they had to choose someone else. Alright, Jade Blood, you choose, Duandonghe said. Yes, Sir Duandonghe. The Blood Jade Venerable bowed slightly, then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the floating spatial entrances. He began to choose the one that was most suitable for him. Next, Shui Song. It was all based on Emperor Rhino's performance in the game. Toward the end, the candidates could only grit their teeth and helplessly choose something they weren't good at, such as forging precious treasures. Perhaps by the time they figured out a thing or two, the final successor would have already been chosen. Moments later, the more than 200 warriors all chose and floated in front of their chosen spatial doors. All enter and begin accepting the basic inheritances. Duandonghe ordered indifferently, until the successor is chosen, the other candidates will all fall. Yes. The more than 200 warriors were all incomparably respectful, after which they all turned and flew into the glowing spatial doors. Duandonghe watched as the candidates all entered, his expression complicated, muttering, the inheritance space has finally been activated again. How long has it been? Just how long has it been? It's been too long, so long that my memories are starting to blur. When this matter ends, I'll be able to perish and not let down my ancestors. Luo Feng flew into the spatial door, immediately time and space changed. This was a chaotic world, the surroundings were filled with chaotic energy flows, and above was darkness, only a single star hung there, emitting light that illuminated the area below. Luo Feng walked on the chaotic energy flows, surveying his surroundings. Where was this blade inheritance? Hua. High up in the sky, the star in the center of the endless darkness suddenly shot down a beam of light visible to the naked eye, enveloping him. Luo Feng didn't dodge. The moment the beam enveloped him, a cold mechanical voice resounded, Core Authority, activating the Core Authority basic inheritance. Rumble immediately large amounts of information rushed madly into Luo Feng's mind. Many extremely detailed blade techniques rushed in, from roughly the level of a universe knight, gradually delving deeper into the mysteries of the blade, all the way to the universe's strongest level. Every blade technique was from a different point of view. Some had the gold and space laws as their foundations, some had the water and space laws as their foundations, some had the earth and space laws as their foundations. There were even blade techniques that were merged with the gold, water, and earth laws. There were even blade techniques that were merged with gold and time laws. Various blade techniques, if they couldn't be merged, they wouldn't be able to be merged. A total of 360 blade techniques, all of them were transferred into Luo Feng's mind in one go, causing him to feel a little dazed. His mind seemed to slow down. One had to know that every single technique had an ocean's worth of information. Even with Luo Feng's willpower and God energy, it took him a total of 2 days to transfer everything. Phew, it's too mysterious. Luo Feng blinked stupidly. Studying the Shi Emperor game for such a long time, my engraving technique has indeed greatly improved. If I wanted to create it, creating a fusion of the strongest techniques should be very easy. However, to create a universe's strongest technique, that's not quite possible. However, these 360 manuals, every single one of them has the strongest level of blade techniques in the universe, and they all go from shallow to deep, and every single one of the strongest blade techniques are not weaker than the huge axe technique the creator of the huge axe used back then. Luo Feng said. This blade technique, it wasn't simply touching the universe's strongest level, but reaching the pinnacle of the universe's strongest level, no weaker than the creator's axe technique. And these techniques, a total of 360. It was too crazy. It was impossible for any force to have such an achievement in the field of the saber. Of course, these were all techniques created by other warriors, not Luo Feng's, hence even if he learned them, he wouldn't be able to match the creator's power. The truly suitable techniques were all created by himself. Rumble. 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 Suddenly, the resplendent stars in the dark sky suddenly shot out 3 beams of light. Within these 3 beams of light were huge ice mountains. 3 majestic ice mountains fell from the stars and landed within the chaos energy flow. Every ice mountain was over 100 million km tall, and they were sparkling like transparent crystals, and within every ice mountain, there were faint meteor-like light beams flying about. Within the 3 ice mountains, countless rays of light from the shooting stars intertwined with each other, naturally forming a magnificent picture. This was a natural treasure. You have the core authority, so you can obtain the 360 secret manuals left behind by the powerhouses of the past as a reference. You're the first candidate for the inheritance selection this time, so you can view 3 saber mountains. Each saber mountain contains a saber law inscription. The law inscription contains the ultimate power and reveals all the ultimate secrets. You can view 3 saber mountains and use the 360 secret manuals of saber as a reference to create a new saber technique. When your saber technique meets the requirements, you'll be the new inheritor of the East Breaking River progeny. After the cold mechanical voice finished speaking, it fell silent. Luo Feng blinked. Blade Mountains. Luo Feng looked at the 3 blade mountains before him. Within these 3 majestic crystal clear ice mountains, there were countless meteor-like dazzling lights. Even the origin laws he had studied before paled in comparison. It was as if every single one of those beautiful and enchanting runes of law contained endless mysteries. It's unbelievable, it contains the ultimate power? Luo Feng muttered, and I can feel its power. It indeed exceeds any other origin law, and it seems to contain all of them. A power that surpassed the origin laws. All the experts in the cosmic sea cultivated the Tao of nomological laws. Only then could they obtain the recognition of the primeval universe and become a universe supremacy or the lord of the universe. But these nomological runes, these beautiful nomological runes that resembled meteors, were transcendent. What? Luo Feng revealed a look of shock. His first thought was to simulate these 3 blade mountains in the virtual universe. However, what shocked him was, it was too difficult, because within every ice mountain, there were large amounts of meteor lights that were constantly changing, and they didn't repeat at all. Even simulating a fixed scene was extremely difficult, much less simulating a constantly changing scene, unless he didn't train at all. I'm temporarily unable to simulate it. Luo Feng shook his head. Borrowing from the 360 manuals? Viewing the blade mountains? Comprehending the blade techniques? Luo Feng held his breath. Since he was unable to simulate the blade mountains in the virtual universe, then he wouldn't do it, he would focus on training. Luo Feng stared at the 3 blade mountains. Within the three ice and blade mountains, it was as though countless shooting stars were dancing about. It was extremely beautiful, one could vaguely see a blade light dancing about. Sets of blade techniques appeared. Luo Feng revealed a look of shock. This was indeed a blade origin law engraving, it was indeed the ultimate energy within. Simultaneously, Luo Feng was multitasking, simultaneously studying the blade manuals. Countless blade techniques flashed through his mind. As his heart moved, the countless meteors within the blade mountains formed the blades too, moving according to his heart. Once he understood, he could see the profoundness. These three mountains of blades were like the three most ancient and powerful grandmasters of the blade. They had reached the pinnacle of the blade, but they were too profound. Luo Feng had to use the 360 secret manuals of the blade to slowly unveil the secrets of these three mountains of blades. During this process, Luo Feng's knowledge of the blade was continuously increasing. The climax was about to begin. Tomato shouted loudly, "Smash the recommendation votes." To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to drop a recommendation vote, monthly vote, your support is my biggest motivation. Luo Feng studied hungrily. Compared to these three ice mountains, any warrior would pale in comparison. Those beautiful origin law engravings that were like shooting stars were the true mysteries within. Just looking at them was a form of enjoyment, causing Luo Feng's understanding of the blade to constantly rise. Immersed in his study, half a year had passed unknowingly. Even though it was half a year, the true study of the Netherworld Ocean clone was in the small universe, hence it had been 5,000 years. Merge? The master of the cosmos is powerful, but his so-called fusion technique, River in the Dark Night, is too rigid. Luo Feng shook his head. First it was like the miniature universe, this area of effect technique, to support his attacks. Even though the merging is good, it's still a shortcut. This is the true path of fusing the strongest secret techniques. A battle blade suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's hand. It was the absolute guest blade. Ever since he got the insane demon exterminating armor, his strongest battle technique was naturally the exterminating god. Hence, he rarely used the absolute guest blade. The misty light, I've long broken through to the strongest level, I'll use this misty light, to merge. Luo Feng said softly. His attainments in the mysterious pattern school were extremely profound, so he had already comprehended several of the strongest secret techniques before the trip to the tomb boat. For example, the misty light, which was originally an ultimate secret technique of the Overlord of the Universe, had been perfected and reached the realm of the strongest secret technique of the Lord of the Universe. Standing on the chaotic energy flow, looking at the distant three ice mountains, Luo Feng wielded the absolute guest blade and immediately moved. A misty thread suddenly appeared in midair. That was a thread left behind by the blade in midair. Dreamlike and illusory, it had already reached the pinnacle of misty light. Soon after, another misty silk thread appeared. One silk thread connected to another, unending. In an instant, a large number of dreamlike silk threads appeared in midair, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The further it went, the faster the silk thread formed, and the more terrifying its power became. It continued to explode and grow stronger. Rumble. The mist-like threads eventually turned into a misty blade shadow that vaguely filled the entire void. As it swept across the void became clean. It was as if a piece of cloth had been used to wipe the void, wiping away everything. That seemingly simple misty shadow had a power that could make one's heart tremble. The first move shall be called Misty Light. Luo Feng laughed softly. Creating and merging the strongest techniques wasn't hard for the current him. Especially after training with Emperor Shi's and Ninth Abyss techniques for so long, his comprehension and technique mastery were already extremely high. If it was simply creating and merging the strongest techniques, Luo Feng could be even faster. However, after digesting the three ice mountains mysteries, and studying the 360 blade manuals, Luo Feng didn't want to use tricks like Dark Night River to merge the strongest techniques. Instead, he wanted to use the true ultimate techniques. The concept of foggy void continuously overlapped and overlapped until it reached the limit of perfection, bursting forth with its ultimate power. Candidate's first move has been created. The cold mechanical voice suddenly resounded. Luo Feng raised his head in shock as he looked at the star in the dark sky. He frowned. Looks like I created my blade technique under surveillance. It's easy to find out if you created it yourself. Creating your own technique and learning someone else's technique have different powers. Even merging the strongest techniques didn't meet the requirements? Seems like the requirements are high. Luo Feng wasn't satisfied with Misty Light Void anymore. He continued to study the Three Knife Mountains. Time passed. Luo Feng felt that the inheritance of the blade was unfathomable. Even the Misty Light Void he created before, he wasn't satisfied anymore. He wanted to create an even stronger technique. Huge Axe Creator Small Universe. The Netherworld Ocean clone sat crossed-legged, his eyes gazing into space. A thread of god energy formed a human silhouette in space. He was practicing his blade techniques. Countless blade techniques were born. The engraving school was originally very good at creating techniques. Luo Feng's level of engraving back then was only at the Universe Knight level. Yet he was able to create the Universe Lord's ultimate golden light technique. Of course, luck played a part in that too. According to the origin laws, creating techniques. Compared to studying the engraving itself to create techniques, these were two completely different methods. The engraving school was more direct. At this time Luo Feng's thoughts changed. Many blade techniques were born. The speed was unbelievable. This was the power of the engraving school. Compared to the 360 sets of secrets of the saber technique, my saber technique is too crude. The path of golden space, it should be even stronger. It should be. Luo Feng had a vague feeling within, especially as he studied the Three Knife Mountains for a long time. The feeling grew stronger. The excitement within was suppressed, almost as though that level was hard to break through. It had been brewing. As his understanding of the blade techniques grew deeper, his engraving school's level grew. Even nearing the limits of the Universe Lord, Luo Feng's comprehension of the next move became clearer. In the blink of an eye, 9 years passed. Inheritance Land. On the chaotic energy flow, Luo Feng gently pulled out the blade on his back. Clang, the blade's hum resounded in space. With a flip of the palm, one universe. Luo Feng muttered softly. Rise. The burning god energy was like an endless sky, with Luo Feng as the center. It emanated outwards, enveloping a part of space, forming a world. Immediately after, the miniature universe suddenly shrank and collapsed. As it collapsed, it turned into dazzling golden saber lights. There were a total of 10,081 golden saber lights that complemented each other and slashed at the center at the same time, almost like a destroyed superstar fiercely expanding and contracting into a black hole. Its power was simply unimaginable. Luo Feng's face was filled with excitement, saying softly, "This move has already reached the limit of the golden space path." Golden space transformation. 10081 possibilities, all fused into one move, using the destruction of the universe as a medium. Its power is extremely strong, much stronger than the pure self-destruction of the strong. This is the true fusion of the ultimate move. Compared to the master of 5 Turbid's 5 great fusion origin laws, it's probably even stronger. This move shall be called Golden Universe. Excitement, exclamation. After creating this move, Luo Feng knew that the golden space path, he had already exhausted all of its mysteries. This was already the true limit of the golden space path, a truly perfect move. Candidate's blade. Technique second form created. A cold mechanical voice resounded. Luo Feng looked up at the stars in the dark space, quietly waiting for a while, after which he frowned. I've already created this move and it still hasn't reached the requirements of the East Duan River? This still hasn't reached the requirements of the East Duan River. Do I really have to create a technique of the strongest in the universe? Misty Void was a top-level fusion move, stronger than the river under the night sky. It was probably comparable to the master of 5 Turbid's great annihilation move. Golden Universe was the absolute limit of the golden space, a truly perfect move. From Luo Feng's point of view, this was the true theoretical limit of the Universe Lord level techniques. There was no way to surpass it. However, even after creating these two moves, they still hadn't reached the requirements. That meant he had to reach a higher level. Strongest in the universe? Luo Feng was troubled. What do I do? Becoming the strongest in the universe was very difficult. The engravings and other paths were all impossible. The engravings. Luo Feng's highest limit was the Universe Lord limit. The other paths were all the same unless Luo Feng chose a new path and broke through, only then could he become the strongest in the universe. If he wasn't the strongest in the universe, but wanted to create the strongest technique, it was impossible in the universe C. Without breaking through, he wouldn't be able to comprehend that level of wonder. Of course, back when Luo Feng's engravings technique was only at the Universe Lord level, he was able to create the golden light. In theory, the current Universe Lord that was close to the limit of engravings technique could also create the strongest technique in the universe. Especially with the 360 blade manuals as a reference, and the 3-blade mountains as a guide, in theory, it was possible, since the East Duan River arranged it that way, with the 3-blade mountains as a guide, he should be able to create even stronger moves. However, it had never been done in the Universe C, it was too difficult. I can only give it my all. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, he couldn't care less. In another land of inheritance within the inheritance space. The handsome blood jade venerable looked at the 2 towering icebergs in front of him. Countless meteors danced within the icebergs. Even if one did not understand the mysteries behind it, one would find it extremely beautiful. I have a feeling, a move that can push the space and time path to its limit. The blood-red knight muttered, he was searching for that feeling. In another land of inheritance. On top of the chaos energy flow. Lord Stag sat cross-legged, frowning in deep thought. In front of him was a towering ice mountain. With 36 secret manuals as a reference, and this law pattern that contains the ultimate mystery. I was originally a rank 6 Lord of the Universe, and I easily created what can be said to be the most perfect secret technique for a Lord of the Universe. Even consecutively creating 2. However, it doesn't meet the requirements at all. Don't tell me I have to create the strongest technique in the universe? Dear Bug Emperor was troubled. He was a level 6 Universe Lord, he had lived long enough, the Universe Lord level techniques were no longer secrets. Only because the Sacred Land universe couldn't nurture the strongest, hence he could only be a Universe Lord. If his current strength was in the Primal Universe, he definitely had a chance to break through and become the strongest. Of course, his current strength was also accumulated through many reincarnation eras. His accumulation was solid, and with the help of the Purple Moon Ancestor, it was naturally extraordinary. According to what the Ancestor said, this law engraving is the true ultimate power, it's the merging of all laws within. Using the law engraving, it is indeed possible to comprehend it, however it's very difficult, it depends on one's comprehension. Dear Bug Emperor was extremely troubled. At this moment, some of the ancient Universe Lords, especially those from the East, the Arch Sacred Land and the Purple Moon Sacred Land, had already created the strongest fusion technique, so they were all stuck at the same threshold. However, those who broke through the second bottleneck had 36 manuals as a reference and an ice mountain to look at. As for those who broke through the first bottleneck, they did not even have a secret manual, just an ice mountain. It was obviously extremely difficult to reach the requirements of the East Duan River with this most basic inheritance. However, none of the experts dared to give up, they were all working hard, all of them hoped for a chance to obtain the core inheritance of the East Duan River lineage. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Without becoming the strongest in the universe, they had to create the strongest level techniques. This was like a huge chasm, blocking Luo Feng, Deer Bug Lord, Yozan Lord, Blood Red Knight and the other strong warriors. In the Universe C, this was simply impossible, even Luo Feng's teacher Primal Chaos City leader couldn't do it, however Duandong River was obviously forcing them to do it. Time passed, in the blink of an eye, another 30 years had passed. Virtual Universe. Huge Axe Creator. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, around him were large amounts of Shi Emperor's 3D images. He frowned as he looked at the savage before him. I've thought long and hard, but I still can't find a stronger blade technique. Creator of the Great Axe, please advise me on how to move forward. The creator sat cross-legged. Duandong River's inheritance is an extremely strong inheritance in the ancient civilization. It has extremely high requirements for the inheritor. Since he has such a requirement, naturally there's a possibility. Luo Feng nodded. He too knew there was a possibility, however, how could he find it? He had thought long and hard, yet he couldn't improve. This feeling was extremely painful, and the gold universe was already the perfect limit of the gold space path. how could he break through? He couldn't even find a single flaw, even if he wanted to perfect it, there was no way at all. This saber inheritance naturally has its reasons for giving you 360 saber secret manuals and 3 saber mountains, the giant axe creator sighed. I too understand that to break through, I have to use the 360 blade manuals and the 3 blade mountains, however I can't find a way to break through. Luo Feng was helpless, even though it seemed like 30 years had passed since he created the gold universe. In reality it had been 30 eras, an entire 30 eras without any breakthrough. How could he not be discouraged? Huge Axe nodded. I've asked the ancestor before. Ancestor? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Huge Axe nodded, saying slowly, the ancestor said, to break through, the route lies in the 3 blade mountains. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, thinking within, the route lies in the 3 blade mountains, the giant axe creator continued, only the 3 blade mountains, which contain the ultimate mysteries, can allow you to create a secret technique of the strongest experts in the universe even though your attainments in the mysterious pattern art are only at the limit of the Lord of the Universe. As the saying goes, what is displayed and what is created is not necessarily what is truly understood. What is unleashed and created doesn't necessarily mean that it's truly understood. Luo Feng nodded. What the ancestor said makes sense. Back then I was able to create the golden light, today I will be able to create something even stronger. Luo Feng said softly. In fact, from the experience of countless experts in the cosmic sea, the possibility of creating a mystic art of the strongest level in the universe was zero, and the 3 icebergs gave this matter a glimmer of hope. Difficult, it was too difficult. It wasn't just Luo Feng who was stuck at this step, many warriors from the East Emperor's sacred land too were stuck at this step. Even that Blood Jade Knight spent 20 years to create the Universe Lord level technique that could be said to be perfect was also stuck at this step. Primogenitor, there's no hope at all. Venerable Bloodlust sat on a giant leaf and said anxiously, I searched so hard, but I couldn't find anything. Primogenitor. Lord Yozan looked anxious as well. Our East the arch-sacred ground has existed for countless years, but there has never been a Lord of the Universe who has created a mystic art for the strongest experts in the universe. How can we break through? Please guide us, Primogenitor. There were other candidates who sat crossed-legged on the giant leaves, listening by the side. This was a plain space in the East deity's sacred ground. Time was accelerated to 10,000 times. The entire plain space was dominated by an ancient tree with countless leaves. At this moment, these experts, including the East deity Primogenitor, were all sitting cross-legged on the leaves. Those are law engravings that you have never seen before. The East Emperor ancestor's entire body glowed with green light. Sitting in the distance, he said slowly, Origin Law engravings, all the mysteries of the Origin Laws. With the Origin Law engravings as a guide, it will open the door for you to advance. The group of warriors exchanged glances. Open the door to advance? Study it carefully, don't relax at all. When one of you finally comprehend the strongest technique in the universe, that will be the moment the other candidates fall. The East Emperor ancestor said directly. Yes. The 10 candidates all replied respectfully. Purple Moon Sacred Land. The Purple Moon ancestor smiled, gazing at the candidates, since that Duandong River gave you the ice mountains, naturally the mysteries are within the Origin Law engravings. Study it carefully and you will definitely gain something. Abandon all your previous thoughts and study the Origin Law engravings from many different angles. Yes. Dear Bug Lord and the others all replied. The strongest warriors of the other powers in the vast universe sea, when asked by their own candidates, were all at a loss. As even they had never seen the Origin Law engravings before, they could only say, since there's only one ice mountain, then the path is naturally within. Study it carefully. The experts who had entered the inheritance space had indeed benefited greatly. This was especially so for the Lords of the Universe. All of them were originally at the 4th or 5th level. Under the guidance of the nomological patterns, it took some time, but all of them had managed to perfectly fuse the strongest mystic arts at the Lord of the Universe level. If they could survive, naturally they would all be at the pinnacle of level 5 beings. It was a pity, only one of them would survive. Years passed. Luo Feng had long studied the 360 blade manuals thoroughly, memorizing them by heart. He fully immersed himself in studying the three ice mountains, the origin law engravings, just one origin law engravings. Luo Feng's gaze chased after that shooting star-like light. This light would occasionally fly up, occasionally fall down, drawing a perfect arc, simple yet filled with endless meaning. As he watched, that beam of light seemed to have become larger and thicker, almost like a gigantic rainbow. The edges of the rainbow were filled with countless blade silhouettes, either as gentle as water, steady as a mountain, or as violent as fire. Every blade silhouette was an incomparably complex engraving diagram, so complex that it far surpassed the ninth abyss's strongest engraving diagram that Luo Feng had seen before. Even Luo Feng could not comprehend it, the countless blade silhouettes perfectly fused with each other, forming this gigantic rainbow. This long rainbow seemed to be a simple meteor ray of light, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, lightning, time, space, gold space, water space, wood space, even water time, metal time, countless wonders. It seems like they've completely fused together, yet it seems like they've partially fused together. Luo Feng was intoxicated as he watched. Origin law engravings transcended any single origin law. Because it contained all the origin laws, all the wonders. Luo Feng's left eye was always staring at the shooting star light, while his right eye was simultaneously looking at the three ice mountains. Countless shooting star lights fused together, forming a beautiful and mysterious blade technique. Left eye, right eye, one looking at a line, the other looking at the three mountains. Imprinting each other. It was a different kind of wonder. Luo Feng was most proficient in the gold, space, and gold space laws. As for the other laws, he actually touched upon them while studying the engravings. Even though his comprehension wasn't high, he still had some understanding of them. Hence what Luo Feng's eyes were looking at, the one with the deepest understanding was the gold space blade images. While watching, Luo Feng's mind was filled with the 360 blade manual's blade techniques, imprinting them one by one. Naturally, Luo Feng created his own blade techniques. These blade techniques were all based on the feeling of looking at the origin law engravings, working hard to create those blade techniques. The only thing was, the power of the blade techniques were either too weak or incomplete. However, Luo Feng didn't care, continuing to create them, after an unknown period of time. Luo Feng was immersed in his creation. Unknowingly, he had long since dissected the space laws. Even the wood, water, fire, and earth laws' usage techniques were all grasped within his heart. Even though he didn't specially study these four laws, as his comprehension was too profound, he naturally understood the usage of these four laws. If Luo Feng deliberately studied the four laws, he would probably be able to completely comprehend them within 2 to 3 days. Gold, space, yet it's gold, wood, water, fire, earth, annihilation, gold. He didn't know how long he had studied for. Space itself was split into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Luo Feng was extremely familiar with the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as well as space after a long period of study. And looking at the ice mountain, one on the inside and the other on the outside, searching for the ultimate mysteries, he already had a new path to take. It's this blade. Luo Feng wielded his blade and stood up, standing on the chaotic energy flow. He waved his blade, the saber light lit up and instantly streaked across the sky. Then, the light suddenly expanded and gathered into a huge black sphere. The countless saber lights were all suppressed within the black sphere. This saber light actually instantly turned into this huge black sphere. For a moment, the black sphere was tens of billions of kilometers tall. Chi. The black ball fiercely split open and a resplendent gold light flashed. A visible mark appeared in the entire space of the inheritance grounds, not disappearing for a long time. I saw it. New student. Luo Feng closed his eyes, tears flowed from his eyes. It was from the bottom of his heart. This move had allowed him to reach a whole new level. Candidate's blade technique third form created. A cold mechanical voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. The inheritor has been decided. The other candidates, annihilate. All the candidates, who had been in a frenzy for a long time, were completely immersed in the ice mountain. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the stars in the sky, directly descending on each of the candidates. No. Blood Red Knight stared wide-eyed, his expression terrifying. No, it should be me, the one to succeed is me. Following which he stopped moving, His body was still there, only his soul had been annihilated. This is. Dear Bug Emperor's expression changed while he was studying, following which he too stopped moving. The other warriors all froze. They all fell, but their bodies still remained. At the same time, the warriors with clones in other small universes, even those in the primal universe, all fell at the same time. When the inheritor was born, the others all fell, a celebration. This chapter was written over and over again, but he was finally satisfied. At the same time, Tomato recommended his wife's book. Tomato wife has a novel on Xidian too. It's called My Planet. The address is http://www. QDMM. Comweb 225-7551. ASPX, it's best to collect it. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Xidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Purple Moon's first ancestor frowned slightly as he watched the candidates, who were carefully comprehending, collapse one by one. In particular, Lord of the Deer Bug, whom he had placed his greatest hope on, also collapsed. This caused his expression to change slightly. Failed? Purple Moon ancestor frowned. Just who got it? Is it the Primal Universe human, or East Emperor? Or some other? Lucky power? Purple Moon ancestor was panicking within. However, he couldn't determine who got the inheritance. He could only say it was most likely the Primal Universe human. Whether it's me or East Emperor, we both urgently need the Duandong River inheritance. Purple Moon ancestor thought. That human Milky Way and East Emperor universe's blood jade venerable, it can be said that if it's not Milky Way, it's blood jade. These two have the most hope. East Emperor is very clear on who got the inheritance. Purple Moon ancestor nodded. Watch carefully the movements of the East Emperor Sacred Land, or see if Luo Feng is still alive. East Emperor Sacred Land Universe, within a space. On that majestic ancient tree, the candidates who were sitting crossed-legged on the huge leaves all collapsed on the leaves. Some of their bodies even fell from the leaves and fell down, even hitting some leaves. Humph. Glowing green, East Emperor's expression changed. He couldn't help but snort. He stared at the corpse of Blood Jade Venerable not too far away. His expression was ugly as he said solemnly, Human Milky Way leader Luo Feng? The instant the candidate fell, it shook the entire Cosmos Sea. Duandong River's inheritance was something all the powers in the Cosmos Sea desired. To them, it meant a way to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Who got it? Is it the humans or the East Emperor Sacred Land? Just which side got it? All the powers in the Cosmos Sea were confused and anxious. However, even the Purple Moon Sacred Land wasn't sure. Only the East Emperor Sacred Land had some confidence. Because they knew Blood Jade Venerable died, there was a 99% chance it was the human Milky Way leader. I've already broken through and become the inheritor of Duandong River. Luo Feng sent a mail to the creator of the huge axe and the Primal Chaos City leader through the virtual universe. After which, he didn't bother with the mail and went straight to Duandong River. Many stone pillars had the silhouette of Emperor Rhino, and within the pillars stood a white-robed silhouette. When Luo Feng wrote the mail to the huge axe creator and Primal Chaos City leader, the white-robed man revealed a smile. He already knew the contents of the mail. This silent war in the cosmic sea has decided the fate of our race. We humans have won. The progenitor smiled. He knew. Regardless of whether or not he could escape the suppression of the primeval universe before the next cycle of reincarnation arrived, the human race was destined to have a limitless future. In fact, there was a high chance that the third sacred land would belong to the human race. At the same time, the mail had already reached the creator of the huge axe and the master of Chaos City. Inheritance space. The other candidates, die. The cold mechanical voice resounded in his ears. Luo Feng felt something and turned to look into the distance, only to see a silhouette flying in. It was the noble and graceful Duandong He. At this moment, Duandong He was wearing a white armor that had countless golden meteor-like rays of light on it. He was wearing gorgeous battle boots and a helmet on his head. He looked elegant and dignified, and he was in high spirits. Lord Duandong He. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Don't call me Lord. Duandongha smiled. His smile was extremely carefree. You can call me Master. I'm the previous Duandongha, and you're the current Duandongha. I'm your master, and also your guide. Duandong looked at the distant three ice mountains. With a wave of his hand, while the three mountains immediately became nothing. Luo Feng couldn't help but turn to look. His heart immediately ached. Those were treasures. Haha, 820 basic inheritances, you can study them however you want in the future. Duandong smiled, these are all simple paths, it's just a way to relax after training. My Duandong sect naturally values the core inheritances. Core inheritances, Luo Feng immediately looked forward to it. Follow me. Duandong immediately flew out. Not far in mid-air, there was a space exit. Luo Feng followed and the two of them flew out one after the other. The moment they flew out, Luo Feng turned to look at the 820 glowing space entrances floating in mid-air. Hide. Duandong's gaze swept. These entrances had all vanished. This made Luo Feng even more curious. Duandong smiled as he saw that, this inheritance space is where Duandong receives the inheritances. It's a truly unique treasure, incomparably precious. Even more precious than your so-called absolute treasures. In terms of uniqueness, it's even more powerful than some small universe. Naturally, it contains a large number of independent planes. With a single thought, I can form 820 passageways that connect to the 820 independent planes of the basic inheritances. Luo Feng nodded. Looks like he just had to treat this inheritance space as a special small universe. Go. Duandong carried Luo Feng. Using his absolute control of the entire inheritance space, he teleported Luo Feng deep into the inheritance space. Luo Feng felt the scene before him change. He was actually standing at the peak of an incredibly tall mountain. Looking down, he could only see endless clouds revolving around the mountain. The clouds were like a river, however it was hard to see any land. This is? Luo Feng was shocked. This is the highest peak of the inheritance space's main space. Duandong's voice suddenly became calm and serious, look there. Following the direction of Duandong's finger, Luo Feng looked over. At the peak of the mountain, not too far away stood a majestic human statue. That too was a being in human form, with long hair draped over his shoulders, dressed in a battle robe, his gaze distant. It seemed like a very normal statue, however after looking at it for a few seconds, Luo Feng could vaguely feel the power within it. It was an extraordinary, unique power that far exceeded Luo Feng's understanding. As the saying goes, one cannot speak of ice in the summer. Obviously the power within this statue far exceeded Luo Feng's level. Even he didn't realize it at the start. This is my Duandong's third-generation ancestor. Duandong's eyes were filled with worship. His name is Duandong Jui Saint. Luo Feng was stunned. Duandong Jui Saint? What a weird name. I, the 192nd generation inheritor. Duandong my name is Duandong Xianxia Wu. Luo Feng was even more suspicious. Wasn't this Duandong's full name Duandong Wu? And your future name will be Duandong Luo Feng. Duandong looked at Luo Feng. Every Duandong has the same name. Only the suffix will change. Before I became the 192nd Duandong I was called Xianxia. Luo Feng realized. Then the third ancestor's real name should be Jui. The third patriarch. Duandongha turned his head to look at the statue, his eyes filled with worship. He was the greatest existence of my Duandongha lineage. Although the first patriarch was powerful, he could only be considered a super expert in my civilization. The second generation was the same, but the third patriarch was truly amazing. He truly spread the fame of my Duandongha lineage, and he himself stood at the peak of the world. Don't talk to me about being the strongest in the universe. In my hometown, that's a huge joke. Duandong shook his head. Your so-called strongest in the universe, in my hometown, is called True God. The undying before the true God, Universe Knight, Universe Lord, they are called the same as in my hometown. true God, in my hometown, is merely an absolute warrior's doorstep. Duandonghe. Even though they are considered strong, they are still too far from the pinnacle. Even I am far from that level. Luo Feng listened carefully. He had guessed it long ago, only, the title of the strongest in the universe was called True God in the ancient civilization. No wonder when the 7 true lords of the Holly-eyed clan battled the creator of the huge axe, the beasts they unleashed were all roaring about True God, Eternal True God, etc. The third ancestor truly stood at the pinnacle. Duandonghe sighed. Even more so, he was respected by countless warriors. He was recognized long ago to have the right to add the word saint to his name. And standing at the pinnacle, he added the word king. The king of saints, the true pinnacle. And I was even respected by countless warriors. Even with the word saint, I'm still far from that. He only barely got the additional title of Wu. Title? Wu, it seemed like someone else gave it to him. And the word saint and king seemed to be recognized by countless warriors. The third ancestor stood at the pinnacle, perfecting the inheritance for our Duandonghe. Hence, even though none of the later generations were as powerful as the third ancestor, our Duandonghe inheritance has never been broken. However, the inheritance of my Duandong River has never been severed. In the successive generations of inheritance, there are 9 who can be called saints. Even in the entire civilization, our Duandonghe inheritance is considered one of the strongest. Luo Feng was shocked within. He was actually so lucky. An inheritance, if it could produce a being that reached the pinnacle, with such a deep foundation, it indeed had the right to be called one of the strongest. Come, kowtow to the third ancestor. Duandonghe said, this way, you will be the 193rd inheritor. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately walked up to the praying mat made of black silk and knelt down, kowtowing. Pung, his head hit the rock. Immediately, the black-threaded praying mat that Luo Feng knelt on immediately emitted an endless amount of black light that swiftly entered Luo Feng's body. The majestic third-generation ancestor statue also emitted a white light that shone directly on Luo Feng's body. Inheritance. Duandonghe looked at this scene silently, his face revealing a smile of relief. What seemed like a simple kowtow was actually the most important step of Duandonghe, inheritance. Ah! Even with Luo Feng's willpower, he couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Simultaneously, between his eyebrows, a black light and a white light intertwined and embedded within, a peculiar inheritance imprint began to form. Looking at this inheritance imprint, Duandonghe's entire body slightly trembled. He thought to himself, Duandonghe, Luo Feng, from this moment on, you are Duandonghe. It's Monday again. I still have to recommend tomatoes, please support me, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The previous chapter, Duandonghe should be the 192nd inheritor, changed, Ah Luo Feng grabbed the rock with both his hands, his entire body trembling. He couldn't help but raise his head. The area between his eyebrows seemed to have been forcefully imprinted. A black and white imprint finally appeared, following which it completely disappeared, unable to be seen again. Luo Feng's entire body trembled uncontrollably, opening his eyes and looking at Duandonghe standing beside. This is too painful. This is my Duandonghe imprint. Duandonghe, it was created by the third ancestor. Every generation can inherit it. The moment it is inherited, it can easily merge with the entire inheritance space. One has to have the imprint to truly make the inheritance space recognize him as its master. Only the one who controls the space can truly receive my Duandonghe's inheritance. Luo Feng nodded. The more special the treasure, the more troublesome it was for it to recognize its master, just like the star pagoda and the white feather wings. And this inheritance space was a treasure used by Duandonghe to pass on the inheritance. It was much more valuable than a small universe, much more valuable than even the most powerful treasures. How complicated was the process of recognizing a master? Only those with the imprint could recognize it as its master. Even though I've fallen, I've left behind a virtual consciousness. Duandonghe looked at Luo Feng, using my true memories and personality as a template. A virtual consciousness was created. This way I can slowly waiting for the next person to accept the inheritance. I can leave behind a virtual consciousness. This is also one of the methods of the inheritance space. Duandong he laughed, the inheritance space has many functions, it's a treasure specially created by the third ancestor for the inheritance. In the future, you will know all of them. My virtual consciousness controls this inheritance space, you are temporarily unable to recognize me as its master. I have to voluntarily give up my control, only then can you recognize me as your master. Before that, you have to do one thing. Duandong he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng said respectfully, Teacher, please speak. Swear. Duandong he emphasized, learn from me. Luo Feng nodded and listened carefully. Duandong he emphasized slowly, I, using the name of the new Duandong he, swear, with the inheritance imprint as proof. I, Duandong he, Luo Feng, will never pass on the core inheritance of Duandong he. If I break this oath, may my soul be destroyed. Must? Luo Feng looked at East Duan River. Of course. Duandong he nodded solemnly. Otherwise, you will perish and I will choose another inheritor. Luo Feng nodded, saying directly, I, on my name as the new Duandong River, swear, with the inheritance mark as proof. I, Duandong River's Luo Feng, will never spread the core inheritance of the Duandong River. If I break this oath, may my soul be destroyed. The voice reverberated in Xianxia's ears and mind. The mark on his glabella lit up, and the voice traveled into the depths of his soul. If I break this oath, may my soul be destroyed. May my soul be annihilated, may my soul be annihilated, voices reverberated in his soul. Luo Feng frowned curiously as he looked at Duandong he beside him. Duandong he nodded, this inheritance mark will never dissipate. I know you are a universe knight and can revive after death. However, even if you were to be resurrected, you would still carry the legacy imprint with you forever. If you violated the oath, the legacy imprint would destroy your soul. Even if you're resurrected, you'll be annihilated again. You'll be constantly resurrected, annihilated, and annihilated. Luo Feng's heart went cold. Of course, as long as you don't spread the core inheritance. Duandong he nodded, alright, before you recognize the owner of this inheritance space, I'll tell you the most important information and treasures. Follow me. Duandong he pointed up into the air, causing a spatial gate to appear in the air. Duandong he and Luo Feng, one ahead and one behind, flew into the space door. Around them was an endless lake, in the center was a small island, on it was a normal wooden house, and before the house was a small pond. Duandong he landed beside the pond. This independent space is the most important one out of the many spaces in the inheritance space. Duandong he pointed above the pond, you see it right, there are 3 black stones floating above the water. Luo Feng looked over too. The pond wasn't big, but above it floated 3 shiny black stones, constantly floating. This is called a memory stone, also known as an inheritance stone. Duandong he said, it can store large amounts of memories and information, even in absolute warriors large amounts of memories and information are extremely easy to store. These 3 stones can be said to be the core of my Duandong he sect. Duandong he emphasized. Core? Luo Feng thought. Look within the pond again. Duandong he waved his hand, while the water within the pond immediately flew up, revealing the black stones at the bottom of the pond. With one look, there were probably over 10,000 stones. Look at the endless ocean. Duandong he waved his hand again. Rumbled the endless ocean around the small island, rumbling, the endless water began to float, almost like the sky and earth were flipped, the water all floated into the sky, below was empty, revealing many trenches, underwater canyons etc. With one look, with Luo Feng's vision, he could naturally see some black stones. They are all memory stones. Duandong he said directly. These 3 are the core, the essence of the core inheritance. Duandong he emphasized, this is the greatest contribution the 3rd generation ancestor has left for our Duandong he sect. And within the pond, there are a total of 12,002 memory stones, also part of the core inheritance. Duandong he smiled, however, they represent many different schools, be it close combat, long-range attacks, treasures, machinery etc., the techniques and training within, any one of them is enough to make your universe see go crazy. And within the endless ocean, there are over 100 million memory stones scattered about. Duandong, he smiled, those are all the warriors of my Duandong he sect. As they roam the universe, they constantly gather all sorts of information. It can be said to encompass everything, the basic techniques and information of my home civilization. Probably 90% of them are recorded. Of course, the records are all shallow and basic, just like the basic inheritance you received. Luo Feng was extremely excited. A library, it was simply a super library, or rather, a template left behind by the ancient civilization. With the hundreds of millions of memory stones in the endless ocean, it was completely possible to replicate the low to mid-level power of the ancient civilization. After all, they were all superficial. These 12002 memory stones. Duandong, he pointed at the bottom of the pond, they are the pride of the past inheritors, their blood, sweat and tears. Of course, some of them are top-notch cultivation information that we've collected. They're all priceless. Every memory stone is enough to start a war. These 3 can even cause the superpowers of my home to start a war. Remember, the information within these 3 and the 12,002 stones are not to be divulged. Duandong, he emphasized, as for the others in the endless ocean, do as you wish. Yes. Luo Feng replied. Try using your god energy to wrap these 3 memory stones. Duandong, you have the inheritance imprint, these 3 memory stones will acknowledge you and pass on the inheritance within to you. Luo Feng held his breath. The essence of the core inheritance, the knowledge that the 3rd generation ancestor was most proud of, So, 3 formless god energies extended outwards, swiftly wrapping around the 3 black stones. The moment they touched, the 3 black stones glowed. On their surface ancient complex engravings appeared, following which a huge amount of information rushed into Luo Feng's mind. A huge amount of information, covering the skies and covering the land. Even with Luo Feng's endurance speed, it took a full day before it was all transferred. Duandong, he stood aside smiling. Luo Feng opened his eyes, they were filled with shock and disbelief. Just 3 absolute arts, the entire core of Duandong, the true essence, were these 3 absolute arts. They were called Broken, East and River respectively. Broken, its full name was Annihilation. It was an extremely special absolute art. It could allow the divine body or body's energy to explode in a short period of time. This also allowed one's strength to increase by 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 times. This absolute art, if simplified, was similar to self-destruction. Self-destruction would cause one's entire body's energy to explode in an instant. However, self-destruction, firstly the energy would spread out in all directions, and secondly the moment one self-destructs, he would die. And annihilation was a core inheritance created by the 3rd generation ancestor. It was completely different, it allowed the strong to control the speed of the combustion. For example, to burn the entire divine body within 3 seconds. This power explosion was much stronger than normal by who knows how many times. And even if the battle ended within a second, it could stop the combustion immediately. And during battle, one could control the energy and attack the opponent with greater precision. Hence this was a very heaven-defying absolute art, one that could completely kill enemies above one's level. East, its full name was East Flower, it was an escape absolute art. The moment it was unleashed, one would become a beam of light, unbelievably fast, easily piercing through layers of space. It was Duandong's most heaven-defying escape absolute art. River, its full name was Undying River. This absolute art's goal was to not die. Like flesh and blood life forms, becoming undying, universe night, universe lord, the divine body would begin to transform into energy. However, the moment one breaks through to become the universe's strongest, it would return to its roots, many bodies fusing into one. The divine body would completely transform into flesh and blood. It could be considered a true flesh and blood life form, although it could still burn part of its flesh and blood to transform into energy, it was still a flesh and blood life form. Normally, to kill a universe lord or even the universe's strongest, a soul attack could kill them, but with Undying River, once cultivated to a certain level, it could completely separate a part of the body. For example, by hiding a drop of blood, even if the main body and clone were destroyed by a soul attack, this drop of blood that had been specially refined would be unharmed, and could even rapidly absorb energy, spending some time to transform back into the main body. This was undying. Annihilation could explode with super combat power in a frontal battle. East Flower was extremely heaven-defying when escaping. Even if one could not escape, they could use Undying River to rise again. 3 ultimate arts. With these 3 ultimate arts, even though there was only one Duandong he of each generation, almost all of them would rise to become terrifying figures. Indeed, the 3rd generation ancestor's absolute art, indeed the core of Duandong he's inheritance, it's simply too heaven-defying. Luo Feng was speechless. No wonder it was the pinnacle of inheritances from the ancient civilization. The one who obtained it was truly a genius, enough to make any other warrior go mad with jealousy. No wonder the East Emperor's Sacred Land and Purple Moon's Sacred Land were so tempted. Looks like the 2 ancestors had heard of Duandong he's inheritance before. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The pond water, the endless ocean water floated in midair. Duandong, he solemnly said, when you're weak, you can still rely on training to break through, however as you get stronger. Any super expert would need to experience countless battles and killings in order to hone themselves. For example, to become a true god, which is the so-called strongest expert in the universe, one would also need to experience countless battles and obtain countless rewards before finally breaking through. From the true god level onwards, every step upwards is extremely difficult. The strong are existences that constantly walk the line between life and death without falling. Duandong, he said. Luo Feng nodded. He agreed with those words. Actually, from his point of view, to become a universe lord, one had to break through battles and training. Like Mountain Passenger, like the Primal Chaos City leader, they both let him break through by training. Universe Lord, the strongest of the universe, true God, they all had to walk the line between life and death. There are many with talent and determination, maybe they can achieve something. Duandong, he said softly, however to truly stand at the pinnacle, which one doesn't have a pile of good fortune? A single warrior relying on himself has no way to reach that pinnacle. My Duandong, he's most important 3 techniques, are to allow you to walk through countless life and death battles and lower your chances of dying to the lowest. Of course, even so, it doesn't mean you can't die. My Duandong he's inheritors have all died long ago, even the 3rd generation ancestor has died. Duandong he shook his head, hence you must not be careless. Luo Feng nodded and smiled, this era is far from that civilization, it's still alright. It's not that simple. Duandong he shook his head. It's not that simple? Luo Feng was stunned, what do you mean? First carefully look at the 3 techniques you've acquired. Duandong he said directly. Luo Feng immediately began to carefully look through them, as the information within each of the 3 techniques was unbelievable, just the memory transfer itself took so long. The memory transfer was forcefully shoved into Luo Feng's memory. To read it, Luo Feng had to read it slowly. With Luo Feng's reading speed, just studying the absolute art annihilation took a total of 10 days before his expression changed. You've discovered it? Duandong he seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. Why is it gone? Luo Feng looked shocked at Duandong River. Annihilation was left behind by the 3rd generation founder. According to the introduction of the absolute art, it should be extremely huge, there should be 9 scrolls, why is there only the first 3 simple scrolls? I can clearly sense the last 6 volumes in my memory, but I just can't read them. Why is that? It was a strange feeling. It was as if there was something that he clearly remembered, but he just couldn't remember it. The entire annihilation art was in his memory, but he couldn't recall the last 6 volumes. However, he could sense that they were in his memory. This feeling of forgetting was something that happened when he was young and weak. Ever since he became a super expert, he could easily look back at every memory of everything he had experienced in his life. He wouldn't forget anything. It's because the first 3 scrolls are the limits of what a true god can cultivate, Duandong has said. The limit of the true god level? Luo Feng thought of something. The 3 absolute arts, and these. Duandong he pointed at the black stones at the bottom of the pond, and these. He then pointed at the black stones scattered about in the endless ocean. All the information, even if you transfer all your memories, you can only see up to the pinnacle of the true god level. Beyond that, you won't be able to see it. Duandong he said directly. How can it be like this? Luo Feng was curious. He didn't really care. It didn't matter if he couldn't see it. Anyway, the countless inheritance stones information, from the normal undying to the pinnacle of the universe, everything was recorded in detail. It was enough for him. After all, he was only a universe knight now. However, even though he clearly remembered it in his mind, who was it that made it so he couldn't look through his memories? Because, Duandong's gaze was distant, sighing softly, it's the primal universe's willpower. Primal universe's willpower? Luo Feng was stunned. It's that. Duandong sighed and nodded. The primal universe is the largest celestial body in the entire universe. See. Such a huge celestial body, the amount of primal chaos energy it absorbs is terrifying. Compared to it, the universe boat is simply. Duandong shook his head. Luo Feng nodded. Even though the universe boat was huge, compared to the primal universe, it was like comparing a palm-sized paper boat to a sun. If you live within the primal universe and become a part of it, it's still fine. Duandong nodded. However, if you're no longer a part of it, the entire primal universe will no longer protect you. That'll be troublesome. In the universe C, who's the strongest? It's not anyone, but the primal universe's willpower. Duandong said, your powers are very weak, but you should be able to feel it. When you battle the true gods, it can help you. No matter where you are in the universe C, it can help you. The true gods' powers are all suppressed, even their god energies are completely suppressed. Duandong said. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. It was indeed so, the primal universe's willpower was an undefeatable huge being, and the ancestor fought with the willpower of the origin laws back then, and was eventually suppressed forever. With the entire primal universe as its support, the willpower of the origin laws completely surpasses your imagination. Duandong sneered, do you know how this universe boat broke? Duandong's expression suddenly changed. There's nothing more I can say. Duandong looked at Luo Feng, emphasizing, there are some things I can't say. You must know, the entire universe C, there's not a single place that isn't under the control of the primal universe's willpower. Luckily, it's just a simple willpower formed from the huge origin laws, and doesn't have any desires, otherwise who knows what would happen. To transcend, there's only one way. Duandong looked at Luo Feng, past the reincarnation. Past the reincarnation and enter a new realm. My Duandong has many memory stones and information. Right now you can only view the true god level, however if you pass the reincarnation, you'll be able to view everything. Duandong said. Luo Feng nodded. Even though Duandong didn't say it, Luo Feng could vaguely understand. Back then when Duandong and the other warriors of that civilization rode the universe boat, it probably had something to do with the primal universe's willpower, and the destruction of the universe boat was very likely the work of the primal universe's willpower. You and I are different, you are a part of the primal universe, at least for now. Duandong smiled, hence, you receive its protection. Duandong suddenly waved his hand. Below the floating endless ocean water, in the vast trenches, underwater canyons and other scattered black stones, along with the black stones at the bottom of the pond, they all flew up and flew towards Duandong. Very quickly, they were all collected by Duandong. Rumble only then did the endless ocean water in the sky rumble down, the water in the pond too. Follow me. Duandong pointed ahead, ripples immediately formed before them, forming a space. Entrance. Luo Feng followed obediently. The two entered the space entrance one after another, very quickly arriving in a new space. This was a seemingly endless and vast world, surrounded by endless darkness. Below their feet was a piece of land, a land with a diameter of only 10 kilometers. This is a time acceleration space. Duandong pointed at the distant endless darkness, the seemingly endless darkness. In truth it's all fake, this time acceleration space is very small, it's just this land area. The smaller the area, the less energy it consumes. Duandong smiled, I've fallen long ago, with just my control, I can only accelerate it by 10,000 times. As for you, the stronger your god power, the faster you control it. Under the time acceleration, only then can the training time be extended. Duandong waved his hand. A black stone floated before Luo Feng. Originally, during the lonely endless reincarnation era, I had many things to say, many things to entrust to you, and many things regarding my Duandong's pride to tell you. Duandong, he shook his head. However, when you accepted the 3 absolute arts, I suddenly realized. I've fallen long ago, what's the point of being reluctant? Hence, I've recorded everything in this memory stone. This memory stone recorded everything I wanted to tell you, along with the entire inheritance space and all the mysteries within. Once you see it, you'll know everything. Duandong, he raised his head to look at the endless darkness, squatting down and gently grabbing the soil on the land, gently smelling it, smiling. I've long died, the current me is just a virtual consciousness. Virtual, just virtual, I'm not a living being. Hua Duandong, his entire body shattered, immediately dissipating. Teacher. Duandong he. Luo Feng shouted, however he was the only one left. Luo Feng was stunned. He was trapped here, how was he going to get out? Rumble threads of light appeared from the endless darkness, swiftly enveloping him. Luo Feng looked up at the sky, threads of black and white light descended, there was nowhere to hide, immediately gathering towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng's inheritance imprint automatically appeared on his forehead. The black and white mixed imprint rotated, endless light flowed into Luo Feng's body, after which everything returned to normal. An incomparable sense of closeness grew within him. Luo Feng looked around, with a thought. Immediately a small blade of grass grew on the land, breaking out of the soil, growing lusciously, even spreading towards the surroundings. In an instant, 10 kilometers of land had become a grass field. Owner recognition? Luo Feng was stunned. The inheritance space had recognized him as its owner. Even though he was still unfamiliar with it, he could sense the entire inheritance space. Duandong, he voluntarily gave up control of it? Luo Feng looked to his side. Duandong, he was grabbing the soil there. Recalling his words, Luo Feng suddenly realized that Duandong he was probably gone forever. The only thing left in the universe was himself, the 193rd Duandong he. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Even though he had already recognized the inheritance space, Luo Feng still had many questions about the tomb boat and the inheritance space. Hence he immediately used his god energy to wrap around the memory stone, following which large amounts of information were transmitted over. This was the detailed information left behind by Duandong River's consciousness before it dissipated. It told Luo Feng about the many functions and things to take note of. He also told Luo Feng about his modifications to the tomb boat, even the control core of the tomb boat, how to control it, it was all told. The 3rd generation ancestors' preparations are too detailed. Luo Feng exclaimed. The entire inheritance space, about 95% of it is the 3rd generation ancestors' achievements. The other 5% are the functions added by the previous inheritors. This makes the inheritance space a perfect place to nurture the strong. Luo Feng exclaimed. It was too detailed. If not for the information left behind by Duandong River, even though he recognized the inheritance space, he would probably have to wander around and research before he could understand everything. However, now, everything was under his control. The inheritance space was basically like a small universe, separated into many independent spaces. There was something like a super library, which was the information within the sea of memory stones. Almost all of the ancient civilizations' most basic techniques etc. were recorded, along with countless precious experiences that lead directly to the peak, the experiences of the previous inheritors, along with the countless precious information they collected. There was something like a specialized training space, a small virtual space. Inside there were many opponents, a total of 282, including the previous Duandong River. Consciousness could enter the virtual space and spar with them. These virtual opponents could unleash the power of the previous absolute warriors, the strongest of which was naturally the 3rd generation ancestor. There was something like a specialized place to create techniques. There was a specialized place to nurture one's own weapon. There was a specialized place to train. There was a specialized place. Anyway, the entire inheritance space was a place for the inheritors to constantly replenish themselves. It was a perfect place to nurture the strong. This is too extravagant. Luo Feng blinked. Before accepting the inheritance, he had many imaginations. However, after actually touching it, he realized that his imagination wasn't enough. He had underestimated Duandong River's inheritors. This was an extremely extravagant inheritance space. Not becoming an absolute warrior was a very small probability. of course it was just a matter of time. In addition, the East Duandong River lineage had very strict requirements for the selection of inheritors. To be selected, one's talent, perseverance, and many other aspects were absolutely top-notch. Even without the inheritance, one's future achievements would not be small. However, with the assistance of this inheritance space, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, he would be able to walk even higher. In the cosmic sea, there are some inheritances that have been fought to the death, especially the Holy-Eyed race's so-called joint attack technique. It's just a very ordinary part of the ancient civilization. Regarding all sorts of minor details, even soul attacks, illusory techniques, refining supreme treasures, manufacturing and controlling machines, there are simply too many to count, Luo Feng exclaimed. It was equivalent to him grasping the foundation of a powerful ancient civilization. However, to the East Duan River lineage, these foundations and the information within the hundreds of millions of memory stones were all minor details. They were all things that could be freely spread outside of the East Duan River lineage. Knowledge is power. Countless warriors' experiences, countless training schools' theories, all of them were created by countless warriors advancing wave upon wave. This is the most fundamental. The first thing Luo Feng did was also something all the previous generations of Duandong he had done, that was to memorize all of the memory stones. Even if he didn't walk those schools, it would still be helpful to his own training. Or if he met an opponent from that school in a real battle, he would be able to learn some details, strengths, weaknesses, etc. Come. Luo Feng waved his hand. Immediately large amounts of black stones floated in mid-air, over 100 million of them. Categorize them. Luo Feng divided countless amounts of God energy and simultaneously touched all of the memory stones. He began to process the information at the same time and began to categorize them. Countless memory stones began to categorize. First categorize and then memorize. Luo Feng spent close to 15 days in the 10,000 times training space to memorize everything about the core inheritance. The actual time spent was a few hundred years. After which he began an even larger task, memorizing over 100 million memory stones. Over 100 million memory stones, every one of them was a basic part, hence the amount of information was far from the core inheritance. However, he still spent close to 30 years to completely memorize them. In reality it was 30 eras. After completely memorizing them, Luo Feng began to carefully study them. The time spent on this was much longer than just memorizing them. Before, he just forcefully shoved countless books into his brain, now he slowly flipped through them. The tomb boat still floated in mid-air within the Icefire region, the cabin door closed. Occasionally there would be warriors passing by, glancing at it with envy, however they would quickly leave, not daring to stay any longer, afraid of angering that broken East River. After all, even the 2nd and 7th true lords of the God-Eyed clan were instantly killed. When the large powers of the universe were guessing and doubting, even most of them not knowing who the inheritor was, Luo Feng was studying calmly. The inheritance space was definitely safe, what's more, it was within the tomb boat. The moment the tomb boat closed, no one in the universe would be able to enter. And whoever entered would be courting death. Even though the tomb boat couldn't attack from outside, after being modified by Broken East River, it had many terrifying methods. Even the strongest of the universe would be courting death if they entered. As time passed, Luo Feng's understanding of the Undying, the Universe Knight, Universe Lord and the strongest of the universe, the breakthroughs of every level, even the strongest of the universe on how to continue advancing etc., was incomparably clear. Even the strongest of the universe didn't know as much as Luo Feng. Because in the ancient civilization, the analysis was extremely clear, and these were all considered the most ordinary and outer layer memory stones of the Broken East River inheritance, there was no value in keeping it a secret. Even though Luo Feng was only a universe knight, he had the right to teach the universe lords, even the strongest of the universe. After all, the strongest of the universe were all blind, even if they broke through, they were all muddle-headed. After all, the experience of the seniors was too little, there was no way to conduct systematic research. In the blink of an eye, another 2,600 years had passed since he received the inheritance. Virtual Universe, the creator of the huge Axe's independent plane. Luo Feng has been the inheritor for so long, after sending us a mail, he hasn't appeared again. In the endless dark space, before the shrine, the primal Chaos City leader and the creator of the huge axe sat facing each other. In terms of relationship, primal chaos and the huge axe were very close. Back then when the ancestor taught him, he also taught him. Primal chaos was more obedient, always listening to the ancestor's teachings. He was the eldest disciple. Huge axe, however, was different. He was more arrogant and independent, often wandering outside. He didn't even have a master and disciple relationship with the ancestor. However, without a doubt, primal chaos and huge axe were the earliest disciples of the ancestor. One was the eldest disciple, the other didn't have a master and disciple relationship. Huge axe was like an older brother, especially after the ancestor was suppressed. The entire human race was supported by the two of them. After a long time, the two naturally had a deep relationship, often discussing together. Haha, you sure are worried about your treasured disciple. Huge axe laughed loudly. I'm worried about an accident. Primal chaos shook his head. Who knows about the ancient civilization? That broken East River may have other intentions, who knows? Then can't you just find Luo Feng? Huge axe said. I'm worried I'll disturb him from receiving the inheritance. Primal chaos frowned. What's there to worry about? Luo Feng has a few large bodies. Don't tell me when he receives the inheritance, one of them can't even send a bit of consciousness into the virtual universe? Huge axe shook his head. If you're worried, then I'll find him. Huge axe was very direct, sending a mail to Luo Feng. Very quickly, a silhouette appeared in the silent shrine. It was Luo Feng dressed in a simple white robe. As he was used to wearing silver armor, it made him naturally lean towards silver and white. Luo. Huge axe's creator opened his mouth, suddenly frowning, carefully inspecting Luo Feng. Primal chaos was meticulous. The moment he saw Luo Feng, he too was stunned. What level were they at? With one look, they could tell that Luo Feng before them had changed too much. That was an aura that came from deep within his bones. Some people's aura would become more resolute and sharp after battling. Some people would have a bookish aura after reading too much. Different experiences would cause one's aura to change, and when Luo Feng absorbed the entire ancient civilization's foundation, his own vision and realm had undergone a heaven-shaking change, far surpassing many of the strongest in the universe. He could completely become the strongest's teacher, guiding them. Looks like the inheritance isn't normal. Huge axe turned to look at the primal chaosity leader, exclaiming, the moment I saw him, I felt like I saw the ancestor from back then. He liked to wear white too. He does have that feeling. The primal chaos city leader smiled. Luo Feng walked up. Huge axe creator, teacher, don't you two laugh at me. I can tell. Huge axe said, you've gained a lot. How was it? The primal chaos city leader didn't laugh anymore, saying, how was the inheritance this time? How did it help our human race? Do you have any confidence in letting us humans escape the reincarnation cycle? Beside, Huge Axe's eyes were filled with anticipation. Luo Feng nodded. From the undying level all the way to the strongest in the universe, everything is within my heart. His tone was really big. Huge Axe and the primal chaos city leader exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Sweat drops. He had already finished writing 2 chapters. He had rushed all the way home and hadn't showered yet. After showering, he estimated that he would sleep late today. He wouldn't be able to write tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's update would be at night. Of course it wouldn't be as late as today. At the same time, I'll summon recommendation tickets. They're free, everyone has one. Please take the trouble to click your mouse and vote to support Tomato. Chi ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chi.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. What kind of person Luo Feng was, the primal chaos city leader and the huge axe creator were extremely clear. They had watched him grow up. Just like back when he was first absorbed into the virtual universe company, he never exploded out, but once he did, it would definitely be shocking. After becoming the primal chaos city leader's disciple, he had vanished for a long time. Even the outside world was speculating if he was dead. Luo Feng's growth, one could clearly see Luo Feng's character and style of doing things. The primal chaos city leader and the huge axe creator were extremely clear. Luo Feng did everything with confidence and preparation. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't do it easily, and if he dared to confidently say it, then it would definitely work. Everything is in your heart? The huge axe creator laughed loudly. Everything? That's a big tone. However, I'm really happy to hear that. Undying to the limits of the strongest in the universe. The primal chaos city leader couldn't help but ask. Then do you know how to pass the reincarnation? Beside, the huge axe creator's gaze froze, staring at Luo Feng. Passing the reincarnation, even the huge axe felt fear, hesitation, and no confidence. Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Passing the reincarnation, he really didn't know. Luo Feng said seriously, the inheritance of Duandong River is extremely vast, however due to the influence of the primal universe willpower, I can only know of the countless inheritances up to the limits of the strongest in the universe. Any higher and one has to pass the reincarnation, only then would one not be affected by the primal universe willpower. Origin willpower? Giant Axe and Chaos looked at each other. Others might not know, but the two of them were the ones who had the most contact with the progenitor. After the progenitor was suppressed, it usually contacted the two of them more often, so they had heard about the original will from the progenitor. On the two sides of the long stone table were many chairs. Luo Feng, Huge Axe, and Primal Chaos sat there. Suddenly, opposite Huge Axe's seat, a white-robed silhouette appeared in the empty chair. It was the ancestor. However, Luo Feng, Huge Axe, and Primal Chaos didn't realize it. Origin willpower? The white-robed ancestor frowned, listening from the side. However, how the strongest in the universe continue to train, how to reach the limits of the strongest, I know. Luo Feng said, with this limit as a foundation, if one breaks through and reaches a new level, reaching a new level, one will definitely be able to pass the reincarnation. The huge axe creator said directly. Ah. Luo Feng looked shocked at the creator of the huge axe. He himself was only guessing, after all the information regarding the reincarnation and the inheritance couldn't be found, even the strongest of the universe and above couldn't be found. He didn't expect Great Axe to be so confident. The Primal Chaos City Master also looked at the axe in shock. Huge Axe looked at Luo Feng and Primal Chaos, very simple, when you break through and become the strongest in the universe, you'll understand why I know. One sentence, completely break through the strongest level and reach a higher level, you'll definitely pass the reincarnation. If he couldn't achieve it, he could take a gamble and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. As for the probability? Take a look at the countless strongest experts of the universe who have fallen in the reincarnation era, and you will know how low the probability is. Luo Feng and the Primal Chaos City leader nodded. There were at least 10,000 reincarnation eras, and every reincarnation era had at least 10,000 strongest experts in the universe. It was hard to say how many strongest experts there were in the long river of time in the cosmic sea. But those who succeeded were very clear. Purple Moon Ancestor and East Deity Ancestor, it was just the two of them. As for these two ancestors, they broke through and transcended the strongest level of the universe and successfully passed the reincarnation. Or they gambled with the pinnacle of the universe's strongest, and luckily succeeded. No one knew. Then Universe Lord, how do they become the strongest? The Primal Chaos City leader asked, this was related to himself. To break through, every Universe Lord can't walk the same path. Does the Duandong River inheritance have any guidance? Huge Axe asked. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. In the ancient civilization, there were countless warriors. Even though becoming the strongest in the universe was a huge threshold, because there were many breakthroughs. Naturally, there was a system of knowledge and experience to follow, to maximize the probability of breaking through. Our human race, when this reincarnation era ends, may have 4 to 5 universe strongest. However, if there's guidance, I'm afraid it'll multiply by many times. The god-eyed race back then had 7, humanity only had 2, and the ancestor had been suppressed. To produce 4 to 5 was already not bad. Multiply by many times? Huge Axe and Primal Chaos were shocked. Doesn't this mean that every Universe Lord will become the strongest in the universe? The Primal Chaos City leader asked. Humanity only had a total of 19 Universe Lords. No. Luo Feng shook his head, that's not what I meant. From Universe Lord to the strongest, it's an extremely terrifying threshold. With the guidance of the ancient civilization, even though the probability of breaking through is the highest, it's still very difficult. What I mean is, from undying to the strongest in the universe, the entire nurturing system. Luo Feng said, for example right now, humanity only has a few thousand universe lords and close to 20 universe lords. And under a more complete system, the human race could have over 100,000 universe venerables and hundreds of universe lords. Of course this nurturing method would allow those with weaker talent, who were originally at most universe lords, to become universe lords. Hence these hundreds of universe lords, their average talent can't even compare to the close to 20 universe lords of our human race. Hundreds of universe lords, they should be able to produce tens of universe strongest. Luo Feng said, if we're lucky, close to 100 universe strongest is also possible. Silence. The primal Chaos City leader and the creator of Huge Axe went silent, they were stunned. It was too unbelievable. How many universe strongest were there in a reincarnation era? Like the first and second reincarnation eras, there were only about 30 each. Could humanity be stronger than a reincarnation era in the future? The primal Chaos City leader didn't know what to say. You have confidence? Huge Axe's eyes gleamed. Luo Feng nodded, of course. The universe strongest is just one of the paths of the strong. As our human race gets stronger, and our territory in the primal universe expands, there will be more and more geniuses. Close to 100 universe strongest is very possible. Alright. Huge Axe said, then give us some pointers, let us see just how powerful this ancient civilization is. Alright. Luo Feng was confident, naturally confident. Huge Axe nodded, I'll arrange for them to come over. On this floating continent in the endless space, silhouettes began to appear on the long stone table in front of Huge Axe's shrine. Creator Huge Axe, why are you in such a rush to find us? Lord Pengworker laughed. At the same time, the other universe lords appeared one after another. They were the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Void Gold, the Lord of Green East, the Lord of Desolation, the Lord of Pengworker, the Lord of Dragon Travel, and the Lord of Ice Peak. Including the primal Chaos City leader, there were a total of 8 universe lords. The moment they arrived, they noticed Luo Feng, all of them were excited and filled with anticipation. Because they were clear that Luo Feng was accepting the ancient civilization's Duandong River inheritance, his appearance this time seemed to be related to that inheritance. Luo Feng has already accepted the Duandong River inheritance. Huge Axe's eyes swept around, looking at the universe lords, primal chaos, darkness, Pengong, your chances of becoming the strongest in the universe are high. Void Gold, Dragon Travel, Desolate Mirror, Qingdong, Ice Peak, the 5 of you too have high hopes. Listen to Luo Feng's explanation on how to break through from universe lord to the strongest in the universe. Hua, the primal Chaos City leader was still calm, he just smiled, however the other 7 were all shocked and excited, from universe lord to the strongest in the universe? There were simply no traces to follow, everyone had to walk a different path, this was something that had been troubling them for a long time, and the breakthrough had to be in the primal universe era. The moment this era ended and they entered the small universe, they would have no more chances to break through, how could they not be anxious? Luo Feng, do you have confidence? Green East Lord was the first to shout. In he, can I become the strongest in the universe? Pengong Gong was direct. Luo Feng said, the few of you here are the most talented of our human race, to be able to reach this stage without the guidance of a system, they are all extraordinary. The moment we have the guidance of the ancient civilization, our human race will naturally have the highest hopes of becoming the strongest in the universe. As for who will be able to break through, I can't guarantee it, only, after everyone listens to me, you will all understand. Don't ask, listen to Luo Feng. Huge Axe ordered. The universe lords who had been anticipating for countless years all sat there, resisting all sorts of doubts and worries, suppressing everything within their stomachs, staring at Luo Feng and listening intently. And the white-robed ancestor too began to listen. Luo Feng's gaze swept past everyone, from universe lord to the strongest in the universe. Everyone has to walk a different path, however in truth they can be categorized into 2 types. Everyone held their breaths and listened intently. The first type starts from God energy. The second type starts from the origin laws. Luo Feng said confidently. The creator of huge axe was immediately suspicious, saying, "From the origin laws, to become the strongest in the universe, from what I know, everyone starts from the origin laws." Like the one from the Space Beast Alliance, he combined the 8 Great Beast God origin laws. The others start from space and time, it's just that the direction is different. Luo Feng smiled. From origin laws, almost 90% of the strongest in the universe are like this. Luo Feng explained, and from God energy, what is God energy? God energy forms the body. Within the God energy there are life imprints, forming the life core. Just like us humans have souls, some races don't, however they still have the life core. Anyway, any universe lord can become limitless God energy. Everyone listened quietly. What are the fundamentals to becoming the strongest in the universe? It's breaking through the restrictions. Breaking through the restrictions. Breaking through the shackles on us, entering a new world. Luo Feng emphasized, like starting from the origin laws, it's a breakthrough in the origin laws, allowing the God country to break through its bottleneck. The moment it breaks through, it will naturally transform into a small universe. From God energy, the universe lord's perfect genes are 10,081 times stronger. This is the limit. Starting from God energy is to break through this limit, allowing the God energy to evolve to a new level. Luo Feng emphasized, the moment the God energy evolves, the body and soul evolve too. This is using strength to break through. Using absolute strength to break through the shackles. The moment the body breaks through, the God country it can hold will naturally become bigger, breaking through the bottleneck and transforming into a small universe. No one present made a sound upon hearing this. The races of the universe C were all blind, as their numbers were too few, there was no way to study them systematically. And there wasn't a true absolute warrior standing at the top, analyzing everything from a high vantage point. Breaking through the shackles. Only then will one be able to control their own fate. From then on, the origin laws will retreat, the laws will follow. Luo Feng said, starting from God energy is extremely difficult, starting from the origin laws is easier. I'll first explain how to do it from the origin laws. ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. From the origin laws, the simplest way to summarize. From undying, one would begin to understand one of the most basic laws, like gold, wind etc. To become a universe knight, one would study the time or space laws. Actually, the path of the origin laws is to start from the smallest point, constantly climbing upwards. The final goal is gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time and space. These are the 10 most basic laws. One has to learn them all. The second has to fuse them all into one primal chaos law. The moment Luo Feng said that, everyone present revealed looks of shock. Even the creator of the huge axe stood up in shock. In fact, a white-robed figure appeared out of thin air on the other main seat opposite the creator of the giant axe. You said primal chaos law? The white-robed man stared at Luo Feng, his eyes gleaming like never before. Ancestor. The creator of the huge axe was shocked. Teacher. Primal chaos, darkness, and Ice Peak were both shocked and overjoyed, immediately bowing. The other Pung worker leader, Green East leader, Void Gold leader, Dragon Travel leader and Desolate Mirror leader were all extremely excited, shouting, Ancestor. Luo Feng too was shocked as he looked at the white-robed man before him. He was the legendary Ancestor. The Ancestor looked like a very normal man on the surface. It was a perfect introverted feeling after reaching perfection. The feeling he gave others was like a spring breeze, completely different from other warriors. Luo Feng, you said primal chaos law? The Ancestor asked. Yes. Luo Feng replied, everything is formed from the primal chaos law. The final goal is to return to the origin and comprehend the ultimate primal chaos law. However, if one really comprehends the primal chaos law, then one's power would probably be even stronger than Duan Donghe. The primal chaos law is the ultimate law. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time and space, these are the 10 basic laws. Luo Feng said, for example, gold and space merging, forming the gold space path. Wood and space merging, forming the wood space path. It can form the 8 great beast god paths. they can also merge with each other. Of course, gold and time merging, forming the gold-time path, fire and time merging, forming the fire-time path, as Luo Feng spoke. Huge Axe couldn't help but say, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, aren't they space-related? How can they completely merge with time? Everything is possible. Luo Feng smiled, as everything is formed from primal chaos, everything is possible, even 3 origin laws combining, 4 origin laws combining, even 5 origin laws combining. Luo Feng shook his head. Of course, it's just like the basic materials on a mineral planet, they can be transformed into universe ships. The 10 foundation laws will eventually transform into the laws of primal chaos. The profoundness, experience, and technique involved are unimaginably deep. Luo Feng said, it's not something that can be achieved by just blindly doing it. Everyone in the primordial era knew that the 10 great basic laws could eventually transform into the laws of primal chaos. However, even if the East Broken River lineage chooses the most talented inheritors and has countless resources to guide them, the number of people who can grasp the laws of primal chaos can be counted on one hand. Luo Feng had seen the core inheritance. Although he did not know how to cultivate after the true God stage and what levels it was divided into, he did not know. Occasionally, there were some words that could be used to deduce some information. For example, the core inheritance memory stone had mentioned that there were only a handful of people from the Broken East River lineage who had grasped the law of primal chaos. What did this mean? 1. There wasn't just one. 2. Broken East River's strongest third-generation ancestor stood at the pinnacle of the ancient civilization, he was the strongest in Broken East River. Since there wasn't just one, that meant he had obviously surpassed the level of grasping the law of primal chaos. Luo Feng only spoke about the law of primal chaos for a while. After all, he knew very little about it. He only knew that from the undying to the universe's strongest true God limit. Following which, Luo Feng began to analyze the path of the origin laws on a deeper level. Everyone present, including Huge Axe, listened very carefully. And the white-robed ancestor only watched on. The only thing that attracted him was the information on the law of primal chaos. Because he had been suppressed for countless years, if he were to leave, he would have 100% confidence in passing the reincarnation. Since he dared to say he had 100% confidence, naturally he had already broken through the true God stage, reaching a level that was above the strongest in the universe. Hence, Luo Feng's words, to him, were fresh, only slightly moving. The true help was what he said before, the final goal was to grasp the law of primal chaos. This allowed the ancestor, who had always been at a loss on how to proceed, to know that he had to follow this path, advancing towards the law of primal chaos. The ancestor watched the scene before him. A white-robed Luo Feng was there preaching. The other universe lords were all listening intently. This scene touched the ancestor's heart. A long time ago, I preached too. It was a similar scene. I allowed the human race to stand at the pinnacle, allowing humanity's fate to undergo its first huge change. And this Luo Feng has brought the entire ancient civilization's wisdom, allowing humanity to undergo its second huge change. And this time it will be even more profound than the last. The ancestor thought. He understood, with Luo Feng's teachings, humanity would gradually undergo a change, the number of knights would constantly rise, universe lords would increase, the strongest in the universe would also gradually increase. When this reincarnation era ends, humanity would probably be the strongest power in the universe. See, even stronger than the 2 sacred lands. Humanity, fate, turning point. The ancestor listened quietly. Even though he didn't know if he could escape the suppression and live, he could still see how strong humanity would be after countless years. Luo Feng's preaching this time would have a profound effect. Luo Feng first used the simplest language to summarize, after which he began to explain the larger theories in detail. After which, he began to explain the many difficulties of each theory, how to break through, etc., universe lord, to the strongest in the universe. Just the theory guidance alone took Luo Feng more than 3 months before he finished. Of which, the path from the origin laws took up almost all the time. From God energy, it only took half a day. As it was too difficult to start from God energy, in the ancient civilization, there were very few trainers. Naturally, there was very little information, and the time spent on it was also very little. These are all theory. guidance, thought guidance. Luo Feng smiled, hence, I finished so quickly. When I return from the universe boat, I'll bring back some detailed inheritance techniques, like battle techniques etc. for everyone. However, every technique is incomparably vast. If you just rely on words or memory, it'll be too slow. One had to know, Luo Feng relied on the memory stone to transfer large amounts of memories into his mind, and it took him so long. A vast and powerful technique, to explain even 10,000 eras wouldn't be enough. Similar to the God Eye clan's combined attack? Some special techniques? Battle techniques of the strongest in the universe? Everyone looked forward to it. Luo Feng laughed loudly, strongest in the universe? From the undying level to the pinnacle of the strongest in the universe, these complete techniques, all sorts of battle techniques. Even if there are tens of thousands of them, it doesn't matter, there's plenty. Countless manuals, it was indeed a vast amount. Luo Feng had seen all 360 blade manuals before during the selection of the basic inheritances. Now that he had become the owner of the inheritance space, those over 100 million inheritance stones, some of them even contained over 1,000 different techniques. Duandong River's collection was simply too much. Of course, the many techniques are only for reference, to let everyone know the methods of the strongest in the universe. Once you see more, you may get some inspiration. Luo Feng said, theory guidance, technique reference, the rest will depend on yourselves. This is after all a huge threshold. The difficulty is much harder than becoming a universe knight or universe lord, external support is secondary, everything depends on yourself. Including the primal chaos city leader, everyone was deep in thought. These 3 months had a huge influence on them, many of them knew how to work hard, as for whether they succeeded or not, it depended on themselves. After all, knowing and being able to do it were two different things. Universe boat, Icefire region, Tomb boat, within the inheritance space training space. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. It's finally finished. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly, I didn't expect the creator huge axe to be so hard to deal with. Teaching the teachers how to become the strongest in the universe only took 3 months. But to gigantic axe, the cultivation of the universe's strongest expert to the extreme, it took him 12 years. Teaching the primal chaos city leader, Darkness Lord and the others, Luo Feng's blood boiled, he was filled with anticipation for humanity's future. However, teaching huge axe, even though he was excited at the start, he got tired later on. I'll continue my research. Luo Feng immediately immersed himself in his study, he accepted the foundations of an entire ancient civilization, how vast was it? Even though it was all in his memories, the research was indeed long, Luo Feng had no choice but to make some choices. His focus was mainly on close combat blade techniques and spirit weapons. Year 9106 of Luo Feng becoming an inheritor. My research has ended. Luo Feng opened his eyes, even though I know a lot, no matter how much I know, it won't increase my strength. I still have to train. Knowing was useless, only by knowing could it work. East Breaking River's core 3 absolute arts annihilation, East Flower and Undying River, he knew of them, but he hadn't learned them yet. And the long years of research that he had planned out for himself, the path of his blade technique, his spirit weapon path etc., his own path, he had already decided on it, but he hadn't taken a single step. Annihilation is the most heaven-defying absolute art, it can instantly explode with unbelievable strength. Right now, I've just entered the universe's strongest level of blade techniques, even though my god energy is weak, I'm still at the pinnacle of level 5. The moment I use the 3rd generation ancestor's absolute art annihilation, it's just that the price is too high, the consumption of my god body is too ridiculous. East Flower is quite important to me too, as for Undying River, I'm not in a rush, I have many bodies now, there's no need to train Undying River. When the many clones combine and become the strongest person in the universe. At that time only the main body will need to cultivate the Undying River. Luo Feng temporarily placed Undying River aside, he began to train Annihilation and East Flower. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Within the East Emperor Cosmos, there was a cluster of palaces built on the peak of a mountain. The entire cluster of palaces was divided into 9 areas. If one were to look down from the sky, they would look like a huge mutated beast. The entire cluster of palaces was emitting boundless baleful aura. This was where the North True Star Lord resided. There were a large number of undying servants and disciples seeking guidance here. Main Palace. The North True Star Lord's body sat high up in the main palace. His eyelids drooped as he continued to explain the origin laws. And the hundreds of supremacies sitting in the Great Hall didn't dare to be distracted at all. They listened carefully. The knights below were shocked to realize that the North True Star Lord had suddenly stopped speaking. They couldn't help but look curiously at him. "We'll stop here. You all can leave first," the North True Star Lord suddenly ordered. Even though they were all stunned, they still shouted respectfully, "Yes, teacher." After which they all left the palace. Only the North True Star Lord was left high up in the main palace. "Ancestor," the North True Star Lord shouted respectfully. "I ordered you to bring 10 Universe Lords to guard the Flame Ice region. Have you discovered the Milky Way leader Luo Feng?" A green silhouette appeared. It was the East Emperor Ancestor. And the space around the palace had changed. Even if someone looked in from the outside, they wouldn't be able to discover anything. The East Emperor Ancestor's voice rumbled and resounded within the palace. The North True Star Lord bowed and said respectfully, "Ancestor, ever since the inheritance ended and my clan's Blood Knight and the others failed, I've been following your orders to keep watch over the Flame Ice region. I've never slacked at all. From the tomb boat to every direction, there are Universe Lords watching. No matter how strong that Milky Way leader Luo Feng is, he can't just leave quietly. However, after so long, I've yet to discover that Milky Way leader Luo Feng. It looks like he hasn't left the tomb boat yet. We can't be careless," the East Emperor Ancestor said indifferently. "Maybe another Universe Lord brought him out. I've already considered all the possibilities," the North True Star Lord said. "Hiding in another warrior's world ring and quietly escaping, this is indeed a possibility. However, ever since our investigations began, we've stopped anyone who tries to enter the vicinity of the tomb boat from other regions. After so long, we've already stopped 39 masters of the universe and 2 of the strongest experts of the universe. Up until now, no one has dared to force their way in against the might of my clan. No one can go in. Naturally, no one can take Luo Feng away," North True Star Lord said respectfully. East Emperor Ancestor nodded in satisfaction. This Luo Feng has to be captured. The inheritance of the East Duan River was extremely important to him. Capture him, at all costs. "Yes," the Northern True Star Lord respectfully replied. East Deity Progenitor nodded indifferently. To the East, the arch-sacred ground, even the death of 100 masters of the universe was nothing. Because the East, the arch-sacred ground cosmos could only accommodate a limited number of Universe Lords, and because it had existed for so long, it had long accumulated a large number of quasi-Universe Lords. For example, Venerable Blood Jade was a quasi-Universe Lord. Once other Universe Lords perished, a batch of quasi-Universe Lords would very quickly break through. To the high and mighty East Deity Primogenitor, he knew very well what the inheritance of the broken East River meant. As long as he obtained a small portion, he would benefit endlessly. Deep within the Universe Boat region, within the vast Ice Flame region, there were no warriors around the tomb boat. And the Northern True Star Lord and the 10 Universe Lords were hidden and scattered, each monitoring their own regions. "The Primogenitor just came to find me," Northern True Star Lord spoke through his communication card. "Again? During the time we've been here, the Primogenitor has already come to find you 3 times. It seems like the Primogenitor really values this. Ever since I've grown up, I've never seen the Primogenitor so value anything. How can we not value it? Look, the 10 of us are definitely the top 20 Universe Lords in the East, the Arch-Sacred Ground. 3 of us already have ultimate treasures. And now? The Primogenitor even specially took out 7 ultimate treasures from the long years of accumulation of our race and gave them to us. Northern True Star Lord, along with the 10 of us, we all have ultimate treasures. In the entire Universe Sea, the only ones who can do this are the Purple Moon Sacred Ground and us. For the Purple Moon Sacred Ground to take out so many ultimate treasures, they probably have to go all out. Even for our race, it's a huge burden. We all have ultimate treasures in our hands. Even if we meet the strongest of the universe, we won't fear them. Against Luo Feng? What's more, in just a moment, the Northern True Star Lord will be able to break through the restrictions of the origin laws and swiftly catch up to him. Northern True is the main force this time. These universe lords all had high statuses. Even when conversing with the strongest of the universe like the Northern True Star Lord, they were usually on equal footing. They were the true elites of the East, the Arch Sacred Ground, yet they were here to capture Luo Feng. One could see just how determined the East, the Arch primogenitor was, tomb boat, within the training space of the inheritance space. The journey of training is long and arduous. The third-generation ancestor's absolute art is even more profound. I can't just stay here forever. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged on the grass, opened his eyes and frowned. And I still have to create my blade technique, etc. I can clearly feel that my origin laws are too weak. Origin laws were one of his weaknesses. As he had to recognize the white feather, hence his golden space beast god path had always been stuck at the 7th level, not daring to train at all. And as he hadn't fully comprehended the golden space laws, when he researched the techniques, there would always be a knot in his heart. It would always affect him greatly, and as his research got deeper, this effect would become more obvious. I have to get out as soon as possible. I have to get the white feather as soon as possible, and then immediately train the golden space path. I'll first break through to Universe Lord before anything else. Luo Feng thought. Breaking through to Universe Lord, his god energy would transform. God energy represented his body. It also represented his soul. His soul itself becoming stronger, his consciousness becoming stronger, it would all be helpful to his training. And after his origin laws reached perfection, studying the techniques would be much easier. And he was planning to completely comprehend the 10 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time and space. His goal was very far, his plan was huge, he had to improve quickly. It was better to get the white feather and break through to Universe Lord as soon as possible. As for the tomb boat and the inheritance space? I'll bring everything with me. When I return to the primal universe, I'll place the tomb boat and inheritance space in my god country. That's the safest place. With my current strength, just my earth body alone can unleash the pinnacle of level 5 power. If it's the endless ocean, even if I use annihilation to madly burn my god energy, with the endless ocean's boundless energy, burning it won't be much. Even the strongest warrior in the universe would be able to fight his way out. Luo Feng was very confident. The 9 Underworld Lord was a universe lord. With the 9 Underworld Ocean, he didn't fear the strongest warrior in the universe. Luo Feng, even though his god energy was weaker, his blade techniques had already entered the universe's strongest level. He could completely make up for the difference in god energy, and with annihilation, he could explode with power. Or even be harder to deal with. Of course, only the endless ocean was powerful. After all, Luo Feng's earth body and golden horned beast body, if they used annihilation, their god bodies would be consumed too quickly, they wouldn't easily use it. Inheritance space. Luo Feng took a step and passed through the space door, arriving at the treasure space within the inheritance space. Treasure? Luo Feng looked up, his surroundings were empty space, before him was a majestic treasure mountain. The entire mountain glowed with dazzling lights that shot into the sky, emitting endless power. Every beam was so strong it made Luo Feng's heart tremble. Almost like hundreds of the strongest warriors of the universe were exploding, that overwhelming power. A total of 322 treasures. Luo Feng held his breath. Over the generations of Duandong River, countless years of accumulation, finally accumulating these 322 treasures. It's a pity I can only take one, and while I'm alive, I'll have to return one. This was the rule. Over the generations of Duandong River, they would usually only take one. If one's strength was high enough, they could even return 2 or 3, and that would be considered a contribution to Duandong River. All of this would be recorded on the stone tablet of the treasure mountain. These treasures had a special name in the ancient civilization. Elemental embryo, elemental, in the ancient civilization, had an extremely respected meaning. Any treasure with this word was the pinnacle. Embryo, it meant an embryo. To a strong warrior, different times required different treasures. For example, if an undying was given a powerful treasure, he wouldn't be able to use it. Hence, any treasure that was formed couldn't be used by a strong warrior continuously. Hence, the term elemental embryo came into being. The elemental embryo was a special treasure that wasn't fully formed yet, even undyings could start using it. And one could infuse one's own comprehensions into it, causing the treasure to have more engravings. For example, the Star Pagoda had layers of engravings, but the elemental embryo didn't even have one. It was empty, just relying on its own basic strength. It was already extremely strong. And the user could constantly infuse engravings into it, just like crafting treasures, easily infusing engravings into the elemental embryo. For example, Luo Feng had created the 3 great blade techniques before. They were split into Mist Void, Gold Universe, and Nirvana New Life, of which Nirvana New Life had already entered the strongest level of the universe. Even Luo Feng had to concentrate all his energy to instantly draw out the incomparably huge engravings and unleash this move. And the moment these engravings were infused into the elemental embryo, then, all he had to do was activate it. He could completely split his attention to control the other treasures in battle, and Nirvana New Life borrowed the elemental embryo's power to unleash even stronger power. This was the elemental embryo. It could constantly grow. As one's strength grew, one could infuse even more important techniques into it. Even the elemental embryo could accompany a strong warrior all the way to the pinnacle of the ancient civilization. At that time, one elemental embryo would also grow into the most terrifying treasure of the ancient civilization. I can only choose one. What should I choose? Blade embryo? Luo Feng looked at the treasure mountain. He really wanted to take a few more. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. However, this treasure mountain before him was left behind by the 3rd ancestor, hence it had many restrictions. Every inheritor had the inheritance imprint to retrieve one of the embryos. Without the imprint, there was no way to retrieve such a treasure. Hee. Luo Feng walked on the treasure mountain, looking around as he walked. Beams of light shot up into the sky, extremely powerful. The moment they exploded, even the strongest warriors in the universe would be instantly killed. However, due to the special restrictions of the treasure mountain, every single embryo was suppressed. Spirit weapons. Close combat weapons. So many special weapons. This belongs to the machinery category. Luo Feng looked at them one by one. For example, there was a spherical-shaped huge fort. Its true size was comparable to a universe boat. This huge fort had 18 levels of attack units. Every level had blank engravings, requiring the user to research and fill in the blanks. There was also a special ship body. This ship body was actually a huge factory world. Within it were many requirements to create treasures. There was also a golden egg. It was a terrifying Jia egg from the ancient civilization. It was extremely weak after being nurtured, however it had limitless growth potential. If nurtured, it could be similar to the Bug Clan's Bug Sea tactics. It could also be used as an elite. It could be said that it was countless times stronger than the Bug Clan Queen's nurturing ability. Its value was completely comparable to an embryo. There was also a huge human-shaped mech. That human-shaped mech could be used as armor. It could also be used as a mech armor, or as a puppet. The different uses also determined how the human-shaped mech was designed and modified, etc. Its countless internal parts had no engravings on them. There were even many parts that could be disassembled and modified. It was filled with limitless possibilities. In the ancient civilization, it was mainly split into close combat, long range, machinery, treasures and miscellaneous. The first 4 were the main ones, while the miscellaneous was the combination of all sorts of special methods. And every type could be split into many different types. Putting aside the details and complexity of melee and long-range weapons, just the mechanical category alone had many tactical styles, such as the mechanical sea tactic, body tactic, fortress tactic, and many others. Different tactical styles had different elemental embryos. Just on this treasure mountain alone, there were 72 types of elemental embryos for the mechanical class. No wonder machinery was so prosperous in the ancient civilization. Luo Feng looked at the mechanical embryos, his eyes filled with greed. This power is too great. Even though my origin laws and techniques are weaker, with these machines, I can easily kill enemies that are higher levels. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Luo Feng stood in the middle of the treasure mountain and looked at a huge stone blade. This stone saber seemed to be carved out of a huge rock, and it was incomparably tall. Although it was inserted halfway up the mountain, its grip position was as high as the peak of the entire treasure mountain. The entire stone blade emitted a light that shot towards the sky. Luo Feng fell in love with the appearance of the stone blade. Among the origin embryos, there are a total of 3 saber embryos. There's the broad saber type, and there's the one that's as thin as a cicada's wing. I still like this one. The more Luo Feng looked at it, the more he liked it. It's very similar to the ghost blade I've loved since I was young. However, the handle is a bit bigger and can be held with both hands, that's it. Luo Feng immediately went forward, held his breath, and slowly extended his hand to touch the gigantic stone blade. The moment he touched it, a thin layer immediately appeared on the surface of the stone blade. On the thin layer were countless origin law engravings. Compared to the law engravings he saw in the ice mountain before, it was obviously much more complicated. Rumble! The entire treasure mountain began to tremble. The corners of the treasure mountain began to glow, the origin law engravings lit up and resonated with the thin layer on the stone blade. An inheritance mark appeared on Luo Feng's forehead. It formed a resonance, following which, the thin layer and the light dissipated. Luo Feng's life imprint was already imprinted on the huge stone blade. Embryos, one needs to pay a huge price to create them. An ancient voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. The current Duandong River, remember, it will be your lifelong companion, your life and death friend, treat it well. This voice, Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Is it the third ancestor who built the treasure mountain? Small. 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 Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately the majestic stone blade began to shrink. In an instant, it was only about half his height. Luo Feng was filled with excitement and anticipation. Looking at the blade in his hand, the original stone appearance had shrunk, the huge stone engravings had shrunk into a beautiful scabbard engraving. Yes, the stone appearance was actually just the color of the scabbard and handle. Hua! Luo Feng gently pulled out the blade. The blade left the scabbard, chi. The formless glow of the blade caused a space scar to appear in the surrounding space. This is the inheritance space. Luo Feng was shocked. The inheritance space was a precious treasure, its interior was extremely stable. Even when he created the blade technique, Nirvana knew rebirth during the inheritance. When he practiced the blade technique, one blade only caused ripples in the space. It was impossible to cut it open. But now, the blade of this saber embryo had caused visible saber marks to appear in the space. That was too terrifying. Even if I don't use my technique, with this blade there, any universe lord who would dare touch it would be injured. Luo Feng was overjoyed. If I infuse it with engravings and use my god energy, its power would be even more terrifying. Such a blade, the first technique, will be my strongest blade technique. Nirvana rebirth. Luo Feng felt that using the misty void and universe of gold was a blasphemy to the blade itself. He could easily use them, so there was no need to forcefully add the universe of gold engravings onto it. Only Nirvana rebirth had the right to do so. Luo Feng used his god energy to activate it. Immediately the blade's sharp body began to emit engravings. With the engravings, the entire blade had a mysterious and special feel to it. This is the first engraving, Luo Feng said softly. The first blade I've used since the beginning of my life is Blood Shadow. This blade embryo will probably accompany me for the rest of my life, until I reach my peak, or until I die. Luo Feng lowered his head and stroked the blade, then its name shall also be called Blood Shadow. With a thought, a simple Chinese word was left on the blade, Blood Shadow. Ever since he had grown up, he had used many blades. However, as he grew stronger, he had finally found a blade that he could always use, Blood Shadow Blade. The power of the Blood Shadow Blade is hard to fathom. Unless I want to kill my opponent, it's best not to unsheath it. Luo Feng thought. This blade was the only weapon he had obtained after becoming Duandonghe. It was also an extremely powerful weapon. Without any techniques or godly energy to activate it, it was already able to cause cracks in the surrounding space. It was already comparable to a pinnacle level 5 universe lord. In the entire universe C, even the most powerful treasures, if they didn't activate them, wouldn't be this strong. This was a treasure that was truly above the most powerful treasures. Even though it only had 1 engravings, its power would still be unbelievably strong. The previous generations of Duandonghe seniors, even if you look down on the most powerful treasures, you can still place them in the inheritance space. Luo Feng was helpless. Other than the most precious elemental embryos, there isn't a single powerful treasure. The memory stone left behind by Duandonghe before had recorded it very clearly. The previous generations of Duandonghe had only given 1 elemental embryos. As for the other treasures? They all had to be fought for by the previous generations. After all, if the previous generations left behind treasures, then the later generations wouldn't have to fight for them, they wouldn't be able to grow at all. A silver-armored Luo Feng left the treasure space and arrived at the main space of the entire inheritance space. Standing in mid-air. Come. Luo Feng waved his hand and a beam of light flew over from afar, floating before him. This was an octagonal plate, this was the control core of the tomb boat. The previous generations of Duandonghe didn't leave any machinery for me in the inheritance space. The tomb boat, however, can be considered a machine. And my Wu killer wings can also be considered a machine. Luo Feng easily absorbed the control core of the tomb boat. If one were to analyze carefully, the most valuable treasures on him were naturally the inheritance space and the blood shadow blade, followed by the star pagoda and Wu killer wings, followed by the tomb boat. Of which the Wu killer wings and the tomb boat were both mechanical types. The tomb boat naturally didn't need much to be said. Even though his own strength wasn't that strong, he could still control the dangerous mechanisms within the boat. It was without a doubt a machine. The Wu killer wings belonged to the main body tactical type of machine. This type of machine was usually used to support the user, making the user's battle strength stronger. If the Wu killer wings only had 6 pairs of wings, without the source, then it would only be considered a treasure weapon. However, with the source, it was different. The source was similar to an engine, an energy storage unit. A strong warrior's god energy, through the source, would transform into terrifying energy, and then be released through the 6 pairs of white wings, ********* fire ice region. The tomb boat floating in mid-air, suddenly, shwa, it vanished into thin air. A man in silver armor and boots appeared out of thin air, carrying a stone saber on his back. From what the Primal Chaos City leader teacher said, it seems like the East Emperor Sacred Land and Purple Moon Sacred Land have warriors hiding in this area. They seem to want to capture the inheritors. Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings. The tomb boat and inheritance space were naturally kept. However, the current me isn't afraid of them. I hope they don't force me to use the blood shadow blade. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a blood-colored tower appeared before him. It was the Star Pagoda transformation. Luo Feng immediately flew in and sat on the Star Pagoda to fly into the distance. After comprehending the Nirvana rebirth, even if he used the Demon Destroyer armor, he would still have the pinnacle of level 5 battle strength. If he used something even more terrifying than the absolute treasures, the Blood Shadow Blade, then the current me may not be able to fight against the universe's strongest. But the universe's strongest definitely won't be able to kill me. Luo Feng was very confident. Once I become a universe lord, I'll make up for my god energy weakness. Luo Feng, who inherited the Duandong River, the moment he became a universe lord, he would definitely be the most terrifying universe lord in the history of the universe C. Before, the universe lords were only divided into 6 levels. However, because of Luo Feng's existence, there would probably be 7 or even 8 levels, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Just how big was the tomb boat? On the East Emperor Sacred Land's side, the Northern True Star Lord and the group of absolute warriors didn't dare to let their guard down. Not mentioning other scouting methods, just with their naked eyes, they could see the tomb boat. The tomb boat has disappeared. It disappeared. Just now, the tomb boat suddenly disappeared. Quick, 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 the Milky Way leader Luo Feng must have already made his move. Everyone pay attention, don't let him escape. Northern True Star Lord and the 10 Universe Lords all became alert. Even though they could see the tomb boat with their naked eyes from where they were, the blood-colored tower Luo Feng was on was extremely small, they couldn't see it with their naked eyes. As for their other scouting methods, they didn't dare to cover the area where the tomb boat was before. Because, they were afraid of angering Duan Donghe. All of you keep watch. Northern True Star Lord immediately became nervous, ordering, "Don't be careless, the moment you discover any palace-type treasures or other flying objects, you have to stop them. Don't let Luo Feng escape." "Yes. Yes." All of them replied. "The ancestor has already instructed us many times, this matter is extremely important." Northern True Star Lord shouted, and in the outer regions, like Purple Moon's sacred land and the first reincarnation era, many powers are hiding. They also want to capture the final inheritor, don't let the other powers take advantage of it. Northern True, we all have powerful treasures, in the entire Flame Ice region, the other powers can't compare to us, how can they compete with us? It was about to happen, the tomb boat that was floating majestically in mid-air suddenly disappeared. Not only did the East Emperor's sacred land discover it, even the further Purple Moon's sacred land and many other powers from the first reincarnation era discovered it too. The originally calm powers were now like water, the water seemed to be boiling. The tomb boat has already disappeared. The inheritor is about to appear. Our race's last hope to escape the reincarnation cycle, capture the inheritor. No matter how strong the inheritor's potential is, no matter how much of a threat he poses, no matter which warrior wants to grow, he needs time. Even if he obtains the inheritance, within a short period of time, his strength won't be that strong. The moment he reaches his limit, our race will perish. Before that, there's no need to care about anything else. No need to care about the East Emperor's sacred land, Purple Moon's sacred land, so what if they're the sacred land universe, snatch? This is our last hope. The first true lord, third true lord, fourth true lord, fifth true lord and sixth true lord looked at each other. Ever since the inheritance, the other two true lord ranks had fallen, and the entire Holy-Eyed clan only had these 5 true lord ranks left. In order to capture the inheritor, this time, all 5 of them had come. It was just that the outcome of being the tallest tree in the forest would be tragic. The Holy-Eyed clan, who had suffered once, was very low-key this time around. Let's wait and see the battle between the Purple Moon's sacred ground and the East the Arch sacred ground. There are also the other forces from my first reincarnation era. The fight for the successor this time won't be that simple. That's right. Since he obtained the inheritance of the East Cleaving River, he definitely has a way to protect himself. It won't be easy to capture the inheritor. Let's just wait and see. When the time comes, the 5 of us will join forces and capture the inheritor with absolute strength. Yes. The eyes of the 5 true lord ranks burned. This time, it was a battle that could change their fate. Suddenly, the entire realm of fire ice was in chaos. Many forces hid themselves, and most of them didn't even know who the inheritor was. However, it didn't matter. All they had to do was capture the inheritor. If the Blood Jade Knight appears, then we'll capture him. If the Milky Way Luo Feng appears, then we'll capture him. These were the thoughts of the various races. Luo Feng had long known that the outside world was filled with traps. The human race had long told him that if he wasn't confident, he should temporarily stay within the tomb boat, however Luo Feng was extremely skilled and daring. He had complete confidence. No matter what kind of traps they have, I'll break through them. The blood-colored tower became a beam of light and rushed forward at high speed. The tiny blood-colored tower was hard to discern with the naked eye. This, flying palace, I've discovered a flying palace. That's the blood-colored tower, it's Luo Feng's. Master Mia from the East Emperor's sacred land communicated to the others, he's flying towards our region. Mia, I'll rush over immediately. North True Star Lord was overjoyed, communicating. Alright. Mistress Mia immediately turned into a streak of light and flew toward the tower. Rumble. 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 North True Star Lord controlled his powerful treasure, his speed swiftly breaking through the limits of the origin laws. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 times the speed of light, 100,000 times the speed of light, it instantly soared. And Luo Feng was still maintaining his maximum speed of 100 times the speed of light. Master Mia hadn't even reached Luo Feng yet. North True Star Lord had already arrived. Milky Way leader, how about following me to the sacred land? Our East Emperor Sacred Land's ancestor wishes to meet you. A voice resounded within the blood-colored tower. Within the blood-colored tower's control room. Luo Feng stood there with his stone blade on his back. His gaze passed through the Star Tower's barrier and looked outside. East Emperor Sacred Land? Luo Feng said softly, indeed the number one power, being the first to make a move. This must be North True Star Lord. I heard he obstructed the other parties for a long time on the tomb boat. North True Star Lord. Luo Feng's voice resounded, I still have urgent matters to attend to in the primal universe. Once I return, it won't be too late to head to the East Emperor Sacred Land. How about that? Looks like Milky Way leader, you don't even want to give face to our Sacred Land's ancestor. North True Star Lord sneered within. Return to the primal universe? Once Luo Feng really returned to the primal universe, the other parties wouldn't be able to enter the primal universe. Capturing him would be impossible. Don't tell me your East Emperor Sacred Land invites guests like this? Luo Feng was still calm and confident. Then don't blame me. The Northern True Star Lord rode on the gigantic black multifaceted sphere and arrived above the blood-colored tower. Moreover, one of the sides of the gigantic black sphere suddenly cracked open and a powerful suction force suddenly acted on the Star Tower, trying to forcefully suck the Star Tower in. Absorb. North True Star Lord used all his strength to control it. The blood-colored tower that was being devoured suddenly disappeared into thin air, revealing an even smaller tomb boat. When he was being swallowed earlier, Luo Feng didn't want to recklessly use the Star Tower. Even though the Star Tower was an absolute treasure and should be able to withstand it, the Star Tower required God energy to activate. This time's heaven and earth net, relying on the Star Tower would probably be very tiring. As for the mechanical-type tomb boat, it was much easier. The tomb boat was modified by Duandong River. No matter what kind of absolute treasure it was, it would be impossible to forcefully absorb it. And he only needed to expend a little God energy and he could borrow the energy of the tomb boat itself to activate it. It was easy and powerful. Tomb boat. When the Northern True Star Lord saw the ship below, his expression changed. This special tomb ship was modified from the Broken East River. The God-eyed race's second True Lord and seventh True Lord had died in it. Get in. North True Star Lord tried his best to absorb the tomb boat through the absolute treasure. Rumble no matter how it was swallowed, the tomb boat began to madly expand. The fist-sized tomb boat before, in the blink of an eye, became a huge ship that was about 100 billion kilometers long. The huge tomb boat began to fly majestically, completely ignoring the North True Star Lord's absorption. Not good. North True Star Lord understood. It seemed like it was impossible to directly absorb the tomb boat. Block it. Rumble the Northern True Star Lord directly rode on the gigantic black sphere and smashed it into the black sphere. How fast was his flying speed? The tomb boat could only maintain 100 times the speed of light. There was no way to dodge. Just like Mars colliding with Earth, the huge black ball smashed into the tomb boat. Dong. The tomb boat slightly shook and deflected the force of the collision, continuing to move forward majestically. It can't be blocked. North True Star Lord was anxious. This Luo Feng's God energy activating the tomb boat, it's actually this strong? The tomb boat was a mechanical type. Part of it relied on God energy, the other part relied on the boat's own strength. This was yet another modified one. Whether it was resistance, force of impact, flight etc., it was much stronger than normal tomb boats by tens to hundreds of times. If a normal tomb boat was an ordinary boat, then this tomb boat that was personally modified by Duandong He would be a universe ship. Naturally it couldn't be compared. North True Star Lord, I'll block him. Lady Mia had already flown over. Quickly trap him. North True Star Lord said. Go. A huge purple light immediately broke through the air and flew over. The huge purple light continued to grow bigger and bigger, following which it enveloped the tomb boat. This enormous purple light, was actually a strange net, a supreme treasure that was specially used to bind and trap enemies. Bind, bind, bind. Lady Mia tried her best to control it. However, no matter how much the purple net tried to tighten and block, the tomb boat continued to move forward majestically. Even though the surface was covered by the purple net, it was like an additional layer of decoration, not affecting it at all. I can't block it, I can't block it. Lady Mia was anxious. Then attack. North True Star-Lord was anxious too. He couldn't swallow it. He couldn't forcefully block it either. Even a treasure used to restrict and trap enemies couldn't do it. Then how could he block Luo Feng? This tomb boat completely isolates the godly energy. North True Star-Lord was anxious. He immediately became a glaring light, and a huge arc of light slashed fiercely against the tomb boat. The tomb boat shook slightly, after which it continued to move forward as though nothing had happened. It's useless. North True Star-Lord stared. Material attacks are useless too. Any technique was useless against this tomb boat. Even trying to trap it couldn't be done. The tomb boat didn't seem to care at all. It continued to move forward at high speed, heading into the distance, and in the distance there was still the purple moon's sacred land and the large group of absolute beings from the first cycle. Haha, this tomb boat is really strong. Maybe if I just control it like this and charge forward, I'll be able to charge out of the universe boat. Luo Feng was relaxed. This sort of charging forward, ignoring all treasures and the strongest beings in the universe felt really good. This was the charm of a mechanical treasure. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. To vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Rumbled a huge tomb boat advanced majestically, unstoppable. What do we do, Beijing? Mia's leader asked mentally. If we don't stop him and allow him to advance like this, he'll be out of our control. Outside, there's the purple moon sacred land and the powers from the first reincarnation era. There's a large group of absolute warriors there. Even the strongest of the universe has 20 to 30 of them. I know. Beijing was anxious too. He was very clear on the situation. Even though Luo Feng was the inheritor, the powers of the universe ocean didn't fear him at all. Not even mentioning those from the first reincarnation era who didn't fear anything in the face of death, just the two sacred land universes. The orders of the two primogenitors were naturally even more fearless. This time, the East Emperor's sacred land relied on their many treasures. Relying on the fact that the other powers weren't united, they were able to control the innermost region. Of course, the other powers were willing to stay outside. Other than their lack of unity and strength, the more important reason was, they didn't believe that the inheritor of the Duandong River would be caught so easily. If the situation really went south, they would definitely rush over. What do we do? What do we do? North True Star-Lord was anxious and worried. Simultaneously he was thinking of ways to stop Luo Feng and trap him. Go! North True Star-Lord stood in mid-air and waved fiercely. The huge multi-faced black ball immediately became a glaring black light, and as it flew, the black light got thicker and thicker. In terms of size, it was even bigger than the tomb boat. Following which, with a rumble, it clashed with the tomb boat. The tomb boat shook, however it wasn't damaged at all. Primogenitor, that Milky Way leader Luo Feng is driving the tomb boat out, however I have no way to stop him. Even the most powerful treasures couldn't stop it. What do we do now? North True Star-Lord was anxious. Within the Sacred Land universe, his body immediately asked the East Emperor ancestor. Can't catch him? Can't stop him? The East Emperor ancestor appeared in mid-air. There's nothing we can do. This tomb boat is much stronger than the ones we obtained in the past. The Northern True Star-Lord said, after being modified by the East Duan River, this tomb boat is no longer ordinary. Whether it's capturing, trapping, binding, or soul attacks, material attacks, everything is useless. The East Emperor ancestor was worried too. What to do? This time, he had already sent out his strongest team, with 10 rank 6 universe lords working with Beijing. Furthermore, he had given the Northern True Star-Lord several supreme treasures. Even if the enemy was using a supreme treasure palace, the Northern True Star-Lord should be able to easily trap them. Broken East River, as expected of the Broken East River. East deity primogenitor frowned. You've been following that Milky Way leader Luo Feng. East deity primogenitor shouted, follow him at all times. This time, it's not just us, that purple moon also wants it. Especially those madmen from the first cycle, they are willing to use any methods. Just follow and wait for the chance. If there's a chance, snatch that Luo Feng. What if we can't get it? The Northern True Star Lord asked worriedly. What a joke. This time, more than half of the universe's strongest had come from the first reincarnation era. The second reincarnation era also had several of the universe's strongest. The primeval universe might also have one or two of the universe's strongest hiding. Just this alone was already 20 to 30 universes strongest, not to mention the number of lords of the universe who were not much weaker. Once the chaos reaches a certain level, no matter how powerful the Northern True Star Lord is, he wouldn't be able to get Luo Feng to leave. If we can't get it. The East deity primogenitor hesitated for a moment before ordering, just do this. Hearing the East deity primogenitor's orders, the Northern True Star Lord was shocked. This is too. The Northern True Star Lord couldn't believe it. Do as I say. The East deity primogenitor ordered. Yes. The Northern True Star Lord replied respectfully, within he muttered, what a lucky punk. The Fire Ice region, due to the appearance of the inheritor of the ancient civilization's Duandong River, it became the region with the most warriors in the universe. See. It's the tomb boat. The inheritor has arrived on the tomb boat. The East Emperor's sacred land couldn't catch him, nor could they stop him. Our chance. Do it. The outer region, just the Purple Moon's sacred land alone, had no way to completely control it. And the various powers of the first cycle couldn't wait any longer. The strongest warriors of the universe all made their moves. In mid-air, many terrifyingly powerful attacks easily caused space and time to completely distort and shatter. Some tried to swallow the tomb boat, others directly attacked to mess up the situation. The more chaotic it got, the weaker ones had a chance to fish in troubled waters. Hong. Pung. Hua, the tomb boat shook time and time again. Roar, a colossal beast that was over a light year in size, roared as it approached. Its gigantic scaled wings were spread open, and its mouth was wide open, revealing an endless black hole as it bit down on the tomb boat. Pung. Hong. Hong. Almost instantly, a total of 9 supreme treasures collided with the huge mutated beast, causing it to tremble and collapse. Damn it. From afar, the first, third, fourth, fifth and sixth true lord of the holy-eyed race revealed looks of anger. Just now, they saw the opportunity, saw that the tomb boat was a little out of control, and immediately acted, forming an eternal true god mutated beast to swallow it. Idiots from the holy-eyed race, you want to take the inheritor away? Dream on. From afar, a huge skeleton sitting on a white throne spoke in a hoarse voice, my bone race has been watching you for a long time. Bone race. The 5 great true lords of the holy-eyed race were even more furious. The holy-eyed race and the bone race that were born in the first reincarnation era were all heaven-defying races. When they were still living in the primeval universe, the bone race once dominated the universe, defeating many races, and was extremely arrogant. Then, the rise of the holy-eyed race. The rise of the holy-eyed race was extremely fast, quickly suppressing the bone race, and continued suppressing the bone race. The two races fought for close to 3 reincarnation eras. Previously, when the 7 great true lords joined forces, they indeed completely suppressed the bone race, but now, with 2 dead, the bone race and the holy-eyed race no longer had a hard time fighting. What a bunch of lunatics. Just now, when he was bitten by the huge mutated beast, Luo Feng was also shocked. Just as he was preparing to control the tomb boat to quickly expand and directly cause the mutated beast to collapse, but at this moment, the other strongest experts of the universe instantly attacked, causing the mutated beast to collapse. In just 10 seconds, 16 supreme treasures attacked me. Luo Feng, who was in the control hall of the tomb boat, was also shocked. Even though he had expected this to be an inescapable trap, when he actually encountered it, he was still a little shocked. After all, before this, the strongest experts of the universe were still somewhat far away from him, and normally they would not lower themselves to attack him. The only time was when the Void Demon God tried to kill him, but he was also blocked by the dual-faced ancestor god. And the void demon god probably did not even take him seriously. To the void demon god, it was just a small matter. This time was different. This time, more than half of the strongest experts of the universe in the first reincarnation era, as well as other strongest experts of the universe, had completely made him their target, all of them madly trying to capture him. Rumble, howl, howl, all sorts of sounds. Whether it was a palace-type supreme treasure, a spirit weapon-type supreme treasure, or a close combat-type supreme treasure, one by one, they landed on the tomb boat, opening Luo Feng's eyes. The number of supreme treasures in the entire universe was pitifully small, usually in the hands of the strongest experts of the universe. Today, more than a third of the strongest experts of the universe had gathered here. No. There's no way to even shake this tomb boat. The tomb boat doesn't even have a scratch on it, much less a crack. It even continues to fly forward, we can't even stop it. All the strongest experts of the universe first went crazy, but very quickly they realized how terrifying this tomb boat was, to the point where the large races stopped intentionally causing trouble. Before this, they were afraid that other powers would snatch away their inheritors, hence they purposely destroyed them. For example, the Holy-Eyed race's huge beasts were destroyed the moment they formed, but now, as though they had a tacit understanding, they stopped destroying them. Immediately, their power and methods increased explosively. I don't believe that with so many experts here, we can't even capture one tomb boat. Now that the bone race isn't causing trouble, let's quickly make our move. In an instant, the attacks became terrifying. A towering huge golden three fingers appeared out of nowhere, directly grabbing the tomb boat. However, the tomb boat continued to fly, forcibly bringing the huge golden three fingers along with it. As soon as the Holy-Eyed clan's giant mutated beast appeared, it bit the tomb boat. The tomb boat continued to fly, the powerful flying force, it forcibly brought the giant mutated beast along. As it flew, it continued to expand. At this moment, the strongest experts of the other universes were also anxious. They also attacked one after another, forcing the mutated beast to disintegrate. How can this tomb boat's flight force be so strong? Even if it's a palace-type supreme treasure that can block attacks from all directions, at most it can stay in place without moving. Its flight force is actually stronger than the binding force of 10 supreme treasures combined. Even if they joined forces, it would be useless. They couldn't stop it, everyone understood. Luo Feng could completely fly like this, all the way until he flew out of the universe boat, all the way until he returned to the primal universe. Haha. Luo Feng was exceptionally carefree within the tomb boat. To be able to cause so many pinnacle existences of the universe to be helpless, this kind of satisfaction was extremely strong. Luo Feng. A god power transmission was transmitted to the tomb boat. Luo Feng controlled the tomb boat, naturally he knew. I am the Northern True Star Lord, representing the East Emperor ancestor, I wish to make a deal with you. The Northern True Star Lord transmitted. Deal? The East Emperor ancestor? Luo Feng's heart moved. In a distant corner of the Icefire region, time and space were vaguely distorted, and within this distorted time and space, there was actually a green mountain. Duandong River lineage, indeed worthy of its reputation. Mountain Guest looked from afar, smiling. Even the tomb boat modified by the previous Duandong River can be so strong, looks like I was overthinking. I really want to see the inheritance of the Duandong River lineage. His lineage should have information on treasure forging, after all this is one of the pinnacle inheritances. However, under the will of the primeval universe, even my disciple probably doesn't know the true depths of the Duandong River lineage. Mountain Guest shook his head slightly. After which, the distorted time and space suddenly calmed down, and Mountain Guest quietly left. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. No matter what the strongest warriors in the universe did, he was still safe within the tomb boat. After all, after recognizing him as the owner, Luo Feng was very clear on the power of the tomb boat. And at this time, his thoughts were all on the North True Star Lord's proposed deal. Representing the East Emperor ancestor to make a deal with me? Luo Feng was shocked within, thoughts flashing through his mind. Who was the East Emperor ancestor? He was the ancestor of the oldest sacred land of the universe sea. Without a doubt, he was the richest in the universe sea. What deal? Luo Feng communicated. Outside, the North True Star Lord let out a sigh of relief. This Luo Feng finally had a reply. As long as there was a reply, it was good. He was afraid he wouldn't even care. Following which, the North True Star Lord communicated to the surface of the tomb boat. Firstly, congratulations Milky Way Lord for acquiring the Duandong River inheritance. Secondly, let's talk about the deal. Our East Emperor ancestor said, he needs your inheritance, the inheritance you'll receive. Of course he doesn't need any treasures, just the memories will do. Memories? Luo Feng sneered, North True Star Lord, don't you think the East Emperor ancestor is too delusional? Every race fought so hard and I finally acquired the inheritance of the Duandong River. What right does your East Emperor ancestor have to take away my inheritance? Don't even think about it. Everything is negotiable. North True Star Lord wasn't angry at all, saying, our race is the oldest sacred land of the universe sea, much older than the Purple Moon sacred land. We've also acquired many inheritances and even know some of the secrets of the universe sea. Our race has the most treasures too. As long as you agree, then our race's secret inheritances, secrets, and even treasures, everything can be discussed. There's nothing to discuss. Luo Feng replied with one sentence. He was very tempted. After all, the universe sea was so mysterious, there were indeed many unknowns. The East Emperor ancestor was probably the one who knew the most. Secret inheritances, treasures, they were all temptations. However, this memory inheritance was the most important part of the Duandong River inheritance, and he swore with the inheritance mark, he couldn't go against it. North True Star Lord said, just the memory inheritance, no need to say more. If it's just this deal, then it's fine. Luo Feng rejected. North True Star Lord muttered to himself. If that was really the case, East Deity's primogenitor didn't have much hope when he gave the order. Furthermore, East Deity's primogenitor even said that this kind of ancient inheritance that only had one inheritor in every generation, would definitely have a way to prevent the inheritance from being leaked. What about the inheritance of memories? The Northern True Star Lord asked. Part? Luo Feng's heart moved, he wasn't in a rush to reject. Which part does the East Emperor ancestor want? The Northern True Star Lord was secretly delighted. As long as they could talk, there was hope. Of course it's cultivation experience. The Northern True Star Lord said, my clan's primogenitor wishes to obtain the experiences related to cultivation at a higher level, as well as the inheritance of memories. Your ancestor really knows what's the most precious. Luo Feng laughed. In the inheritance of memories, it was divided into the core of the core, the three great absolute skills left behind by the third-generation martial ancestor. The normal core memories were the records of Duandong River's training experiences as well as other absolute warriors' training experiences etc. The normal ones that could be leaked were over 100 million memory stones. These were all shallow and basic inheritances. There were even very few that surpassed the true god level. It could be said to be the basics of the basics. Without a doubt. The experience of training to an extremely high level was extremely precious, even if it wasn't from Duandong River. The moment it was gathered by the past generations of Duandong River, it would be categorized into the core inheritance. That East Deity's primogenitor wanted these training memories, he was very clear on its importance. It was a pity, extremely high-level training memories, they were all part of the core, Luo Feng couldn't leak them at all. Maybe I can trick him a little. Luo Feng thought, my clan's foundations are weak, we have very few treasures. Maybe I can trick a few powerful treasures from the East Deity ancestor, then our human race will immediately become much stronger. Anyway, other than himself, no one else knew what was going on with the Duandong River inheritance. Hence there was a chance of success. So what if he failed? Would the East Deity ancestor who had always been in the Sacred Land universe be able to rush out? Whether it was the inheritance of the tomb boat, or the capture of him now, the two ancestors never came out of the Sacred Land universe. Obviously it wasn't that they didn't want to come out, but there was some reason that made them unable or unwilling to come out. Even the Duandong River inheritance couldn't force them out. Then even if he tricked a few powerful treasures, why would the East deity ancestor come out? Part of the inheritance? Many thoughts flashed past Luo Feng's mind. He immediately organized his thoughts and said coldly, my Duandong River inheritance, even I don't have the right to leak it out. There's a chance. North True Star Lord was overjoyed within. He was entrusted by the East deity ancestor, hence he knew quite a bit. You can't leak it, so I won't force you, Lord of the Milky Way. My primogenitor only needs cultivation experiences and memories. Considering how ancient your East Break River lineage is, I'm sure you've collected the cultivation experiences of other super existences. Just bring the experiences from the past generations of Duandong River to trade with my clan. You know so much. Luo Feng was shocked within. It was a pity that the East deity ancestor didn't know that even the Duandong River training experiences were included in the core inheritance. The East deity ancestor is indeed the East deity ancestor, he knows so much. Luo Feng said, if it's not the Duandong River, there are some. North True Star Lord was filled with anticipation and excitement. However, not many, there's only a total of 3 absolute beings training inheritances. Luo Feng said. I reckon there's more than 3. North True Star Lord guessed, however he didn't probe further. Milky Way leader. Name your conditions and my ancestor will take these 3 inheritances. North True Star Lord said. Let's talk about the conditions later. Luo Feng asked, don't tell me your East deity ancestor doesn't know that these memories that surpass the strongest in the universe are influenced by the primal universe willpower? Haha, he knows, of course he knows. North True Star Lord said directly, however your Duandong River should be using memory stones or similar memory storage methods. Your current strength isn't enough, hence you won't be able to know the rest of the information. However, my ancestor has long surpassed the rebirth cycle. If you give the memory stones or similar storage items to my ancestor, he will naturally be able to view them. Luo Feng was stunned. Right. He couldn't see it himself, but a warrior that had surpassed the rebirth cycle could. Can we discuss the details of the deal now? North True Star Lord asked. 10 absolute treasures. Your clan's secret inheritance. Universe secrets. Luo Feng said immediately. The Northern True Star Lord was startled. Ruthless enough. He really dared to ask. 10 absolute treasures? Even for the East Emperor Sacred Land, because the ancestor never left the Sacred Land universe, only universe lords roamed the universe sea. Hence, over the long years, the number of absolute treasures collected was very few, and they usually belonged to the universe lord himself, hence the clan's storage was pitifully small. If it was like the Purple Moon Sacred Land, they would probably have to steal the treasures of the universe lords and the strongest in the universe to gather enough. East Emperor Sacred Land? Their storage would be almost depleted. This is too. North True Star Lord wanted Luo Feng to lower his conditions. My clan knows quite a lot of secret inheritances and universe secrets. What inheritance, secrets, those are just supplementary. Luo Feng shouted, your clan's secret inheritance, can it compare to what I have? Can it compare to the inheritance I have? As for the secrets, that's a secret from countless years ago, it's just to satisfy my curiosity. Whether I know or not, it's just a small problem. North True Star Lord was helpless, 10 absolute treasures, not one less. Palace type, spirit weapon type, domain type, soul type, there has to be at least one of each. Luo Feng said directly. If there's one less, there's no room for discussion. North True Star Lord was so angry he wanted to roar. Was it easy? Even the strongest in the universe had to risk their lives to obtain the absolute treasures. How could they be so easy to obtain? Their few strongest in the East Emperor Sacred Land lost their small universe and were weaker, hence they rarely went out. As for the group of universe lords who went out to fight for treasures, they usually couldn't compete with the strongest in the universe. Purely relying on the accumulation of time, they were able to accumulate these absolute treasures. Was it easy? Luo Feng's demand was exorbitant and he wanted 10? He didn't understand, even with the 7 true lords of the Holly-Eyed clan and the many universe lords fighting for 3 reincarnation eras, they could only gather about 10 absolute treasures. Especially after the Tomb Boat incident, with the 2 true lords falling, they probably wouldn't even be able to gather 10. Quickly make your decision, I don't have time to waste. Luo Feng said. Your demands are too high, I'll ask the ancestor. North True Star Lord said. Quickly go. Luo Feng was confident, even the Holly-eyed clan could gather close to 10 absolute treasures, how could the East Emperor's sacred land not be able to? And for this mission, the sacred land already had many absolute treasures. Taking out 10, even though it was extremely painful for the East Emperor's sacred land, it didn't force them to the point where all the universe lords had to gather. East Emperor Sacred Land Universe. Within the main palace of the North True Star Lord. Ancestor. North True Star Lord looked at the East Emperor ancestor before him. The three? The East Emperor ancestor wasn't angry at all, instead he revealed a look of glee and nodded, if this Luo Feng really has the training experiences of the three ancient beings, the 10 absolute treasures can be given to him. Of course we can't agree to it so easily. Discuss with him and lower the price. Absolute treasures, what did it have to do with the East Emperor ancestor? The treasures within the sacred land, even if a few universe lords died and a few absolute treasures were lost, it wouldn't affect the East Emperor ancestor at all. To him, the cultivation experience of that ancient and powerful existence was the most valuable. However, I have to verify the authenticity of his memory inheritance. The East Emperor ancestor said, don't let him use his fake memory inheritance to cheat away 10 absolute treasures, that would be a huge joke. North True Star Lord's heart ached when he heard this. 10 absolute treasures, just thinking about it made his heart ache. How many absolute treasures were there in the entire universe C? Were there even 100? To dare take out 10 absolute treasures to trade, probably only the 2 sacred lands ancestors. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of chapter 1282. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.